Chapter 1. On the first day of military training, the school bell brought me water. The campus bell senior delivering water service, priced at 0.1 yuan. I muttered in surprise, staring at my phone. Today is the first day of freshman military training. The instructor hasn't arrived yet, and everyone's hiding in the shade playing with their phones while waiting. Just now, I accidentally downloaded a game called Salary of 3,000, I'm the richest in the world. It claims to give you trillion-dollar subsidies at the start, saying even with a monthly salary of 3,000, you can become the world's wealthiest by playing this game. I circled around the game out of curiosity, and what captivated me most was the in-game mall. Being a beginner with a low level, the shop only offered 3 items: popular seniors water delivery service, priced at 0.1 yuan, Ferrari SF90, priced at 0.2 yuan, and luxury detached villa, priced at 0.3 yuan. Looking at these 3 products, I felt a bit dazed and couldn't quite believe they were real. The school bell water delivery service, whether it's legitimate or not I'm not sure, but I have to admit I'm slightly tempted. A Ferrari SF90 normally costs around 5 million, with total expenses reaching over 6 million after taxes and fees, yet in the game it's only 0.2 yuan to buy. As for the standalone villa in Jiangzhou, even in second or third tier cities, top-tier luxury properties cost at least 40,000 to 50,000 yuan per square meter, making each villa worth 20 to 30 million yuan, yet the game developer is only charging 0.3 yuan. The discounts are so exaggerated it feels like they're practically giving them away. Game developers nowadays will say anything to get people to spend money. I instinctively wanted to close and uninstall the game when suddenly a pop-up window appeared. Are you sure you want to leave? The opportunity to become the richest person comes only once. If you miss it there won't be another chance. Seeing the prompt, I hesitated for a second before thinking, it's just a few cents anyway, no harm in trying. The Ferrari and the detached villa both sound pretty nice. Without hesitation, I topped up 10 cents and chose the School Beauty delivers water service. Ahem, not that I have any designs on the School Beauty, it's just that this option was the cheapest. Shortly after I made the payment, the drill instructor arrived and the military training began. I was so exhausted I completely forgot about it. 2 hours later, under the scorching sun, everyone was drenched in sweat and parched when the instructor finally called for a break. My classmates and I immediately dashed for the shade. I'm dying of thirst, dude. Did you bring any water? Nah, now that you mention it, I'm thirsty too. As we chatted, we all realized how thirsty we were. But since it was the first day of training, most of us hadn't thought to bring water. Someone asked me, and I shook my head too, saying I didn't bring any. Just then, the tall Zhou Haoren walked over and asked, none of you guys brought water? Someone eagerly asked, Lao Zhou, did you bring some? But he shook his head and replied, I didn't bring any either. Disappointed, that person retorted, then why say anything? But Zhou Haoren bragged, I didn't bring any, but I can have my girlfriend bring me some. As soon as he said this, all eyes turned to him. It was just the start of freshman year. Having a girlfriend now meant she must be from high school. In reality, very few managed to get into relationships in high school. Most people present were single, so having a girlfriend was indeed something worth showing off. Everyone looked at him with envy. Zhou Haoren gloated, saying, really? Come on, surely no one's still single and without a girlfriend at this point? Many people's expressions darkened, but there was nothing they could do. Zhou Haoren glanced at his watch smugly and announced, my girlfriend is about to arrive. It turned out his girlfriend attended a nearby school whose military training started a week later. To show off, he had specifically asked her to bring him water during his training. Soon, a moderately attractive girl appeared at the entrance of the sports ground. Zhou Haoren waved at her triumphantly, and she walked over. Needless to say, this was his girlfriend. The boys present were envious, and even those who had girlfriends felt a pang of jealousy. Their girlfriends were in other cities and couldn't come to deliver water. The girl considerately handed the water to Zhou Haoren, who then proudly introduced her to his classmates. Let me introduce you all, this is my girlfriend, Yuan Yuan. Everyone grew even more envious and jealous. Suddenly, Zhou Haoren asked me, hey, Yichen, doesn't your girlfriend bring water for you? All eyes turned to me. His question wasn't casual, he viewed my good looks as a threat and was looking for a chance to one-up me. Noticing my silence, he must have assumed I didn't have a girlfriend and was about to gloat when he saw everyone suddenly staring, dumbstruck, toward the entrance of the playground. Curious, he turned his head and froze. Chapter 2. I came to find Junior Yichen. At the entrance of the sports field, an exquisitely beautiful girl walked slowly into view. Her clear bright eyes, delicate oval face, and flawless features gave her an ethereal, frosty elegance, as if she were an immortal descending from a painting. Her appearance instantly captivated everyone's attention. Without a doubt, hearts skipped among the boys, while even the girls couldn't help sighing at her breathtaking beauty. Those who recognized her were stunned. This was none other than Su Ningxuan, their university's famously aloof campus belle with countless admirers. Normally absent from public events and rarely seen, why had she appeared today at the military training grounds? Standing at the entrance for a moment, Suning Shuang scanned the area until she spotted her target, then, clutching a bottle of Nongfu spring water, she strode directly toward our class. Bewildered whispers spread. Was the goddess actually delivering bottled water to someone? Mom, I'm in love. Wow, what a gorgeous girl. The boys in class buzzed excitedly. A girl retorted, gorgeous? Humph, do you even know who she is? That's Suning Shuang, the famously unapproachable campus beauty from sophomore year. I suggest you stop daydreaming. She's got admirers lined up, student council presidents, entrepreneur seniors, even rich heirs, nobody's succeeded. Look in the mirror, would she ever glance your way? Everyone gasped, thoroughly chastened. Then our class noticed Suning Shuang walking toward us. Excitement surged, seeing the untouchable goddess up close was electrifying. With each step she took nearer, our heartbeats raced faster. Because of her arrival, Zhou Haoran and his girlfriend, who were originally the center of attention, were instantly ignored. Normally, Zhou Haoran would have been furious, but now he couldn't even muster the anger. The campus belle Su was too beautiful that Zhou Haoran was momentarily stunned. Compared to Su, he realized his girlfriend was utterly ordinary in looks, figure, and charm. As Su stepped before the crowd, everyone's hearts leapt, their ears perked up in anticipation of her words. Blushing timidly, she asked, "Excuse me, is Junior Yichen here?" The question struck like thunder from the heavens. What? The campus belle was looking for me? How could this be? Everyone turned to stare in my direction. Those who knew Su Ningxuan followed their gaze, equally shocked. With a clatter, the bottled water Zhou Haoran had just received from his girlfriend fell to the ground. He stood there stunned, eyes wide and mouth agape, his expression one of utter disbelief. To be honest, I was just as baffled and astonished. I didn't know Su Ningxuan, the campus belle, at all. Why would she be looking for me? As I stood there in a daze, the illustrious Su Ningxuan approached me with a bottle of Nongfu spring in hand. Stopping before me, she gracefully extended her delicate hand and offered the water, saying, "Military training must be exhausting. You're probably thirsty here." The scene left everyone around us shocked. The famously aloof campus belle actively offering water to a freshman on the first day of military training? Hardly anyone would believe such a tale if it spread. And indeed, had they not witnessed it themselves, no one would have accepted it as true. Several young instructors also remarked with emotion that after years of training freshmen in military drills, this was the first time they'd seen such a beautiful and elegant girl take the initiative to bring water to a male trainee. They all said I was impressive. At that moment, every male student on the field envied and resented me to the extreme, their hearts aching with the unbearable realization of how vast the gap between people could be. "Thank you," I said as I took the Nongfu spring mineral water from Su Ningxuan. Outwardly, I remained calm, but inside, I was exploding. What shocked and thrilled me most wasn't being offered water by the aloof campus belle, but the app I just downloaded with a 3,000 yuan salary. I'm the world's richest man. Before the military training, I'd spent 10 cents to purchase the campus belle brings water service in the game. Exhausted from the drills earlier, I'd forgotten about it, but now I realized the game had become reality. It could genuinely alter real life, everything in it could turn real. I could buy a Ferrari for just 20 cents, a detached villa for 30 cents. Thinking of these possibilities made my heart race with excitement. I knew I couldn't tell anyone about this, or it would cause huge trouble, so I tried hard to suppress these thoughts and calm myself down. After blushing furiously while delivering the water, Su Ningxuan said goodbye and left, leaving everyone stunned. When they recovered, all eyes turned to me as my classmates crowded around, eagerly asking what my relationship was with the campus belle. Zhou Haoran was especially humiliated. He'd been boasting earlier about his girlfriend bringing him water and arrogantly asked if anyone had done the same for me, only to have my actions slap him in the face. I casually made up an excuse, saying that I was just ordinary friends with the school belle Su. But no one believed me, they all shook their heads, convinced that an ordinary friendship wouldn't have prompted the aloof campus beauty to bring me water. They thought I was just brushing them off. However, seeing that I didn't want to elaborate, they didn't press further, yet they all firmly believed my relationship with Su Ningxuan was anything but ordinary. If this got out, it would definitely cause a massive uproar at school. Su Ningxuan's admirers would lose their minds, and my life probably wouldn't be peaceful from then on. Coincidentally, I was thirsty, so I twisted open the bottle Su Ningxuan had given me and took a sip. The guys around me were practically glaring with envy. Honestly, the water tasted pretty average, just plain old water. But if they knew what I was thinking, they'd probably want to kill me, calling it a humble brag. The water delivery incident came to an end, and the military training continued. But no one's heart was really in it anymore, they were all secretly watching me, with the boys especially filled with envy. Time flew by, and soon it was lunch break. Morning training ended, and everyone rushed straight to the cafeteria to eat, especially tempted by the cafeteria's ice-cold watermelon juice. But I made an excuse to go back to the dorm to get something and parted ways with my classmates. I had something more important than eating, carefully studying with a salary of 3,000, I am the world's richest game, then spending 30 cents to buy both the Ferrari and the luxury villa in the game store. The more I thought about it, the more excited I became. Just moments ago, I was an ordinary college student, and soon, I would be a multi-millionaire with a supercar and a villa. Ferrari, luxury mansion, here I come. Chapter 4, Ferrari and mansion acquired. Returning alone to my dorm, I couldn't wait to take out my phone and open the game. Monthly salary of 3,000, I'm the world's richest man. Once in the game, I headed straight to the store and found the remaining two products. Ferrari SF90, price, 0.2 yuan. Luxury standalone villa for sale at 0.3 yuan. These two items worth tens of millions can be bought here for just 50 cents, a discount of hundreds of millions of times. So satisfying, truly worthy of the trillion yuan subsidy, amazing. Without hesitation, I clicked to buy the Ferrari SF90. Suddenly, a pop-up appeared, game notification, your level is insufficient. You may only purchase one product per day. Time until next purchase, 11 hours and 51 minutes. Insufficient level, only one product per day? I muttered disappointedly while staring at the pop-up. Puzzled, I checked my game level LV1, 0 out of 100. Seeing this, I felt relieved. Just starting the game, being level 1 is perfectly normal. Fortunately, the time limit is only a day, I can wait. Though there's a slight disappointment about not immediately getting a Ferrari or mansion, I'm still incredibly excited. After all, this isn't just a dream anymore. Becoming an ultra-wealthy tycoon is no longer just a fantasy. Calming my emotions, I began carefully studying the game mechanics. The first thing I focused on was the leveling system, which determines my purchasing eligibility. Currently at LV1, I only need 100 XP to reach LV2. At LV2 I can buy 2 items per day, LV3 allows 3 purchases, and so on. The higher the level, the more daily purchases I can make. Then I examined the mall and discovered that it also had levels. Right now, my mall was the most basic 1-star version, offering only 3 items, each incredibly ordinary. A Ferrari and a detached villa are ordinary? I couldn't help but complain. So in this game, items worth millions or tens of millions were considered low tier and common. How insane. Though I mocked it outwardly, inside I was ecstatic. If something worth tens of millions was considered ordinary, then the genuinely good, expensive items must be worth hundreds of millions, maybe even billions or more. I kept researching and found that upgrading the mall to 2 stars would increase the items to 5, with their value multiplying by 10. A 3-star mall would expand to 8 items, with their value multiplying tenfold again from the 2-star level, and so on. The game also showcased an image of the highest tier 9-star in-game store, and I was dumbfounded at the sight. Just 666 yuan to acquire a 51% stake in Penguin Group, a 70% stake in Louis Vuitton Group, the world's top luxury conglomerate with a $1 trillion market cap, along with its presidency, all for just 999 yuan? I stared at the picture in disbelief. As expected of the top-tier 9-star mall, world-class giants like Tencent Group and LVMH Group, where 51% or even 70% stakes could be bought outright for just a few $100. Apart from these two, I also saw terrifying commodities like shares controlled by the world's largest independent alternative asset management institution and top-tier international biological research institutes, the most expensive costing only 1,666 yuan. Just buy any 2 of these, and the position of the world's richest person is secured. At this moment, I finally understood why this game is called, with a 3,000 yuan monthly salary, you can be the world's richest. It's true, with just 3,000 yuan, you can buy things in the game that are worth hundreds of billions or even trillions in reality. Owning these would make you the world's richest person, wouldn't it? The more I looked, the more excited I became. This game is absolutely incredible. I couldn't wait to level up and see what the real 9-star mall had to offer. After all, what I was seeing now was just a photo. The feeling of personally purchasing something worth hundreds of billions or even trillions is something that absolutely can't be compared to just looking at a picture. Upgrading the mall level requires points, and it only takes 50 points to go from a 1-star mall to a 2-star mall. Just 50 points, that's great. I grew even more excited, feeling like the 9-star mall was getting closer and closer to me. I studied all the game's content and mostly understood it. The game issues challenges or tasks based on real-world situations. Completing them earns you various amounts of experience points and credits, which are used to upgrade your player level and mall level. Besides experience points and credits, completing tasks also rewards you with valuable real-world prizes, which is pretty awesome. After figuring everything out, I was ready to close the game and go eat. Now I just needed to wait for the game to issue tasks or challenges, and when the next day arrived, I could buy another item from the mall. Moreover, every time I bought something, new items would appear the next day, never ending. Wait, hold on, if this is a game, shouldn't there be a beginner's gift pack? With that thought, I quickly tapped on the backpack option. As soon as I opened it, a large gift package immediately popped up on the screen. Open beginner's gift pack? Open. Congratulations, you've received a 1000x cashback card, maximum limit, 5 million. Expiration, 4 days, 23 hours, 59 minutes, 59 seconds. Congratulations on obtaining a level 2 one-day trial card, expiration time, 5 hours, 59 minutes, and 59 seconds. Congratulations on obtaining a points card worth 10 points. Upon opening the newcomer's gift pack, 3 different cards appeared. At a glance, I understood immediately. The first was a 1,000-fold cashback card, spend 1 yuan to get 1,000 times back, meaning 1,000 yuan, with a cap of 5 million. Spending 5,000 yuan could net 5 million. Absolutely amazing. The second was the level 2 trial card, temporarily granting second-tier abilities for a day, allowing the purchase of 2 products in the mall. The third was a points card worth 10 points. There were still over 4 days left before the first 1000x cashback card expired, so no need to rush. However, the second LV2 trial card would expire in just a few hours, so I didn't hesitate to activate it. Instantly, my original LV1 status upgraded to LV2. Time waits for no one. I immediately clicked into the shopping mall. Ferrari SF90, price, 0.2 yuan. Luxury single-family villa for sale at 0.3 yuan. Having just reached level 2 and gained the ability to purchase 2 items, I bought both in one go, spending just 50 cents. Congratulations, successful purchase of Ferrari SF90. Currently parked in the school parking lot, please check and collect. Congratulations, successful purchase of Villa number 8 in Lingyun Tian Palace Residence. Staff will contact you within 24 hours to sign the contract. Please keep your phone available. All purchased in-game items will be delivered to you legally and properly. Please use them with confidence. I got both the Ferrari and the standalone villa. These were exactly what I came to buy in the first place. I was previously restricted by my level, but after some research, both items ended up in my hands. Fantastic. I know the Ferrari SF90 usually sells for around 5 million. As for the Lingyun Tiancong Villa District, I feel like I've heard of it before, but I just can't remember. With strong curiosity, I looked up information about the Lingyun Tiancong Villa District. When I saw the results, I froze. What is this situation? Chapter 5. I heard there's a Ferrari parked outside. The Tianyu Sky Palace Villa District is built around the renowned Tianyu Lake, boasting picturesque scenery and a beautiful environment, making it a favored location for countless tycoons in Jiangzhou. Due to its prime location, the prices there were horrifyingly expensive, making it one of the most exclusive villa districts in Jiangzhou. Each villa typically cost between 30 to 40 million. As the saying goes, rarity breeds value. Lingyun Lake isn't large, and the villas within Lingyun Heavenly Palace are few, only 26 in total. Among these, villas number 1, 6, 8, 11, and 18 stand out as the largest and most expensive. These 5 villas each cost 50 million. Jiangzhou is just an ordinary second or third tier city. A 50 million yuan villa is an absolutely staggering price here. The villa I bought in-game was villa number 8 in Lingyun Heavenly Palace, one of the most expensive properties in the entire residential area. After reading the introduction to Lingyun Heavenly Palace's villas, I was stunned. This completely exceeded my expectations. I originally thought a villa purchased through the game would cost around 20 to 30 million, already considered high-end in Jiangzhou. But never could I have imagined that spending just 30 cents would get me one of the city's most luxurious mansions, priced at 50 million. This was beyond my wildest dreams. Villa number 8, Lingyun Heavenly Palace, I muttered, waiting for their staff to come and sign the contract with me. I have to say, the game, my 3,000 monthly salary makes me the world's richest, is simply incredible. I spent just 50 cents to buy something worth 55 million, which is truly hard to believe. With the villa and previous purchases, my net worth skyrocketed from just over 1,000 to more than 50 million in an instant, a 50,000-fold increase. I feel like becoming a billionaire isn't far off, and that small goal seems almost within reach. I'll wait for the staff to contact me about the villa, but that Ferrari SF90 is already parked on the field, and I've got the car keys in my pocket. This is my first car. Who would have thought an ordinary college student's first car would be a 5 million yuan Ferrari? The supercar dream that most guys fantasize about has become my reality. This feeling is absolutely amazing. Fortunately, I got my driver's license during summer vacation, otherwise I wouldn't be able to drive this supercar even if I had one. I went straight to the parking lot and arrived in just over 10 minutes. At first glance, I spotted my Ferrari SF90. Among all the ordinary cars, a supercar simply steals the show. Its extreme streamlined curves and muscular physique make it impossible not to adore. Taking out my keys, I opened the door and sat inside. The feeling of sitting in a supercar for the first time was utterly different from an ordinary car. From this moment on, I was officially a man who owns a supercar. After experiencing the supercar for a while, my excitement gradually settled. This was my first supercar, but it definitely wouldn't be my last. With this game, there will be even more amazing supercars for me to choose from in the future, like the multi-million-dollar Koenigsegg and Bugatti Veyron. When I reach the 2-star mall, top-tier supercars should become available. After the experience, I closed the car door and left. I hadn't eaten yet, so I went to the cafeteria for lunch before returning to the dorm. As soon as I entered the dorm, I saw my 3 roommates gathered together in a heated discussion. Just now, old Lou said he saw an incredibly cool supercar in the parking lot. What, a supercar? There's a supercar in the parking lot? I've only seen rich second-generation kids driving supercars at university in movies and TV dramas, never thought it actually happens in real life. The 3 of them spoke with unmistakable envy. After all, supercars are the dream of most guys. Just then, the sound of footsteps approached as Joe Howren dropped by. Earlier, he'd been bragging on the field about having a girlfriend. What were you all talking about? Joe Howren had overheard the chatter from outside. The roommates turned to see him and me walking in. Nothing much, just heard there's a supercar parked in the school lot, one roommate explained. Joe Howren's eyes lit up. I've never seen a supercar up close before. I kinda want to check it out. I've seen one on the road before, but never got a close look. Wanna go together? Another roommate said enthusiastically. No rush, it's too hot now. Let's go during evening break, someone suggested. The morning military training had left them all thoroughly sunburnt. I'll ask Lao Lu first if he took any photos when he saw the supercar, one roommate said while sending a message to Lao Lu. Lao Lu was his high school classmate, and though they got into the same university, they were in different majors. No idea which big shot owns this supercar. Seriously jealous. Driving a supercar in college, that's next level. Comparison is the thief of joy. We're still broke while someone's already achieved my life goal. The roommates sighed. Before I could speak, Joe Howren's face broke into a mysterious smile, his expression turning smug. Driving a supercar in university, that's insane. I wonder who it is. It'd be amazing to meet this big shot, the roommates gossiped, all eager to know the supercar's owner. Joe Howren cleared his throat and stepped forward into the center of the group. To tell you the truth, he said, that supercar's mine. I was trying to keep a low profile. The roommates were stunned, never expecting that the tycoon driving the supercar was actually their classmate Joe Howren. Driving a supercar right after starting university, this was utterly shocking. Since they hadn't received the pictures, the roommates hadn't seen the supercar yet. They surrounded Joe Howren out of curiosity and asked, Old Joe, what kind of supercar do you have? Speak quickly. Joe Howren proudly replied, mine's a Porsche 718, cost me nearly $1 million to buy. Although it's the most basic model of a supercar, its performance is top-notch. He exaggerated the price of the 800,000 yuan car to $1 million. If you're interested, I can take you to see it sometime and even let you ride in it for a real experience. Really? That's great, the 2 roommates said excitedly. Wait, that's not right. At this moment, old Lou's friend received a reply and asked Joe Howren in surprise, Lao Zhou, is your sports car a Porsche 718? Yeah, it's a Porsche 718. After I nodded in confirmation, my roommate said, then it doesn't match. Old Lou said he saw a 5 million yuan Ferrari SF90. He also explained that old Lou didn't recognize that supercar, having spent a long time checking his phone before finally identifying the model. As soon as these words were spoken, the dorm room atmosphere instantly became awkward, and Joe Howren's face visibly reddened. The supercar we'd just been discussing wasn't his Porsche 718, but rather a Ferrari SF90. The difference between them was enormous. The Porsche 718 costs 800,000 yuan, while the Ferrari SF90 is over 5 million. You could buy 6 or 7 Porsches for the price of one Ferrari. Unwilling to concede, Joe Howren asked again, are you sure your friend didn't misidentify it? Definitely a Ferrari SF90? The roommate confirmed it and even sent over photos for us to see. Although most people couldn't identify supercar models, they could still distinguish between the Ferrari and Porsche logos. One look at the photo confirmed it was indeed a Ferrari. Joe Howren felt extremely awkward. The roommate sighed while looking at the photo. Ferrari is the real deal when it comes to supercars. A Ferrari SF90 worth over 5 million yuan, so enviable. In contrast, Joe Howren's Porsche 718 instantly lost its appeal. They weren't even in the same league. Trying to save face, Joe Howren retorted stubbornly, whoever drives a Ferrari SF90 must be someone special, probably a school professor or faculty member. Regular students could never afford it. Hearing them discuss the Ferrari SF90, I grew curious whether it might be mine and walked over. The roommates were still marveling. What a shame we'll never experience riding in a Ferrari. Yeah, such a pity. At this moment, I spoke up. This Ferrari is mine. As soon as those words left my mouth, the dorm room fell completely silent. Everyone's eyes locked onto me as Joe Howren asked incredulously, Yi-chen, did you just say this Ferrari SF90 is yours? I replied, yeah, what about it? As I spoke, I casually tossed the car keys from my pocket onto the bed. Keeping keys in a pocket was damn uncomfortable anyway. All attention immediately snapped to the car keys. Seeing the prancing horse logo, they instantly believed the Ferrari SF90 was truly mine. Never in their wildest dreams had they imagined their dormmate would be driving a 5 million yuan Ferrari. With trembling hands, they picked up the keys while exclaiming in awe, damn, old Yi, you're unbelievable. Absolute legend, old Yi. Zhou Haoran's eyes widened in disbelief. He'd just been mercilessly crushed by me again. He had stubbornly insisted moments ago that no student could afford such a supercar, but then I stepped forward, leaving his face burning with humiliation. He'd already suffered defeat this morning when I outshone him over his girlfriend delivering water, and now his midday attempt to show off with a sports car backfired spectacularly. This time, the embarrassment cut straight to his core. Remembering his earlier cocky display, shame overwhelmed him. Seizing the moment when no one was watching, he slunk away like a beaten dog. My roommates, who'd never ridden in a supercar before, begged me to take them to see it. Leading them to the parking lot, their jaws dropped at the sight of my Ferrari SF90. Holy shit, they gasped, that's freaking insane. Old Yi, you're absolutely amazing. Seeing it in person is a completely different experience from watching it on your phone. While we were still marveling at the sight, news about Su Ningxuang actively bringing me water in the morning had already spread, becoming a hot topic on the school's forum, online boards, and moments. The replies under the posts were filled with envy, jealousy, and hatred directed at me. I'd become the public enemy of some. A few of Su Ningxuang's most devoted pursuers even wanted to meet me in person. On my way back to the dorm after checking out the car, I received a call from my cousin Zhao Shuxian. She asked, "Yi-chen, how does it feel to have the aloof campus belle bring you water?" I casually replied, "Not bad," to which she retorted disapprovingly, "What do you mean not bad? Your big sister here went through great lengths to get Ning Shuang to bring you water." Surprised, I asked her to explain. As it turned out, she and Su Ningxuang were classmates and close friends. Since Su Ningxuang had always been single, my sister wanted to set us up. She thought we'd make a good match. Why let good water flow to someone else's field, and hope Su Ningxuang would one day call her cousin sister. So she and Su Ningxuang played a game where the loser had to complete a dare. She won and made Su Ningxuang bring me water. Then it dawned on me, the school beauty delivery service I had purchased in the game had manifested in this perfectly legitimate way, likely connected to the game I was playing. With a monthly salary of 3,000, you can be the world's richest. This works out well, it won't seem abrupt, and there won't be any follow-up issues. I'm grateful to my cousin. She's in a good mood and still plans to play matchmaker for us, asking me to meet up later before hanging up the phone. Not long after, an unknown number called. It was staff from the Lingyun Tian Palace Villa District. They said they noticed I'd purchased and paid for Villa number 8 and asked when I'd be free for them to deliver the contract. After a moment's thought, I told them I was available right now and had them come directly. They replied respectfully, asked for my address, and ended the call. After hanging up, I went to meet my cousin where we'd arranged. She was already there and she'd even brought Su Ningxuang along. Chapter 7. May I ask who was Mr. Yi-chen? Upon seeing Yi-chen arrive, Zhao Shuxian quickly greeted him. Although you've met before, let me introduce you properly. As Yi-chen approached, Zhao Shuxian began speaking. Su Ningxuang, my classmate and best friend, is the school belle, absolutely stunning, with beauty that could topple cities and shame flowers into closing their petals. Zhao Shuxian rattled off a string of compliments until even Su Ningxuang began to blush slightly. This is my cousin, Yi-chen. He has many virtues, and he's quite handsome too. Wanting to make a good impression on Su Ningxuang, Zhao Shuxian, who usually enjoyed teasing Yi-chen, spared no effort in singing his praises this time. Yi-chen and Su Ningxuang formally introduced themselves to each other. Actually, just like Yi-chen, Su Ningxuang had also been tricked into coming by Zhao Shuxian. Zhao Shuxian had told Su Ningxuang that she had eaten too much for lunch and wanted to take a walk to digest. Because of her somewhat aloof personality, Su Ningxuang didn't have many friends at school, so when Zhao Shuxian suggested it, she didn't refuse. I didn't expect to run into Yi-chen. Thinking about the water delivery incident this morning, Su Ningxuang's cheeks faintly reddened. Since Yi-chen just enrolled, we should show him around campus and give him a proper introduction, Zhao Shuxian suggested. Led by Zhao Shuxian, the group began to walk forward. As it was lunchtime, there were quite a few people on the road. Although it wasn't just Yi-chen and Su Ningxuang this time, Zhao Shuxian was also with them. But for the famously aloof campus belle to be walking with a male student was still eye-catching enough. The three were walking when a tall, slender young man with pale skin came toward them from the opposite direction. By chance, upon seeing Su Ningxuang and Yi-chen, he froze instantly, his eyes widening in shock. In that moment, fury surged within him. This young man was Lin Xiang, a devoted suitor of Su Ningxuang, who had previously seen a forum post about her voluntarily bringing water to a freshman. Lin Xiang still couldn't quite believe it, thinking the picture was photoshopped. He refused to believe that his goddess, the famously aloof campus belle, would voluntarily bring water to some guy. But now, seeing this scene with his own eyes, Lin Xiang finally had to accept it was true. Though he didn't know what relationship Yi-chen and Su Ningxuang had, the look Lin Xiang gave Yi-chen was full of hostility. Lin Xiang instinctively wanted to step forward and confront Yi-chen, but reason told him he absolutely mustn't act impulsively in front of Su Ningxuang. Lin Xiang's mind began racing furiously as he pondered what to do. Suddenly, an idea occurred to him, and he walked over with a smile on his face. School belle Su. Lin Xiang walked over and greeted her in a very gentlemanly manner. Beauty Zhao, long time no see. Suning Shuang and Zhao Shushan looked up and were surprised to find Lin Xiang standing before them. Long time no see. Who is this? Pointing at Yi Chen, Lin Xiang asked. This is my cousin Yi Chen, Zhao Shushan explained. This kid is Zhao Shushuan's cousin? Hearing Zhao Shushuan's words, Lin Xiang let out a slight sigh of relief. Yet he still held hostility towards Yi Chen. After all, this morning the school beauty Su personally went to deliver water to this Yi Chen. Lin Xiang casually nodded at Yi Chen before ignoring him completely, immediately turning to fawn over Suning Shuang. You just got back from outside? Looking in the direction Lin Xiang came from, Zhao Shushan asked curiously. Yeah, just got back from outside. Lin Xiang nodded. Dorm life wasn't comfortable, so I bought an apartment off campus. Lin Xiang responded with pretended ease. He was about to start showing off. Bought an apartment? Hearing this, Zhao Shushan froze momentarily. Forget about college students, even for white-collar workers struggling in society, buying property is absolutely a major life event. Lin Xiang had actually already bought a house. What kind of house? Zhao Shushan asked out of curiosity. It's nothing special, not a big house, just a roughly 200 square meter duplex apartment, pretty average. Lin Xiang said with feigned humility. A duplex over 200 square meters? Hearing this, even Su Ningxuan was slightly surprised. Property prices in this area aren't exactly cheap. At the very least, it's over 20,000. A duplex apartment over 200 square meters would cost at least 6 million, maybe even more. Lin Xiang is just a sophomore in college, how can he be so wealthy and extravagant? Noticing even Su Ningxuan's astonishment, Lin Xiang felt incredibly smug inside. I nailed that pretentious act. How much did such a big house cost? Zhao Shushan asked curiously. Not too much, just over 7 million, fully furnished. Lin Xiang kept playing the show off. I just bought it, and once all the furniture and everything else is set up, welcome to come over to my place, there's plenty of space at my home. Hearing this, Su Ningxuan and Zhao Shushan politely declined. Although they were somewhat surprised that Lin Xiang had bought a 200 square meter apartment, they still wouldn't accept such an invitation. Lin Xiang was not close with them. Don't refuse now, I'll invite more people when the time comes. Seeing Su Ningxuan's refusal, Lin Xiang quickly explained. By the way, this young lad can come along too when the time comes. Lin Xiang deliberately brought up Yi Chen. Actually, I think this apartment is quite nice, perfect for a marital home. Young man, you could buy one nearby too in the future, it's not too expensive, just over 7 million. Lin Xiang began belittling Yi Chen to elevate himself and show off. Even if you can't pay in full like I did, you can still go for installments, no big deal. Just take out a loan for a few decades at most. It's nothing. After finally managing to buy a 200 square meter luxury home, how could I not show it off a little? I was the kind of person who bought a house outright during college, that's pretty exceptional by any standard. But this guy probably couldn't even afford a down payment on a house during college, let alone after graduation and several years of working. This was the gap between them. With such a stark comparison, who was more outstanding and capable, Su, the campus belle, could tell at a glance without needing any further explanation. After his boasting, Lin Xiang became even more arrogant, his heart swelling with smug satisfaction. Kid, this is reality. Without money, you're nothing. Still want to compete with me for the school belle? Ha! You think you're worthy? Just as Lin Xiang was basking in his triumph, a middle-aged man in a suit suddenly approached. Coming up to the group, the suited man politely inquired. May I ask who among you is Mr. Yi Chen? Hearing this, the group immediately turned their gazes toward Yi Chen. I am. Yi Chen spoke. Mr. Yi, hello. I'm the staff member from Lingyun Tian Palace Villa District who contacted you earlier. The middle-aged man in a suit stepped forward and introduced himself. Please sign these 2 contracts. All right. Yi Chen nodded. Staff at the cloud-soaring Celestial Palace Villa District? Hearing the man in the suit's introduction, the nearby few seemed momentarily confused. They had certainly heard of the Skirich Villa District before. That's one of the most luxurious villa districts in Jiangzhou. What did the staff from this villa area come to Yi Chen for? For a moment, none of them could figure it out. Could it be that Yi Chen bought a villa in the Lingyun Heavenly Palace? How is this possible? As one of the most exclusive villa districts in Jiangzhou, the villas at Lingyun Tian Palace would cost at least 20 to 30 million yuan each. A freshman who just entered college, able to afford a villa? Don't be ridiculous. After signing the contract, Yi Chen kept one copy, while the man in the suit took the other back to the company. Pleasure doing business, Mr. Yi. Here are the keys, please keep them safe. With that, the man in the suit respectfully handed over the villa keys and other items to Yi Chen. Okay. Yi Chen took it. After saying this to Yi Chen, the man in the suit left. At that moment, Zhao Shushan stepped forward first and asked curiously, Yi Chen, what's going on? Putting away his keys, Yi Chen casually replied, nothing much, just bought a villa. Although this villa was purchased by Yi Chen for just 30 cents in the game, monthly salary 3,000, I am the world's richest man. But it was also bought, so Yi Chen's statement wasn't incorrect. Hearing Yi Chen's words, the few people present were stunned. What they had just heard. Chapter 8: The first challenge of the game. Su Ningxuang and Zhao Shuxian took it relatively well, but Lin Xiang was the most shocked. Being a native of Jiangzhou and coming from an extremely privileged family background, Lin Xiang knew much more about the Lingyun Heavenly Palace villas. Any single villa there had a price tag of over 30 million yuan. That price made many wealthy individuals hesitate to proceed. Not to mention, there are even more expensive villas in the Lingyun Heavenly Palace residential area. Yi Chen actually bought a villa in Lingyun Heavenly Palace? Oh my god. Lin Xiang was completely stunned. What? Zhao Shuxian covered her mouth in disbelief. Yi Chen, are you telling the truth? Of course. Yi Chen naturally didn't keep anything from Zhao Shuxian, so he directly handed her the freshly signed contract. Zhao Shuxian took the contract and opened it to take a look. It's indeed the purchase contract for the Linjianshan Palace Villa. Lin Xiang couldn't believe his eyes, so he leaned in closer to take a look. In an instant, Lin Xiang felt as if struck by lightning, his entire being froze in shock. It's real. Yi Chen actually bought a villa in Lingyun Tian Palace? How is that possible? How could it be? Lin Xiang was completely dumbfounded. This is one of Jiangzhou's most prestigious luxury properties, worth tens of millions of dollars. A freshman who just bought it casually? He initially thought buying a 200 square meter duplex made him incredibly wealthy and impressive. But now, seeing Yi Chen actually purchasing a villa at Lingyun Tian Palace, Lin Xiang was utterly shocked. A 7 million deal instantly becomes utterly pathetic when compared to something worth tens of millions. At this moment, the sense of superiority and smugness in Lin Xiang's heart vanished instantly. Lin Xiang was speechless. Just moments ago, he had mocked Yi Chen for needing decades of loans to afford a house like his. But now, Yi Chen had shown him with concrete actions. Not to mention his own 200 square meter duplex. Even if it were a tens of millions villa like the Lingyun Heavenly Palace, Yi Chen could buy it on a whim, effortlessly. Is this the gap between them? So after all this time, he had been the clown in the show? How ridiculous, truly laughable. In that fleeting moment, a surge of frustration welled up in Lin Xiang's heart. Casually purchasing a villa worth tens of millions with just a wave of the hand. Perhaps this is what it truly means to be a big shot, to throw money around like dirt. Compared to Yi Chen, I was nothing, just playing at insignificant games. My earlier pretentious display must have seemed like a cheap performance in his eyes. Sigh. Lin Xiang let out a long sigh, thoroughly humbled. He couldn't stay here any longer and left devastated. Originally unimpressed with Lin Xiang, and now that he was leaving voluntarily, Su Ningxuang and Zhao Shuxian naturally didn't stop him. The current situation wasn't suitable for continuing their walk, so Su Ningxuang decided to leave as well. Before departing, however, at Zhao Shuxian's strong suggestion, Su Ningxuang and Yi Chen exchanged WeChat contacts and phone numbers. After Su Ningxuang left, Zhao Shuxian immediately asked Yi Chen what exactly was going on. After all, being Yi Chen's cousin, Zhao Shuxian was quite familiar with his family situation. How could Yi Chen possibly afford something worth tens of millions? It's nothing much, sis. You know about cryptocurrency, right? I got hold of some a long time ago. I forgot about it over time, and only recently remembered. Yi Chen explained. The news of his sudden wealth would have to be shared with his family sooner or later, so revealing it to Zhao Shuxian now wouldn't matter. This was the justification Yi Chen had spent all morning concocting, slightly more plausible than claiming he'd won the lottery. Hearing this, Zhao Shuxian finally managed to relax a little, worried that Yi Chen might do something bad. After chatting with Yi Chen for a while longer, Zhao Shuxian left. Even now, she was still in a daze, barely able to believe what had just happened. Had her little brother really become some kind of big shot now? It all felt too unreal. After parting ways with Zhao Shuxian, Yi Chen returned to his dormitory and put away the contract. Though Yi Chen also wanted to check out what his villa in Linjianshan Palace actually looked like. But there was no time, so it would have to wait. Later, Yi Chen called his parents to inform them that he had amassed tremendous wealth through cryptocurrency, bought a villa, and luxury cars, just to soften the blow in advance. In the afternoon, just as Yi Chen had finished military training, his cousin Zhao Shuxian sent him another message. Since Ningxuang brought you water this morning, how about treating her to dinner tonight as a way to express your gratitude? His cousin still hadn't forgotten her matchmaking efforts between Yi Chen and Su Ningxuang. Reading this, Yi Chen was momentarily stunned. As Yi Chen was deep in thought, his phone suddenly vibrated. A notification from monthly salary of 3,000, I am the world's richest, popped up. Yi Chen quickly opened the game. The moment he entered, he saw that the game had actually issued a new mission. Game mission, agree to Zhao Shuxian's request and treat Su Ningxuang to a meal. Reward, full ownership of the top-tier restaurant Changran Residence, becoming its proprietor, 5 experience points, and 2 credits. Mission rejected, experience -3, credits -1. Seeing this task, Yi Chen instantly made his decision. Was there even a question? Of course he'd agree to his cousin's request. The mission rewards were incredibly generous, giving Yi Chen no reason to refuse. What's more, rejecting the mission would deduct points and experience utterly absurd. Losing points was manageable since he currently had 10, but his experience was already at 0. If more got deducted, wouldn't he go negative? Then, he might not even retain level 1, making it impossible to buy anything in the mall. Shangranju, Yi Chen had heard much about it. Shangranju was famously Jiangzhou's top-tier restaurant, where patrons streamed in endlessly, with an average spending of 400 to 500 per person. The total value was likely in the tens of millions. This mission reward was utterly tantalizing. Thinking it over, Yi Chen agreed with his cousin. That's more like it. As for Ning Xuan, leave her to me. Seeing Yi Chen's agreement, Zhao Shuxian was quite satisfied. Her efforts hadn't been in vain after all. Witnessing his cousin's genuine warmth toward him, Yi Chen felt deeply moved. Before, when I didn't have much money, it didn't matter. But now, everything's different. Yi Chen decided to give his cousin a small gift. The beginner's gift pack even included a 1,000-fold rebate system. Once he spent the money, he'd get 5 million in return. With 5 million in hand, isn't buying gifts a piece of cake? As for the evening military training, Yi Chen had asked his elder sister earlier. It's just gathering to sing songs and interact a bit, so he decided not to go, asking his roommate to clock in for him instead. Could evening military training possibly be more important than dining with the campus belle? Yi Chen just wanted to express his gratitude to Campus Belle Su for bringing him water during the scorching heat. It definitely wasn't because of any top-tier restaurant or experience points accumulation. MHM, that's all there is to it. Meanwhile, in the girls' dormitory, Zhao Shuxian slowly approached Su Ningxuang's side. Chapter 9. Why don't you ride in my car, School Belle Su? What decent car could Yi Chen possibly drive anyway? Zhao Shuxian sat down beside Su Ningxuang and spoke up. Ningxuang, Yi Chen had a very tiring military training. I originally wanted to treat him to a nice dinner tonight, but something urgent came up unexpectedly. Could you take my place and go have dinner with Yi Chen first? I'll join you both as soon as I finish handling this matter. Ha! Hearing Zhao Shuxuan's words, Su Ningxuang froze for a moment, seeming hesitant. Would it be just her and Yi Chen going out for dinner together? At that moment, another girl from their dorm, Zhang Wan, suddenly leaned in. Ningxuang, Shuxian, are you two also going out for dinner tonight? Zhang Wan asked curiously. I've already made plans with some classmates to go out for dinner. Why don't you join us? Su Ningxuang still wanted to refuse, but unable to resist Zhang Wan's enthusiastic invitation, she eventually agreed. Zhao Shuxian didn't object either. Indeed, it seemed too soon for Ningxuang to dine alone with Yi Chen now. Afterwards, Zhao Shuxian contacted Yi Chen to inquire about his opinion. Yi Chen had no issues as long as he could have dinner with Su Ningxuang. A few extra people wouldn't make much difference. After all, the most pressing matter now was securing the top-tier restaurant Shangranju. As for dining alone with Su Ningxuang, there would be plenty of opportunities in the future. After finalizing the meeting location, Yi Chen hung up the phone. Yi Chen asked his roommate to help with evening roll call before returning to his dorm, taking a shower, and changing out of his military training uniform. Glancing at the time, he grabbed the keys to his Ferrari and headed straight for the meeting spot Zhao Shuxian had mentioned. When Yi Chen arrived, Su Ningxuang happened to arrive at the same time. Shortly after Yi Chen and Su Ningxuang met, Zhang Wan also arrived with a few classmates. Including Zhang Wan, 2 men and 2 women walked toward them as a group of 4. One of the fair-skinned male students immediately showed hostility in his eyes upon seeing Yi Chen standing beside Su Ningxuang. This guy is called Fang Boqiao, he's their classmate and a well-known rich second generation. Originally, Fang Boqiao hadn't made plans with Zhang Wan to go out for dinner together. But this afternoon, he accidentally heard about this matter, especially the news that Su Ningxuang would also be attending. So Fang Boqiao immediately volunteered to join and promised to cover all the dinner expenses for tonight. Since someone was offering to pay willingly, Zhang Wan naturally wouldn't refuse. Fang Boqiao was an admirer of Su Ningxuang. Having seen yesterday's post, he knew about Su Ningxuang bringing water to Yi Chen. He was already envious and jealous of Yi Chen, and now seeing that Yi Chen was also joining them for the meal. In that instant, his anger only intensified. No way, I'm definitely going to deal with this guy properly in a moment and make him embarrass himself in front of School Belle Su. Having made up their minds, Fang Boqiao and his group walked over. Su Ningxuang, who originally had a calm expression, slightly changed her countenance when she noticed Fang Boqiao among the approaching group. Clearly, she held a very unfavorable impression of Fang Boqiao. If it wasn't for her promise to someone, Su Ningxuang would probably have left already. After meeting, they first introduced themselves to each other. I know a truly excellent top-tier restaurant. I'm actually a gold member there. Let's go eat there later, Fang Boqiao suggested. Everyone's here, let's go. Fang Boqiao assumed the air of the family head. Sounds good. Let's go. No one objected. Wait here, I'll bring the car around to pick you up. Wait, no, that's not right. Just as Fang Buqiao was about to leave, he suddenly slapped his forehead and said with great regret, I forgot, with Yichen joining us this time, there are 6 of us. My car can't accommodate that many, it only seats 5. Fang Buqiao began to make things difficult. How about this, Yichen? You can take a taxi there, and I'll cover the fare for you? Fang Buqiao was deliberately excluding Yichen. Hearing this, the others had no objections. Only Su Ningxuang frowned slightly, thinking it wasn't quite right. She came today primarily to take care of Yechen on behalf of Xu Xian. How could she possibly let Yechen hail a taxi alone? Su Ningxuang was just about to speak, wanting to share a taxi ride with Yichen. But before Su Ningxuang could speak, Yichen had already spoken. It's okay, I have a car, no need to go through all this trouble. Hearing Yichen's words, Zhang Wan and the others were taken aback. Fang Buqiao was a rich second-generation heir. Having a car was normal for him, but they never expected Yichen to have one too. He seemed like a freshman who had just enrolled this year. A first-year university student who already owned a car? Impressive. No matter what car Yichen drives, even if it's the cheapest one, it's far superior to what most people have. After all, forget freshmen, even among juniors and seniors, there are probably very few who own their own car. Yichen, as a freshman, has already surpassed them all. Yichen's answer left Fang Buqiao momentarily stunned. He never expected Yichen to own a car too. He had originally hoped to take this opportunity to slight Yichen. Unexpectedly, his plan failed. That's even better, you can drive your own car too. A thought flashed through Fang Buqiao's mind, and a smile reappeared on his face. Yichen having a car was even better. Soon, he'd bring his own million-plus BMW 7 Series, and Yichen would drive his own car too. The comparison speaks for itself. Yichen would surely be mortified, which only highlights how much stronger I am, doesn't it? When the time comes, it'll be crystal clear to our campus belle Sue whose car she should ride in. Excellent, just excellent. With that, Fang Buqiao left in a hurry to get his own car. Yichen also departed. The school had more than one parking lot, and since Yichen's and Fang Buqiao's cars were not parked in the same one, they headed in different directions. Fang Buqiao's parking spot was quite close by, and soon enough, he drove over in his BMW 7 Series. Fang Buqiao parked the car beside the group and slowly rolled down the window. Holy shit, a BMW 7 Series. Awesome, young Master Fang. The guys waiting nearby were utterly astonished as they had Fang Buqiao's car. He used to drive an Audi A4 worth around 300,000, but unexpectedly, he'd upgraded his ride. Mr. Fang, how much did this BMW 7 Series of yours cost? The boy asked curiously. Not much, just over 1.2 million, not expensive. Fang Buqiao appeared completely indifferent. Over 1.2 million? Upon hearing Fang Buqiao's words, Zhang Wan and her companions were stunned. He's only a sophomore in university, yet Fang Buqiao already drives a luxury car worth over $1 million? That's seriously impressive. They were all terrified by Fang Buqiao's staggering wealth. At the scene, only Su Ningxuang remained expressionless, without the slightest change in demeanor. Get in the car. Fang Buqiao spoke. Alright, thank you, young Master Fang. Thanks, young Master Fang. They nodded eagerly, then opened the car door and hurriedly climbed in. Naturally, they knew better than to take the front passenger seat. It was left respectfully vacant. Soon, only Su Ningxuang remained outside. School beauty Su, you should come up too. Seeing Su Ningxuang standing motionless where she was, Fang Buqiao invited her. No, thank you. I'll ride in Yichen's car later. Su Ningxuang shook her head and refused without hesitation. Fang Buqiao's face immediately darkened when Su Ningxuang rejected him outright, but he still refused to give up. School beauty Su, what's so great about Yichen's car? He couldn't possibly be driving anything decent. It definitely won't be as comfortable as riding in my BMW 7 Series. Fang Buqiao suggested. Ningxuang, what young Master Fang says is right. Yichen's car definitely can't compare to young Master Fang's. A girl in the car also spoke up, trying to persuade Su Ningxuang. Seeing that Fang Buqiao was actually driving $1 million luxury car, she naturally chose to side with him immediately. Yeah, school beauty Su, come on up. Young Master Fang saved the passenger seat just for you. Another guy chimed in as well, but unfortunately, Su Ningxuang still shook her head. School beauty Su, that Yichen probably drives some 100,000 or 200,000 yuan car at best. How could a car like that possibly be worthy of someone like you? Fang Buqiao still wanted to persuade Su Ningxuang. However, before he could finish speaking, a Ferrari slowly approached from a distance. Holy crap, a Ferrari? A supercar? I can't believe I saw a supercar at school. Fang Buqiao's carmates went wild with excitement the moment they spotted this Ferrari. Even Fang Buqiao himself was captivated by the Ferrari. So damn hot. Such head-turning style. This is what supercars are about. This is the irresistible allure of a Ferrari. Fang Buqiao was instantly overwhelmed with envy. If even Fang Buqiao reacted this way, the other people in the car were naturally even more awestruck. They stared with their eyes practically popping out of their heads. If only I could ride in a Ferrari just once. Wonder who the big shot driving the Ferrari is? The group murmured in awestruck whispers. Under their collective gaze, the Ferrari came to a halt right in front of Fang Buqiao's BMW 7 Series. The next moment, the door swung open, and out stepped a strikingly handsome young man. Everyone was stunned and rooted to the spot at this sight. Chapter 10, Net worth exceeding 100 million. What did they see? The person stepping out of this Ferrari was Yi Chen? Oh my god. Everyone was shocked. They never expected Yi Chen's car to be a Ferrari worth millions. This is just too terrifying. Gulp, gulp. In the silent BMW 7 Series, the sound of someone swallowing their saliva could be heard. Everyone was deeply astonished. Zhang Wan and the others stared blankly at Yi Chen's Ferrari, their emotions extremely complicated. Especially the two who had just spoken up for Fang Buqiao were now thoroughly ashamed. How utterly humiliating. As for Fang Buqiao himself, he stood dumbfounded, unable to believe his eyes. A freshman driving a Ferrari? Are you kidding me? Looking at Yi Chen's Ferrari and recalling what he had just said to Su Ningxuan, Fang Buqiao's face immediately flushed with embarrassment. School beauty Su, what's so great about riding in that Yi Chen's car? He couldn't possibly be driving anything decent. It's definitely not as comfortable as riding in my BMW 7 Series. School beauty Su, that Yi Chen probably drives a car worth at most 200,000. How could a vehicle like that ever deserve you? His words suddenly echoed in my mind. Embarrassing, utterly humiliating. Just a moment ago, I'd scoffed at Yi Chen, certain he couldn't possibly own any decent car, at best some 100,000 to 200,000 renminbi vehicle that paled in comparison to my BMW 7 Series. But now, Yi Chen actually drove up in a Ferrari. One of Yi Chen's cars could buy several BMW 7 Series. At this moment, he unexpectedly became the laughingstock. Su Ningxuan got into Yi Chen's car. Watching Su Ningxuan get into Yi Chen's Ferrari, Zhang Wan and the others in Fang Buqiao's car were burning with envy. They also wanted to ride in the Ferrari, to experience what it feels like to sit in a Ferrari. Fang Buqiao, on the other hand, was trembling with rage, his jealousy toward Yi Chen deepening even more. No, this matter can't just be let go like this. He needs to reclaim his dignity. Without another word, Fang Buqiao started the car and led the way by driving off first. More than 20 minutes later, the group stopped in front of an exquisitely decorated top-tier restaurant. Arriving at their destination, Fang Buqiao and Zhang Wan stepped out of the car with their group. Yi Chen and Su Ningxuan also emerged from their vehicle. Let me introduce everyone to this place, Fang Buqiao announced with pride. This is Changran Residence, the most famous restaurant in Jiangzhou. Gesturing towards the high-end establishment before them, he radiated satisfaction with his choice. He's a gold member here, spending over 6 figures annually. This is Changran Residence. Yi Chen raised an eyebrow, never expecting that Fang Buqiao would bring them to Changran Residence, the top-tier restaurant he'd suggested. Come to think of it, now that he's having dinner with Su Ningxuan here, does this count as completing the game mission? Thinking this, Yi Chen took out his phone and opened the game. Monthly salary of 3,000, I'm the richest person in the world. Game mission completed. Congratulations! You have obtained 100% ownership of Changran Residence and become its new owner. Congratulations! You have received 5 experience points. Congratulations! Points earned, 2. As soon as Yi Chen stepped inside, a flood of notifications popped up. He had successfully completed his first in-game mission. From this moment onward, he was officially the owner of Changran Residence. Changran Residence was one of Jiangzhou's top-tier restaurants, worth at least several million yuan. Becoming the owner of Changran Residence, coupled with his villa, Yi Chen's net worth instantly soared past the 100 million mark. From now on, Yi Chen was a billionaire. A small goal, accomplished by Yi Chen in just 2 days. This game is absolutely amazing. In just 2 days, I went from being a penniless freshman to a bona fide billionaire. This transformation happened so quickly. A faint smile appeared on Yi Chen's face. This feeling was truly wonderful. With a monthly salary of 3,000, I am the world's richest, the eternal legend. This time, not only did Yi Chen acquire Changran Residence, but his experience points and credits also increased. Yi Chen was growing more and more eager for the day when his player level and mall level would rise. He thought it shouldn't be too far off. Changran Residence is always bustling with visitors, or even the wealthy elite and important figures from across Jiangzhou love to dine. Changran Residence boasts top-notch domestic chefs, offering unparalleled flavors. I'm a gold member here, with all sorts of exclusive privileges. Standing at the front, Fang Buqiao boasted about being a gold member there. As he spoke, Fang Buqiao led the group toward Changran House. However, before Fang Buqiao could step inside, a waiter stopped him. Good evening, sir. I'm sorry to inform you that our restaurant is fully booked today. If you'd like, you can wait in line for a table. The waiter said very politely. Fang Buqiao was instantly embarrassed. He had been bragging for a long time about being a gold member here with special privileges and whatnot. But now not only were there no special privileges, he couldn't even get into the Changran residence. Isn't this slapping themselves in the face? Zhang Wan and the others' expressions darkened too. They'd come all this way through such hardship. They'd thought they'd get to experience what it's like to be rich, and now they can't even get through the door? Excuse me, how much longer do we need to wait? Zhang Wan couldn't help but ask. Approximately 1 to 1.5 hours, the server replied. That long? Wait over an hour? Really? They all felt helpless. Leave it to me. Fang Buqiao had already calmed down. Fang Buqiao said to Zhang Wan and the others with full confidence. I'm a gold member of Changran residence, I don't have to queue. Fang Buqiao took out his gold member card and handed it to the waiter with great smugness. Sir, I'm truly sorry, but you still need to queue. The waiter didn't even take Fang Buqiao's membership card before responding directly. Why? Fang Buqiao was furious. I'm a gold member, I have privileges, no need to queue. I'm terribly sorry, sir, but the few people ahead of you in line are all premium gold members, the waiter explained. Fang Buqiao was stunned. Good, very good. Fang Buqiao felt his face burning with shame. I know your manager Qian. Tell manager Qian that Fang Buqiao is here and to come out. Fang Buqiao said directly. He had connections, and he was determined to get in without waiting in line. Today he had brought several people to Shangranju, and if he couldn't even get through the door, he would lose face completely. Alright, please wait a moment. A waiter entered Changran residence to fetch manager Qian. Seeing this, Fang Buqiao was finally satisfied. Don't worry, I know manager Qian here. He'll definitely agree as long as I say the word. Fang Buqiao turned around and confidently said to Zhang Wan and the others. With that, Fang Buqiao glanced smugly at Yi Chen. Now, he was about to showcase his powerful connections. So what if he drives a supercar? In this era, connections are everything. Without them, nothing can be accomplished. At this thought, a sense of superiority welled up in Fang Buqiao's heart. Soon, the waiter from earlier hurried back. Seeing this, Fang Buqiao prepared to lead the group inside. However, Fang Buqiao had only taken a few steps when he was stopped once again. Mr. Fang, we're truly sorry, but our manager says the place is packed today and we can't let you in directly. Please be patient and wait. The attendant spoke. As soon as these words were spoken, Fang Buqiao was utterly dumbfounded. Rejected? She was rejected again? Manager Chen didn't even bother to come out and see me, just casually dismissed me like that? Thinking back to how confident he'd been just moments ago, Fang Buqiao wished he could crawl into a hole out of sheer embarrassment. This is truly the most humiliating thing ever. Hearing the waiter's words, the others could only sigh helplessly. There's nothing else to be done. Even Fang Buqiao couldn't get them in despite pulling strings, they could only wait or go eat somewhere else. Just as the group was about to go elsewhere to eat, Yi Chen slowly stood up. Chapter 11, Hotel Front Desk. Sorry, only one room left. Tell your manager that Yi Chen is here, and have him find us a spot. Yi Chen said to the waiter. Having just become the new owner of Changran residence, Yi Chen was in a good mood. Moreover, he was hungry and really didn't want to find another restaurant, so he stepped forward. Alright, please wait a moment. The waiter hesitated for a bit but ultimately nodded in agreement before turning around to enter the restaurant and look for the manager again. Witnessing this, Fang Buqiao let out a cold laugh, mocking Yi Chen for overestimating his abilities. It appeared this was Yi Chen's first visit to Changran residence. Even Fang himself, a gold member who knew the manager of Changran residence, couldn't gain entry. Could Yi Chen really get them inside to eat with just one word? What a joke! Not to mention Fang Buqiao, even Zhang Wan and the others had little faith in Yi Chen. Beside them, Fang Buqiao stood with his arms crossed, watching the scene with amusement. He wanted to see what expression Yi Chen would have when he got rejected later. It would surely be quite a sight. After all, Yi Chen had stepped forward right after his own failure. Getting rejected again would definitely be even more humiliating than his own embarrassment, especially in front of Campus Belle Su. At this thought, Fang Buqiao, who had been feeling quite stifled, suddenly felt his mood lift. Meanwhile, in the manager's office at Changran residence, Shen Yongwen unexpectedly received a call from the owner. What? Upon answering, Shen Yongwen was left stunned by what the owner had to say. The owner informed Shen Yongwen that he had sold Changran residence and from now on, he would no longer be its proprietor. Alright, understood. After hanging up the phone, Shen Yongwen couldn't wrap his head around it for a while. Changran residence was booming with business, why would the owner decide to sell it? It seemed the buyer must have offered a price the owner simply couldn't refuse. Ding dong. Shen Yongwen's phone vibrated, he'd received a message from his former boss. Attached was some information about the current owner of Changran residence. Staring at the photo of the new boss, Shen Yongwen was stunned. How could this new boss of his be so young? He looks to be no more than 20 years old. To be so young and yet capable of effortlessly acquiring Changran residence, this new boss of mine must have truly formidable wealth. Yi Chen, President Yi. As he scanned the information about his new boss, Yi Chen, Shen Yongwen muttered under his breath. Knock, knock, knock. There was a knock at the door. Enter. Click. The office door opened, and the waiter from earlier walked in. Manager, among the people accompanying Fang Buochao, there's a gentleman named Yi Chen Hu. The waiter spoke with utmost respect. At the mention of Fang Buochao's name, Manager Qian immediately grew impatient. He knew Fang Buochao's father. In the past, out of respect for Fang Buochao's father, he might have agreed. But now that the Fang family was declining, he naturally didn't need to show any courtesy to Fang Buochao. Everything goes by the rules. Haven't I told you? There are no special privileges. Tell Fang Buochao to wait in line. Manager Qian waved his hand impatiently. Understood, manager. The waiter nodded and turned to leave. Wait, hold on a second? Glancing accidentally at the name of the new boss on the documents and suddenly recalling the waiter's earlier words, Manager Qian quickly called him back. What did you say earlier, a gentleman named Yi Chen? Manager Qian asked carefully. He hadn't heard clearly earlier. Yes. The waiter nodded. What? Seeing the waiter's nod, Manager Qian abruptly stood up, hardly believing his ears. Come take a look, does this Mr. Yi Chen look like the person in this picture? Manager Qian waved his hand, signaling the waiter to come over and glance at his phone. At that moment, displayed on his phone was a photo of Yi Chen. Yes, that's definitely the gentleman, replied the waiter. The server took one glance and replied with absolute certainty. Upon reconfirming, Manager Qian's expression completely changed. Hurry, quickly invite President Yi in, Manager Qian said urgently. Manager, we're already fully booked. If we invite them in, where would they sit? The waiter asked. Isn't there still an available private room? Of course we should invite President Yi and their party to the private room. Manager Qian replied. Shangranju had 3 private rooms, which were usually only open to Diamond members or certain VIP guests. Okay. Though unsure about Yi Chen's exact identity, the manager actually instructed her to invite him into a private room. This fact alone proved Mr. Yi Chen's status was anything but ordinary. Without the slightest hesitation, Manager Qian immediately went out personally to welcome Yi Chen. Outside, after waiting for a while, there wasn't the slightest movement. Fang Buochao mocked, gloating with an exceptionally arrogant air. Yi Chen, are you even capable? If not, let's just go eat somewhere else, don't waste our time. You're not even a basic silver member, yet you dare to cut in line for a seat? Don't even dream about it. Yet before Fang Buochao's words had fully faded, hurried footsteps suddenly approached. Soon, a pot-bellied middle-aged man emerged, none other than Manager Qian. Boss, you've arrived. Please, come right in. Manager Qian respectfully gestured with an inviting motion. Witnessing this scene, everyone was stunned. What on earth was going on? The dignified manager of Shangranju himself came out to greet someone? Does Yi Chen wield such powerful influence? That's insanely strong. Zhang Wan and the others were utterly shocked in their hearts. Fang Buochao was completely dumbfounded. How could things turn out this way? He refused to believe it. As a distinguished gold member of Changran residence, and even acquainted with Manager Qian, yet Manager Qian dismissed me with just a single casual remark. But the moment Yi Chen appeared, Manager Qian personally came out to welcome him. Why is that? The crowd was initially stunned by Manager Qian's actions, only now slowly coming to their senses. They realized something wasn't quite right. What seemed important wasn't just that the manager of Changran residence had come out personally to greet them, but rather how Manager Qian had just addressed Yi Chen. Boss? Manager Qian addresses Yi Chen as boss? Could it be that Yi Chen is actually the owner of Shangranju? How could this be? Yi Chen was just an ordinary college student. How could he suddenly become the owner of a top-tier restaurant? This is too unbelievable. Yi Chen, are you the owner of Changran residence? Zhang Wan asked in a trembling voice. I just acquired Changran residence. Yi Chen replied casually. Yi Chen's words exploded like thunder in their ears. Just bought Changran residence? Why does acquiring a top-tier restaurant worth tens of millions sound so effortlessly casual when Yi Chen says it? As if he's just bought a head of cabbage? Is this what a true god-tier tycoon looks like? Terrifying indeed. Upon hearing Yi Chen's affirmative response, Fang Buochao's face instantly turned deathly pale. At that moment, he finally understood why even Manager Chen had come out to greet Yi Chen when he stepped out. So Yi Chen was actually the owner of Shangranju restaurant. Right, as a mere gold member, how could I compare myself to the boss? Earlier, he had actually boasted about being a member of Shangranju in front of Yi Chen. Wasn't this like flaunting one's axe before Lu Ban, the master carpenter? Fang Buochao's composure completely shattered. He originally thought he would be the center of attention during this meal and leave a good impression on the campus belle, Sue. But after all that fuss, he turned out to be the joke. Sigh. Ultimately, under Manager Qian's lead, the group arrived at the exquisitely decorated private room. A few minutes later, his cousin Zhao Shuxian arrived. At the dining table, Fang Buochao silently nodded and ate, not daring to speak, his body even trembling slightly. Zhang Wan and the others, however, completely abandoned their previously indifferent attitude and desperately fawned over Yi Chen. Only Su Ningfrost remained relatively calm. But to be honest, even she was utterly shocked when she found out that Yi Chen was actually the owner of Changran residence. After this time, and the last, Su Ningxuang felt a strong curiosity growing towards Yi Chen in her heart. As she spent more time getting to know Yi Chen, her curiosity not only didn't diminish but grew even stronger. Just what kind of person was Yi Chen? Su Ningxuang was very eager to know. Time passed little by little, and the meal came to an end. Zhang Wan and the others returned with Feng Bo Chao. Yi Chen, Su Ningxuang, and Zhao Shuxian lingered nearby to shop. None of the three had noticed the time, and when they finally did, it was almost 10 p.m. At this point, if they hurried back to school, it would probably be past 10:30. By then, the dormitory doors would already be locked, and there'd be no way for them to get in. What do we do now? Zhao Shuxian fell into deep thought. We can't go back tonight, she said. How about we stay at a hotel instead? There was no other choice now. Even if they went back, they wouldn't be able to enter the dormitory, so staying at a hotel was the only option. Yi Chen didn't mind. At worst, he could just call and ask for leave, then hurry back to school early the next morning. As for Su Ningxuang, she froze briefly upon hearing Zhao Shuxuan's words. Initially somewhat resistant, she reconsidered since Xu Xian would be accompanying her, nothing could possibly go wrong, and thus agreed. In the end, Yi Chen found quite a nice hotel not far from where they were. A few minutes later, the trio walked in. But before entering the hotel, Zhao Shuxian suddenly spoke. You guys go ahead and check in first. I'm craving some fruit, I'll go buy some and meet you later. With that, she handed her ID card to Su Ningxuang and headed off in the opposite direction. Yi Chen and Su Ningxuang walked toward the hotel together. Approaching the front desk. Hello, do you have any rooms available? Yi Chen spoke up. Of course we do. The receptionist was looking down at his phone when he heard someone speak, so he responded casually. Alright then, 2 rooms for us. No problem. As he spoke, the receptionist turned to his computer to check for available rooms. But when he looked up and saw that Yi Chen and Su Ningxuang were a man and a woman, he froze for a moment before quickly correcting himself. Sorry, we only have 1 room left. As he spoke, the receptionist discreetly gave Yi Chen a look, as if to say, don't worry, bro, I get what you mean, I won't let you down. Chapter 12, Late at Night, Sharing a Room with Cousin Ningxuang? For some reason, Yi Chen suddenly understood the meaning behind the receptionist's look. For a moment, Yi Chen couldn't decide whether to laugh or cry. What on earth was that receptionist thinking? He and Senior Su had only just met. Because the receptionist guy said that, the atmosphere instantly became awkward. Miss, at this hour, most hotels definitely won't have any rooms left. The receptionist guy continued to assist. We still have 1 room available here, which is already quite good, and it probably won't last much longer. You young couple can share 1 room, it's fine. Hearing the receptionist's remark, Su Ningxuang's face instantly turned red. Beside her, Yi Chen didn't know whether to feel happy or helpless. Under other circumstances, encountering such an understanding receptionist would have been considered lucky. But now, actually, Senior Su and I aren't dating, plus there are 3 of us tonight. Seeing Su Ningxuang's crimson face showing extreme embarrassment to the point she seemed about to leave, Yi Chen quickly intervened. Ha! At Yi Chen's words, the receptionist froze, utterly mortified. I see. The reception guy checked the computer again. Oops, my mistake, sorry about that. We do have other rooms available. The receptionist turned on his acting chops. It's fine, give us 2, no, 3 rooms. Yi Chen spoke up. Originally, he had planned to book 2 rooms, letting his cousin and Senior Su stay together. But in the end, he decided on 3 rooms instead. It would be more convenient for everyone that way. Okay. After taking the ID card and completing the check-in, Yi Chen and Su Ningxuang waited for a while in the hotel lobby. A few minutes later, Zhao Shuxian finally returned with some fruits. Actually, Zhao Shuxian intended to leave earlier, but just as she was about to go, she came back. After all, Ningxuang and Yi Chen had just met, leaving the 2 of them in the hotel while she left would definitely not be right. Perhaps if I left, Ningxuang might leave too? After all, Ningxuang's family is in Zhangzhou, it's quite likely she would go home. Better to find another time to create opportunities for the 2 of them to be alone together. As for why I didn't leave during dinner just now, well, the food was just so delicious that she got somewhat carried away while eating. Seeing Zhao Shuxian return, the 3 of them went upstairs, each to their own room. Back in his room, Yi Chen first called to ask for leave, since he wouldn't be staying in the dormitory tonight. After that, Yi Chen started playing on his phone. After dinner tonight, the group strolled around for a while longer, and Yi Chen felt somewhat thirsty. Just as Yi Chen was about to drink the hotel's bottled water, he paused. He couldn't help but recall the incident this morning when Senior Su had brought him water. Senior Su had endured the scorching sun just to bring him water. I'm tired now and a bit thirsty. Senior Su might be thirsty too. Maybe I should bring Senior Su some water as a gesture of thanks. Of course, Yi-chen can't be the one to deliver water again. With that thought, Yi-chen took out his phone and ordered milk tea for delivery. Girls usually enjoy drinking milk tea. After about 20 minutes, the milk tea was delivered. Yi-chen ordered 3 cups, one for himself, one for Senior Sue, and one for his cousin. Yi-chen picked up 1 cup of milk tea and first brought it to Senior Sue. Arriving at Senior Sue's door, Yi-chen knocked. "Who is it?" Inside the room, Su Ningxuan was preparing to take a bath when she suddenly heard the knocking. She asked, nervously, "Senior Sue, it's me, Yi-chen." Yi-chen's voice came from outside the door. "Is that you, Junior Yi?" Hearing Yi-chen's voice, Su Ningfrost froze. It was already around 11 at night. Why was Junior Yi knocking on her door in the dead of night? What did Junior Yi want to do? At this thought, Su Ningxuan's face flushed red, her nervousness evident. "Senior Sue, I bought some milk tea and brought you a cup." Afraid Su Ningxuan might misunderstand, given the late hour, Yi-chen quickly added an explanation. "Ha!" Hearing Yi-chen's words, Su Ningxuan felt somewhat embarrassed. "It turned out I was overthinking it. Junior Yi was here to bring me milk tea." Thinking this, Su Ningxuan quickly opened the door and invited Yi-chen inside. Yi-chen entered the room and handed the milk tea to Su Ningxuan. "Thank you." Su Ningxuan repeatedly expressed her gratitude. She was indeed quite thirsty. She never expected that underclassman Yi would bring her milk tea so timely. "Underclassman Yi, you're so kind." Su Ningxuan thanked him. "It's fine." After sitting down, Yi-chen waved his hand dismissively. Su Ningfrost took a few sips of milk tea and was about to speak when another knock suddenly came at the door. "Who is it?" Su Ningfrost asked in surprise, wondering why someone was knocking on her door again. "It's me, Ningxuan." Zhao Shuxian spoke. So it was Shuxian. Putting down her milk tea, Su Ningxuan opened the door. "I almost forgot. I brought you some fruits." Zhao Shuxian pushed the door open while holding several pieces of fruit. But before she could finish speaking, her gaze suddenly landed on Yi-chen in the room. Clang! The next second, the fruit slipped directly from Zhao Shuxuan's grip. Zhao Shuxuan's mouth fell open, her face a picture of utter disbelief. What had she just seen? Her cousin was actually in Ningxuan's room? It's late at night, and my younger cousin is in the same room with Ningxuan? Oh my god! Zhao Shuxian was shocked. My cousin and Ningxuan's relationship is progressing way too fast. They just met this morning, and by evening they're already living together? Zhao Shuxian was completely dumbfounded. Is my cousin this impressive? He actually managed to win Ningxuan's heart this quickly. Su Ningxuan noticed Zhao Shuxuan's shock and hurried to explain. "Ah, Shuxian, you've misunderstood." Su Ningxuan's face flushed red all the way to the tips of her ears. "Junior Yi just arrived too. He came to bring me milk tea." "Is that so?" Zhao Shuxian was somewhat skeptical. In the middle of the night, 2 people alone in one room who would believe they were just delivering milk tea. "I really came to bring Senior Sue some milk tea. Look, it's right here." Yi-chen also stepped forward to explain. Following Yi-chen's pointing finger, there was indeed a cup of milk tea on the table. Could it be that she was mistaken? Zhao Shuxian still harbored some doubts. "By the way, sis, there's milk tea I prepared for you in my room. I was planning to bring it to you later." Yi-chen spoke up. "Now that you're here, let me take you to get it." With that, Yi-chen stood up and bid farewell to Su Ningxuan. "Senior Su, I'll take my leave now." With that, Yi-chen left with Zhao Shuxian. Phew! After the two departed and the door closed, Su Ningxuan's flushed cheeks still hadn't faded. That was really awkward just now. Only after arriving at Yi-chen's room and seeing the milk tea did Zhao Shuxian finally believe it. After exchanging a few words with Yi-chen, Zhao Shuxian also left. Yi-chen sighed with emotion, thinking how a misunderstanding had nearly happened just moments ago. "I'm a proper and decent person, you know." Glancing at the time, it was already past 11 o'clock, midnight wasn't far off. The mall's inventory is about to refresh. I wonder what good items will appear this time. Yi-chen was brimming with anticipation. When the time came, Yi-chen clicked in and found that the mall had indeed changed, with new products appearing. Bentley Continental GT, price, 0.2 yuan. Patek Philippe chronograph 5074 are in rose gold with black dial, price, 0.3 yuan. Top-notch driving skills, turning you into an expert driver in minutes, price, 0.9 yuan. Looking at the 3 new products that appeared in the mall, a sparkle lit up in Yi-chen's eyes. This time, the mall seemed a bit different. The Bentley car and Patek Philippe watch were, needless to say, absolute luxury items. But the third item was completely different. It was actually a skill. The marketplace actually has skills for sale. That's great. Last time, the Cloud Palace Villa in the mall was priced at just 0.3 yuan. But now, the price for this skill has soared to 0.9 yuan, a full 3 times more expensive. Although it costs 3 times as much, it's only 90 cents, still quite a bargain, but enough to prove this skill is no ordinary feat. Afterwards, Yi-chen looked up information on the other 2 items. The Bentley Continental, with all fees included, costs nearly 5 million yuan, or perhaps even more. He had previously wondered to himself, lacking a luxury vehicle that could seat multiple people. Now, the game had just refreshed one for him. A Patek Philippe chronograph Series 5074, a rose gold black dial watch, priced at nearly 6 million. All items worth millions. After some thought, Yi-Chen ultimately decided to first acquire the most expensive top-tier driving skill today. After all, this was the first time skills had appeared. As for the Bentley and Patek Philippe, of course, he wouldn't give those up either. He just needed to wait a bit, just 24 hours, and he could make the purchase again. Soon enough, both the Patek Philippe and the Bentley would be his. With that thought, Yi-Chen directly bought top-tier driving skills, becoming a seasoned driver. Congratulations, you've successfully purchased top-tier driving skills and are now a qualified seasoned driver. As the purchase succeeded, a flood of memories suddenly surged into Yi-Chen's mind. Along with these memories came muscle memory, bringing subtle changes to Yi-Chen's body and transforming him into a true seasoned driver. In this moment, Yi-Chen's understanding of cars had surpassed that of ordinary people by countless times. As for driving skills, even some professional racers would be far from a match for Yi-Chen. Yi-Chen was quite satisfied and looked forward to seeing other skills appear in the mall. After glancing at the remaining 2 items, Yi-Chen exited the game. He didn't need to carefully pick and choose between these 3 items, he simply took them all. Children make choices, adults take them all. The next day, since military training was still ongoing, Yi-Chen sent a message to Su Ning Shuang and Zhao Shu Xian before leaving early. The day passed quickly. That evening, Yi-Chen had originally planned to go to his dorm, but suddenly remembered the villa he had just bought. He was extremely curious about what his villa looked like. Tonight, he planned to go and find out. He would also take the opportunity to experience what it truly feels like to live in a villa. Getting into the car and turning on the navigation, Yi-Chen headed straight toward the Lingyun Tian Palace Villa district. Half an hour later, Yi-Chen arrived at his destination. Chapter 13, What They Saw. Having verified his identity, Yi-Chen smoothly entered the Lingyun Tian Palace Villa area. It must be said, the environment here was truly exceptional, comparable to some decent scenic spots. Unfortunately, it was nighttime with poor visibility. After some searching, Yi-Chen finally found his villa, number 8. Villa number 8 was one of the largest residences in the Cloud Palace Heights. Built next to the renowned Lingyun Lake, it boasts picturesque scenery, allowing residents to enjoy the stunning views of Lingyun Lake right from their homes. Parking the car, Yi-Chen headed straight for the villa's entrance. As one of the most exclusive villa communities in Jiangzhou, even the entrance gate was exceptionally refined. It was a majestic double-door entrance, imposing and grand in design. It is manufactured by the world's top armored door company, Bufar, and equipped with the world's most advanced security system. In addition to digital codes, fingerprints, and palm prints, it even allows you to set unlock passwords using your iris. Moreover, it can withstand an impact force of 3 tons and even has explosion-proof and bulletproof features. It can provide you with true peace of mind. Stepping into the villa, you're greeted by a 7-meter-high entrance hall that exudes sheer luxury. Every sofa in the villa is from Fendi, handcrafted, and exceptionally expensive. Beyond that, the villa comes fully equipped with a private pool, wine cellar, gym, home theater, and an array of other amenities. At the rear of the property lies an expansive garden, meticulously designed by a master landscaper with exquisite attention to detail. After touring the villa, Yi-Chen was quite satisfied. Is this really the villa? Seems quite nice. After looking around, Yi-Chen lay on the sofa scrolling through his phone. Meow, meow. A few minutes later, Yi-Chen suddenly heard a faint calling sound. It seemed to be right outside the villa. Curious, Yi-Chen opened the villa door. Coincidentally, at that moment, a stunningly beautiful woman with glasses was walking towards Yi-Chen. Her jet black hair was elegantly tied up, complementing her flawless and exquisite features, nothing short of perfection. She resembled a masterpiece of art, devoid of any imperfections, be it in appearance or figure. Originally about to knock on Yi-Chen's villa door, the gorgeous woman froze momentarily when she heard Yi-Chen suddenly speak. Hello, I live next door. Just now, my cat accidentally ran out. It seems like I ran into your yard. May I come in and take a look? After a brief daze, the stunning beauty snapped out of it and explained. She was also a bit helpless, as her newly adopted kitten was unusually lively. This was already the 3rd time it had run away from home. Before, it would just run into our own yard, which was still somewhat manageable. But now it's gone into someone else's yard, that's getting a bit awkward. Sure, go ahead. Understanding the stunning older sis's meaning, Yi-Chen nodded. So you're my neighbor. Thank you. The stunning older woman thanked Yi-Chen before immediately beginning her search. Since they were neighbors, Yi-Chen decided to help her look around as well. Here kitty, kitty. After some searching, Yi-Chen finally discovered it in a corner of the backyard. A small white kitten. Yi-Chen gently picked it up and handed it to the stunning beauty. Thank you so much. Seeing the kitten, the stunning beauty finally let out a sigh of relief. She had been terribly worried about not being able to find the kitten. Fearful that the kitten might run away again, the gorgeous lady thanked Yi-Chen repeatedly before carrying her pet back home. Oh, by the way, I'm Imo Mengfei. I live in Villa number 9 nearby. You're welcome to visit sometime. Before leaving, the stunning older woman said with gratitude, Yi Chen. Yi Chen replied in kind. With the matter settled, Yi Chen returned to the villa and began scrolling through his phone. Yi Chen was ready to wait until midnight to purchase the Patek Philippe chronograph 5074, a rose gold black dial watch. Time slowly passed, and finally, midnight arrived. The moment the clock struck 12, Yi Chen immediately opened the game titled, with a monthly salary of 3,000, I am the world's richest. Spending just 0.3 yuan, Yi Chen successfully bought this Patek Philippe chronograph 5074, a rose gold black dial watch, worth nearly 6 million. After all, this Patek Philippe is a bit more expensive than the Bentley Continental, and the Bentley can wait until tomorrow. Congratulations, you have successfully purchased the Patek Philippe chronograph 5074, a rose gold black dial watch, which is now placed on your desk. Game notification, Yi Chen has already obtained this Patek Philippe timepiece. Yi Chen immediately stood up and went to the study, where indeed he saw a new object appearing on his desk. A Patek Philippe watch box, along with an appraisal certificate, collection certificate, and other documents. Yi Chen didn't bother looking at the certificates. He opened the watch box directly. Instantly, a stunningly beautiful Patek Philippe timepiece came into view. Crafted from 18K rose gold with an alligator leather strap and black dial, it exuded sheer luxury. This Patek Philippe chronograph series 5074, a rose gold black dial watch, is equipped with the Cal Dot or 27Q automatic mechanical movement, featuring a Gyromax balance wheel with 467 components. It includes functions such as date display, day of week display, month display, annual calendar display, perpetual calendar, moon phase, and minute repeater. Yi Chen is very satisfied with this Patek Philippe chronograph series 5074, a rose gold black dial watch, and quite fond of it. As the saying goes, the poor play with cars while the rich play with watches, which seems to hold some truth. However, Yi Chen enjoys both luxury cars and famous watches. Of course, he also loves collecting luxury cars and famous watches. Previously, this was just a dream. But now with this game that can turn dreams into reality, it's no longer just a dream. After finishing shopping, Yi Chen browsed on his phone for a while longer before going to sleep. The next day, he woke up early. After washing up, Yi Chen walked out of the villa. It had been too dark last night, so Yi Chen hadn't gotten a clear look at his surroundings or the scenery of Lingyun Lake. Now that I'm out here, it really is stunningly beautiful. Not far away, a petite figure was jogging towards me. Who else could it be but Mo Mengfei, the beautiful neighbor Yi Chen met last night? Today, she was sporting athletic wear that made her look particularly brisk and efficient. What a coincidence, want to go for a jog together? Mo Mengfei inquired. Mo Mengfei enjoyed running several laps around Lingyun Lake every morning, exercising while admiring the scenery and breathing in the fresh air. Alright. Yi Chen nodded, he wouldn't mind appreciating Lingyun Lake's scenery too. Yi Chen jogged a lap around Lingyun Lake with Mo Mengfei. Upon returning to the villa, seeing that it was about time, Yi Chen grabbed his car keys to head back to campus. After spending a night at the villa, Yi Chen concluded that villas weren't all that special after all. Such a massive villa felt somewhat empty with only one person living in it. Overall, it's barely passable. If Yi Chen's evaluation were known by others, they'd probably feel like strangling him. Aren't you just showing off here? This is one of the most luxurious mansions in Jiangzhou, and you call it average? Driving his Ferrari, Yi Chen headed straight to the school. Half an hour later, Yi Chen arrived at the school. At the school gate, Yi Chen ran into Su Ningxuan, who had just returned. Su Ningxuan was heading back to the dormitory, and since there happened to be a parking lot nearby, Yi Chen invited her into the car to give her a ride. Su Ningfrost didn't refuse and got into Yi Chen's car. 7 or 8 minutes later, Yi Chen parked the car in the parking lot. Since it was morning, there were unusually many people coming and going. Moreover, Yi Chen's car was a Ferrari, making it even more eye-catching. So when they saw Yi Chen stop the car, many pedestrians halted in their tracks, eager to catch a glimpse of which big shot was driving the Ferrari. Some even took out their phones and started snapping photos. The Ferrari's door slowly opened, and a young man and woman stepped out. When the onlookers clearly saw who had exited the Ferrari, they were utterly dumbstruck. Oh my god, what did they see? The campus belle Sue actually got out of a car with a guy. And in the morning no less? Could it be that the two of them stayed together last night? Chapter 14. Becoming the entire school's enemy? At this thought, everyone wasn't just shocked, they were utterly horrified. This was absolutely explosive news, certain to send shockwaves through the entire school. This is the aloof campus belle Su Ningxuan with countless admirers. Throughout her university years, countless suitors had been turned away. No matter how outstanding the pursuer was, Su Ningxuan never consented. During this time, the renowned Su never had even the slightest romantic rumor with any male student. But today, the campus belle Sue actually got out of a guy's car. And it was in the morning, from a Ferrari no less. That's really hard to explain. My god, what am I seeing here? Mad, absolutely mad. Many passers-by stared dumbfounded at the scene, their minds momentarily blank. This was especially true for some young men present, whose hearts ached unbearably. Their aloof campus belle, that ice queen who'd never shown the slightest interest in any boy before. She unexpectedly already has an owner now. What a pity. Some sighed in lament while others secretly took photos. On the other side, Suning Shuang stepped out of the car and was momentarily startled by the crowd gathered around, but quickly regained her composure. She didn't need to explain anything to anyone. Thank you, your military training time should be coming soon. I'll head back first. After getting out of the car, Suning Shuang thanked Yi Chen and then parted ways with him. As for Yi Chen, he returned to the dormitory, changed into his military training uniform, and headed straight for the playground. Luckily, Yi Chen arrived just a few minutes before the military training was about to begin. Old Ji, where were you last night? Yeah, why didn't you come back? As soon as they spotted Yi Chen, several roommates gathered around and asked curiously. Last night's room check was tough, but they barely managed to slip through. I went home last night. Yi Chen explained. Now, Villa number 8 at Lingyun Tian Palace belongs to Yi Chen, it counted as his home after all. Afterwards, Yi Chen planned to complete a day student registration procedure. That way, he wouldn't have to worry about dorm checks anymore. Just as the others were about to ask more questions, the instructor arrived, and military training resumed. Meanwhile, while Yi Chen was still undergoing military training, photos surfaced of Su Ningxia stepping out of Yi Chen's Ferrari, once again becoming a hot topic across major forums, Tieba pages, and confession walls. Ah my goddess. Schoolflower Su, how could you possibly have a boyfriend? Who is this guy? Tell me, I need to have a friendly chat with him. Watching Suning Shuang step out of Yi Chen's car, countless male students were consumed by envy and jealousy. Some even formed teams, intending to seek out Yi Chen for a friendly chat. If Yi Chen knew about this, it would likely reinforce his determination to apply for off-campus living. After this incident, he probably couldn't stay at school any longer. Time passed slowly, and the morning military training reached its halfway point with a break in between. Yi Chen and his classmates moved to the shade to rest. As Yi Chen relaxed, a male student happened to notice the Patek Philippe watch on his wrist, instantly catching his eye. Yi Chen, your watch is really cool, the guy said with great envy. Hearing this, the others nearby also curiously turned to look. Seriously, they hadn't noticed before, but Yi Chen's watch was really stylish. Old Ji, how much did that watch of yours cost? Someone asked curiously. Over 500 yuan, Yi Chen replied casually, wiping his sweat. Over 500, huh? This isn't expensive, they can still afford it. At that moment, a lanky boy from the neighboring class happened to pass by, overheard their conversation, and glanced over. Initially, he thought Yi Chen's watch must be quite pricey, so he had kept silent. But when he learned that Yi Chen's watch actually cost just over 500 yuan, he suddenly burst out laughing. He actually thought this was some famous watch, turns out it was just an ordinary timepiece. What's so handsome about that? Is it more handsome than my Rolex Yachtmaster M268622? Clearing his throat, this lanky guy stepped forward and said quite smugly. As he spoke, he casually waved his wrist to show off the Rolex he was wearing. That Rolex he's wearing cost over 80,000 when he bought it? That's a full 100 times more expensive than Yi Chen's worthless watch. Rolex? Hearing the skinny guy was wearing the legendary Rolex, everyone turned their heads to look. Rolex is definitely a luxury for them. They've only seen it in movies and TV shows, but never in real life. Is this really a Rolex? It's indeed quite stylish. They stared at the slender man's watch for a while, each expressing their admiration. Even if someone thought it was just average, the brand and price alone made it undeniably stylish. Bro, how much did this Rolex cost you? I'd say at least 10 or 20,000, minimum. No, I've seen a Rolex worth over 10,000 yuan, and it's definitely not as beautiful as this one of his. I think it must cost at least 30,000 yuan. Someone speculated. 30,000? Hearing this, the lean man smirked disdainfully. What kind of joke is this? My watch is worth over 80,000, close to 90,000. The gaunt man spoke with an exceptionally arrogant tone. What? Hearing this, the onlookers were instantly dumbfounded. 80,000? Almost 90,000? Good heavens? That's way more than their living expenses for 4 years. Is this what it means to be a rich second-generation heir? Is this how the wealthy live? Under the stunned and envious gazes of the crowd, the gaunt man began to swell with pride. Why do I feel this Rolex isn't as nice-looking as Yi Chen's watch? Someone muttered under their breath. I think so too. Beside him, others chimed in. Hearing this, the gaunt man immediately took offense. How could his Rolex worth over 80,000 possibly be inferior to some 500 yuan piece of junk? Had these people completely lost their aesthetic sense? Yi Chen, is that watch of yours a Patek Philippe? At this moment, a girl asked curiously. Her father was an avid enthusiast of luxury watches, and influenced by him, she had some knowledge about fine timepieces. Hearing people discussing luxury watches here earlier, she had curiously walked over. With just one glance, she was extraordinarily certain that Yi Chen's watch was no ordinary timepiece. The craftsmanship was absolutely incomparable to that of a regular watch. Not even a Rolex could come close. Unable to suppress her curiosity, the girl stepped forward and asked. She wasn't sure if Yi Chen's watch was a Patek Philippe or a Vacheron Constantin, but she didn't feel comfortable asking directly, so she chose Patek Philippe. Yes. Yi Chen nodded, not hiding anything. Seeing Yi Chen nod, the girl was stunned. This was something she had never expected. Yi Chen's watch was genuinely the top-tier luxury timepiece, a Patek Philippe. Even more unbelievable was that Yi Chen openly admitted it. A Patek Philippe? Is Yi Chen's watch a Patek Philippe? Hearing the conversation between the girl and Yi Chen, the nearby students, especially the lean boy, were utterly dumbfounded. They could hardly believe what they just heard. How could that possibly be? The watch Yi Chen mentioned worth over 5 million is actually a Patek Philippe? Isn't Patek Philippe one of the top luxury watch brands? How could it possibly be worth just over 500? Wait, no, that can't be right. Just now, Yi Chen only said over 500, and there didn't seem to be a unit after that. They had instinctively assumed the unit after over 500 was yuan. At this realization, the several of them covered their mouths, unable to believe their deduction. Could it be that the unit Yi Chen mentioned after over 500 wasn't yuan at all? Did Yi Chen mean over 5 million? Is Yi Chen's watch really worth over 5 million? They were all shocked by their own speculations, their bodies trembling slightly with disbelief. How could that be possible? Just a watch, how could it possibly be this expensive? But then again, if Yi Chen's watch really is a Patek Philippe, it might actually be possible, since there's absolutely no way you could buy a Patek Philippe for just over 500 yuan. Not even a high-end replica of a Patek Philippe would be that cheap. Over 5 million seems more fitting for a brand like Patek Philippe. Yi Chen, your watch costs over 5 million? Finally, someone couldn't hold back anymore and asked with trembling hesitation. Yeah, what about it? Yi Chen asked in confusion. Really? Yi Chen replied, yeah, this watch of his is really worth over 5 million? That's over 5 million yuan, enough to buy 2 apartments in Zhengzhou's city center. What Yi Chen was wearing on his wrist wasn't just a watch, it was essentially 2 apartments. The group stared dumbfounded at Yi Chen's Patek Philippe, their emotions reaching an indescribable level of complexity. Among those present, the lanky man who'd been proudly showing off his Rolex earlier found himself in the most awkward position. Wearing his own 80,000 yuan watch, he was showing off in front of someone else's 5 million yuan Patek Philippe. If he wasn't acting like a clown, then what was he? How fucking embarrassing. The gaunt man's face instantly flushed crimson. He stood dazed for a long moment before regaining his composure. No, that isn't right. From start to finish, it seemed Yi Chen had narrated this entire affair. Wasn't it Yi Chen who claimed his watch was a Patek Philippe worth over 5 million? He didn't present any evidence at all. An ordinary college freshman wearing a Patek Philippe worth millions? Is that even possible? Yi Chen could easily be bragging, there's no need for any proof. At this thought, the gaunt man relaxed. He was certain that Yi Chen was just boasting to save face. How can you prove this over 5 million? The gaunt man sneered and asked with absolute conviction. I'm absolutely certain that Yi Chen's watch couldn't possibly be worth more than 5 million. Before the thin man could even finish speaking, someone nearby exclaimed in surprise. Quick, check the Tieba forum and the confession wall, something huge just happened. Check the confession wall? Checking the forum? Something big happened? What's the big news? Driven by curiosity, everyone opened the confession wall or checked the forum. The next second, everyone was left dumbfounded as they stared at the photo above them. The moment they entered, the first thing they saw was a picture of Yi Chen and Su Ningxuang stepping out of a Ferrari. And the person getting out from the driver's seat was unmistakably Yi Chen. This could only mean one thing, Yi Chen's car was a Ferrari. At this thought, the group was completely convinced. Yi Chen's Patek Philippe was absolutely genuine. After all, how could someone who drove a Ferrari to school be poor? Looking at the photo of Yi Chen getting out of his Ferrari on the forum, the skinny man felt utterly ashamed. He guessed wrong. Yi Chen was actually driving a Ferrari? At this moment, he was utterly desperate. Taking advantage of everyone's distraction with the confession wall, the scrawny man immediately slipped away in disgrace. Scrolling down further, they even found videos. Though in the photos, Yi Chen was only captured in profile. But anyone who had seen Yi Chen could confirm with certainty it was undeniably him. Especially recalling how during yesterday's military training, the campus beauty Su had personally brought water to Yi Chen. Yesterday Yi Chen said he had nothing to do with campus belle Su. Yet today, he emerged from a Ferrari with her. And it looks like it happened this morning too? If you still claim they're not involved, even ghosts wouldn't believe you. There's definitely something unusual between Yi Chen and the campus belle Su. It's even possible that Yi Chen has already won Su's heart. Otherwise, why would the campus belle Su take the initiative to bring him water? Thinking this, Yi Chen's classmates gazed at him with unconcealed envy. They never expected that right beside them, there was actually such an outrageous tycoon. Among them, some envied the special relationship between Yi Chen and the campus belle, while others were jealous that Yi Chen actually drove a Ferrari. Old G, tell us the truth, were you with the campus belle last night? You're not being honest with your bros here, Old G. Just yesterday you said your relationship with campus belle Sue was nothing special, and today you're stepping out of the same car together. TSK, men. Several of Yi Chen's dorm mates gathered around, itching to know exactly what his relationship with campus belle Sue was. Yi Chen ignored their questions, focusing instead on the comments below the forum post. Seeing that some people had even formed teams to come have a chat with him left Yi Chen particularly exasperated. He and the campus belle Sue have a completely innocent relationship, okay? At least it's innocent for now. Who knows what might happen in the future? There's absolutely nothing going on between him and campus belle Sue. It seems my decision to become a day student was the right one. Even now, when nothing substantial has happened between him and school beauty Sue, he's already become public enemy number one among all male students. If something were to actually develop between him and school beauty Sue in the future, he probably wouldn't dare show his face at this school anymore. Before Yi Chen could answer their questions, the military training resumed. When the training ended at noon, Yi Chen didn't join the others in the cafeteria. Instead, he drove off to eat by himself. Yi Chen felt that after what had happened, showing up in the cafeteria might not be wise. I should probably eat out these days. Coincidentally, there's a 1,000-fold cashback card from my newbie gift pack. It expires in just 3 days. Time to use it now. Yi Chen only needed to spend 5,000 yuan to get a cashback of 5 million. If this card didn't have a limit, Yi Chen could have easily become the world's richest man this afternoon using this card alone. But unfortunately, the game didn't give Yi Chen any loopholes to exploit. At noon, Yi Chen first spent the 1,000-something yuan he had on him. After all, he didn't even have 5,000 on hand at the moment. Over 1 million in cashback. Later, Yi Chen spent another 3,000 and received over 3 million in cashback. Yi Chen smoothly exhausted the 1,000-fold cashback card. At this moment, the balance in Yi Chen's bank card had jumped from 4 digits to 7 digits. Yi Chen was quite pleased. The afternoon military training continued. After it ended, Yi Chen went straight to his counselor to complete the off-campus residence procedures. After all, how could a dorm compare to the comfort of his own villa? What's more, Yi Chen, now the public enemy of the entire school, isn't even safe staying in the dormitory. That very night, Yi Chen returned to the villa. At midnight, Yi Chen spent 0.2 yuan to purchase the Bentley Continental worth 4 to 5 million. The Bentley Continental is a luxury grand tourer with 2 doors and 4 seats, exuding sheer opulence. Congratulations on your successful purchase of the Bentley Continental. It has been parked in your garage. Please check and confirm receipt. With no sleepiness at the moment, Yi Chen headed straight to the villa's garage. At this moment, within the expansive garage, aside from Yi Chen's Ferrari, there now rested an imposing black luxury vehicle. It was the Bentley Continental that Yi Chen had just purchased. Yi Chen was very satisfied with this Bentley Continental. Although the Ferrari was nice, it could only seat 2 people after all. When there were more people, it would be quite inconvenient. But now, with this Bentley Continental, many things became much more convenient. The next day, having just acquired the Bentley Continental, Yi Chen drove it to school. On the way, Yi Chen unexpectedly received a phone call. Chapter 15, a reward worth over 100 million, and shopping with Su Ning Shuang. The call was from Zhao Shuxian, Yi Chen's cousin. Yi Chen hadn't expected his cousin Zhao Shuxian to call him at this time. What's up, sis? Yi Chen answered the phone and asked curiously. He subconsciously thought something had happened. Yi Chen, I'm going shopping with Ning Shuang tonight, wanna join us? Zhao Shuxuan's voice came through the phone. She still hadn't given up on matchmaking Yi Chen and Su Ningxuang. This time, she made plans with Ningxuang to go shopping, just the 2 of them. Even if they brought Yi Chen along, there would only be 3 people. While shopping, she found an excuse to leave, giving the 2 of them some private space together. Given enough time, it was bound to yield results. Sigh, being an elder sister is really not easy. All this worrying for my little brother's happiness has worn me out. Zhao Shuxian sighed inwardly. Oh, you 2 are going shopping together, wouldn't it be awkward if I tagged along? Yi Chen asked in a low voice. It's nothing bad, the weather will cool down soon. You just started college, so you probably didn't bring many clothes. Zhao Shuxian countered Yi Chen. Consider this as buying you some autumn clothes. Then it's settled, see you tonight. With that, Zhao Shuxian hung up the phone without giving Yi Chen any chance to refuse. Seeing that Zhao Shuxian had already ended the call, Yi Chen could say nothing more. It's just shopping, he'd go. To be honest, he didn't bring much autumn clothing with him. Once the weather turned cold, he'd be short on clothes. This time, he might as well treat it as an opportunity to buy himself some new clothes. His cousin had helped him a lot and even tried to play matchmaker between him and Su Ningxuan, seemingly more concerned about his lifelong happiness than he was himself. Now, Yi Chen was different, his net worth had surpassed 100 million. You can pick up a small gift for her while shopping this time. When you have time this weekend, take a trip back home yourself. Ding dong. Just then, Yi Chen's phone vibrated. There was a message from the game, monthly salary of 3,000, I'm the richest man in the world. Because he was waiting at a red light and had time on his hands, Yi Chen opened the game. Optional challenge. Option 1, agree to go shopping in the evening with his cousin and Su Ningxuan. Reward, Xintai Shopping Mall. Option 2, refuse to go shopping with his cousin and Su Ningxuan, stay at the villa alone in the evening. Reward, 5 million in cash. Looking at the selective challenge for this game release, Yi Chen didn't hesitate at all. The reward for choosing the first option is Xintai Shopping Mall. Xintai Shopping Mall is one of the largest shopping centers in Zhengzhou. Xintai Shopping Center covers an area of over 100 acres, with a total construction area reaching up to 100,000 square meters. It has already attracted world-class brands such as Louis Vuitton, Gucci, Prada, Cartier, Armani, and Tiffany to establish their presence. The total value is at least breaking 1 billion. In contrast, the second option offers a reward of only 5 million. It simply cannot compare to the first one. Moreover, Yi Chen had already promised his cousin, so naturally he wouldn't back out. It seems the Xintai Shopping Mall is destined to be his. Who would have thought that in just a few days, another small goal was about to be achieved? Yi Chen's net worth was also on the verge of breaking through 200 million. Sigh, what a hassle. Making a small fortune in just a day or two, how effortless. As the traffic light turned green, Yi Chen put down his phone and drove to school. Meanwhile, yesterday's incident where Yi Chen and Su Ningxuan got out of the same car had temporarily come to an end. It wasn't that everyone had accepted that the campus bell Su was already taken. Rather, someone had posted several photos beneath the thread. They showed Su Ningfrost getting into Yi Chen's car at the school gate yesterday morning. So the campus bell Su had entered Yi Chen's vehicle right at the school entrance. In other words, the night before last, school beauty Su wasn't with Yi Chen after all. At this thought, countless male students finally let out a sigh of relief. Yesterday morning, school beauty Su might have been tired from walking, so she simply hitched a ride. After all, the parking lot isn't far from the girls' dormitory. Given school beauty Su's aloof personality, it's only natural she wouldn't bother explaining such unfounded rumors. Whether it's delivering water or giving rides, none of it proves that Yi Chen and the school beauty Su are already in a boyfriend-girlfriend relationship. Perhaps they're just ordinary friends or distant relatives? Many male students comfort themselves with such thoughts. In their hearts, the goddess remains that aloof campus belle. Thinking this way made them feel much better, and they stopped insisting on going to have a friendly discussion with Yi Chen. This matter was temporarily put to rest. Su Ningchen got into Yi Chen's car at the school gate, and this incident became known to Yi Chen's classmates as well. So what Yi Chen had said before was actually true. He didn't have any special relationship with the school beauty Su. At this thought, all the boys in the class breathed a sigh of relief and stopped being so envious of Yi Chen. Not only that, they even felt a hint of schadenfreude. On the contrary, the girls in the class, especially those who considered themselves somewhat attractive, became quite pleased. Yi Chen is still single. They still have a chance. After all, Yi Chen's Ferrari is the real deal. Not to mention Yi Chen is so good-looking. A total package of tall, rich, and handsome, who wouldn't be flustered? Since last night, they couldn't wait to actively add Yi Chen on WeChat. Not just girls from their class, but even beauties from other classes, even sophomores and juniors, took the initiative to add Yi Chen. After all, with Su Ningfrost around before, they'd recognized they stood no chance against her. But now it's different. When Yi Chen arrived at the playground, many pretty girls enthusiastically gathered around him, eagerly offering him water, milk tea, and other treats. Witnessing this scene, the boys who had initially felt a touch of schadenfreude found themselves envious once more. So what if he has nothing to do with the campus belle? He was not only a top-tier tall, rich, and handsome guy but also drove a Ferrari and wore a Patek Philippe. At this thought, their hearts ached again. Suddenly surrounded by so many girls, Yi Chen was completely stunned. Yi Chen finally managed to struggle free from the sea of flowers and made his way to where his roommates stood. Old G, even though you lost the campus belle Su, it must feel pretty damn good to have so many girls throwing themselves at you. That's right, Old G, you've got to stay strong. Even without the campus belle Su, there are still plenty of beautiful senior girls and hot chicks around. The trio encouraged Yi Chen. The words from the three of them left Yi Chen utterly bewildered. Before Yi Chen could even open his mouth to ask, the instructor approached, and the military training resumed. Time passed bit by bit. As the afternoon training session ended, Yi Chen got into his car and first drove back to his villa for a shower and a change of clothes. Only then did he drive the Bentley to the campus to pick up Su Ningxuan and Zhao Shuxian. Here, Zhao Shuxian and Su Ningxuan also came down from the dormitory building, walking together toward the school gate. Zhao Shuxian had arranged to meet Yi Chen at the school gate. Earlier, Zhao Shuxian had already told Su Ningshuang that Yi Chen would be coming. After all, neither of them could drive or own a car, so Yi Chen's arrival would conveniently provide them with a free chauffeur. Su Ningshuang not only didn't refuse, but there was actually a trace of anticipation in her heart for Yi Chen to come. Chapter 16. So quickly, has Yi Chen already embraced the school belle Su in his arms? Su Ningshuang couldn't quite put her finger on what kind of feeling this was. Perhaps it was because on previous occasions, Su Ningshuang had been quite curious about Yi Chen. The two of them arrived at the school gate and waited for a while before Yi Chen drove up. Looking at Yi Chen's Bentley Continental, Zhao Shuxian was momentarily stunned. This time there were three of them, and Zhao Shuxian had specifically reminded Yi Chen not to bring the Ferrari. After all, it couldn't fit three people, and it was too flashy anyway. Yi Chen mentioned he had just acquired a more low-key car that could easily accommodate all three of them. Yet, to their utter astonishment, the so-called low-key car turned out to be a Bentley. How is this low-key in any way? Zhao Shuxian groaned inwardly. Compared to a Ferrari, Bentley is still slightly more understated. On the contrary, Su Ningshuang remained quite composed upon seeing Yi Chen's Bentley. If one observed carefully, they'd notice Su Ningshuang had shown the same calm demeanor when she first saw Yi Chen's Ferrari. Only when she learned last time that Yi Chen was actually the owner of Changran residence did Su Ningshuang exhibit some surprise. But he was only slightly surprised, not overly astonished. Su Ningshuang's family background seemed rather unusual. The two got into the car, and Yi Chen drove straight toward Xintai Shopping Center. After all, the Xintai Shopping Center would soon belong to him. This trip could be considered an inspection of his own enterprise and patronizing his own business. After nearly half an hour, Yi Chen slowly pulled over and stopped the car. The three got out of the car and entered the vast Xintai Shopping Center. Yi Chen was rather indifferent about shopping, Zhao Shuxian was quite excited, while Su Ningshuang remained cool and aloof, somewhat similar to Yi Chen in that regard. Led by Zhao Shuxian, the trio began exploring the Xintai Shopping Center. After wandering for a while, Yi Chen's phone vibrated. Yi Chen found a corner and took out his phone. It was indeed a notification from the game. $3,000 monthly salary makes me the richest man in the world. As Yi Chen tapped into the game, several reminder notifications popped up immediately. Challenge completed, agreeing to go shopping with cousin and Su Ningshuang tonight. Congratulations on acquiring ownership of Xintai Shopping Center, becoming the new owner of Xintai Shopping Center. Congratulations on gaining 8 experience points. Congratulations on earning 3 points. Yi Chen checked his player level, which was now LV1, 13 out of 100. Mall level, 1-star mall, 15/50ths. Leveling up isn't too slow, seems it won't be long before I become an esteemed LV2 user. The mall will also upgrade to 2 stars. Not bad, not bad. At the same time, the management staff of Xintai Shopping Mall received the news. The former owner informed them that Xintai Shopping Mall had been acquired by someone else. They had a new boss now. Afterwards, the group continued shopping for 30 or 40 more minutes before Zhao Shuxian excused herself to use the restroom and left first. Before leaving, Zhao Shuxian gave Yi Chen a meaningful look. With Zhao Shuxian temporarily gone, both Yi Chen and Su Ningshuang felt somewhat exhausted. After discussing briefly, they decided to find a place to rest. However, neither noticed that 3 girls were watching them from not far away. Hey, isn't that the campus belle Su? She's actually shopping with a guy? Seeing Yi Chen and Su Ningshuang together left all 3 of them stunned. They attended the same school as Yi Chen and Su Ningshuang, and had come out shopping today. I accidentally spotted Su Ningshuang. The famously aloof campus belle was actually shopping with a guy? This is unbelievable. Who's that guy beside her? A slightly chubby girl asked curiously. Isn't that the freshman? What's his name? Yi Chen? That's him. I've seen photos before, the campus belle Su delivering water to him, and another photo of her coming out of his car. A girl declared with absolute certainty. She had originally thought that the campus belle Su and this Yi Chen had no connection, but now she saw the two actually shopping together. This was certainly not normal. Come on, let's go take a closer look. Out of curiosity, the trio quickly approached Yi Chen and Su Ningshuang. As Yi Chen and Su Ningshuang rounded a corner, Su Ningshuang accidentally twisted her ankle and began to tumble sideways. Fortunately, Yi Chen reacted swiftly, reaching out to catch Su Ningshuang in his arms and prevent her from falling. At that moment, 3 girls happened to approach from the other side. Since it was a bend in the path, they didn't witness Su Ningshuang twisting her ankle. The moment they arrived, they saw Yi Chen holding Su Ningshuang in his arms. At this sight, the 3 female students stood dumbfounded. They couldn't believe what had just happened. Good heavens, what had they just witnessed? The campus belle Su was actually being held in someone's arms, and she didn't even refuse? Holy shit, this is earth-shattering news. Before this, whether it was delivering water or the two of them exiting a car together, none of it could compare to this. But now, Yi Chen is actually holding campus belle Su in his arms, and Su hasn't rejected him either. That speaks volumes. Good heavens, this is too unbelievable. A freshman who had just entered university not long ago managed to win over the school's renowned ice queen beauty. That's too impressive. One of the girls reacted swiftly and captured this moment with her camera. Not wanting Yi Chen and Su Ningxuang to notice, she quickly took the photo and left. The three girls quickly turned around and headed in the opposite direction of Yi Chen and Su Ningxuang. Meanwhile, away from the scene, Zhao Shuxian also emerged from the restroom. She had initially planned to leave, but then a sudden thought crossed her mind. After all, Yi Chen and Ning Shuang had only just recently met. Without her presence, even if there were a space for the two of them alone, they probably wouldn't stay together for long. After pondering for quite a while, Zhao Shuxian returned. She planned to go to the bathroom a few more times later, creating more opportunities for the two to be alone together. This way, they wouldn't be able to leave and would have no choice but to stay and chat with each other. After several back and forths, wouldn't people naturally become familiar? Zhao Shuxian walked over while thinking this to herself. When Zhao Shuxian came within a short distance from Yi Chen and Su Ningxuang, she suddenly froze. Her eyes widened in disbelief at what she saw. Has Yi Chen actually hugged Ningxuang? Damn, that escalated quickly. Even she, who had always wanted to matchmake Yi Chen and Su Ningxuang, couldn't process this immediately. Have they already progressed this far in their relationship? That was too fast, wasn't it? Yi Chen's flirting skills are this formidable? Seems I was overthinking. Even without me, Yi Chen could probably win Ningxuang's heart effortlessly. At this moment, she absolutely mustn't play third wheel and interrupt their moment. Thinking quickly, Zhao Shuxian took advantage of the moment when Yi Chen and Su Ningxuang weren't paying attention and hurried into the nearby store. Meanwhile, Yi Chen crouched down to examine Su Ningxuang's ankle. By now, her ankle had already begun to show slight swelling and redness. Without wasting another moment, Yi Chen scooped Su Ningxuang into his arms and strode outside. He planned to take Su Ningxuang to the hospital for a checkup, just in case of any unexpected injuries like fractures. Meanwhile, being held so forcefully by Yi Chen made Su Ningxuang's face flush instantly crimson. Her heartbeat quickened involuntarily. This was the first time a boy had held her like this, and she felt completely unaccustomed to it. But she knew Yi Chen had her best interests at heart, wanting to take her to the hospital for a checkup. Unable to walk on her own, she couldn't refuse Yi Chen, so she could only play ostrich, letting Yi Chen carry her as they headed outside. Chapter 17, Su Ningxuang's heart flutters. Being held by a boy for the first time, Su Ningxuang didn't dare to look at the gazes around her, instinctively closing her eyes. With her head lowered, Su Ningxuang's heartbeat suddenly quickened, her face burning hot as the flush spread all the way to the tips of her ears. Being held like this by a boy for the very first time, Su Ningxuang truly couldn't adjust to it. All she could do was silently wish in her heart, get to the car quickly, get to the car quickly. Yet heaven seemed to be against her. What was usually just a few minutes' walk, for Su Ningxuang today, felt endlessly long, as if she had walked for a century. Even though she was typically aloof, even dubbed the school's ice queen, at this moment she felt like just another nervous girl. She was just too embarrassed. Because of her shyness, Su Ningfrost momentarily ignored the pain in her ankle. Meanwhile, watching Yi Chen carry Su Ningfrost away, Zhao Shuxian was completely stunned. What on earth is happening? Zhao Shuxian couldn't believe her eyes. Was what she just witnessed truly happening? Or was it merely a hallucination? Yi Chen and Su Ningxuang's relationship had always been lukewarm at best before today. Yet in such a short time, they'd already progressed to this intimate stage. They might as well be considered genuine lovers now. Could it be that the indifferent attitude Yi Chen and Ningxuang showed in front of me was deliberate, just an act? In reality, Yi Chen had long since started pursuing Ningxuang and even successfully won her over. For a moment, all sorts of bold conjectures flooded Zhao Shuxuan's mind. Who would have thought my younger cousin was quite skilled at chasing girls? Even an ice-cold beauty like Ningxuang was easily pursued. TSK. Men, ha. No matter how you look at it, when it comes to Ningxuang and Yi Chen getting together, she played an indelible role. Whether Yi Chen has truly prospered or not, she absolutely must milk Yi Chen dry. That's non-negotiable. She'd been salivating over a seafood feast for ages, especially king crab and lobster. Had she helped him with a famously aloof campus belle? Make him bleed. Treating herself to a lavish meal isn't too much to ask for, is it? Zhao Shuxian stood where she was, making no move to chase after him. Meanwhile, watching Yi Chen carry Su Ningxuang in his arms as he walked toward the exit, passers-by couldn't help but pause. Men, women, even couples, finding their glances lingering for a few extra seconds. The guys were incredibly envious of Yi Chen for having such a beautiful girlfriend, while the girls envied Su Ningxuang. They even thought Su Ningxuang was tired from shopping and her boyfriend was considerately carrying her. They also wanted a handsome, thoughtful boyfriend like that, a true gentleman. As for the couples witnessing this scene, the women were equally envious of Su Ningxuang, all demanding their boyfriends to carry them too. At this moment, the men who had just been admiring Yi Chen were now utterly miserable, especially one skinny young man who, upon hearing his chubby nearly 100-kilogram girlfriend also wanting to be carried, felt his vision darken and nearly fainted on the spot. On the other side, after what felt like an eternity of waiting, Yi Chen finally carried Su Ningxuang into the car. Hoo! Su Ningxuang exhaled deeply, finally allowing herself to relax slightly. She felt like her face was burning hotter than if she had a high fever. Yi Chen closed the car door, walked around to the driver's side, immediately started the vehicle, and sped straight toward the nearest hospital. Focusing intently on the road, Yi Chen employed both his veteran driving skills and the Bentley Continental's formidable performance, racing swiftly down the highway. Beside him, Su Ningxuang watched Yi Chen's serious profile. At that moment, Su Ningxuang's long-dormant heart suddenly skipped a beat. At this moment, Yi Chen looks so handsome when he's serious. Is this what it feels like to have a boyfriend's care? This warm feeling makes my ankle hurt less. If one day Yi Chen could be my boy. At this thought, Su Ningxuang herself was stunned. What had she just been thinking about? Su Ningxuang didn't even dare to recall it herself. Could that strange feeling she just experienced be what they call falling in love? Su Ningxuang herself wasn't sure. After all, having never been in love or liked any boy before, she didn't understand what heart palpitations meant. Just now, Su Ningxuang realized something unprecedented had stirred within her heart. This sensation was wondrous yet indescribable. It seemed that with Yi Chen there at that moment, nothing was a problem anymore. Su Ningxue had never imagined what it would feel like to have a boyfriend. But if she had a boyfriend who cared for her when she was sick, listened to her when she was sad, and comforted her, someone who would step forward when she encountered difficulties. Not bad at all. At this moment, subtle changes stirred within Su Ningxuang's heart. This faint transformation wasn't even noticed by Su Ningxuang herself. Thanks to Yi Chen's driving skills, what should have been a 20-minute trip to the hospital took barely 12 or 13 minutes. If he had been driving a Ferrari instead of a Bentley today, he might have arrived faster. Upon reaching the hospital, Yi Chen picked up Su Ningxuang once again and carried her toward the facility. This time, though Su Ningxuang still felt shy, she wasn't as resistant. Held in Yi Chen's arms, they went through a series of procedures before finally standing in front of the doctor. The doctor asked about the situation and then began the examination. After finishing the checkup, he said to Su Ningxuang, "Young lady, you found yourself a good boyfriend. If he hadn't brought you to the hospital in time, things could have gotten quite bad." Boyfriend? Hearing the doctor's address, Su Ningxuang, who had just calmed down, instantly blushed again. We're not in that kind of relationship. Su Ningxuang replied softly. Oh, then you should thank him even more. Young men who are this kind and responsible are rare these days, the doctor casually remarked before moving on to discuss Su Ningxuang's ankle condition. Since she sought treatment promptly, it wasn't a serious issue. The doctor prescribed some medication, saying she'd recover with about 3 or 4 days of proper rest. Okay, thank you, doctor. Thank you, doctor. After expressing their gratitude to the doctor, Yi Chen carried Su Ningxuang outside. Yi Chen gently placed Su Ningxuang on a nearby bench before going to handle the payment and collect the prescribed medication. Since resting quietly would make returning to school inconvenient, Su Ningxuang called her mother to come pick her up so she could go home and rest for a few days. After what just happened, feeling too embarrassed, Su Ningxuang wasn't very willing to let Yi Chen take her home. Moreover, if Yi Chen were to take her home, her father would undoubtedly ask all sorts of questions, which would be quite troublesome. Having made up her mind, Su Ningxuang called her mother. 20 minutes later, Su Ningxuang's mother arrived in a hurry. When she arrived, Yi Chen was still queuing to get the medicine. Although it was already nighttime, the hospital was still quite crowded. How are you, Ningxuang? The moment Su Ningxuang's mother saw her daughter, she asked anxiously, her voice filled with deep concern. Mom, I'm fine, just twisted my ankle a bit. Su Ningxuang explained, then told her mother the whole story from beginning to end. So that's what happened. Where's that boy? After listening, Su Ningxuang's mother looked around. There was only her daughter here, with no trace of any boy. Yi Chen went to get the medicine. Su Ningxuang explained. Let's wait a moment. Yes, let's wait for a bit. We should properly thank him. Su Ningxuang's mother also nodded. If it weren't for this young man, their daughter would have been in danger today. 4 or 5 minutes later, Yi Chen returned with medicine in hand. From a distance, Yi Chen noticed the gentle-looking middle-aged woman now sitting beside Su Ningxuang. No need to say more, this must be Su Ningxuang's mother. At that moment, Su Ningxuang's mother also scrutinized them carefully. Under Su Ningxuang's mother's gaze, even Yi Chen, who had been perfectly calm before, grew slightly nervous. For some inexplicable reason, he couldn't shake the feeling that when Su Ningxuang's mother looked at him, there was a distinct air of a mother-in-law appraising her future son-in-law. Chapter 18 Visiting Su Ningxuang's house? Su Ningxuang noticed Yi Chen approaching and immediately turned to speak to her mother. Mom, Yi Chen is here. After hearing her daughter's earlier description, Su Ningxuang's mother already had a general impression of Yi Chen. As a mother, she understood her daughter's personality very well. From the tone of her daughter's voice just now, Su Ningxuang's mother could sense there seemed to be something slightly peculiar between her daughter and this Yi Chen. Moreover, her daughter had deliberately avoided mentioning how she got out of the shopping mall and came to the hospital after twisting her ankle. With a sprained ankle, there was no way her daughter could have walked out of the shopping mall by herself. The only conclusion was that she was either being supported or carried by Yi-chen. But regardless of which it was, her daughter hadn't objected, which meant it was normal, yet extremely abnormal. Su Ningshuang's mother knew her daughter well. If her daughter had accidentally twisted her ankle, even if a boy offered to help, given her personality, she would absolutely never have agreed. Unless their daughter actually disliked that boy, or even had the slightest bit of fondness for him. After all, their daughter was already grown up, so Su Ningshuang's mother didn't make a point of addressing this matter openly. That's why when she heard her daughter mention Yi Chen's return, the way she looked at him became somewhat peculiar. There was just a touch of that classic mother-in-law appraising her future son-in-law in her gaze. Yi Chen's instincts were right. She didn't oppose her daughter falling in love. But when it came to choosing a boyfriend, she had to scrutinize him carefully. If he failed to meet even a single requirement, he could forget about being with her daughter. Under Su Ningshuang's mother's gaze, Yi Chen felt an indescribable sensation. Yi Chen walked over and greeted her very politely. "Auntie, hello." "Hello." Su Ningshuang's mother nodded, finding her first impression of Yi Chen quite favorable. "This young man is very polite and quite good-looking. Senior Su, these are the prescribed medications. This one." Yi Chen handed the medicine to Su Ningshuang and proceeded to explain the proper way to take each type of medication one by one. Beside them, Su Ningshuang's mother watched with satisfaction, quite pleased with Yi Chen. The young man treats her daughter quite well, very caring and responsible. Looking at Yi Chen, Su Ningshuang's mother nodded in approval. Yi Chen had preliminarily passed the test. But to become her future son-in-law, he would need to undergo further observation and trials. "I've memorized it." Su Ningshuang had committed it to memory after just one repetition by Yi Chen. At school, Su Ningshuang wasn't just the famously aloof campus belle, she was also renowned as an academic prodigy with exceptionally outstanding grades. The kind who collected awards until her arms grew tired from carrying them. Moreover, Yi Chen had heard earlier that Su, the school beauty, was not just a bookworm who only knew how to study but excelled in various other areas as well. It was said that she was highly skilled in singing, piano, classical dance, and more. After getting the medicine, there was no need to stay in the hospital any longer. So, Su Ningning's mother and Yi Chen, standing on either side, supported her as they walked out. Although Yi Chen wouldn't mind carrying Su Ningning out the same way they had arrived. Of course, Yi Chen didn't mean anything else, he just thought this would be more convenient and time-saving when going out. Yes, that's exactly it. Yi Chen is a decent man. Although Yi Chen had no other intentions, Su Ningshuang's mother probably wouldn't agree. Therefore, Yi Chen could only carefully support Su Ningshuang from one side while her mother supported her from the other, helping her walk out. After about 10 minutes, Yi Chen and Su Ningshuang's mother finally managed to escort her out of the hospital. Su Ningshuang's mother's car was parked right outside the hospital. From a distance, Yi Chen caught a glimpse of what appeared to be a black Mercedes-Benz with a standing emblem, worth over $1,000,000. The license plate is actually quite nice, ending with SJ888. Upon reaching the car, Yi Chen helped support Su Ningshuang as she got in. "You've worked hard today, Xiao Chen. Why not come along and join us for a visit at our place?" After Su Ningshuang got into the car, her mother warmly invited Yi Chen to their home. "Not today, it's getting late." Yi Chen shook his head, somewhat unable to bear the motherly gaze Su Ningshuang's mother was giving him, the look reserved for a son-in-law. "Next time, I'll definitely make time to visit Auntie's house," Yi Chen replied perfunctorily. "Alright, it's settled then. Let Ning Shuang discuss the details with you later." Yet, Yi Chen's polite response was taken seriously by Su Ningshuang's mother. Okay. Since she had already said so, Yi Chen had no choice but to nod in agreement. "Xiao Chen, goodbye for now." Su Ningshuang's mother bid farewell to Yi Chen and got into the car. Su Ningshuang also said goodbye to Yi Chen. Watching the Mercedes-Benz slowly drive away, Yi Chen suddenly thought of something and looked again. SJ888, SJ888, isn't this the Su family's 888? Yi Chen was surprised by his own thought. Looking at the gradually receding Mercedes license plate, Yi Chen suddenly understood. Initially, he thought the SJ in front of the license plate had no special meaning. But just now, when he accidentally thought of Su Ningshuang's surname, it suddenly dawned on him. This makes the license plate quite extraordinary. If it had only 3/8, it would be nice but not particularly special. But now, Yi Chen realized that the license plate from Su Ningshuang's family carries the meaning Su family 888, which makes it far from ordinary. It seems Su Ningshuang's family background is far more exceptional than he had imagined. Originally, Yi Chen thought Su Ningshuang should be a wealthy and attractive woman from a privileged family. But after seeing this license plate now, Yi Chen realized that Su Ningshuang's family background was far more impressive than he had imagined. Such a license plate would be extremely difficult to obtain. After all, though flashy consecutive numbers like 88,888 are stylish and make a statement, Many wealthy individuals and important figures typically avoid choosing them. After all, being too high profile isn't ideal. The more extraordinary one's background, the greater their preference for low-key discretion. Thus, license plates featuring special meaningful letters followed by auspicious numbers have become the preferred choice for these VIPs and tycoons. Take for instance the Su family's license plate from Su Ningruang's household. It's simply Su 888. Obtaining such a license plate likely requires extraordinary social connections. After a brief moment of hesitation, Yi Chen left, found his Bentley, and drove away. Upon returning home, Yi Chen sent a message to his cousin Zhao Shuxian, informing her about what had happened earlier. After listening, Zhao Shuxian felt somewhat regretful, but this explanation made sense after all. After all, how could Yi Chen possibly have won Ning Shuang's affection in such a short time? But this outcome wasn't bad either. After this incident, Yi Chen and Ning Shuang's relationship was definitely going to grow even closer. Zhao Shuxian was somewhat satisfied with how things turned out. The only thing that pained her was seeing the extravagant seafood feast she'd almost gotten her hands on slip away. No way! Sooner or later, she was determined to have that seafood feast someday. After chatting with Zhao Shuxian, Yi Chen lounged on the sofa scrolling through his phone, waiting for midnight when the game store would refresh. Just then, Yi Chen suddenly received a WeChat message. To his surprise, it was Su Ningshuang who had initiated the contact. Chapter 19, Store Update. A heavyweight item appears. Thank you. Su Ningshuang expressed her gratitude to Yi Chen, thanking him for running around helping her tonight. If it weren't for Yi Chen, things would have been troublesome. Don't mention it. Yi Chen replied. Good night, heart. Su Ningshuang replied good night to Yi Chen, and after some thought, added a heart emoji. After sending it, Su Ningshuang immediately turned off her phone, another blush creeping across her cheeks. This was the first time she'd ever said goodnight and sent a heart to a boy. For her, this was already a significant breakthrough. Creak. The door was gently pushed open as Su Ningshuang's mother slowly entered the room. Ningshuang, if you're not feeling well, you should rest early. Mother advised Su Ningshuang to get some rest early and not stay up too late playing with her phone. Alright, good night, Mom, Su Ningshuang replied. Just as her mother turned to leave, Su Ningshuang suddenly asked, by the way, Mom, isn't Dad back yet? Not yet. He has a business dinner tonight for company matters. He needs to meet with some major clients, so he'll be back quite late. Su Ningshuang's mother explained. Due to company affairs, Su Ningshuang's father often came home very late. After all these years, both Su Ningshuang and her mother had grown accustomed to it. By the way, Mom, about Yi Chen's matter today, could you please not tell Dad for now? After hesitating for a moment, Su Ningshuang asked timidly. Her father was an extremely serious and meticulous man. If he finds out about what happened with Yi Chen today, he'll definitely start asking all sorts of questions and might even send someone to investigate Yi Chen's background. So annoying. Alright then. Su Ningshuang's mother thought for a moment, then nodded in agreement. She certainly knew her husband's temper. If her daughter finally developed a slight affection for a boy, only for her husband to ruin it, that wouldn't be good at all. Thank you, Mom. Seeing her mother agree, Su Ningfrost finally breathed a sigh of relief. Meanwhile, in Yi Chen's villa, after replying goodnight to Su Ningfrost, Yi Chen logged out of WeChat and didn't continue the conversation. Su Ningfrost wasn't feeling well today and surely needed to rest early. Yi Chen then returned to his own affairs. Time flowed like water, and finally, Yi Chen waited until midnight. Yi Chen opened the game, monthly salary of 3,000, I'm the richest in the world. As soon as he entered, Yi Chen headed straight for the mall. Sure enough, the mall had updated normally. Master level piano performance skills, priced at 0.8 yuan. 10x rebate card, up to 30 million, priced at 1.5 yuan. Centurion black card, priced at 2.5 yuan. This time, there are 3 brand new products. The first master level piano skills, needless to say. That means possessing the same piano playing ability as top tier masters, quite an impressive skill. Now, Yi Chen has developed a strong interest in acquiring skills. Previously, Yi Chen was very satisfied with the top-tier driving skills he obtained. Top-notch driving skills have played a crucial role on many occasions. Not to mention earlier events, just take today's trip to the hospital with Su Ningshuang. Without those expert driving abilities, Yi Chen, having just obtained his license, would likely have taken half an hour to cover what should be a 20-minute drive. But with master-level skills, even driving a Bentley this time, Yi Chen arrived in just 13 or 14 minutes. If driving a sports car, you might get there in 10 minutes. This fully demonstrates the importance of skills. Master-level piano performance is also excellent. It can play a significant role in many situations. Second, the 10x rebate card. At first glance, this card doesn't seem as good as the 1000-fold rebate card Yi Chen previously obtained from the beginner's gift pack. After all, one offers only 10-fold while the other provides a 1000-fold return. But notice this key detail, the maximum limit on the 10-fold rebate card is 30 million. This means Yi Chen only needs to spend 3 million to receive 30 million in return. Doing the math, Yi-Chen stands to make a full 27 million, but the previous 1,000-fold refund card had a cap of only 5 million. At that time, Yi-Chen made just over 4.9 million. There's a gap of 20 million between the two. 20 million is an astronomical figure that an ordinary person wouldn't even dare to imagine earning in their entire lifetime. For regular folks, forget about saving 20 million in one lifetime, even working 10 lifetimes wouldn't guarantee they could accumulate that much. This 10-fold rebate card is truly exceptional. All Yi-Chen needs to do is secure it, and the millions in his bank account will swiftly multiply into tens of millions. As for the third item, the Centurion Black Card. This is also the most heavyweight item in the current merchant event. When it comes to black cards, many people only know they're impressive, but have no concrete understanding of how exactly. Internationally, the most famous black card is undoubtedly the Centurion Black Card. The Centurion Black Card, officially known as the American Express Centurion Card, is internationally recognized as the king of cards. To own such a card, one's total assets must reach at least 9 figures, with an initial card issuance fee costing tens of thousands of yuan, plus an annual fee ranging from 10,000 to 20,000 yuan. The Centurion Black Card targets exclusively high-end clientele. Its esteemed holders include dignitaries, billionaires, socialites, and other prominent figures. Owning this Centurion Black Card grants access to various premium services. For instance, VIP seats at global prestigious events and exclusive privileges at top-tier private clubs in major cities worldwide. It also provides elite treatment across global travel, activities, and entertainment experiences. Additionally, cardholders enjoy Formula One racing experiences, seamless airport services, 24/7 private banking, and complimentary one-night stays at luxury 5-star hotels like Hilton, Banyan Tree, and Intercontinental Hotels. Simply put, it is a symbol of identity, status, and social connections. Beyond that, there's one most crucial point: the conditions for obtaining the Centurion Black Card. Unlike other types of bank cards, the Centurion Black Card cannot be obtained through individual application. To acquire one, you can only be invited to apply by existing cardholders or the bank itself. This condition is extremely stringent. Many billionaires and high-ranking officials have been turned away. Even if you randomly pick a dozen or even dozens of billionaires, you might not find a single Centurion Black Card holder among them. To obtain it, you must possess exceptionally powerful connections. Now, this is the very Centurion Black Card that countless billionaires and high-ranking officials have been coveting for so long. It actually appeared in the one-star store of the game, and the price was just $250. If those billionaires found out about this, they'd probably die of envy at Yi-Chen. They exhausted all their resources and connections trying to obtain this Centurion Black Card, yet still couldn't get their hands on it. Yi-Chen only needed 2.5 yuan to get it in his hands. That's the difference. After some thought, Yi-Chen had already made his decision. The first thing he wanted to buy was naturally the Centurion Black Card, the most heavyweight item in this one-star mall. Tomorrow, he would purchase the 10-fold rebate card, and ultimately attain master-level piano skills. Having made his decision, Yi-Chen didn't hesitate to spend 2.5 yuan to buy this Centurion Black Card. Congratulations, your purchase of the Centurion Black Card is successful. It has been placed on your desk. Please check accordingly. The game notified that Yi-Chen's purchase was successful. Yi-Chen turned his head and saw that there was already a black bank card on the table. In addition to that, there were also the account opening documents and other procedures for Yi-Chen. The game had thoughtfully arranged everything for Yi-Chen. Yi-Chen picked up his first black card, examined it for a while, nodded with satisfaction, and then put it in his wallet. Yi-Chen was satisfied and ready to rest, as he still had military training tomorrow. Just as Yi-Chen was preparing to sleep, various school forums, message boards, confession walls, and chat groups were unusually buzzing with activity. They had been discussing for several hours, from around 8 or 9 in the evening until midnight. Even after all these hours, they were still arguing heatedly, showing no signs of stopping. Chapter 20. What's in Yi-Chen's wallet? Why are these people so excited? It's simple, because of a picture. A photo taken earlier in the mall by those girls, capturing the back view of Yi-Chen holding Su Ningxuang. Because of this photo, the entire place exploded with excitement. Before, whether it was delivering water or seeing Yi-Chen and Su Ningxuang getting out of the same car, none of that was a big deal. But now, Yi-Chen actually hugged Su Ningxuang. This instantly became serious. Yi-Chen actually had Su Xiaohua in his arms, and what's more, she didn't refuse or struggle. This was really odd. Could the rumors from before be true? Were they already in a boyfriend-girlfriend relationship? How is this possible? One is a freshman who just started school not long ago, the other is the famously aloof Campus Belle. In just a few days, this Yi-Chen actually managed to win over Campus Belle Su? This is absolutely unbelievable. Looking at this photo, everyone was utterly stunned. Before this, most people still believed that Yi-Chen and the school Belle Su had nothing going on. After all, someone had debunked the rumor earlier, saying Sue merely got into Yi Chen's Ferrari at the school gate and that they definitely didn't spend the night together. At that time, Su Chuqing's admirers had even breathed a sigh of relief, secretly gloating over Yi Chen's supposed misfortune. They thought Yi Chen was unworthy of their aloof goddess. But now, looking at the photos of Yi Chen holding Su Ningxuang, those who had once taken pleasure in Yi Chen's misfortune were nearly in tears. What on earth was going on? Could Yi Chen and the campus belle Su really be together? Every guy envied Yi Chen beyond measure. Of course, many more people were greatly impressed by Yi Chen. He had barely started school when he successfully won over the campus belle. What an idol. Yet even so, some remained unconvinced. After all, these were just photos from behind. Neither Yi Chen's nor Su Ningxuang's faces were clearly visible. Those who don't believe this photo is genuine remain skeptical. The couple in this photo merely resemble Yi Chen and the campus belle Su from behind. Or perhaps someone deliberately photoshopped the image to smear Su's reputation. The argument became so heated that even the girls who secretly took the photo didn't dare to come forward and confirm its authenticity. At this moment, they were still somewhat afraid, bitterly regretting having posted those photos. But now, it was already too late. Countless people began debating the authenticity of those photos. Yet whether they believed the photos were real or thought they were photoshopped, everyone envied Yi Chen. Being able to spark rumors with the campus belle Su was absolutely a stroke of luck worth 3 lifetimes. If it were them, they'd probably laugh themselves awake from their dreams. They're overwhelmingly envious of Yi Chen. Finally, several groups are already planning to pay Yi Chen's dorm a friendly visit tomorrow night. The next morning, Yi Chen got up and once again encountered his stunningly beautiful neighbor, Mo Mengfei, who was out for her morning jog. The two circled Lingyun Lake together, chatted for a while, and then Yi Chen returned to his villa. After tidying up, Yi Chen hopped into his Bentley Continental and headed straight for the university. When Yi Chen arrived at the playground again, everyone immediately turned their gazes toward him. This time, Yi Chen's arrival attracted more attention than ever before. What were those past water deliveries compared to this? Holding the icy campus belle in his arms, now that's truly badass. Real or not, it's impressive either way. Even if it's fake, getting photoshopped like this and having everyone envy you must feel amazing. Yi Chen walked to his class's designated spot. This time, because of photo incident, those girls who had surrounded him yesterday remained quiet. They were still holding back, unsure about the relationship between Yi Chen and Su Ningxuang. Meanwhile, the boys gazed at Yi Chen with utmost admiration. Yesterday they were still gloating, but today they genuinely admire Yi Chen. Now this is what you call a true boss. While some of us are still worrying about finding girlfriends, he's already won over the school belle. Old Yi, we were wrong about you yesterday. What beautiful girl could possibly be prettier than our campus belle Su? Old Yi, you always manage to surprise us with what you do. That's seriously impressive. Holding the campus belle Su in your arms, damn, I'm so jealous. All 3 roommates crowded around Yi Chen. Yi Chen asked and only then found out what had happened. Yi Chen casually opened a forum, and sure enough, the hottest post was the photo of him accidentally hugging Su Ningxuang. Seeing this, Yi Chen felt a massive headache coming on. Just yesterday, he thought his status as the school's public enemy would finally fade away for a while. I never expected that today, he'd become the entire school's public enemy once more, and even more viciously this time. All he wanted was to quietly play his games and become the world's richest man as soon as possible. Why did he end up being rumored as the cold campus belle's boyfriend? Ugh, it's just so annoying. Time passed bit by bit, and in the afternoon, Yi Chen received a message from his fat friend. Fatty's real name was Zhao Guan, a high school classmate and good friend of Yi Chen's, who had also been admitted to a university in Jiangzhou, not too far from where Yi Chen lived. Fatty invited Yi Chen to hang out together tonight. It had been a while since Yi Chen last saw Fatty, so he agreed. After the afternoon military training ended, Yi Chen returned to his villa. Around 8 p.m., Yi Chen grabbed his wallet containing the black card, drove off in his Ferrari, and headed straight for the bar where he had arranged to meet Fatty. By the time Yi Chen arrived, Fatty was already waiting there. Besides Fatty, several of his classmates, both male and female, were also present at the scene. Noticing Yi Chen's arrival, the chubby guy immediately walked over and gave him a big hug. The male students stared at Yi Chen expressionlessly, while several female students visibly brightened at the sight. What a strikingly handsome guy. The chubby fellow pulled Yi Chen over as they briefly introduced each other. They were all young people, without too many rules, so they sat down and started playing. After one game, Yi Chen and another boy wearing Gucci clothes were unlucky, they both lost. The winner was a very beautiful girl. Since it was a game, there naturally had to be penalties, they had agreed on that beforehand. The punishment is that the winner can assign the loser to do one thing. After glancing at Yi Chen and the boy in Gucci clothes, the pretty girl began thinking of a punishment. Alright then, how about this, take out your wallets and let's see what's inside. Since they had just met, the pretty girl casually suggested this punishment, nothing too difficult. No problem, the boy in Gucci clothes said nonchalantly. The next second, he pulled out a wallet with the LV logo and slapped it on the table, as if inviting everyone to inspect it freely. Yi Chen didn't say anything, but similarly took out his own wallet. This wallet was something Yi Chen had bought back in high school. It had cost him 100 or 2 at the time, and he'd been using it ever since. Two wallets placed side by side made for a strikingly obvious contrast. After seeing the two wallets, most people completely ignored Yi Chen's and focused all their attention on the other boy's wallet instead. Chapter 21. What is this? The boy wearing Gucci clothes was named Zhang Yanning, rumored to come from considerable family wealth. Zhang Yanning took out an LV wallet that immediately caught everyone's attention. If they weren't mistaken, this was a limited edition LV wallet that seemed to cost tens of thousands. A single wallet worth tens of thousands was equivalent to several years' living expenses for most people present. These people were utterly envious. As for the wallet Yi Chen had just taken out, it was clearly a very ordinary one that could be bought at any store outside. Nothing special about it. The only person at the scene interested in Yi Chen's wallet was the beautiful girl who had just won the game. This girl was exceptionally attractive, several levels above the other girls present. This time, the reason she asked the loser to take out their wallet was mainly because she was curious about what Yi Chen kept in his. The contents of a wallet can often reveal various aspects about a person indirectly. Truth be told, checking someone's phone would be better. WeChat holds far more secrets. But since it was their first meeting, going through his phone seemed inappropriate. After a moment's consideration, the pretty girl opted to inspect the wallet instead. As for Fatty, he was quite familiar with Yi Chen and had seen his wallet countless times, so it held no interest for him. Zhang Yanning was the first to move, opening the wallet. In an instant, it caught the attention of several people. The first thing Zhang Yanning pulled out was a stack of cash, looked like a few thousand at first glance. This was within everyone's expectations, and no one was surprised. But then, what Zhang Yanning took out next left several people present dumbfounded. They watched as Zhang Yanning pulled out a whole stack of cards from his wallet. Among them were premium bank cards as well as membership cards of no small status. These cards immediately caught the attention of several people. Wow, how many cards are these? As expected of young Master Zhang, truly impressive. The group marveled, making rough estimates among themselves. Among the cards Zhang Yanning pulled out, there were 4 or 5 bank cards, and 5 or 6 membership cards. Platinum card for Marriott Hotels Group. Beichin Golf Club Gold card. The group began examining each card to identify them, starting with the membership cards. These are membership cards from some high-end establishments, each with a considerable level of prestige. Obtaining even one of these isn't easy at all. The annual expenditure required for each is certainly not low, with some possibly costing upwards of 6 figures per year. Incredible. It's the golden card from North Star Golf Club. They were filled with awe. Among all membership cards, the most impressive was undeniably this golden card from the Beichin Golf Club. The Beichin Golf Club is Jiangzhou's most exclusive golf club, bar none. Only billionaires, high-ranking officials, and prominent figures move through its gates. The requirements for becoming a member there are extraordinarily stringent. Who would have thought Zhang Yanning actually had a gold card there? Impressive. After looking through all these membership cards, the group turned their attention to the bank cards. None of these bank cards were ordinary either, mostly gold cards, platinum cards, and the like. Hey, what kind of China construction bank card is this? I don't think I've seen one like it before. A boy pointed at an unfamiliar card in the bank statement and asked curiously. Following his finger, the others also frowned. What kind of card is this? They hadn't seen it before either. This card? It's the CCB Diamond card. Glancing at it, Zhang Yanning replied casually. The CCB Diamond card? CCB actually has a diamond card? They had only heard of gold cards and platinum cards, never imagining there was even a diamond card. Everyone looked astonished. This was utterly beyond their previous experiences. Master Zhang, what are the requirements for applying for the CCB Diamond card? The young man from earlier pressed on with his question. Requirements? Zhang Yanning thought for a moment before calmly replying. If I remember correctly, it didn't seem too difficult. You just needed personal assets exceeding 10 million and an annual spending amount of no less than 300,000. Personal assets over 10 million? Zhang Yanning's words instantly unsettled everyone present. Holy cow! To own such a CCB Platinum card, you actually need assets exceeding 10 million? Everyone was utterly shocked. Zhang Yanning possesses such a diamond card. Doesn't that mean his personal assets have already surpassed 10 million yuan? At this thought, the group grew even more astonished. Especially when recalling Zhang Yanning's earlier remark that obtaining this type of diamond card wasn't particularly difficult. Wasn't the implication simply that amassing 10 million in assets wasn't particularly challenging? Is this what they call bold arrogance? Gulp, gulp. Impressive, truly impressive. Young Master Zhang is indeed remarkable. Even possessing such an incredible CCB diamond card, young Master Zhang is truly mighty. After a moment of daze, both the guys and girls started fawning over Zhang Yanning. Enjoying their flattery, Zhang Yanning became full of himself. To be honest, this diamond card wasn't his, it belonged to his father. Besides, there wasn't much money left in the card anyway. Zhang Yanning secretly took this diamond card from his father just to show off. He had already used the CCB diamond card to show off several times, and each time it was exceptionally successful. Apart from money, bank cards, and membership cards, there was nothing else in Zhang Yanning's wallet. As for Yi Chen, he was practically ignored by the group. What's the use of being handsome? Can it be eaten as a meal? By the way, shouldn't you show us something too, Yi? While everyone was busy trying to please Zhang Yanning, the prettiest girl suddenly addressed Yi Chen. She might be the only one still genuinely curious about Yi Chen's wallet after seeing Zhang Yanning's. Hearing the pretty girl speak, the others reluctantly turned to look over reluctantly. Alright. Yi Chen nodded and opened his wallet. Inside Yi Chen's wallet were even fewer items, just his ID card and 2 bank cards. One of the bank cards was the most ordinary kind. The other one was a black bank card. They all noticed this black bank card and felt somewhat curious. They hadn't seen it before, but because this black card was placed alongside a regular bank card, they didn't probe further, assuming it must be a newly issued bank card. The group privately speculated in their minds. After examining Yi Chen's wallet, the men and women resumed their fawning over Zhang Yanning. Just then, a young man dressed like a spoiled rich kid passed by. When she saw this young man, Zhang Yanning's eyes immediately lit up. Young Master Huang. Zhang Yanning hastily stood up and greeted him with great respect. Hearing someone call out to him, the young man turned his head in surprise. Is that you, Xiao Zhang? Upon spotting Zhang Yanning, the young man gave a slight nod, appearing exceedingly arrogant. Xiao Zhang? Young Master Huang? Listening to the way Zhang Yanning and this young man addressed each other, everyone was completely dumbfounded. In their eyes, the impressive Zhang Yanning, young Master Zhang, had now become little Zhang in front of this young man, Huang Xiao? Just what kind of status did this Huang Xiao hold then? They dared not imagine. Let me introduce everyone to Huang Hai, young Master Huang. Zhang Yanning introduced the young man to everyone. Greetings, young Master Huang. Young Master Huang. Several people quickly greeted young Master Huang, hoping to make themselves familiar in his presence. Huang Hai responded with a perfunctory before turning to leave, unwilling to say another word. These people weren't worth his time. However, Huang Hai was about to turn away when he suddenly noticed the black card in front of Yi Chen, instantly paling in shock. Chapter 22 Zhangzhou's Big Shot, Brother Chen, just call me Little Huang. Huang Hai stared blankly at the black card before Yi Chen, his eyes widening to their limits. Seeing the bizarre expression on young Master Huang's face, everyone was utterly bewildered. What on earth was going on? What happened to young Huang? Master Huang, what's this about? After a moment of hesitation, Zhang Yanning approached Huang Hai's side and respectfully inquired. Huang Hai seemed not to have heard Zhang Yanning's words. Instead, he took a step forward, his right hand trembling as he picked up the black card in front of Yi Chen, examining it carefully. Huang Hai's action left the others even more baffled. Why was Huang Xiao staring at Yi Chen's bank card? Everyone finally grasped what was happening. After a closer look, Huang Hai gulped with intense envy. Then he looked at Yi Chen very politely. Might I ask if this Centurion black card belongs to you? Centurion black card? Huang Hai's naming of this black bank card immediately terrified everyone present. Though they hadn't seen one before, they had certainly heard of the legendary American Express Centurion card. Rumor had it that it was the most prestigious bank card in existence. Only billionaires could possess such a Centurion card. Could it be that Yi Chen's bank card was the fabled Centurion card? How is this possible? Everyone was stunned, unable to believe their suspicions. After all, in their minds, Yi Chen was just an ordinary college student like them, at most slightly more handsome than the rest. But by no stretch of the imagination did Yi Chen look like a wealthy man. In their minds, the truly wealthy were like Zhang Yanning, draped in luxury brands, right down to the seldom-used LV wallet. Though they'd been momentarily astonished by Yi Chen's black bank card earlier, not a single person had dared suspect his black card might actually be that legendary black card. But now, they were all startled. It's mine. Yi Chen nodded. Seeing Yi Chen nod, everyone was completely convinced at that moment. Was Yi Chen's bank card truly the legendary Centurion black card? Yi Chen actually owns a black card? This is terrifying. Huang Hai respectfully returned the Centurion black card to Yi Chen. Big shot, may I ask how I should address you? Huang Xiao was very excited and asked curiously. Yi Chen. Brother Chen, hello. I'm Huang Hai, you can call me Xiao Huang. Huang Xiao said with extreme politeness. Little Huang? The group stood frozen like wooden chickens, unable to believe what they just heard. The majestic young Master Huang in their eyes, Huang Xiao, was actually allowing Yi Chen to address him as Little Huang. Didn't this mean Yi Chen was way more badass than him? Brother Chen, can I sit here for a while? Huang Hai tentatively asked. Yi Chen nodded. Seeing this, Huang Hai quickly sat down beside Yi Chen and began showering him with praise. Zhang Yanning and the others remained standing in place, rooted like wooden statues. The most shocked person present was Zhang Yanning. He knew exactly how formidable young Master Huang was. Young Master Huang came from an influential family background, a true scion who could walk sideways through Jiangzhou without anyone daring to stop him. Compared to young Master Huang, he was utterly insignificant. But now, this very same Jiangzhou young master was acting like an underling, constantly fawning over Yi Chen. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he would never have believed it even if beaten to death. So this extremely low-profile Yi Chen was actually a hidden big shot. Brother Chen, I propose a toast to you. No, let me raise a glass to you. Zhang Yanning reacted swiftly, immediately picking up a glass of wine and raising it respectfully to toast Yi Chen. I drove here, so I won't be drinking. Yi Chen waved his hand dismissively, refusing the offer. Is that so? Zhang Yanning pondered for a moment, then immediately switched the wine in his hand for juice before toasting Yi Chen again. Soon enough, Zhang Yanning also joined the ranks of those currying favor with Yi Chen. As for those who had ignored Yi Chen earlier, they completely abandoned their previous cold demeanor and began exhausting every means to fawn over him. The beautiful girl stared at Yi Chen, her eyes gleaming with an unusual light. Her intuition was spot on. This young man clearly wasn't ordinary, and now circumstances happened to prove it. After playing for a while, Yi Chen found it rather dull and stood up to leave. By the way, Brother Chen, where do you live? Could I visit you sometime? Seeing Yi Chen about to leave, Huang Hai quickly called out. I just moved into Villa number 8 of Sky Palace. Yi Chen replied casually. Moving into Villa number 8 of Sky Palace? Me? Yi Chen's words shocked everyone once again, including Huang Hai. Lingyun Heavenly Palace. That's one of Jiangzhou's most exclusive villa districts. Where on earth does Yi Chen actually live? Now this is what you call a true tycoon. The group murmured in astonishment. Someone so incredibly powerful yet remains this low-key. Zhang Yanning felt the same sentiment and decided to learn from Chen Gu in the future, keeping a lower profile and no longer indulging in extravagant luxuries. Huang Hai, knowing more than the others, felt even more unsettled in his heart. He knew that Villa number 8 in the Lingyun Tian Palace residential area was one of the largest villas in the entire complex. Of course, that villa was also among the most prestigious luxury homes in Jiangzhou. I never expected Brother Chen to live there. Security in this top-tier villa district was extremely tight. Even if he wanted to visit Brother Chen, he wouldn't be able to get in. Brother Chen, how about we exchange WeChat contacts? Huang Hai didn't want to miss the chance to get acquainted with Yi Chen, so he spoke up again. Finally, yielding to Huang Hai's ardent pleas, Yi Chen agreed to the request. By his side, the beautiful girl also came over and added Yi Chen on WeChat. As for the others, recalling how they had ignored Yi Chen earlier, they naturally didn't dare to add him on WeChat. The pudgy guy also wanted to leave, so Yi Chen gave him a ride back to school. Yi Chen stepped out of the bar, and when they saw that his car was actually a Ferrari worth over 5 million, the group grew even more envious. Huang Hai personally opened the car door for Yi Chen and then watched as Yi Chen and Fatty drove away. Only after Yi Chen had gone far into the distance did Huang Hai revert to his original cold and arrogant demeanor before also leaving. Only Zhang Yanning and the others remained standing there blankly, lost in their thoughts. In the car, the fatty couldn't snap out of it for a long time. Even now, he still couldn't wrap his head around it. His former classmate, old friend. How did he suddenly transform into a wealthy second-generation heir? Or perhaps the wealthy first generation himself? Driving a Ferrari, living in a villa, and even owning that legendary black card? Is this my own hallucination? The chubby guy touched the Ferrari before believing all of this was real. Old Yi, you've struck it rich. Old Yi, how long has it been since we last met? How did you change this much? The fat guy couldn't resist asking. Did you win the lottery, kid? But even if you won the lottery, there wouldn't be this much money? Fatty, enough pretending. I'll come clean. Actually, I caught the eye of a wealthy older woman. Yi Chen was spouting nonsense with a totally straight face. Being noticed by a wealthy woman, well, it actually seems possible. Chapter 23. Darling? A reward worth 300 million. Hearing Yi Chen's words, the blurted out without thinking. But his words trailed off mid-sentence when he saw Yi Chen's handsome face, and suddenly it dawned on him that it wasn't impossible for Yi Chen to have caught the eye of a wealthy woman. So you really were picked by a sugar mommy? The chubby guy still couldn't quite believe it. What sugar mommy? She's called Darling. Yi Chen wanted to tease the chubby guy a bit more, so he corrected him. The chubby guy fell into contemplation, but when he noticed the faint smile at the corner of Yi Chen's mouth, he instantly understood. Damn you, forget it if you won't tell me. The chubby guy grumbled and decided not to push further. Yi Chen dropped the chubby guy off near his school and returned to his own villa. Time passed bit by bit, and a few days later, the military training concluded smoothly. In the evening, to welcome freshmen like Yi Chen, the school held a welcoming party for new students. Su Ningxuang also came with some classmates. She had returned to school the day before, as her health had mostly recovered. Tonight's party features many performances, but without a doubt, the freshmen's favorite part is the dance by those beautiful senior girls. The party continued smoothly. Behind the scenes, Su Tairan, the head of the publicity department, was discussing with several members. Tonight, there is an important performance. To increase engagement and liven up the entire freshman gala, they added a special segment with the leadership's approval. That is, a lucky audience member would be randomly selected to perform an impromptu act. Singing, dancing, magic tricks, crosstalk, anything would do. In a moment, we'll choose him as our lucky audience member. Su Tairan took out his phone, pulled up a photo, and said to his companions, "Was the lucky audience member pre-selected?" Curious, the group looked over. On Su Tairan's phone was a photo of Yi Chen and Su Ningxuang. It was the photo taken secretly of Su Ningxuang bringing water to Yi Chen on his first day of military training. At this moment, the person Su Tairan was pointing to was none other than Yi Chen. With just one glance at the photo, these people understood why Su Tairan was doing this. Su Tairan's actions were definitely not for Yi Chen's benefit. Having spent considerable time in the publicity department, everyone knew that Minister Su Tairan was Su Ningxuang's admirer. He had even confessed his feelings to the campus belle Su, only to be decisively rejected by her. Now, Su Tairan planned to select Yi Chen as the lucky audience member later. His intention was undoubtedly to humiliate Yi Chen. "What's wrong, is there a problem?" Su Tairan asked. "Got it. I'll go find Yi Chen's location immediately." Once Su Tairan spoke, the others naturally had no objections. "Heh, just you wait, Yi Chen." A cold smile flickered across Su Tairan's face. Originally, selecting a lucky follower was meant to boost interaction and liven up the atmosphere. But when Su Tairan saw the photo of Yi Chen holding Su Ningxuang in his arms, he instantly exploded with rage. His goddess, how could she be held by another man? This was absolutely unacceptable. So Su Tairan came up with this scheme. As long as he and his companions kept quiet, who'd ever know this lucky audience member was pre-selected? In a moment, when Yi Chen is selected, the real show will begin. He had previously made discreet inquiries and found that Yi Chen seemed to have no special talents whatsoever. So, he'll be picked in a moment. There's a high probability Yi Chen will refuse. Rejected in front of so many people, Yi Chen would surely lose face. Moreover, he noticed just now that the campus belle Su had also arrived. This meant Yi Chen would be humiliated right before Su's eyes. That was bound to be quite the spectacle. Of course, besides refusing, Yi Chen might also agree. After all, being watched by so many people, especially in front of the school beauty Su, he might grit his teeth and agree just to save face. That would be even better. Yi Chen doesn't have any particular talents, so if he gets on stage, he'd definitely make a fool of himself. Equally thrilling. Whichever choice Yeben makes, the outcome won't be favorable. This is exactly what Su Tairan wants to see. He doesn't care whether that photo of Yi Chen holding the campus belle was real or not. Even if it's fake, daring to spread rumors with campus belle Su, this Yi Chen must pay the price. This is the first time campus belle Su has been involved in a scandal. The crosstalk performance on stage ended, and the selection of lucky audience members began. Below the stage, some were excited, eager to be chosen. They wanted to showcase themselves in front of the entire school. Some people were still praying, hoping desperately not to be chosen. They knew nothing, if selected, the embarrassment would be unbearable. Soon, all the lights in the venue went dark, leaving only a single white spotlight. The white spotlight began spinning wildly across the space. At last, the white spotlight fell upon Yi Chen without any suspense. Su Tairan's sinister plot had officially begun. "Alright, our lucky audience member has been chosen, this student right here." On stage, the host announced excitedly. In an instant, everyone in the audience turned their gaze towards Yi Chen. Especially those who knew Yi Chen or had heard of him were particularly astonished at this moment. No one expected him to be the final lucky audience member. Even Yi Chen felt a bit surprised. What a coincidence indeed. Ding dong. Suddenly, Yi Chen's phone chimed. Because Yi Chen had been looking at his phone just moments ago. Yi Chen saw the new message. It was actually from the game. Monthly salary 3,000. I'm the richest man in the world. He immediately opened it. Challenge announcement. No more hiding in the shadows. Step onto the stage to showcase your talents and let everyone witness your true capabilities. Reward for completing the challenge. Become the president of Yilin Talent Agency, acquiring 30% ownership of the company valued at 300 million. At this point, Yi Chen froze. He hadn't expected the prize for this challenge to be so lavish. Not only did it make him the president of Yilin Talent Agency, but also 30% ownership of Yilin Talent Agency worth 300 million? This challenge must be completed no matter what. This was the biggest reward Yi Chen had ever encountered. Yi Chen put away his phone, having already made his choice. Soon, a staff member approached and invited Yi Chen onto the stage. Another staff member handed Yi Chen a microphone. "What's your name, student?" the host asked politely. "Yi Chen." Classmate Yi, may I ask what talents you possess? The host inquired. If there is, could you show it to everyone? If not, it's okay, you can refuse. I can play the piano. Yi Chen hesitated for a moment before answering. Earlier, Yi Chen had just purchased master-level piano performance skills from the game store. I never thought that after just a few days, I'd actually get the chance to use it. Upon hearing Yi Chen's response, the host was momentarily stunned. This was different from what Su Tairan had just told him. Wasn't this Yi Chen supposed to be completely talentless? How could he possibly play the piano? Behind the scenes, Su Tairan also looked astonished. This didn't match his investigation. Since when did Yi Chen know how to play piano? Judging by student Ye's relaxed demeanor, he must be quite skilled at piano. Being a seasoned veteran who had hosted numerous grand galas, the MC quickly regained composure. Just so. Yi Chen replied offhandedly. He considered his current piano skills merely average, still a notch below those top international masters. Just so? Hearing this, the host nodded. This made things easier. Backstage, Su Tairan also breathed a sigh of relief, a cold sneer appearing on his face. Since the piano skills were just average, this was perfect. Chapter 24. Why did the welcome party turn into a public display of affection? Suddenly, Su Tairan had a flash of inspiration, a better idea. Yi Chen, isn't it true that you can play the piano? Well, good, very good, excellent. Su Tairan quickly relayed his thought to the host through the earpiece. After listening, the host nodded in understanding. Classmate Yi, we've already heard ordinary piano playing just now. The host spoke up. There had already been a piano performance in the previous program. I wonder if you can play that kind of piano duet with 4 hands? Duet piano performance, simply put, means 2 people sitting together and playing on the same piano. It's extremely challenging. Piano duet? Hearing this term, the lethargic audience below suddenly perked up with renewed interest. They had only seen such awesome performances on TV before, and they were all stunned. Today, who knows if there's a chance to see it in person? Possible. Yi Chen nodded. That's really great. The host spoke up. How about this? I'll find another audience member to join you for a piano duet right now. With that, the host stepped forward and addressed the crowd below the stage. Does anyone here know how to play piano? Don't be shy, volunteers welcome. At these words, the previously enthusiastic audience suddenly fell silent. Few people could play the piano in the first place, let alone the more challenging 4-hand duet. The room fell silent, not a single hand was raised. Meanwhile, Su Tairan quietly slipped out from backstage and made his way to the audience seats. This plan had suddenly occurred to him. Unfortunately, Su Tairan had been playing piano since childhood and was quite skilled at it. Back then, to impress girls and show off, he had even deliberately practiced duets for a year. So when Yi Chen mentioned that he could play piano, Su Tairan came up with a new idea. Among those present, Su Tairan believed he was the only one who could both play piano and perform duets. He also wanted to get on stage. Today, the campus belle Susu showed up. Later, he volunteered to raise his hand and played the piano together with Yi Chen. With Yi Chen, someone whose piano skills were just average, as a contrast, his own superior piano skills would shine even brighter. Your best qualities are perfectly showcased here. School belle Su understood instantly. Upon reaching the audience seating, Su Tairan didn't immediately raise his hand but instead looked around first. Not a single person in the entire venue raised their hand. Just as I imagined. My chance to show off, trample Yi Chen underfoot, and win the heart of campus belle Su was finally here. As these thoughts ran through his mind, Su Tairan's face already bore the smile of a victor. I'd be happy to perform with Yi Chen. Just as Su Tairan was feeling smug, a sudden voice came from behind. Swish, swish, swish. In an instant, everyone turned to look back. When the audience saw who had stepped forward, they were all dumbstruck, unable to believe their eyes. How could this be possible? This voice also pulled Su Tairan out of his reverie. Su Tairan turned his head as well, looking at the person who had stepped forward, and he was equally dumbfounded. School belle Su? Why did School belle Su step forward? That's right, the one who actively stood up to perform with Yi Chen was none other than Su Ningshuang. Looking at Su Ningshuang, Su Aaron was utterly dumbfounded. The turn of events had completely exceeded his expectations. He truly never expected that the campus belle would actually step forward. At this moment, Su Tairan's mind was in a daze. Having said that, Su Ningshuang took the initiative to step forward. To be honest, Su Ningshuang could indeed play the piano, and she played rather well. But when it came to 4-hand duets, she hadn't had much practice. Originally, given her personality, she wouldn't have stepped forward. But seeing that not a single person at the scene was willing to stand up and play with Yi Chen looked quite embarrassed. To thank him for helping her earlier when she sprained her ankle, Su Ningshuang thought for a moment and then stepped forward. On stage, the host froze when seeing Su Ningshuang stepping forward. How did things come to this? Wasn't it supposed to be Su Tairan who stepped forward? While the host was still stunned, Su Ningshuang had already ascended the stage. By the time the host realized what was happening, it was too late. There was nothing the host could do to help Su Tairan now. The host had no choice but to announce that Yi Chen and Su Ningxuan would perform together. Several staff members brought the piano onto the stage. Yi Chen and Su Ningfrost discussed for a moment, then sat together at the piano. Witnessing this scene, all the male students were overwhelmingly envious. They too wished to sit so closely with the campus belle Su. Next, we welcome Yi Chen and campus belle Su to perform the famous piano piece Butterfly Lovers together. Let's give them a warm applause. The host announced loudly, Butterfly Lovers, a very famous four-hand piano duet. Let's see how you manage without dragging school beauty Su down later. Blaring fiercely at Yi Chen, Su Tairan muttered under his breath. At this moment, he envied Yi Chen immensely for being able to play the piano with the campus belle Su. He should have raised his hand earlier. If he had raised his hand just now, Yi Chen wouldn't have had the chance to play with the campus belle Su. What's done is done. It's too late now. At this moment, Su Tairan could only watch Yi Chen with envy while secretly wishing for him to make a mistake and drag Su down. Just now, Yi Chen had said that he played merely adequately. Soon, Yi Chen and Su Ningxuan began their performance. As the enchanting music flowed, in an instant, all the audience were captivated by the piano melody. At this moment, everyone experienced a surreal illusion. It was as though Yi Chen and Su Ningxuan on stage had become a pair of lovers akin to Liang Shanhua and Zhu Yingtai. Yi Chen and Su Ningxuan truly make a perfect match, his talent complementing her beauty. Their playing was so harmoniously synchronized that one could say they shared that subtle connection where hearts communicate without words. After admiring for a while, as the audience watched Yi Chen and Su Ningxuan on stage, everyone began to realize something was amiss. Isn't this supposed to be the freshman welcome party? How did it suddenly turn into a public display of affection scene? Especially for those who are single, it feels particularly unfriendly. They just came to watch the performances, not to suffer from couples showing off their love. They felt like they had suffered 10,000 points of critical damage. As for Su Tairan, he was completely dumbfounded. He couldn't believe his ears. This was what Yi Chen called just average piano playing? Is this just average? This can already rival those master pianists in China. It's unclear how many times better she is than me. Su Tairan was screaming hysterically in his heart. At this moment, Su Tairan regretted his actions to the extreme. Hadn't he originally intended to make Yi Chen look foolish? How had it turned into helping Yi Chen showcase his abilities and aiding him in pursuing the campus belle instead? If only Su Tairan knew it was all because of his four-hand duet idea. That was why Su Ningxuan decided to step forward. Su Tairan would probably spit blood in frustration. Did he want to embarrass Yi Chen in front of everyone, particularly Su Ningxuan? Yet in the end, it only served to deepen the bond between Yi Chen and Su Ningxuan. Su Tairan was thoroughly shaken. Meanwhile, as the music gradually faded, Yi Chen and Su Ningxuan finished their performance. An instant later, thunderous applause erupted from the audience. Chapter 25, Su Ningxuan's Transformation. Although all the audience felt like they had been force-fed a ton of dog food, leaving them slightly uncomfortable inside. But to be honest, the two performed exceptionally well, especially Yi Chen. The entire audience applauded sincerely from the bottom of their hearts. In this moment, even Su Ningfrost's admirers couldn't help but applaud for Yi Chen. Although they were love rivals, that's what they thought themselves. It must be said that Yi Chen played exceptionally well. Seeing Yi Chen and Su Ningxing sitting together, everyone felt they made such a perfect match. The only one who didn't applaud at the scene was Su Tairan. Su Tairan sat there, his heart filled with shock and disbelief. He simply couldn't believe it was Yi Chen who had just played that. Was this already at a master's level? And this was what Yi Chen called just average. Su Tairan felt like he'd lifted a rock only to drop it on his own foot. This time he picked Yi Chen as the lucky audience member, intending to mess with him. Unexpectedly, it ended up helping Yi Chen, allowing him and Su Ningxuan to understand each other better. The more Su Tairan thought about it, the angrier he became. Crack! In the end, he couldn't stop himself from slapping his own face. The people next to Su Tairan were stunned when they saw him smacking himself for no reason. After a moment of shock, they quickly walked away from a distance. Who knew there were lunatics in universities too? As Yi Chen and Su Ningxuan finished playing, they rose slowly together. That was absolutely brilliant. Let's all give a round of applause to Yi Chen and our school belle Su Ningxuan. The host walked onto the stage and said with deep emotion. Another round of enthusiastic applause followed. After leaving the stage, Yi Chen and Su Ningxuan parted ways. Watching Yi Chen walk towards the classroom, Su Ningxuan grew even more curious about him. She had taken the initiative to perform with Yi Chen this time to ease his embarrassment. Playing a piano duet requires considerable skill. She had originally assumed Yi Chen's piano ability was about the same as her own. But just now during the performance, Su Ningxuan was genuinely astonished. Yi Chen's skill was unexpectedly this formidable. It could be called master level. Several times earlier, she nearly made mistakes. Fortunately Yi Chen had helped her. Yi Chen is actually a hidden gem of a man. In Su Ningyuan's heart, Yi Chen's image was gradually evolving. These changes were so subtle that even Su Ningyuan herself didn't notice them at first. Old Ji, I never realized you were so multi-talented. Alright, Old Ji, that move of yours really stole the show. Getting to play piano with campus beauty Su, Old Ji, you're incredibly lucky. Yi Chen returned to his classes area, where several classmates who knew him well quickly gathered around, sighing with admiration as they spoke. Just average, just average. Yi Chen replied modestly. Then he found a secluded corner to sit down. After confirming no one was watching, Yi Chen eagerly took out his phone. The reward from this challenge was what Yi Chen valued most. That's something worth 300 million. How could anyone not be excited about it? Once he obtains these rewards, Yi Chen's net worth would skyrocket to 500 million. Excited, Yi Chen launched the game on a 3,000 monthly salary. I became the world's richest man. Challenge completed. Congratulations on acquiring 30% ownership of Yilin Talent Agency and becoming its president. The acquisition contract has been placed on the desk in your villa office. Please check it. Gain 7 experience points. Earn 3 points. As soon as I opened my phone, a pop-up immediately appeared. The challenge was successfully completed. Not only did Yi Chen gain ownership of Yilin Talent Agency worth 300 million, becoming its president, but he also received 7 experience points and 3 credits. This counted as an unexpected delight. Yi Chen took a moment to check his levels. Player level, LV1, 20 out of 100. Store level, 1-star store, 18/50ths. At this moment, Yi Chen already had 20 experience points and 18 credits. The level up is getting closer and closer. Yi Chen was very satisfied. Would you like to view detailed information about Yilin Talent Agency? Suddenly, another notification arrived. The game had thoughtfully prepared everything for Yi Chen, even gathering information about Yilin Talent Agency in advance. View. Yi Chen happened to know nothing about Yilin Talent Agency, so now that he had the materials, how could he not take a look? After all, he was now the president of Yilin Talent Agency, part of the company belonged to Yi Chen. Soon, information about Yilin Talent Agency appeared in the game. After browsing through it briefly, Yi Chen had a general understanding. Yilin Talent Agency was established 3 years ago by several businessmen. Its main business is cultivating internet celebrities and live streamers, primarily operating on platforms like Douyin and Shark Live. Up to now, Yilin Talent Agency has reached a total valuation of 1 billion yuan. The company has also cultivated several internet celebrities with millions of followers on Douyin, as well as numerous promising anchors on Shark Live. With the explosive growth of short videos and the live streaming industry currently, Yilin Talent Agency can be said to be thriving with each passing day. This means that Yi Chen's current 30% ownership is worth 300 million, but in a year's time, it could very well exceed 300 million. More importantly, Yilin Talent Agency is located right in Jiangzhou. After reviewing everything, Yi Chen was extremely satisfied. He decided to go take a stroll. After all, now that he'd become the CEO, making an inspection tour was quite important. With the additional 30% ownership stake in Yilin Talent Agency, Yi Chen's net worth smoothly surpassed 500 million. Yi Chen felt deeply sentimental in his heart. This game truly lives up to its name. With a monthly salary of 3,000, I'm the world's richest. After just a few small recharges totaling mere dollars, his net worth has skyrocketed countless times, transforming him into a billionaire. Who could have imagined that just a short while ago, Yi Chen was just an ordinary college freshman? Now he's the owner of a top-tier restaurant, shopping mall, and a major economic corporation. Monthly salary of 3,000, I'm the richest in the world, games are forever the GOAT. Military training ended, and tomorrow just happens to be Saturday for some rest. Yi Chen checked the address of Yilin Talent Agency and decided to visit tomorrow. At the same moment Yi Chen became the owner of Yilin Talent Agency. In the conference room of Yilin Talent Agency, all the top executives had been summoned. The president of Yilin Talent Agency announced to everyone. A mysterious tycoon had acquired all company shares from him. From now on, the company would have a new president. After hearing this, all the senior executives erupted in an uproar. This is too sudden. But in this industry, it's considered normal. I don't know much about your future new boss either, only that his name is Yi Chen. The former president said a few words and left. Only the company executives remained, engaged in heated discussion. I wonder what kind of person this President Yi is. As the saying goes, every new sovereign brings his own courtiers. Now that we have a new boss, we'll need to work even harder and more diligently in the future. Everyone has their own little secrets tucked away in their hearts. These executives were all contemplating in their minds how to curry favor with Yi Chen, the new boss. Ahem, settle down, everyone. At that moment, a man in his 30s or 40s stepped forward. He is Yang Xuemin, general manager of Yilin Talent Agency, essentially the company's second-in-command after the president. Now that President Yi has taken over, I think we should reach out to him immediately. suggested Yang Xuemin. The former president had just left Yi Chen's contact information behind. I agree. I can. The others also nodded in agreement. Picking up his phone, Yang Xuemin nervously dialed Yi Chen's number. The call connected almost immediately. May I ask if this is President Yi? I'm Yang Xuemin, the general manager of Yilin Talent Agency. Yeah, Manager Yang. On the phone, Yi Chen's voice came through. We just heard that President Yi has acquired the company. Is there anything you'd like us to do? I'll go check at the company tomorrow morning, that's all for now. Yi Chen replied. Understood. I'll make sure everything is properly prepared tomorrow and await your arrival. Yang Xuemin said obsequiously. After hanging up the phone, Yang Xuemin informed everyone present that Yi Chen would be coming to the company tomorrow morning. Instantly, tension filled the air. Meeting the new boss, how could they not be nervous? Everyone must pull themselves together tomorrow and absolutely leave a good impression on President Yi. Yang Xuemin emphasized once again. After all, first impressions matter. Time passed slowly, bringing a new day. Finally, military training ended, and Yi Chen slept in late. In the morning, Yi Chen drove his Ferrari straight to Yilin Talent Agency. Chapter 26. You will be fired immediately. At Yilin Talent Agency, all the senior executives had already begun waiting anxiously. Following the navigation, half an hour later, Yi Chen arrived in front of Yilin Talent Agency. Parking the car, Yi Chen stepped out slowly, looking around with some curiosity. Yilin Talent Agency had rented out a small office building. Part of this office building served as workspace for various departments of Yilin Talent Agency. The remaining portion had been renovated into individual live streaming studios for the agency's contracted hosts to work in. The surroundings of Yilin Talent Agency were quite pleasant. Just as Yi Chen was about to head towards the agency's entrance, a roaring sound came from not far away. A rare pink Lamborghini came into view, driving closer. Finally, this pink Lamborghini came to a stop right in front of Yilin Talent Agency. Next, a tall woman sporting sunglasses slowly stepped down. The sunglass-wearing woman had striking looks, the kind of standard influencer-type beauty everyone recognizes. After exiting the car, she cast an arrogant glance around her surroundings. Eventually, her gaze settled firmly on Yi Chen. Are you also from Yilin Talent Agency? The woman in sunglasses asked Yi Chen with an air of superiority. More or less. I just joined the company yesterday. Yi Chen thought for a moment, then nodded. Seeing Yi Chen nod, the woman in sunglasses directly tossed the Lamborghini car key to him. Find a parking spot for me. The woman in sunglasses said to Yi Chen in a commanding tone. She seemed to have mistaken Yi Chen for a parking valet. Looking at the woman in sunglasses, Yi Chen was completely bewildered. What's going on? Wasn't he here to inspect the company? How had he ended up as a parking valet? Park it yourself. Yi Chen directly tossed the Lamborghini car keys to the sunglasses-wearing woman. Though the woman in sunglasses was quite pretty, the kind who clearly had many admirers fawning over her, but Yi Chen wasn't about to indulge her. Regardless of Yi Chen's current status, even if he weren't the boss of Yilin Talent Agency, even if he weren't wealthy, he still wouldn't indulge her. When the woman in sunglasses caught the Lamborghini keys Yi Chen tossed her way, she was completely stunned. It was the first time she'd encountered such a situation. Usually, no matter where she went, having someone offer to park her car was considered such an honor that countless men would be scrambling for the opportunity. Yet now, she had actually been rejected by a man? And you're just a new employee freshly recruited by Yilin Talent Agency? The woman in sunglasses couldn't quite believe it. A rookie who just joined the company. Are you really going to reject me? The bespectacled woman countered. Do you know who I am? I'm Ling Xier. The woman in sunglasses tried to intimidate Yi Chen by revealing her identity. Who's Ling Xier? Never heard of her. Yi Chen shook his head. He genuinely hadn't heard of Ling Xier. Looking at Yi Chen, the woman in sunglasses was extremely angry. She's one of the pillars of Yilin Talent Agency, a viral TikTok influencer with millions of followers. Ling Xier threatened Yi Chen. Believe it or not, just one word from me, and you'll be fired from the company immediately. Really? Yi Chen was amused. Right now, within Yilin Talent Agency, apart from Yi Chen himself, there probably isn't a single other person who could pull this off. Is that so? Hearing Yi Chen doubt her words, Ling Xier was furious. Just you wait. As she spoke, Ling Xier took out her phone, ready to make a call. Xier Jia, don't be angry. Suddenly, a long-legged girl in a white t-shirt walked over and quickly stopped Ling Xier. Ling Xier, who was originally quite pretty, paled in comparison to this long-legged girl. This long-legged girl was exceptionally good-looking, easily at the level of a campus belle. He's just a new employee at the company, fresh out of college and doesn't know anything yet. The long-legged girl took the initiative to speak up for Yi Chen. Subconsciously, the long-legged girl regarded Yi Chen as a fresh graduate just entering society. Earlier, the long-legged girl by Han Yan had just left the company when she happened to overhear the argument between Yi Chen and Ling Xier. Somehow, looking at Yi Chen reminded her of her own situation when she had just graduated last year. Back then, I had just graduated and didn't understand anything, causing a lot of trouble. At that time, if someone had given me a helping hand or spoken up for me, I wouldn't have been fired from my previous company. Now, looking at Yi Chen, Bai Hanxue took the initiative to step forward, wanting to help him out of this predicament. Oomph, just graduated and knows nothing? Ling Xier let out a cold sneer. Chief he, Bai Hanyan spoke up again. Shut up. Ling Xier completely lost her patience. Bai Hanyan felt a bit aggrieved, but she didn't give up. Since she had decided to help this young man, she naturally wouldn't quit. Bai Hanyan was about to explain for Yi Chen when he suddenly stopped her. Thank you for your kindness, Yi Chen said to Bai Hanyan. He appreciated Bai Hanyan's kindness but saw no need for her to ingratiate herself with Ling Xier on his account. You've just graduated, this approach will cost you dearly, Bai Hanyan explained. At that time, she had done the same with Yi Chen, and the result was being fired, several months of work gone to waste without even a single penny of salary. Just you wait. Ling Xier confidently dialed a phone number. Uncle Lu, I was scolded by a new employee from our company right outside the entrance. The call connected, and Ling Xier immediately twisted the facts. This Uncle Lu of Ling Xier's was a manager at Yilin Talent Agency, one of the executives. He had a close relationship with her father and was also Ling Xier's backer. The reason she dared to behave so lawlessly at Yilin Talent Agency, aside from her own popularity, was precisely because of this Uncle Lu's support. Alright, wait there, I'll come take a look. In the conference room, Supervisor Lu hung up the phone. Old Lu, what's wrong? Noticing the change in Supervisor Lu's expression, Yang Xuemin asked in surprise. At this moment, Yang Xuemin and other senior executives of the company were waiting in the conference room for President Ye's arrival. Nothing serious, just that Ling Xier ran into some trouble outside the company, Supervisor Lu explained. Hearing this, Yang Xuemin's expression also changed. He was well aware of Ling Xier's domineering personality, but since she was one of the pillars of Yilin Talent Agency and had the backing of manager Lu, Yang Xuemin chose to turn a blind eye. Now with President Yi about to arrive, this Ling Xier was causing trouble again at the company entrance. What if President Yi saw this and became displeased? Can Ling Xier bear this responsibility? Let's go see for ourselves and put this Ling Xier in her place. Judging by the time, President Yi should be arriving soon. We might as well go greet him. After a moment's reflection, Yang Xuemin made his decision. The others in the conference room couldn't stay seated either, so they all agreed to go together to the company entrance to welcome President Yi. Soon, under Yang Xuemin's lead, a group of executives marched in grand formation toward the company entrance. Just wait, soon it'll be your turn to cry, Ling Xier said smugly to Yi Chen. Sister Xier. Bai Hanyan naturally knew Ling Xier's influence within the company. If Ling Xier decided to make a move, 9 times out of 10, that guy would get fired. Finding a job these days was hard enough as it is, and Yilin Talent Agency's benefits were considered quite good by comparison. It's extremely difficult for a fresh graduate to get into such a company. Just then, hurried footsteps approached. A group of senior executives emerged from the company. Seeing Supervisor Lu among the crowd, Ling Xier felt even more confident. Chapter 27. What's your name? As they emerged, the senior executives of Yilin Talent Agency immediately spotted Ling Xier, Yi Chen, and Bai Hanshan among the group. Unfortunately, while they recognized Ling Xier and Bai Hanshan, none of them knew Yi Chen. The former CEO had only provided them with Yi Chen's contact information in the dossier, without including his photograph. The executives of Yilin Talent Agency stood at the company's entrance, preparing to greet President Yi who would be arriving shortly. Manager Yang, I need to handle something first. Supervisor Lu glanced at Ling Xier before saying to Yang Xuemin, go ahead. By the way, make sure Ling Xier behaves properly from now on. Yang Xuemin nodded and specifically added another remark. Got it. Supervisor Lu nodded as well and walked toward Ling Xier, Yi Chen, and the third person. Seeing Supervisor Lu approach them, Ling Xier grew even more smug. Get ready to be fired by the company. Ling Xier stood with her arms crossed, looking down her nose haughtily. What's wrong? Supervisor Lu walked over and spoke impatiently. Director Yi will be here shortly. Causing trouble at the company entrance, aren't you just creating problems for the company? Supervisor Lu, they insulted me. Ling Xier played the villain first by filing a complaint, pointing at Yi Chen and Bai Hanxian as she spoke. I've worked tirelessly for the company. Ling Xier put on an innocent facade. Now even my own colleagues are ostracizing me. Manager Lu, you must stand up for me. After listening to Ling Xier's words, Manager Lu nodded. He mostly understood, though Ling Xier spoke this way, he knew her personality all too well. Manager Lu also realized that what had just happened couldn't be quite what Ling Xier described. But right now, whatever truly happened was none of his concern. Right now, the most important thing is to resolve this matter and make Ling Xier stop causing trouble, so she can properly welcome President Ye's arrival. The reason Ling Xier came to the company today was specifically arranged by Manager Lu. He called Ling Xier here precisely because he wanted her to make an appearance in front of President Yi. The goal was to get Ling Xier familiar with President Yi and leave a good impression. Manager Lu, that's not how it happened. Upon hearing Ling Xier's words, Bai Hangxian quickly stepped in to explain for Yi Chen. It was Ling Xier who started picking on him first. He was just speaking up for me, Ling Xier. But before Bai Hangxian could finish, Manager Lu abruptly interrupted. You don't need to say more. Do you think I don't know exactly what happened? Manager Lu reprimanded. Hearing Manager Lu speak like this made Bai Han very angry. It was clearly Ling Xier who had been arrogant, yet now not only did Manager Lu not blame Ling Xier, but he also reprimanded her. Seeing Manager Lu reprimanding Bai Hanyan, a radiant smile appeared on Ling Xier's face. Manager Lu, such people shouldn't stay in the company. Let's fire them both. Ling Xier spoke again. I'll think about this matter. If things are really as you say, they won't stay with Yilin Talent Agency any longer. Manager Lu spoke up, putting on an air of impartiality. Hearing Manager Lu put it that way, even a fool could figure it out. He had already taken Ling Xier's side and was preparing to fire Yi Chen and Bai Hansan together. Thank you, Manager Lu. Ling Xier quickly spoke up. You're the leader who cares most about employees and is the fairest in our company. While buttering up Manager Lu, Ling Xier cast a mocking glance at Yi Chen and Bai Hansan. At this moment, Ling Xier might as well have written the words cocky and triumphant across her face. Watching Manager Lu collude with Ling Xier, Bai Hanxian trembled with rage. People who clearly play favorites while pretending to be fair and impartial are the most despicable. With a leader like you, Yilin Talent Agency is bound to run into trouble sooner or later. A company like this isn't worth staying at. Bai Hanyan was disappointed. Although she had been willing to plead with Ling Xier for Yi Chen's sake before, she had her principles when it came to such matters. In a situation like this, she absolutely would not lower her head to beg. I'll just quit then. You. Being scolded by Bai Hanyan right to his face, Manager Lu was furious. Without needing Manager Lu to say another word, Bai Hanyan immediately turned to pack her belongings and leave. Before Bai Hanyan could turn around, she was suddenly stopped by Yi Chen. Yi Chen was determined to take charge of today's matter. He decided to protect Bai Hanyan. With a leader like you, I feel ashamed for Yilin Talent Agency. After stopping Bai Hanyan, Yi Chen straightforwardly confronted Manager Lu, saying coldly, previously, when Yilin Talent Agency had such employees and management, he could overlook it. But now, as the president of Yilin Talent Agency, he was determined to see this matter through to the end. Seeing Yi Chen suddenly step forward, several people were taken aback once more. What kind of executive are you at Yilin Talent Agency? Yi Chen asked. I'm the head of the HR department at Yilin. Manager Lu responded coldly. I originally wanted to investigate the matter thoroughly before taking any action. But now, seeing how disrespectfully you've treated the leadership, there's nothing more to say. Pack your things and get out, you're fired. Supervisor Lu was furious and immediately terminated Yi Chen and Bai Hanxuan's employment. I think the one who should get the hell out of Yilin is you. Yi Chen stood there calmly, dropping this bombshell. His words completely stunned the few people present. What? What had they just heard? Did this young man just say it was Manager Lu who should get out of Yilin? Was she hearing things? Bai Hanyan was stunned, never expecting Yi Chen to be so bold. Even Ling Xier's face was painted with astonishment, unable to believe what Yi Chen had just said. Manager Lu was thoroughly provoked. Fine, very good, absolutely splendid. Manager Lu berated Yi Chen loudly. Not far away, Yang Xuemin and others who were still waiting for President Ye's arrival were taken aback by the sound of Manager Lu's loud reprimanding. What's going on over there? Yang Xuemin's expression darkened. Tell Supervisor Lu to hurry up and handle the matter. Why does it seem the more he tries to resolve it, the worse it gets? With that thought, Yang Xuemin set off towards Supervisor Lu's location. Seeing Yang Xuemin move, other senior executives quickly followed suit. Bai Hanyan, and you. Manager Lu pointed at Yi Chen and Bai Hanyan, shouting reprimands. Only after calling out Bai Hanyan's name did he prepare to shout Yi Chen's name. At this moment, Manager Lu realized he didn't know Yi Chen, he didn't even know his name. Kid, what's your name? Manager Lu interrogated Yi Chen. Yi Chen. Yi Chen, very well. From now on, you, Yi Chen, and Bai Han. Upon hearing Yi Chen's reply, Supervisor Lu continued speaking. However, midway through his sentence, he suddenly froze. What? What was this kid's name? His name is Yi Chen? Why does that name sound so familiar? Supervisor Lu couldn't believe what he was hearing, so he asked with trembling voice. What did you say your name was? Chapter 28 I am the Yi Chen, the new president of Yilin Talent Agency. Yi Chen, as in the leaf Yi and the hour Chen. Did you hear that? Yi Chen replied calmly. Yi Chen? Boom. Just two simple words, but to Manager Lu's ears, they reverberated like thunder from the heavens. Manager Lu's mouth fell open in stunned disbelief. Meanwhile, Yang Xuemin arrived with a group of company executives, just in time to hear Yi Chen's words. In an instant, Yang Xuemin and the company executives were utterly stunned. What? This young man is called Yi Chen? Staring at Yi Chen, Yang Xuemin and the executives were completely dumbfounded. Watching the stunned expressions of Supervisor Lu, Yang Xuemin, and the company executives, Ling Xie and Bai Hansan were equally bewildered. They didn't know what happened? Bai Hanyan was just an ordinary employee of the company, so naturally she didn't know the name of their new boss. As for Ling Xie, when Manager Lu contacted her, he only told her that the company had changed ownership and the new boss was President Yi, without revealing his full name. Thus, Ling Xie also didn't know what President Yi was called. Looking at Supervisor Lu's pale face and trembling body, Ling Xie wore a puzzled expression. What's wrong with Uncle Lu? Wasn't he perfectly fine just moments ago? Why has he suddenly become like this? Ling Xie carefully thought it over. It seems Supervisor Lu's strange behavior began immediately after learning the name of that insolent young man, Yi Chen. What's the big deal about being called Yi Chen? Isn't it just an ordinary name? Nothing special about it. Ling Xie couldn't figure it out and couldn't help asking Manager Lu, Uncle Lu, what's wrong with him being called Yi Chen? However, Manager Lu seemed not to have heard Ling Xie's words and didn't respond to her. Seeing that Uncle Lu hadn't answered, Ling Xie stepped forward a few paces and shook his arm lightly. Only then, with her shaking, did Manager Lu snap out of his daze. Uncle Lu, what's the matter with him being called Yi Chen? Ling Xie asked once more. Gulp, gulp. Manager Lu swallowed hard several times before replying in a trembling voice. Our new CEO at Yilin Talent Agency is also named Yi Chen. What? Upon hearing Manager Lu's response, Ling Xie was utterly shocked, unable to believe what she'd just heard. The new CEO, President Yi, his name is Yi Chen? Ling Xie abruptly turned her head to look at Yi Chen, her eyes filled with astonishment. Beside him, Bai Hanyan was also stunned. What? She'd heard yesterday about the company's new president, but she didn't know his name. Could this guy she'd instinctively assumed was a fresh graduate actually be their new president, President Yi? No way, what are the odds? Excuse me, who might you be? Manager Lu turned pale and cautiously addressed Yi Chen. That's right, I am the Yi Chen, the new president of Yilin Talent Agency. Yi Chen replied calmly. Receiving Yi Chen's affirmative reply, Manager Lu nearly had a heart attack. Really? He's actually the new CEO? Is he really President Yi, the person I was preparing to greet? Manager Lu was completely dumbfounded. As for Ling Xie, she felt her vision darken and nearly fainted from shock. This young man was actually their new boss, the company's new president, President Yi? Ling Xie was utterly stunned. At first, she actually mistook her boss for a parking valet and even had the nerve to talk big in front of him. The more she thought about it, the more terrified Ling Xie became, her legs trembling uncontrollably. That's it, she's really done for. She's dead meat. After such a scene she just caused, even the most tolerant person wouldn't let her off easily. Nearby, Yang Xuemin and several company executives quickly approached after confirming Yi Chen's identity. Good afternoon, President Yi. Welcome, President Yi. Hello, President Yi. Yang Xuemin and the other executives quickly stepped forward to greet Yi Chen. At this moment, their hearts were pounding wildly, mirroring Manager Lu's nervous anticipation. After all this fuss, the CEO Yi they had been waiting for so long had actually arrived already. Just now while watching the drama, they unexpectedly saw their own CEO involved. Though not entirely clear about what exactly happened here moments ago, it wasn't hard to imagine that Manager Lu, as Ling Xie's superior, must have offended President Yi over Ling Xie's matter. At this thought, even they couldn't help but feel a chill of fear. They had prepared so much just to please Mr. Yi, but it all went to waste. They had originally wanted to make a good first impression on Mr. Yi. Now it seems they've overdone it and spoiled everything. As they looked at Yi Chen, Yang Xuemin and the company executives remained unsettled for a long while. They still couldn't quite process it. This young man was their company's new CEO. CEO Yi was actually this young? They knew CEO Yi was young, and had privately guessed he might be 26 or 27 years old. But seeing President Yi in person now, they were stunned. President Yi looked no more than 18 or 19, 20 at most. 20 years old, and already the company's CEO, their boss? Simply unbelievable. President Yi, I'm the company's general manager, Yang Xuemin. We've been in contact before. Taking a deep breath, Yang Xuemin stepped forward. As the general manager, he couldn't avoid such matters. We'll discuss your issues later. I need to deal with them first. Yi Chen responded to Yang Xuemin before turning his gaze to Manager Lu and Ling Xie. President Yi, I was wrong. I was wrong. Supervisor Lu repeatedly apologized to Yi Chen, his heart filled with immense fear. Crack, crack. In the end, Supervisor Lu even began slapping himself in the face. I was wrong, Yi Chen, I was blind not to recognize Mount Tai, I was blind. Manager Lu kept apologizing to Yi Chen, hoping for his forgiveness. This matter is too serious. President Ji, I was wrong too, please don't hold it against me. On the other side, Ling Xier also sprang into action, grabbing hold of Yi Chen's arm as she pleaded for forgiveness repeatedly. I won't say much, you have 5 minutes to pack your things and get out of Yilan, Yi Chen stated with undeniable finality. I'll return your own words right back to you. The Yilan Talent Agency doesn't need employees like you. No matter how much Manager Lu and Ling Xier pleaded now, it was useless. President Ji, I was wrong. President Ji, please forgive me. Manager Lu and Ling Xier pleaded repeatedly, unwilling to leave. Manager Yang, where are the company's security guards? Yi Chen turned his head and asked. Understood, understood. Yang Xuemin quickly nodded and immediately sent someone to fetch the security guards. Soon, several security guards came running over, directly lifting Manager Lu and Ling Xier to toss them far away. Chapter 29. What kind of feeling is this? After Manager Lu and Ling Xier left, the scene suddenly became much quieter. Yi Chen bid farewell to Bai Hanyan. Afterward, Yi Chen, along with executives like Yang Xuemin, headed toward Yilan Talent Agency. Left behind stood the dazed Bai Hanyan. Watching Yi Chen walk away, Bai Hanyan still felt utterly bewildered. Yi Chen, the company's new CEO? Bai Hanchuan's heart was in turmoil. She had actually mistaken the company's new CEO for a recent graduate who just joined the company? How embarrassing. Moreover, she even went to plead with Ling Xier for the CEO's sake. Looking back now, if it weren't for her, Yi Chen could have handled everything quite easily, and perhaps none of the subsequent events would have occurred. How could she be so dense? Meanwhile, in the conference room of Yilan Talent Agency, Yi Chen sat in the front seat, gazing coldly at everyone. The company's executives remained silent with their heads bowed, creating an extremely tense atmosphere. The executives' hearts were in their throats, filled with intense nervousness. Mr. Yi had arrived, but the process had unfolded utterly differently from what they had planned. Things often unfold in ways beyond expectation. Little did they expect to meet President Yi in such a manner just now. How utterly embarrassing. Ahem. Sitting at the front, Yi Chen cleared his throat awkwardly. Below, the group of corporate executives nervously raised their heads. I don't want what happened today to ever occur again at our Yilan company, Yi Chen said coldly. Now serving as a company president, Yi Chen naturally couldn't face them as he once did when he was just a student. Moreover, Yi Chen had indeed been very displeased just now, and his face remained cold. At this moment, Yi Chen had already adapted to his identity as the CEO. CEO Yi, I assure you that nothing like this will ever happen again. Yang Xuemin hurriedly spoke up, making his promise to Yi Chen. I didn't care before, but now that I've taken over the company, I don't want leaders like Manager Lu. Yi Chen scanned the surroundings before continuing. If any of you are like that, I hope you'll rein it in from now on or resign on your own. If I find out, don't blame me for being ruthless. Hearing Yi Chen's words, the executives nodded repeatedly. Conduct a thorough investigation of the company and dismiss anyone with questionable ties to Manager Lu. Yi Chen added. I'll give the order immediately and ensure we scrutinize everything carefully. Yang Xuemin took the lead in responding. Yi Chen continued speaking for a while longer before leaving the meeting room. Afterwards, under Yang Xuemin's guidance, Yi Chen arrived at the CEO's office. The CEO's office of Yilan Talent Agency was naturally the largest, most well-positioned, and most luxuriously decorated space in the entire company. Yi Chen sat behind his office desk, listening to Yang Xuemin's work report. After the report concluded, Yang Xuemin left to handle the tasks Yi Chen had assigned in the conference room. The spacious office was now quiet, leaving Yi Chen alone. Slowly rising to his feet, Yi Chen paced around the office before finally stopping before the expansive floor-to-ceiling window, gazing at the distant urban splendor. At this moment, Yi Chen couldn't help but feel an inexplicable sensation rise within him. Perhaps this was the feeling that power brought. Once you've experienced it, it's hard to forget, like an addiction. Now beneath his feet lay a brokerage company worth 1 billion. He hoped that in a few years, the company beneath his feet could become 100 billion, or even a $1 trillion enterprise. At present, Yi Chen's net worth was only 500 million. However, Yi Chen believed that with the help of the game, with a monthly salary of 3,000, I'll become the world's richest, and his own hard work. Breaking through 10 billion, then 100 billion in net worth, becoming the richest in Jiangzhou, then the richest in the country, and even the richest in the world wasn't an impossible feat. What would it feel like if one day he could become the world's wealthiest person, standing in the CEO's office of the top-ranked conglomerate in the world? Is invincibility really that lonely? Yi Chen couldn't begin to imagine it. Since he couldn't imagine it, Yi Chen decided to experience it for himself. Time passed quickly, and before long it was noon. Yi Chen invited Bai Hanyan and headed straight to Shangranju. Treating her to lunch was his modest way of showing gratitude. Shangranju being his own restaurant, it was natural for Yi Chen to choose it first. Moreover, the dishes there were genuinely delicious. About 20 minutes later, Yi Chen and Bai Hanyan arrived at Shangranju. Chapter 30. A different kind of challenge. Yi Chen had simply come for a meal and didn't seek out the manager of Changran residence. Instead, he sat down by the window with Bai Hanxue. The waitress naturally recognized Yi Chen as the owner. She also knew the owner disliked being disturbed, so she didn't go overboard with flattery, merely treating Yi Chen like any other ordinary guest. After ordering, Yi Chen and Bai Hanxuan chatted while waiting. You like singing and want to become a pop star? During their conversation, Yi Chen accidentally learned about Bai Hanxuan's hobby and aspiration. Before Yi Chen could say anything, his phone suddenly rang. With a monthly salary of 3,000, I'm the richest person in the world. There's news about the game. Yi Chen curiously opened the game. As soon as it launched, a pop-up window immediately appeared. Long-term challenge released. Challenge, train Bai Hanyan into a top-tier singer within 1 year. Reward, 51% shares of Shanghai Entertainment Group, one of China's top 10 entertainment companies. Note, Shanghai Entertainment Group has a market value of nearly 30 billion Chinese yuan. Reward, 1500 EXP. Reward, 800 points. Challenge failed, penalty of 3,000 yuan. Looking at this challenge, Yi Chen was completely stunned. This is just too absurd. The reward for this challenge is truly terrifying. 51% of the shares of Shanghai Entertainment Group, one of China's top 10 entertainment companies. Once he acquired this 51% stake, Yi Chen would gain absolute control over Shanghai Entertainment Group. From that moment on, Yi Chen would become the master of Shanghai Entertainment Group. Most importantly, Shanghai Entertainment Group boasts a market value of a staggering 30 billion yuan. A market cap of 30 billion, 51% of the shares, roughly estimated, that's 15.3 billion. Rewards exceeding 15 billion. Absolutely staggering. With this money, Yi Chen would become a billionaire, successfully joining the ranks of the ultra-wealthy. Aside from the funds, this challenge also offers substantial experience points and point rewards. 1,500 experience points. 800 points. With these, Yi Chen's player level and marketplace level in the game could likely surge 2 or 3 levels in one go. At that time, I'll be able to buy several items at once in the mall. And by then, the value of goods in the mall will probably be dozens of times higher than now. Just thinking about it feels amazing. For a moment, Yi Chen became lost in his imagination. Long-term challenge mission, accept, accept, decline. At this moment, another pop-up window appeared in the game. There was no need for hesitation. Yi Chen would definitely choose to accept. Once the challenge was successfully completed, Yi Chen's gains would be absolutely staggering. And even if he failed, the penalty was just 3,000 yuan. For Yi Chen's current net worth of 500 million, 3,000 yuan was practically nothing, barely worth mentioning. Just now, Yi Chen had already started pondering in his mind. With the current foundation of Yilin Talent Agency, it's not impossible to cultivate Bai Hanyan into a singing star. Of course, directly letting Bai Hanyan venture into the entertainment industry would be unrealistic. The entertainment industry has deep waters. For a newcomer to become a singing star is extraordinarily difficult. In the vast entertainment industry, the Yilin Talent Agency worth a total of 1 billion is nothing more than a drop in the ocean. Therefore, Yi Chen decided to try a different approach. Previously, there had been female streamers or influencers with massive fan followings who entered the entertainment industry. The results seemed mediocre at best, but still better than diving straight into the entertainment world. Now, with Yilin Talent Agency backing her up, Bai Hanyan can easily start as a singing streamer and gradually build her career. After accumulating a massive fan following, she can then transition into the entertainment industry. This approach is undoubtedly better than charging headfirst into showbiz without any preparation. With Ling Xier recently fired, the company's resources that once belonged to her are now conveniently available. With just a word from Yi Chen, Yilin Talent Agency could allocate all these resources to Bai Hanyan. With these resources and the full support of Yilin Talent Agency, Bai Hanyan becoming a top streamer wouldn't be an issue. Yi Chen already had a general plan in mind. Do you truly love singing and want to be a pop star? Yi Chen asked Bai Hanyan sincerely. Yes, that's right. Although she knew it wasn't quite appropriate to express her preference for another job in front of her boss, Bai Hanyan was unwilling to lie, nor was she capable of lying. Very well, I'm willing to give you a chance and have the company fully invest in your development. Would you be willing to start as a singing streamer first? After building a fanbase, we can transition you into the entertainment industry. Yi Chen sought Bai Hanyan's opinion. Faced with Yi Chen's sudden question, Bai Hanyan was momentarily stunned. After hesitating for a moment, Bai Hanyan nodded in agreement, showing her willingness. She was willing to fight for her dreams. Opportunities in life are rare, and missing one might lead to lifelong regret. Now that there was finally a chance to realize her dream, Bai Hanyan naturally didn't want to let it slip away. Alright. After receiving Bai Hanyan's affirmation, Yi Chen immediately clicked the accept option in the game. Long-term training challenge begins. Cultivate Bai Hanyan into a top-tier singer. Challenge duration, 1 year. Yi Chen successfully initiated the challenge. For now, continue your regular work schedule. Practice singing whenever you have free time. I'll carefully discuss with the company's team to develop a detailed plan for you. Yi Chen gave Bai Hanyan some advice. Although the challenge only lasts 1 year, there's no need to rush. First, make a thorough plan and prepare well before starting. Thank you. Bai Hanyan sincerely thanked Yi Chen from the bottom of her heart. This was an opportunity Yi Chen had given her, and Bai Hanyan felt deeply grateful. Soon, the dishes arrived and the two began their meal. When they were halfway through their meal, a stranger passed by them and suddenly stopped. Bai Hanyan? The unfamiliar man shouted in surprise. Hearing someone call her name, Bai Hanyan looked up. Ha! Bai Hanyan thought this man looked familiar, but couldn't recall his name at the moment. The unfamiliar man seemed to notice Bai Hanyan's awkwardness and felt somewhat helpless inside. It's me, Wei Ruiyuan from university. The man introduced himself. A year had passed, and Bai Hanyan naturally couldn't immediately recall the name of someone she wasn't familiar with among her classmates. During university, Bai Hanyan wasn't close to Wei Ruiyuan. Although they were classmates, they had barely exchanged more than a few words. In contrast, Bai Hanyan was considered campus belle material, so naturally people remembered her well. Oh, it's you, classmate Wei. Hearing Wei Ruiyuan's self-introduction, Bai Hanyan suddenly realized and finally remembered him. After introducing himself, Wei Ruiyuan acted like an instant acquaintance, pulling up a chair from the side and sitting between Yi Chen and Bai Hanxian. Is this your boyfriend? Wei Ruiyuan looked at Yi Chen and asked curiously. Not a boyfriend, he's my. Bai Hanyan was about to speak and introduce Yi Chen, but Yi Chen spoke first. Friend. Yi Chen gave a brief reply. He was currently thinking about how to quickly train Bai Hanyan into a singing star. Just friends. Upon realizing the relationship between Yi Chen and Bai Hanyan, Wei Ruiyuan let out a slight sigh of relief. That's a relief he's not your boyfriend. Chapter 31, I'm friends with the owner of Xintai Shopping Mall. Renting a storefront is nothing. Wei Ruiyuan harbored some different thoughts. During university days, he was utterly ordinary. But half a year ago, he changed. All the old properties in his family were demolished, and they received a hefty compensation. Now, he could be considered a second-generation demolition beneficiary. Seeing the campus beauty from his university days, Wei Ruiyuan began to entertain some extra thoughts. With money came confidence, naturally. After learning about Yi Chen and Bai Hanyan's identities, Wei Ruiyuan completely ignored Yi Chen and began actively chatting with Bai Hanyan. Bai, what do you do for work now? I work at a talent agency. Bai Hanyan replied politely, her voice carrying a noticeable sense of distance. Although Wei Ruiyuan caught the implication, he pretended not to understand and continued making small talk. Working at a talent agency is decent, came the reply. Wei Ruiyuan nodded in acknowledgement. What about you? Bai Hanxing asked out of politeness. I run a shop, business is pretty good, makes around 200,000 or 300,000 a month, barely scraping by. Hearing Bai Hanyan's question, Wei Ruiyuan suddenly perked up and answered with feigned nonchalance. Earlier, when he asked Bai Hanyan about her job, it was precisely to prompt this exact question from her. This way, he'd have the perfect opportunity to show off and flaunt his financial status. 200,000 to 300,000? That much? Bai Hanyan was somewhat surprised. That's more than her annual salary. Are shops really making this much money nowadays? Not much, just a little. Sometimes it can go up to 500,000 on good days. Since it was all about showing off, Wei Ruiyuan naturally went big. He did indeed take money from home to open a shop, but the monthly net profit was only a bit over 10,000. But to impress Bai Hanyan and flaunt his capabilities, Wei Ruiyuan exaggerated the numbers. After all, no one could call him out on his lies, so it didn't matter how much he boasted. My shop is in the city center, not bad. Seeing Bai Hanyan's surprised expression, Wei Ruiyuan swelled with pride and continued boasting. Hey, since downtown storefronts are limited, I've recently set my sights on the Xintai Shopping Center. Wei Ruiyuan spoke with eloquence and confidence. As one of the most high-traffic shopping malls in Jiangzhou, Xintai Shopping Center is quite impressive with strong growth potential. I'm planning to rent 8 or 9 stores there to try out some new business ventures. His previous store's performance was mediocre, so Wei Ruiyuan decided to open another one. He had genuinely taken a liking to Xintai Shopping Center. Though contrary to what he claimed about renting 8 or 9 stores, securing just one would already be quite an achievement. Xintai Shopping Mall has a high customer flow, so the shop rents are naturally very expensive. A single shop probably costs tens of thousands per month. 8 or 9 shops would mean hundreds of thousands. A year would amount to millions, far beyond Wei Ruiyuan's financial capacity. Although his family received compensation from a demolition, it only amounted to a few tens of millions at most. He couldn't afford such exorbitant rent. Xintai Shopping Mall? Yi Chen, who had been lost in thought, perked up upon hearing Xintai Shopping Mall. This was his shopping mall, after all. It was obtained from a previous mission I completed. Up until now, Yi-Chen had only been there once. You want to rent 8 or 9 stores in Xintai Shopping Center? Bai Han was utterly astonished. She was familiar with Xintai Shopping Mall, as she often went there to shop with her best friends. Renting a store at Xintai Shopping Mall is quite expensive and difficult. Unless you have connections inside, even having the money doesn't guarantee you can secure a spot. Too many people are eyeing those shops. Bai Han sighed. One of my best friends comes from a well-off family. She previously wanted to rent a store at Xintai Shopping Mall to sell clothes and had even prepared the funds. But up till now, she hasn't managed to rent one. Bai Han said with great regret. Finding just one shop for rent was already so difficult, not to mention Wei Ruiyuan needing to rent 8 or 9, that would pile difficulty upon difficulty. After listening to Bai Han, Wei Ruiyuan continued to brag. It's nothing. For others it might be difficult, but for me, it's simple. Wei Ruiyuan figured that since no one could possibly expose his bragging, he became even more unrestrained in his boasts. To tell you the truth, I know the owner of Xintai Shopping Center, we're friends. If I want to rent a storefront, it's just a phone call away. Piece of cake, no sweat. Really? Bai Han was quite surprised. Of course. Wei Ruiyuan patted his chest confidently and said, it must be said, the feeling of showing off was indeed quite satisfying. He was friends with the owner of Xintai Shopping Mall? Hearing Wei Ruiyuan's words, Yi-Chen raised his eyebrows in confusion. Since when did he have such a friend? How come he didn't know about this himself? Could you talk to your friend, the owner of Xintai Shopping Center, and rent a store for my best friend too? We're willing to pay higher rent. Bai Han asked Wei Ruiyuan. Her best friend had been worrying about this matter for 2 months, even to the point of looking somewhat haggard. Bai Han felt deep distress for her friend. Now that an opportunity had finally arisen, she wanted to help her out. Bai Hanyan's words left Wei Ruiyuan stunned. He'd been bragging and exaggerating all along. He did have the phone number of the owner of Xintai Shopping Center, but it was only for contacting them later about leasing a shop there. He hadn't actually reached out to the owner of Xintai Shopping Center yet. His claim that the two of them were friends was pure bluster, just his way of showing off in front of Bai Han. Who is he? The prestigious owner of Xintai Shopping Center, a wealthy tycoon, a VIP. I'm just a small-time demolition area heir. How could we possibly have any connection or become friends? What's the matter? Is it too troublesome? Maybe we should just forget about it. Bai Han said with deep regret. Don't say no. Wei Ruiyuan said through clenched teeth. If he refused now, wouldn't all his previous build-up and boasting be completely wasted? How could he leave a good impression on Bai Han and pursue her if he backed out now? Alright then. In the end, to show off and impress Bai Han, Wei Ruiyuan steeled his heart and said, I might not succeed, but I can try calling the owner of Xintai Shopping Center to ask. Hearing this, Bai Han exclaimed excitedly. Really? I'll thank you on behalf of my bestie. No problem, piece of cake, piece of cake. Wei Ruiyuan continued to show off. As he spoke, Wei Ruiyuan nervously took out his phone and found the phone number of the new Tai Shopping Center's owner. Whoosh! He took a deep breath. For the sake of showing off and pursuing Bai Han, he was going all out. What's the big deal about making a phone call? He refused to believe that the boss of Xintai Shopping Center would turn him down after doubling the price. Who in their right mind would say no to money? To chase Bai Han, Wei Ruiyuan resigned himself to spending big bucks. Steeling himself at last, Wei Ruiyuan called the owner of Xintai Shopping Center. At the same time, the phone placed on Yi-Chen's desk began to ring. Chapter 32, The Conspiracy. Hearing Yi-Chen's phone ring, Wei Ruiyuan was the first to look over. Can't you see I'm on the phone with someone important? Hang up or take the call somewhere else. Wei Ruiyuan snapped at Yi-Chen irritably. At this moment, Wei Ruiyuan grew nervous, his heart beating rapidly. This was his first time calling the boss of Xintai Shopping Mall, and he hoped nothing unexpected would happen. Wei Ruiyuan prayed silently in his heart. Yi-Chen didn't pay attention to Wei Ruiyuan and simply answered the call. Seeing this, Wei Ruiyuan immediately grew angry and wanted to scold Yi-Chen. Hello. At the same time, Yi-Chen spoke up. Hello? Suddenly, Wei Ruiyuan's phone also transmitted a hello. Hearing this, Wei Ruiming was dumbfounded. What's going on? Why was there also a hello coming from his own phone? Could it be that I heard wrong because I was standing too close to this Yi-Chen? That hey just now didn't come from the phone. Wei Ruiyuan speculated in his heart. The call with the owner of Xintai Shopping Center connected. He didn't want to argue with a nobody like Yi-Chen. It wouldn't be good if we accidentally angered the boss of Xintai Shopping Mall, such an important figure. He needed to discuss matters with this VIP. Wei Ruiyuan proactively stood up and walked toward a quiet, distant spot. Wei Ruiyuan? At that moment, another voice came through Wei Ruiyuan's phone. This time, Wei Ruiyuan was absolutely certain the voice had indeed come from the phone. Moreover, it sounded somewhat familiar. Could it be? Could it really be? A bold conjecture surfaced in Wei Ruiyuan's mind. Could it be? Could it be that Ji-chin is the big shot I've been talking about, the owner of Shintai Shopping Center? How could this be? Wei Ruiyuan's face was filled with shock and disbelief as he turned his head nervously to look at Yi-chen in the distance. Not far away, Yi-chen was seen hanging up the phone. At the same time, Wei Ruiyuan also got hung up on by the owner of Shintai Shopping Center. Really? His speculation was actually correct? Wei Ruiyuan couldn't believe it. Yet no matter how much he refused to believe it, the facts were right before his eyes. Trembling, Wei Ruiyuan returned to his seat and asked with extreme tension, Yi-chen, are you the owner of Shintai Shopping Center? He still couldn't accept the truth. If Yi-chen didn't say it himself, he refused to accept his own speculation. He couldn't bear to accept this cruel truth. Yes. Yi-chen nodded. Witnessing this scene, Wei Ruiyuan could no longer remain seated. Really? Could it be true? The owner of Shintai Shopping Mall turned out to be this extraordinarily young guy right before his eyes? It's utterly unbelievable. Wei Ruiyuan's face turned pale, especially when he recalled how he had been bragging earlier about how the owner of Shintai Shopping Mall was his friend. As it turned out, the boss of Shintai Shopping Mall was sitting right beside him, yet he didn't even recognize the man. Wasn't this like raising his own hand to slap his own face? Wei Ruiyuan felt like his whole world was collapsing. How utterly humiliating. Beside her, Bai Hanyan was equally astonished. She truly hadn't expected Yi-chen to actually be the legendary owner of Shintai Shopping Center. Bai Hanyan stood frozen for a moment before finally processing it. After all, Yi-chen was none other than her own company's CEO. As the president of a billion-dollar company who also owns a large shopping mall, what's the issue? That's perfectly normal. Bai Hanyan suddenly remembered what Wei Ruiyuan had said earlier, and she understood now. Turns out, Wei Ruiyuan was just bragging all along. He wasn't friends with the owner of Shintai Shopping Mall at all, they weren't even acquainted. If they were friends, how could Wei Ruiyuan not recognize Yi-chen from the start? You want to rent 8 or 9 stores at Shintai Shopping Mall? Yi-chen asked. No more rentals. Not renting anymore. Wei Ruiyuan shook his head vigorously like a rattledrum, repeatedly refusing. How could he dare rent a shop in Shintai Shopping Mall now? Especially when renting 8 or 9 shops at once would cost several million for a year, he simply didn't have that kind of money on hand. Most of the demolition compensation money is with my parents. Seeing Wei Ruiyuan shake his head repeatedly, Yi-chen stopped asking further and instead turned his gaze to Bai Hanyan. Your friend wants to rent a shop? Yes. Bai Hanyan nodded with absolute certainty. That's simple. I'll make a call shortly. Just have your friend go directly to Shintai Shopping Center and sign the contract with the staff. No extra payment needed, just the standard rent will do. Yi-chen spoke up. Thank you so much. Bai Hanyan expressed her gratitude profusely. Never did she expect the boss to not only help her, but also assist her best friend. For a moment, she was at a loss for words to convey her appreciation. I'm fine. Yi-chen waved his hand dismissively. They were almost finished eating when Yi-chen and Bai Hanxian got up to leave. Goodbye. Wei Ruiyuan, who was already scared out of his wits, abruptly stood up as well, mumbled a few words blankly, and then bolted first. Afterwards, Yi-chen sent Bai Hanxian back to the company, gave Yang Xuemin some instructions, and then left. After all, Yi-chen couldn't stay here indefinitely, so most matters would be handled by Yang Xuemin. If any issues arose, Yang Xuemin could reach out to him directly. Of course, Yi-chen also informed Yang Xuemin about his plans to groom Bai Hanqing and allocate the resources previously designated for Ling Xie to her instead. Yang Xuemin promptly assured him that he would take care of it immediately. He'll attend a meeting shortly to discuss and finalize a detailed training plan for Bai Hanyan, then submit it to Yi-chen. He aims to complete all planning within a single day before handing it over to Yi-chen. Yi-chen was fairly satisfied, considering one day acceptable. Yi-chen had already added Bai Hanyan's contact information, including her WeChat account. Once he had a plan, he contacted Bai Hanyan again. After that, Yi-chen returned to his villa. On the evening of the second day, Ling Xie and manager Lu waited anxiously in a private room of an upscale restaurant. Over 10 minutes later, a plump woman wearing a pearl necklace walked in. Mr. Yen. Hello, Mr. Yen. Upon seeing the plump woman, Ling Xie and manager Lu immediately stood up and greeted her very politely. No need for such courtesy, please have a seat. The stout woman, President Yen, nodded and then took her seat directly at the head of the table. My secretary has already discussed the specifics with you. President Yen wasted no time getting straight to the point after sitting down. President Yen, Yen Baimei, owner of Yuanyan Talent Agency. Yuanyan Talent Agency is also located in Jiangzhou, specializing in cultivating internet celebrities and live streamers. They are the arch-rival of Yilin Talent Agency. The competition between the two agencies is extremely fierce. Unfortunately, Yilin Talent Agency has always managed to stay one step ahead of Yuanyan Talent Agency. This made Yen Baimei furious, and she had been looking for an opportunity to strike back and bring down Yilin Talent Agency. Last night, she heard that Yilan's new boss had actually fired Ling Xier and manager Lu together. She realized this was her chance. A golden opportunity for Yuanyan Talent Agency to turn the tables and crush Yilan beneath their feet. Chapter 33 Misunderstanding. Having made her decision, Yan Baimei immediately sent her secretary to contact Ling Xier and supervisor Lu, expressing her intention to collaborate. Secretary Li has already conveyed Director Yan's proposal to us. Secretary Li explained everything very clearly. Yan Baimei nodded with satisfaction and added, as long as you're willing to join Yuanyan, I'm prepared to sign you at 1.3 times your current rate. Ling Xier was previously a major influencer on Douyin, boasting millions of followers, and had signed a 10 million yuan contract with Yilan Talent Agency. Now, with Yan Baimei's 1.3 times offer, Ling Xier stands to gain an additional 3 million yuan. As for manager Lu, it's also 1.3 times the price. What do you think? Yan Baimei paid a hefty sum to bring down Yilan Talent Agency. Okay. Manager Lu nodded repeatedly. I'd love to, thank you, President Yan. Ling Xier was also overjoyed and agreed without hesitation. She had initially thought Yan Baimei would offer her a contract with terms similar to Yilan Talent Agency, but to her surprise, Yan directly raised the offer by 3 million on top of the original amount. Only a fool would disagree when there's more money to be made? President Yan, when can we sign the contract? Ling Xier couldn't wait to ask. Don't rush into signing the contract yet. You'll need to agree to a few conditions of mine first. Yan Baimei said meaningfully. First, Ling Xier, you need to help us film several videos, she continued. As a former employee of Yilan Talent Agency, expose all the misdeeds of the company's new president, forcing you to attend drinking parties, and so on. Do you understand? Hearing this, both Ling Xier and manager Lu were stunned. Forcing Ling Xier to accompany drinking? How come they didn't know about this? President Yan, I didn't know about this. Ling Xier asked in confusion. It's fine if you don't know. As long as you make an appearance, leave the rest to us, you don't need to worry about it. Yan Baimei continued with meaningful emphasis. Hearing this, Ling Xier and manager Lu suddenly comprehended Yan Baimei's true implication. Wasn't it just about smearing Yilan Talent Agency and its new president Yi Chen with baseless accusations? With Ling Xier's existing fanbase, if she speaks out, it would definitely carry some influence. President Yan, but wouldn't this cause some trouble? Ling Xier was still somewhat concerned. After all, this is spreading rumors, what if something goes wrong? And the results might not be significant. It doesn't matter. Yan Baimei said indifferently. I recently got acquainted with a big shot from Jiangzhou, the kind worth billions. At that time, I'll ask him for help. With that big shot's connections, we can amplify this incident's impact across Jiangzhou. Yan Baimei explained. As long as nothing goes wrong, driving Yilan out of Jiangzhou won't be a problem at all. Although Yan Baimei wished to completely crush Yilan Talent Agency in one fell swoop, that wasn't realistic. After all, the current Yilan now boasts total assets of 1 billion. If one truly wanted to dismantle Yilan Talent Agency in one fell swoop, Yuanyan Agency would also have to pay a heavy price. Not only that, but powerful connections would also be required. With Yan Baimei's status, it would be impossible. Even the billionaire magnate she knows might not necessarily succeed. Unless it's a tycoon worth tens or even hundreds of billions who steps in, there's no way to completely crush Yilan Talent Agency. Unfortunately, she isn't in a position to know such a billionaire tycoon. Although the goal of this operation is to bring down Yilan Talent Agency, forcing them out of Jiangzhou would still be a major victory. Secondly, Yan Baimei laid out several more conditions, all targeting Yilan Talent Agency and its new president, Yi Chen. Ling Xier and manager Lu agreed to the terms. In the end, the three parties reached a cooperative agreement. By the way, Ling Xier, since your Douyin account can't be used anymore, you might as well try making a name for yourself on Shark Live first, she added. Yan Baimei ordered. Previously, Ling Xier's account belonged to Yilan Talent Agency, but now that she's been fired, she naturally can't continue using it. Tomorrow, you'll start live streaming. The competition on Douyin is too fierce now. It's difficult to nurture a new account there. Try Shark Live first, and if that doesn't work out, you can always return to Douyin. Yan Baimei explained. Understood, President Yan. Facing the command from her new boss Yan Baimei, Ling Xier naturally didn't dare to raise any objections. Meanwhile, while Ling Xier and Yan Baimei were secretly plotting against Yi Chen was at his villa debating what to eat for dinner tonight. What to eat? This is a choice everyone must inevitably face. Knock, knock, knock. Suddenly, the door of Yi Chen's villa creaked as someone knocked. Curious, Yi Chen opened the villa door. Yi Chen's gaze fell upon none other than his stunningly beautiful neighbor, Mo Mengfei. Mo Mengfei invited Yi Chen to dine at her place. Turns out she had been wanting to thank Yi Chen for the kitten incident from before. She owed him a favor. But recently her company had kept her overwhelmingly busy, leaving her no time to spare. Finally, this afternoon Mo Mengfei finished handling most of her tasks and had a little free time. Mo Mengfei had been keeping in mind that she needed to thank Yi Chen. After some consideration, she decided to invite Yi Chen to her home for dinner. This would show more sincerity than dining at a restaurant could convey. Sure, Yi Chen replied. Yi Chen nodded. Coincidentally, he was just worrying about what to eat for dinner tonight. Now that someone had invited him, especially a neighbor, Yi Chen couldn't really refuse. After going back to the villa to fetch his phone, Yi Chen came along with Mo Mengfei to her place. Before inviting Yi Chen over, Mo Mengfei had already prepared all the ingredients and everything. All that was left was the cooking. Mo Mengfei asked Yi Chen to rest in the living room for a while she went to the kitchen. Feeling bored in the living room, Yi Chen played with Mo Mengfei's kitten. Due to the incident last time, the kitten recognized Yi Chen and didn't mind playing with him. Half an hour later, Mo Mengfei came out with dishes, her hair tied up and wearing an apron. After all, it was just Yi Chen and Mo Mengfei eating, so Mo Mengfei didn't prepare too many dishes. A standard meal of 4 dishes and 1 soup. Yi Chen also helped by bringing out the dishes. Meanwhile, Mo Mengfei opened a bottle of red wine to welcome her guest, Yi Chen. Yi Chen had jogged around Lingyun Lake with Mo Mengfei several times before, so they were quite familiar with each other. As they ate, they chatted casually. Mo Mengfei was serving soup to Yi Chen, and just as he stood up to receive it, she accidentally spilled it on herself. Fortunately, the soup wasn't hot anymore, only Yi Chen's clothes got wet. Sorry. Mo Mengfei hastily apologized, then picked up a napkin to help Yi Chen wipe his clothes. Click. Just then, the door of Mo Mengfei's villa suddenly opened from the outside. Immediately afterward, Mo Mengfei's parents walked in. After entering, Mo Mengfei's parents happened to see her wiping Yi Chen's clothes. The atmosphere became subtly awkward. Chapter 34, I actually know quite a few of Jiangzhou's billionaires. Mo Mengfei's parents stared wide-eyed at Yi Chen, their faces filled with astonishment. Mom? Dad? What brings you here? Looking at her suddenly arrived parents, Mo Mengfei was utterly astonished. Who is he? Mo Mengfei's mother asked curiously while staring at Yi Chen. This is Yi Chen, my neighbor. Mo Mengfei quickly explained to her parents. Earlier during dinner, I accidentally spilled soup on Yi Chen's clothes, so I was helping him clean it off. Hearing Mo Mengfei's explanation, her parents didn't say much in response. They were half convinced yet still skeptical. Could things really be that simple? Hello, uncle and auntie. Yi Chen also greeted them. Hello. Mo Mengfei's mother nodded without further questioning. Hello, Xiaoye. In contrast to her mother's indifference, Mo Mengfei's father appeared slightly more welcoming. Mengfei, come upstairs and talk with me. Mo Mengfei's mother spoke a word to her daughter before leading the way upstairs. Today she had come specifically to discuss important matters with her daughter. Alright. Mo Mengfei followed her mother upstairs. In the living room, only Yi Chen and Mo Mengfei's father remained. Xiaoye, have a seat. Make yourself at home. Mo Mengfei's father warmly invited Yi Chen to sit down. Yi Chen also felt the atmosphere was somewhat awkward, but since Mo Mengfei's father had spoken, he couldn't very well refuse. Do you smoke? As Yi Chen took his seat, Mo Mengfei's father took out a cigarette and asked. No, thank you. Yi Chen politely declined. Mo Mengfei's father lit a cigarette for himself and began chatting with Yi Chen. What do you do for work, Xiaoye? Mo Mengfei's father asked curiously. Still in university. Yi Chen replied. Oh. Mo Mengfei's father nodded. He had guessed as much, since Yi Chen appeared quite young. Xiaoyi, do you really live here? I live in the villa next door, number 8. Yi Chen replied. Villa number 8? Hearing Yi Chen's reply, Mo Mengfei's father was stunned. The adjacent Villa number 8 was one of the largest villas in the Lingyun Celestial Palace Villa District, with a staggering price tag. Moreover, there were quite a few people eyeing it. Acquiring such property would likely require formidable connections. I never expected Yi Chen to be living in Villa number 8. Mo Mengfei's father explained. Please don't mind Mengfei's mother's attitude. She's just a strong career woman who runs a company and can sometimes be quite domineering in her actions. The Mo family household was primarily managed by Mo Mengfei's mother. But don't worry, Mengfei isn't like that. Finally, Mo Mengfei's father specifically added. Yi Chen and Mo Mengfei's father began chatting. When he learned that Yi Chen had already started his own business during university and served as president of a billion-dollar company, he was deeply impressed. This young man is impressive, ambitious and accomplished at such a young age. Mo Mengfei's father took quite a liking to Yi Chen and deliberately remarked. If you ever need anything in the future, Xiaoyi, don't hesitate to reach out to me. I won't make grand promises, but when it comes to Jiangzhou's wealthiest, those in the billion-dollar club, I do know quite a few of them. Yi Chen is just starting his business and may encounter various problems. Although he doesn't take charge at home, handling matters for a small company worth $1 billion is something he can easily help Yi Chen with. He believes Yi Chen's words, as Yi Chen is indeed his daughter's neighbor. You're too polite, Uncle Mo. After chatting briefly with Mo Mengfei's father, Yi Chen took his leave. Yi Chen returned to his own villa. Around 10 in the evening, Yi Chen received a message from Yang Xuemin, the deputy general manager of Yilin Talent Agency. The plan for cultivating Bai Hanyan had been finalized. Yi Chen opened the file and took a look. It was no surprise that this company specialized in cultivating influencers and streamers. The design was indeed meticulous. Alright, let Bai Hanyan start her livestream on the Shark platform tomorrow. Let's try it out tomorrow. After reading it, Yi Chen nodded in satisfaction. Recently, the focus of Yilin Talent Agency has been on Shark Live. The competition on Douyin is simply too intense. If Bai Hanyan starts live streaming on the Shark platform, she can better leverage various resources from Yilin Talent Agency. Got it. I'll arrange for Bai Hanyan to start streaming on Shark Live tomorrow. Yang Xuemi nodded in agreement. Time flew by, and soon it was the next day. Under Yan Baimei's orders, Ling Xier filmed several videos, all of which accused Yi Chen of misconduct, smearing his reputation with false accusations. In Ling Xier's words, Yi Chen was portrayed as a despicable boss, someone who forced female employees to drink with clients, withheld salaries, acted recklessly within the company, and behaved like an arrogant tyrant. Even though she knew it was all lies, Ling Xier didn't feel the slightest bit of guilt. The more she spoke, the more agitated Ling Xier became, growing increasingly smug and triumphant. Yi Chen, just you wait. Didn't you fire me? Oof. Once these videos are produced, combined with General Manager Yan Baimei's connections, you and your Yilin Talent Agency won't be able to stay in Jiangzhou any longer. Yi Chen, you'd better get ready to leave Jiangzhou. For a moment, Ling Xier was immersed in the exhilaration of taking revenge on Yi Chen and slandering him. That night, Ling Xier began her live broadcast on Shark platform. Thanks to her existing fanbase and Yan Baimei's promotion, the live stream quickly became lively as soon as it started. User Leafy Sky gifted an airplane in Ling Xier's livestream. User Actually It Me gifted a super rocket in Ling Xier's livestream. User I Am Not the Future became a duke in Ling Xier's livestream. Gifts of all kinds flooded the entire platform. In less than 10 minutes, Ling Xier's livestream room's popularity surged past 500,000. With the additional resources from Yuanyan Talent Agency and several featured spots, the viewership in Ling Xier's livestream directly surpassed 1 million. Alongside her longtime fans, many new fans also came attracted by her growing fame. Ling Xier's livestream room became incredibly lively. On the other side, Bai Hanyan also began streaming on Shark platform. As a newcomer who had just started broadcasting, Bai Hanyan's livestream had very low popularity, with only 1 or 2,000 viewers. Moreover, since this was Bai Hanyan's first livestream, Yilin Talent Agency didn't arrange too many resources for her, aiming to prevent her from becoming overly nervous or feeling too much psychological pressure. They only arranged a few minor recommendations. In the end, Bai Hanyan's popularity stabilized at around 10 to 20,000. Bai Hanyan gradually adapted and began singing seriously. Under the instruction of her manager at Yuanyan Entertainment, Ling Xier started her PK battles. After 3 or 4 consecutive PK rounds, Ling Xier effortlessly dominated her opponents every time. Ling Xier's livestream fans also felt proud. After the 4th PK ended, Ling Xier clicked the random PK option again, starting the 5th PK battle. On the other side, since it was her first livestream, Bai Hanyan was also experimenting with various approaches. Naturally, PK battles were one of those attempts. Bai Hanyuan also selected the random PK option out of curiosity. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. After 6 or 7 seconds, the random PK began. Yet when the PK started, Bai Hanyuan stared at the opposing host and froze. Coincidentally, Bai Hanyan's random PK opponent this time was none other than Ling Xier. Chapter 35, God of Wealth, Please Accept My Knees. Not only was Bai Hanyan stunned, but opposite her, Ling Xier also wore an expression of astonishment. How is this possible? What a coincidence. Bai Hanyan? A random PK match, and I actually ran into this bitch? In Ling Xier's heart, she had long held hatred for both Bai Hanyan and Yi Chen. Last time, if it weren't for this Bai Hanyan, she wouldn't have been so arrogant. Ling Xier blamed Bai Hanyan entirely for her own arrogant behavior, refusing to take any responsibility herself. Everyone, that female streamer on the other side is no good, attack her for me. Before Bai Hanyan could react, Ling Xier had already begun inciting her audience. Though she badly wanted to curse Bai Hanyan directly, this was her first livestream on Shark platform after all. If her arrogant personality came through, her carefully crafted image would be ruined. So Ling Xier could only resort to subtle digs at her rival. What? That female streamer opposite isn't a decent person? If Hilda says so, there must be a reason. Let's rank up, brothers. User I Just Love Maserati's Trident gifted a plane in Ling Xier's livestream. User My Tomorrow and the Day After Are Missing gifted a rocket in Ling Xier's livestream. User Lalalala sent a super rocket in Ling Xier's livestream. Instantly, Ling Xier's site exploded with a frenzied shower of gifts. Among them, airplanes were worth 100 yuan, rockets 500 yuan, and super rockets a whopping 2,000 yuan. The PK score between Ling Xier and Bai Hanyan instantly widened by a huge margin. 26,000:0. The PK score is 10 times the value of the gifts received. Ling Xier received 2,600 yuan worth of gifts, which translates to 26,000 points. Meanwhile, Bai Hanyan has 0 points. Ling Xier kept playing the victim and fiercely criticized Bai Hanyan. The fans in Ling Xier's live stream immediately felt sorry for her and began showering her with gifts like crazy. In no time, the PK score turned into 102,866-0. Ling Xier's popularity also soared to 1.5 million. Bai Hanyan only had 20,000 viewers at this point. Moreover, due to Ling Xier's tearful accusations, Ling Xier's audience had already labeled Bai Hanyan as a manipulative green tea bitch. Some even came to Bai Hanyan's livestream to start stirring up trouble, throwing sarcastic remarks her way. TSK, these green tea bitches nowadays are really disgusting. You shameless people still dare to livestream on Shark TV? Get out of Shark Live. It was Bai Hanyan's first livestream, and she was already nervous. Now, with the manufactured drama and false accusations, she felt even more wronged. After playing the victim for a while, Ling Xier watched the rising score with a faint smirk of satisfaction. What the hell? Ling Xier grumbled inwardly. She had already racked up nearly 200,000 points, while Bai Hanyan still had 0. Bai Hanyan was nothing. Watching her livestream's popularity steadily climb, Ling Xier felt delighted. It seems my first livestream on Shark platform was a great success. Excluding earlier moments, just these past 2 to 3 minutes while competing against Bai Hanyan, she's already received gifts worth over 20,000 yuan. Today, she plans to step on Bai Hanyan to establish herself on Shark platform and become one of its top streamers. Meanwhile, in Bai Hanyan's live stream room, the few fans who originally supported Bai Hanyan are still defending her. But with Ling Xier having so many more viewers on her side, these few viewers were completely drowned out by her supporters. Bai Hanyan's livestream chat quickly descended into chaotic arguments. 0 points? What are you even trying to PK with? Exactly, who do you think you are? How dare you disrespect our Xier? Your livestream doesn't even have a single viewer sending gifts. Oh dear, 257639:0 points, you'd better get out of Shark platform as soon as possible. Looking at the dual score between the two, Ling Xier's fans were particularly confident and mocked Bai Hanyan wildly. Just then, Bai Hanyan's PK score suddenly underwent a dramatic change. User I'm really not interested in money sent a super rocket in Bai Hanyan's livestream. User I'm really not interested in money gifted 2 super rockets in Bai Hanyan's livestream. User I'm really not interested in money gifted 3 super rockets in Bai Hanyan's livestream. Finally, the count stopped at 100 super rockets. Total gift value, 200,000 yuan. The PK score values had undergone an enormous change. 267,899:200,000. 200,000 versus 2 million. Witnessing this sudden shift in scores, everyone was stunned. Ling Xier, along with her fans, stood frozen like wooden chickens, especially shocked. Originally, fans from Ling Xier's live stream had been mocking Bai Hanyan's live stream room for receiving no gifts, calling it a 0 score. In the blink of an eye, the PK score underwent an earth-shaking change. The opposing side now had 2 million points, effortlessly crushing their own score. Ling Xier was equally stunned, completely clueless about what had just happened. 2 million points, that's 200,000 yuan. How did Bai Hanyan suddenly receive gifts worth 200,000 yuan? The sense of superiority Ling Xier originally felt instantly vanished. Because sending super rockets triggers a platform-wide broadcast on Shark TV, many viewers soon came flooding in after hearing about it. Wow, she's so pretty. Is this level of beauty even human? She must be an angel descended from heaven. Such a beautiful girl, followed. When these viewers entered Bai Hanyan's live stream, many were stunned by her beauty and couldn't help but express their admiration through barrage comments. Of course, a large portion of the audience came here to worship the money god. A money god has appeared again on Shark Live. I really have no interest in money, this username is just too badass. Almighty money god, please accept my humble kneel. These audiences came in and immediately started fawning with comments like I really have no interest in money. As for who this mysterious tycoon is, does it even need to be said? Naturally, it's Yi Chen. After witnessing the PK battle between Bai Hanyan and Ling Xier, the game, monthly salary of 3,000, I am the world's richest, presented a new challenge. Help my employee Bai Hanyan win this showdown and crush Ling Xier's arrogance. Challenge reward, a world-class supercar, the Koenigsegg Agera. Do you accept the challenge? The Koenigsegg Agera, a world-class supercar, valued at over 26 million yuan. Seeing this challenge, Yi Chen accepted it without hesitation. This is none other than a top-tier supercar, a Koenigsegg. Normally, even if you have the money, you can't just walk in and buy a Koenigsegg off the shelf. For such world-class supercars, you'd need to place an order in advance, sometimes waiting months, half a year, or even longer. Moreover, even without this challenge, Yi Chen wouldn't just stand by and do nothing. After all, Bai Hanxian is his employee. Does Yi Chen still remember game's long-term challenge mission? As long as Bai Hanxian is successfully cultivated into a pop star, there's a reward worth over 15 billion. Moreover, Yi Chen had another ultimate weapon up his sleeve. Previously, from the game's shopping mall, Yi Chen had exchanged for a 10x rebate card. The spending limit on this card was 30 million. This meant Yi Chen only needed to spend 3 million to receive a 30 million reward. This card will expire soon, and it's just the right time to use it now. Bai Hanyan's livestream saw a surge in popularity due to these 100 super rockets, quickly surpassing 1.5 million viewers and still rising rapidly. After waiting a while, they noticed Bai Hanyan's PK score had stopped moving. Ling Xier and her audience all breathed a sigh of relief. A gift worth 200,000, with a bit more effort, there's still hope to surpass it. Team, charge. We must win. Ling Xier pretended to be pitiful again, begging for gifts. Yet before she could finish speaking, the PK score underwent another dramatic change. 278,690:100000000. 200,000 versus 10 million. Chapter 36 What True Dominance Means. Watching the sudden numerical shift, Ling Xier and everyone in her livestream were completely stunned. 10 million points? Is that a gift worth 1 million? Just now, the score on the other side was 2 million. How did it suddenly turn into 10 million? This is another sudden gift of 800,000. Just as Ling Xier and her livestream viewers were stunned, Bai Hanyan's livestream room erupted with excitement. User I have no interest in money gifted 100 super rockets in Bai Hanyan's livestream room. User I have no interest in money gifted 200 super rockets in Bai Hanyan's livestream room. In the end, it stopped at 400 super rockets. Damn, I really have no interest in money, big boss, you're amazing. Wow, a true tycoon, I've finally met a real tycoon. Bro, you're the absolute GOAT. Countless viewers in Bai Hanyan's livestream were stunned by the audacious declaration of I really have no interest in money. Normally, gifts worth 2,000 yuan are given one by one. Today, they learned something extraordinary. I truly have no interest in money, big shots. They were given in batches of 100. That's absolutely insane. Because of these 400 super rockets, countless viewers from Shark platform flooded into Bai Hanyan's live streaming room like mad. They came to pay homage to the billionaire tycoon. On Shark live streams, the influence of top-tier billionaire tycoons is no less than that of those big-name streamers. The streamer on the other side is the real fake sweetheart. Just over 200,000 points, and yet you mock our streamer. Look, we've already hit 10 million points. I know that Ling Xier across the way, isn't she just that Douyin influencer who got caught up in a scandal before? The audience flooding into Bai Hanyan's livestream immediately rallied to her side and launched a counterattack. The tide was turning. The once aggressive fans of Ling Xier were left speechless under the rebuttal. Some viewers even recognized Ling Xier. During her time at Yilan Entertainment, Ling Xier was exposed for having questionable character. But at that time, Yilan Entertainment stepped in to suppress the news. Yet many still recognized her, and now someone had spotted Ling Xier. Supervisor, I'm in trouble here. Can the company wire some funds to help me save face? On the other side, relentlessly crushed by Bai Hanyan, Ling Xier couldn't hold on any longer. So she began calling for help from her superior, a supervisor at Yuanyan Talent Agency. Alright, I'll have someone take care of it right away. The manager of Yuanyan Talent Agency opened Ling Xier's livestream, assessed the situation clearly, and immediately made a call. This supervisor was planning to use company funds to buy gifts for Ling Xier to help her save face. This is also a common method for nurturing livestream hosts. Before long, Ling Xier's livestream was also flooded with various gift animations. User Invincible Yuan Yen gifted 100 super rockets in Ling Xier's livestream. User Invincible Yuan Yen gifted 200 super rockets in Ling Xier's livestream. User Invincible Yuan Yen gifted 300 super rockets in Ling Xier's livestream. Soon, Yuanyan Talent Agency's official account began sending gifts to Ling Xier. The agency maintains several high-level dedicated accounts specifically used to send extravagant gifts to boost their streamers' popularity and create hype. Before long, Ling Xier received gifts worth 1 million yuan from her agency. 1029879710000000. Ling Xier's PK score has also surpassed 10 million points, overtaking Bai Hanyan. Yuan Yen is invincible and absolutely amazing. Brothers, we're back on our feet again. Ling Xier is the best. Seeing the PK score surpass again, the audience in Ling Xier's livestream erupted with excitement. A smile returned to Ling Xier's face, her pride was intact. The million yuan worth of gifts drew a flood of new viewers into Ling Xier's livestream, pushing the popularity of her channel past 400,000. Bai Hanyan's situation was much the same. After being overtaken by Ling Xier, Bai Hanyan's audience visibly lost some enthusiasm. Having surpassed Bai Hanyan's side, Ling Xier didn't stop there. Instead, she pressed her advantage relentlessly. In the end, Ling Xier's side gifted another 500,000 in presents. Ling Xier's PK score also surpassed 15 million. After sending 1.5 million worth of virtual gifts, the people from Yuanyin Talent Agency finally stopped. They felt that 1.5 million was already quite sufficient. Their liquid funds weren't abundant to begin with, so being able to come up with 1.5 million at once in such a short time was already quite impressive. Although they aren't exactly a small company anymore, their working capital is limited. Moreover, Yuanyin Talent Agency also manages some major streamers under its banner, who also require financial support. It's impossible to allocate all the funds to Ling Xier in one go. 1.5 million is pretty much their limit. Seeing that the company had topped up another 500,000 for her, Ling Xier became utterly arrogant. What kind of trash are that streamer and their audience over there? Are all their viewers just broke beggars? Ling Xier relentlessly mocked them. With this 1.5 million in gifts backing her up, she felt completely invincible. Mocked by Ling Xier like this, Bai Hanyan's audience was furious but powerless. They simply couldn't afford that much money. All they could do was silently endure Ling Xier's taunts. The other side. Just as Ling Xier was about to continue her mocking, the PK score changed once again. 152987666:20000000. Ling Xier was crushed once more. User I'm really not interested in money gifted 100 super rockets in Bai Hanyan's livestream. User I'm really not interested in money gifted 300 super rockets in Bai Hanyan's livestream. User I'm really not interested in money sent 500 super rockets in Bai Hanyan's livestream. Bai Hanyan's livestream received another set of gifts worth 1 million yuan from Yi Chen. With 2 million yuan worth of gifts, Bai Hanyan completely crushed Ling Xier's 1.5 million yuan gifts. Rich bro, I'm really not interested in money is absolutely legendary. I truly have no interest in money, boss unmatched under heaven. Boss is mighty. Countless viewers were worshipping Yi Chen like mad, convinced they had encountered a true tycoon. The PK score was overtaken again, leaving Ling Xier utterly stunned. There are only 2 or 3 minutes left before PK ends. Would she really be crushed by that bitch Bai Hanyan? No, she must win, she absolutely must. Ling Xier contacted her supervisor again. Director Zhao, please believe me, 2 million is definitely their upper limit. As long as we put in another 500,000, we can absolutely win this PK battle. This PK isn't just between me and that bitch Bai Hanyan, it's also about the reputation of our Yuanyin Talent Agency versus their Yilin Talent Agency. If we win this PK battle and use it for publicity, the impact will be tremendous. Ling Xier explained to her superior. Yilin Talent Agency is in a similar situation, 2 million is absolutely their bottom line. There's no way they'd exceed 2 million. Ling Xier's words instantly got manager Zhao fired up. She's right, this isn't just a competition between Ling Xier and Bai Hansong, but also between their Yuanyin Talent Agency and Yilin Talent Agency. This is about the company's reputation, we must win. In the end, manager Zhao searched high and low and secretly gathered 500,000 for Ling Xier. He was already going against the company's orders. As long as they won this PK, everything would be fine. But if they lost, both he and Ling Xier would face the consequences. Are you sure their bottom line is just 2 million? Finally, manager Zhao asked with lingering doubts. I'm certain. Ling Xier, blinded by jealousy and hatred, didn't care about anything else as long as she could defeat Bai Hansan. So without a second thought, she answered manager Zhao. All right. Gritting his teeth, manager Zhao transferred the remaining 500,000 to Ling Xier in one go. 200299998, 20 million. Ling Xier takes the lead again. Chapter 37, Receiving the World's Top Supercar. A smile reappeared on Ling Xier's face. The audience in her livestream also sat up straighter. But before they could rejoice, the score shifted once more. 20029998300000000. User I'm really not interested in money became a noble Ultra Emperor in Bai Hanyan's live stream room. User I'm really not interested in money renewed Ultra Emperor for 1 month in Bai Hanyan's live stream room. User I'm really not interested in money renewed Ultra Emperor for 2 months in Bai Hanyan's live stream room. The Supreme Emperor is the highest ranking nobility on Shark platform, requiring 180,000 to activate. Afterwards, the monthly renewal fee is 120,000. Yi Chen found gifting too troublesome and directly activated the Supreme Emperor nobility. After renewing for several months, Yi Chen gifted some other items and ultimately exhausted the quota of the 10x cashback card. Bai Hanyan's PK score on her side had also skyrocketed to 30 million points. 20029998300000000. Watching the PK scores fluctuate once more, Ling Xier was utterly dumbfounded. How could this be? How come Bai Hanyan received another 1 million worth of gifts? She was completely crushed. It's over, it's really over. Ling Xier looked ashen and gave up entirely. The PK has ended. Congratulations to streamer Bai Hanyan for winning this PK battle. At this moment, the PK concluded. Bai Hanyan defeated Ling Xier with a whopping 10 million point advantage. Not only Ling Xier, but also her audience was utterly disappointed. This is so embarrassing. As a result, these viewers began leaving Ling Xier's livestream one after another. The once million-strong viewership in Ling Xier's livestream plummeted instantly to just 50 or 60,000. Ling Xier. Looking at the PK results on his phone, manager Zhao roared in fury. Risking danger once more, he poured another 500,000 into tipping Ling Xier. Yet the outcome remained unchanged. He was utterly crushed by the opponent. Didn't Ling Xier say 2 million was their maximum limit? How did they throw in another million? This is utterly humiliating. Not only did Ling Xier lose, but even their Yuanyan talent agency suffered defeat. Yuanyan talent agency also lost face. With this loss, he would definitely face severe punishment from the company. Ling Xier wasn't doing any better. After losing the PK, Ling Xier received a call from manager Zhao. Right from the start, manager Zhao launched into a vicious tirade against Ling Xier. After being berated by manager Zhao like that, Ling Xier finally snapped out of her impulsive state. At this moment, she was terrified. Damn! After all, she tricked manager Zhao into spending another 500,000 for her. She was definitely going to face consequences for this. Sure enough, before long, Ling Xier received a call from the company's top management. Ling Xier immediately ended the live stream. It was Ling Xier's first public announcement of defeat on Shark platform, and it was humiliating, utterly humiliating. Even the reputation of Lin Yuanyan's talent agency was tarnished. Watching Ling Xier immediately end the livestream, the audience on Bai Hanyan's side was completely exhilarated, buzzing with excitement. Money Emperor is amazing. Dropping 3 million in a single PK battle, legendary. Money Emperor is the true god-tier tycoon. Your Majesty Qian, are you still in need of a leg dangler? Qian Huang, this was their honorable way of addressing Yi Chen. Just now, Yi Chen upgraded to the noble super emperor status, so naturally he's the emperor. From then on, Yi Chen gained an additional nickname, Money Emperor. Countless viewers worshipped the Money King. At this moment, Bai Hanshan's livestream viewership also soared past 10 million, making it the highest viewership on Shark Live during that time slot. Seizing the momentum, Bai Hanshan began to sing. For a moment, many viewers were captivated by Bai Hanyan's singing voice and promptly clicked the follow button. Within just over 10 minutes, Bai Hanyan's follower count skyrocketed from 0 to several hundred thousand. Of course, some followed because of Bai Hanyan herself, while others were drawn by the presence of the super tycoon known as Money King. As Bai Hanyan sang, Yi Chen began reviewing his gains. Your bank account has received 30 million yuan, current balance 33.877 million yuan. Yi Chen had just received a bank notification. His account had been credited with 30 million yuan. After subtracting the 3 million spent today, Yi Chen has made a net profit of 27 million. Yi Chen opened the game monthly salary of 3,000. I'm the richest man in the world. Challenge completed. Congratulations on acquiring the world's top-tier hypercar, a Koenigsegg Agera, now parked in your villa garage. Please check upon receipt. The challenge was successfully completed. Yi Chen looked it up. The Koenigsegg Agera, priced at 26.5 million renminbi domestically. That's not even including all the optional additions and such. If you really wanted to buy a car like this, with everything added up, getting a Koenigsegg Agera on the road would probably cost you over 30 million yuan. A supercar worth over 30 million and 27 million in liquid funds. By conservative estimates, Yi Chen made a profit of 60 million this time. This time, Yi Chen only spent 3 million, but made 60. A 20-fold profit. Now that's what you call satisfaction. Yi Chen wouldn't mind if this happened a few more times. Best case? Once a day. In a few months, he'd be a billionaire. The chatter said his Koenigsegg Agera was already parked in the garage, so Yi Chen naturally had to go take a look. This would be Yi Chen's first top-tier supercar. Koenigsegg. Universally recognized as one of the world's top supercars. Supercars like Ferraris and Lamborghinis, though rare, can still be spotted if you visit the most bustling areas. But ultra-luxury hypercars like Koenigsegg and Bugatti are vehicles many people never see once in their lifetime, let alone own one. Yet now, Yi Chen, just a freshman in college, owns a Koenigsegg himself. These supercars costing tens of millions are something even many wealthy individuals can't afford to indulge in. If those billionaires invested tens of millions, they might do so quite comfortably. But spending tens of millions on a car, that's probably not something they'd do. After all, supercars are ultimately just playthings, luxury items for amusement. Ordinary wealthy individuals wouldn't dare casually play around with tens of millions unless they were extraordinarily affluent. Soon, Yi Chen arrived at his private garage. As soon as he entered, Yi Chen laid eyes on his brand new Koenigsegg Agera. Yi Chen's Koenigsegg Agera was black, exuding sleek lines and an overwhelming sense of power. Handsome to the point of explosion. Compared to it, my old Ferrari seems quite ordinary. Truly worthy of being a world-class supercar. With a price tag of 20 to 30 million, it naturally couldn't be ordinary. Yi Chen was extremely satisfied with his Koenigsegg Agera. After checking out the car, Yi-chan returned to the villa. Bai Hanyan's livestream was now quiet. It wasn't that the audience had left, but rather they were listening quietly to Bai Hanyan singing. It must be said that Bai Hanyan's singing skills were indeed outstanding. She indeed has what it takes to be a singer. Bai Hanyan's livestream consistently maintained a viewership of 3 to 4 million. Considering there were no massive gift donations flooding the screen, this level of popularity was already quite impressive. Even though it was her first live stream, Bai Hanyan's talent still shone through. After this, Bai Hanyan successfully became one of the major streamers on Shark platform. Bai Hanyan's first live stream on Shark platform was quite successful. This was something even the executives of Yilin Talent Agency hadn't anticipated. Sometimes, even when they invest all kinds of resources, such results aren't guaranteed. The influence of a supreme tycoon is truly unmatched. Without Yi Chen, this couldn't have been concluded so perfectly. Originally, the plan of Yilin Talent Agency today was just to let Bai Hansang test the waters. Getting over 1,000 followers and tens of thousands of viewers would have been considered quite satisfactory. They intended to let Bai Hansang acclimate for a few days before allocating various resources to her. I never expected things would turn out like this. After a brief discussion, the executives at Yilin Talent Agency unanimously decided to allocate various promotional resources to Bai Hanyan starting tomorrow. They would spare no effort in cultivating Bai Hanyan's potential. They aimed to see if they could groom Bai Hanyan into becoming one of the top-tier streamers on Shark Live. The team at Yilin Talent Agency held a late-night meeting to discuss the situation. Yi Chen watched Bai Hanshan's livestream with equal satisfaction. Today's results had far exceeded his expectations. If things continued this smoothly, Bai Hanshan might become a top-tier singer in less than a year. Yi Chen could almost see the 15 billion waving at him already. Excellent, just excellent. After listening to the songs for a while, Yi Chen exited Bai Hanyan's livestream. Just then, Yi Chen suddenly received an unexpected phone call. Chapter 38. I heard you've met some big shot named Brother Chen? Excuse me, is this Brother Chen? Yi Chen answered the call to hear a young man's voice on the other end. This is Yi Chen speaking. Brother Chen, it's me, Xiao Huang Hai. We met at the bar that time. The young man introduced himself. After hearing the introduction, Yi Chen also recalled this Huang Hai. A few days earlier, Fatty had invited Yi Chen out for fun. Back then at the bar, Huang Hai had been utterly shocked by Yi Chen's black card. Yi Chen thus became acquainted with Huang Hai, this young master of Jiangzhou. What's wrong? It's like this, Brother Chen. There's a gathering tomorrow night, and I'd like to invite you to join us. Huang Hai made his intention clear. Tomorrow night? Yi Chen thought for a moment. He didn't seem to have any plans tomorrow night. Brother Chen, you absolutely must not refuse. I told my friends about you, and they're really eager to witness Brother Chen's remarkable presence. Huang Hai pleaded with Yi Chen. Alright then. Yi Chen agreed. He had nothing else to do tomorrow night anyway, so he could go and have some fun. Thanks, Brother Chen. Huang Hai let out a sigh of relief and repeatedly thanked Yi Chen. He had been afraid Yi Chen would refuse. After setting the time and place with Yi Chen, Huang Hai continued. Bro Chen, I won't disturb you further. Let's meet tomorrow evening. After hanging up the phone, Yi Chen went to wash up and prepare for bed. The next evening, Yi Chen drove his Koenigsegg Agera straight to the agreed meeting spot with Huang Hai. On the other side, a private estate in the outskirts of Jiangzhou was filled with many young masters from prominent families and wealthy heiresses. Inside the estate, Huang Hai was chatting with several friends. Old Huang, are you sure Brother Chen will really come tonight? After hearing you talk about him, I'm truly curious about this Brother Chen. Of course, I've already contacted Brother Chen just now, and he's already on his way. Huang Hai confirmed. Are you sure this Brother Chen is really that impressive? I've been in Jiangzhou for so long and never heard of him before? Another friend of Huang Hai asked curiously. Of course, Brother Chen lives in the number 8 villa of Lingyun Heavenly Palace. Doesn't that speak volumes about how impressive he is? Huang Hai said with great pride. Knowing a big shot like Brother Chen was something he could boast about for a long time. What? Brother Chen lives in villa number 8 of Lingyun Heavenly Palace? I'm going. Hearing Huang Hai say this, his friends were all shocked. As young masters from Jiangzhou, they naturally knew all about the top-tier luxury residences in the city. Villa number 8 in the Lingyun Heavenly Palace residential area was one of them. Villa number 8, along with villas number 1, 6, 11, and 18 at Lingyun Heavenly Palace, are all renowned luxury residences in Jiangzhou. Among them, the owners of Villa number 6 and Villa number 18 are well-known figures. They are prominent tycoons in Jiangzhou. Now, hearing that this Brother Chen mentioned by old Huang actually lives in Villa number 8 at Lingyun Heavenly Palace, that unquestionably makes him a heavyweight of the same caliber. Brother Huang, could you introduce me to Brother Chen later when we meet him? Yeah, Brother Huang, give us a chance to meet such an important person too. Several of Huang Hai's friends pleaded. Sure, it's nothing. Brother Chen is actually really nice. Huang Hai nodded. As the group was chatting in the manner, the distinctive roar of a supercar engine could be heard. Then, under everyone's gaze, a white supercar sped into view. Finally, the white supercar came to a gentle stop right in front of Huang Hai and the others. Holy crap, a Lamborghini Aventador? This is the legendary Big Bull. Staring at the white supercar, the young socialites exclaimed in utter amazement. Parked before them wasn't just any ordinary supercar, it was a Lamborghini Aventador, the very model nicknamed Big Bull among enthusiasts. The Lamborghini Aventador is extremely expensive, with prices typically ranging from 7 to 8 million, even reaching 9 million. The Lamborghini Aventador is the dream car for many men. Even these wealthy young men were no exception, gazing at the Lamborghini Aventador with immense envy. At this moment, their curiosity had peaked to the extreme. I wonder who owns this Lamborghini Aventador. Under the envious gazes of a group of young elites, the door of the Lamborghini Aventador slowly opened, and a slender young man stepped out unhurriedly. Zheng Yuanliang? Master Zhang? Looking at this skinny young man, the group of rich young masters exclaimed in utter astonishment. They all recognized the young man's identity. The young man was named Zheng Yuanliang, another prominent young master from Jiangzhou, the kind whose family owned billions. However, Zheng Yuanliang and Huang Hai were famously at odds with each other. To put it bluntly, they might as well be called sworn enemies. Watching Zheng Yuanliang step out of the Lamborghini Aventador, Huang Hai was the most stunned of them all. When the hell did this guy buy a Lamborghini Aventador? Huang Hai was utterly bewildered. Previously, Huang Hai and Zheng Yuanliang had similar cars, both were supercars worth about 4 to 5 million. Unexpectedly, Zheng Yuanliang bought a Lamborghini Aventador worth several million more. In comparison, Huang Hai was instantly overshadowed. How do you like my great bull? After getting out of the car, leaning against his Lamborghini Aventador, Zheng Yuanliang said with a smile on his face. So handsome. Brother Liang is awesome. Truly worthy of being the legendary Big Bull, so damn cool. The crowd of onlooking young masters exclaimed with envy. Hearing these words of admiration, Zheng Yuanliang's smile grew even brighter. This car was worth every penny he'd spent. Why buy a supercar? Aside from personal preference, naturally it was to show off and make others jealous. Now, his Lamborghini Aventador has already caused a stir, naturally justifying its price. Brother Liang, how much did this Big Bull cost you? Not much, just over 9 million. Zheng Yuanliang said with a relaxed expression. Over 9 million. Zheng Yuanliang's Lamborghini Aventador costs more than 9 million. That's insane. The crowd of watching rich kids were shocked once again. Brother Liang, you're unstoppable. Bright brother, take me under your wing when you have time in the future. Some young masters began sparing no effort to curry favor with Zheng Yuanliang. As for the wealthy young ladies watching nearby, their eyes lit up when they looked at Zheng Yuanliang. Being wealthy is undeniably a huge advantage. How about taking a look at my car, old Huang? Gazing at his Lamborghini Aventador, Zheng Yuanliang couldn't help but show off as he asked Huang Hai. Not bad. Huang Hai forced out the compliment through gritted teeth. Oh, just alright? If I recall correctly, your car seems to be a sports car worth over 4 million, doesn't it? Zheng Yuanliang remarked pointedly. Hearing this, Huang Hai's face instantly flushed red. Huang Hai's friends also lowered their heads. Oh, right. I remember you boasting these past few days about getting to know some big shot, someone called Brother Chen, wasn't it? Something suddenly occurred to Zheng Yuanliang, and he spoke up again. Chapter 39, then why don't you get your so-called Brother Chen to show up in an even more badass supercar? Yeah, what's up? Huang Hai retorted. If I remember correctly, the Chenggu you mentioned drives a $5 million Ferrari. Zheng Yuanliang said sarcastically. If you can call someone driving a 5 million Ferrari bro, then what should you call me driving a 9 million plus Lamborghini Aventador? Should I call him dad or grandpa? Zheng Yuanliang smiled with a hint of irony. You? Huang Hai was instantly enraged. Zheng, watch your words. Huang Hai said sternly to Zheng Yuanliang. Zheng Yuanliang said he didn't care and would take responsibility. After all, his car couldn't compare to Zheng Yuanliang's. But Brother Chen was his idol, he naturally couldn't let Zheng Yuanliang look down on him. Ha! Zheng Yuanliang, however, didn't take it seriously and merely let out a disdainful laugh. Thinking someone who drives a 5 million Ferrari is some big shot, what a joke. Are you just naive, or just plain stupid? Zheng Yuanliang looked down on Huang Hai, let alone that so-called Brother Chen Huang kept mentioning. A guy who drives a Ferrari worth over 5 million? What kind of big shot could that be? He's not even up to my standards. How could such a person possibly be anyone important? Brother Chen, what a joke. Just a laughingstock. You? Huang Hai trembled with rage from head to toe. Huang Hai's friends also hung their heads. Though angry, they couldn't refute Zheng Yuanliang. They didn't know that Brother Chen for the time being. Brother Liang is right. Someone driving a 5 million Ferrari is just like us, not even 1/10 of Brother Liang's caliber. Who's this Brother Chen? He doesn't deserve that title. Just call him Little Chen. Several onlookers nearby, eager to please Zheng Yuanliang, deliberately chimed in. After all, that so-called brother Chen wasn't around. What harm could a little sarcasm do? As long as it pleased Zhang Yuanliang, they'd even be willing to curse their own ancestors if it came to it. Huang Hai, your taste is really not up to par. Zhang Yuanliang spoke up again, criticizing Huang Hai. Let me show you what a true big shot looks like, Zhang Yuanliang said mysteriously. Recently, he had also befriended a prominent figure, young Master Fong. Compared to young Master Fong, Huang Hai's so-called brother Chen was nothing but an ant. Hearing Zhang Yuanliang's words, the crowd was stunned and utterly confused. At that very moment, another thunderous roar echoed through the air. In the distance, a yellow supercar was speeding towards the manor. My God, what is that? One of the young elites recognized the supercar first and immediately let out an exclamation of awe. Following the direction the young man pointed, the crowd all noticed the yellow supercar. What kind of car is this? It looks so stylish, right? This car looks really cool. I want to buy one too. Me too. Driving this on the road would definitely turn everyone's heads. Someone exclaimed with admiration. What are you thinking? Buying one? Do you even know what kind of car this is? Can you afford it? The young master sneered coldly at first. What kind of car? What kind of car is that? The crowd asked in confusion. That's a McLaren P1. It costs 13 million, and with taxes and fees probably 15 million to drive it off the lot. What? Hearing this, everyone swallowed hard. Although many hadn't heard of the McLaren P1, its price tag of $15 million genuinely shocked them. A $15 million supercar? Good heavens. Today, they finally laid eyes on the legendary multi-million-dollar hypercar. Under the watchful gaze of the crowd, this McLaren P1 worth over 10 million slowly came to a stop beside the Lamborghini. As soon as the McLaren P1 parked, Zhang Yuanliang immediately came trotting over eagerly. The McLaren P1's door opened, and an arrogant young man stepped out unhurriedly. Young Master Fong, you've arrived. Seeing the arrogant man emerge, Zhang Yuanliang immediately fawned and spoke. Let me introduce everyone to this gentleman. He is the heir of the Fong Consortium, young Master Fong, Fong Hongshou. Zhang Yuanliang announced the arrogant man's identity to everyone. The young master of the Fong Group? Upon learning the identity of this arrogant man, everyone couldn't remain calm any longer. The Fong Group is one of the major corporations in Jiangzhou, boasting a market value exceeding 10 billion yuan. Who would have thought this arrogant man turned out to be the son of Fong Group's chairman, the future heir to the business empire? This is the important figure I wanted to introduce to you. Look at that, Zhang Yuanliang said with evident pride. Hearing this, everyone was filled with emotion. This is a truly great figure. Huang Hai and his friends were all dumbfounded. They truly hadn't expected that the VIP Zhang Yuanliang mentioned would turn out to be the heir of the Fong Group. This was indeed someone far beyond their social standing. Greetings, young Master Fong. Fong Xiao is so handsome. The surrounding young masters and wealthy heiresses quickly gathered around, continuously flattering Fong Hongshou. Meanwhile, Zhang Yuanliang walked up to Huang Hai with a proud expression. Old Huang, see that? That's what a real big shot looks like. Zhang Yuanliang sarcastically lectured Huang Hai. Fong Xiao drives a McLaren P1 worth over 10 million. Who knows how much more impressive he is compared to your so-called brother Chen. In the future, don't just go around calling anyone your brother. With Fong Xiao backing him up here, Zhang Yuanliang fearlessly mocked Huang Hai to his heart's content. Huang Hai's friends were particularly furious at Zhang Yuanliang's mockery, but they dared not lash out. After all, wasn't the young master of the Fong Group right here? Zhang Yuanliang, don't push your luck too far. Brother Chen is quite capable too. Huang Hai took a deep breath before retorting. Oh really, is that brother Chen of yours supposed to be so great? Huang Hai's words didn't impress Zhang Yuanliang in the slightest. Alright then, never mind all that. Since your so-called brother Chen is supposedly so impressive, why don't you get him to drive a car that's even more badass than young Master Fong's McLaren P1? Zhang Yuanliang retorted with overflowing confidence. As long as your so-called Chen can drive a car that's even more badass than young Master Fong's McLaren P1, I'd kneel and call him brother. I'm giving him this brand new Lamborghini Aventador I just bought for over 9 million too. Knowing that Chen Gu, whom Huang Hai mentioned, was utterly incapable of pulling it off, Zhang Yuanliang boldly threw down the gauntlet without a shred of fear. Provoked by Zhang Yuanliang's words, Huang Hai trembled with uncontrollable fury. Although he wanted to speak up for brother Chen, there was nothing he could do. Though brother Chen was formidable, he was too low-key, driving only a Ferrari worth a few million yuan. There was simply no way to compare it with Fong Xiao's McLaren P1 worth over 10 million. What's wrong? Cat got your tongue? Ha ha ha. Zhang Yuanliang grew even more brazen. Just as Zhang Yuanliang was laughing unrestrainedly, an extremely sleek black supercar slowly drove into the estate. Chapter 40, The Awestruck Crowd. Holy crap, am I seeing things? A young playboy was the first to spot the black supercar, letting out an astonished gasp. Hearing this, the others turned their heads curiously to look. With just one glance, everyone stood frozen in shock. Is this the legendary Koenigsegg? Someone asked in a trembling voice. Yes, this is the legendary Koenigsegg. And it seems to be a Koenigsegg Agera worth over 20 million, nearly 30 million. A young man quite knowledgeable about supercars confirmed with certainty. Koenigsegg Agera? Over 20 million, nearly 30 million? At this moment, everyone felt not just astonishment, but absolute shock. Originally, they thought a supercar costing over 10 million was already incredibly impressive. I never expected to see a supercar worth 20 to 30 million yuan appear here. 20 to 30 million could buy you a top-tier villa in Zhengzhou. Everyone was utterly stunned by the price tag of this Koenigsegg Agera. Both Zhang Yuanliang and Huang Hai froze when they saw this suddenly arriving Koenigsegg Agera. I have to admit, this Koenigsegg Agera is just too damn cool. Even the stunning McLaren P1 that young Master Fawn was driving earlier can't quite compare to this Koenigsegg Agera. Leaving everything else aside, just the price difference says it all. A single Koenigsegg Agera costs nearly as much as two McLaren P1s. This is what you call a gap. Gulp, gulp. Staring dumbfounded at this Koenigsegg Agera, Zhang Yuanliang's eyes widened with boundless envy. This supercar was breathtakingly cool, like a black phantom, the ultimate in road presence. Not only Zhang Yuanliang, but even the arrogant Fang Hongxiu, who looked down on everyone, couldn't hide the envy in his eyes when gazing at this Koenigsegg Agera. Which tycoon owns this Koenigsegg Agera? I don't know, but it must be someone extremely powerful, otherwise, they wouldn't be able to drive the legendary Koenigsegg Agera. Everyone present was burning with curiosity about who the owner of this Koenigsegg Agera could be. Finally, the black Koenigsegg Agera slowly pulled up beside the McLaren P1. The Koenigsegg's doors slowly rose upward, under the unblinking gaze of everyone present. An impossibly handsome young man stepped out with effortless grace. When they saw the owner of this Koenigsegg Agera, all the young heirs and socialite princesses wore identical expressions of stunned disbelief. None of them recognized the big shot who drove the Koenigsegg. Seeing the handsome guy stepping out, Huang Hai covered his mouth in disbelief. Isn't this Brother Chen? Could it be that Brother Chen actually drove a Koenigsegg Agera this time? Oh my goodness. After a dazed moment, Huang Hai quickly trotted over. Brother Chen, you're here. Huang Hai said with great respect. Hearing Huang Hai's way of addressing the owner of this Koenigsegg, everyone was shocked. Brother Chen? Is the owner of this Koenigsegg actually the Brother Chen that Huang Hai has been talking about? Most of the people present had heard Huang Hai mention this Brother Chen before, but most didn't believe that this so-called Brother Chen was any important figure. Now, however, they realized they'd been wrong, dead wrong. How could someone driving a 20 to 30 million yuan Koenigsegg Agera not be a big shot? They finally believed what Huang Hai had said. As for those friends of Huang Hai who had originally kept their heads down, their faces now showed delight. Turns out that Brother Chen, whom old Huang had mentioned, was truly a big shot. Just like Huang Hai, they were also filled with pride. They had just endured Zhang Yuanliang's mockery, but now that Chen Guo arrived in the Koenigsegg, their moment of triumph had also come. At the scene, Zhang Yuanliang was the most astonished. Zhang Yuanliang never expected in his wildest dreams that the so-called Brother Chen Huang Hai mentioned would actually drive a multi-million-dollar Koenigsegg here. Zhang Yuanliang's face turned ashen, then pale, clearly frightened out of his wits. Especially when recalling the flag he had just raised, Zhang Yuanliang felt even more terrified. As long as that Chen Ji of yours can show up in a car even more badass than young Master Fang's McLaren P1, I'll kneel and call him Big Bro. I'll even gift him this brand new Lamborghini Aventador I just bought, worth over 9 million. Kneeling and calling someone Big Bro was nothing, but if he were to gift his Lamborghini Aventador to this Brother Chen, he'd probably regret it for the rest of his life. The more Zhang Yuanliang thought about it, the more anxious he became. With this thought, Zhang Yuanliang repeatedly stepped backward, wanting to leave this place. However, Huang Hai spotted him the moment Zhang Yuanliang took a few steps back. Come on, Lao Shang, what were you just saying? What was it you said you'd do if Brother Chen drove a car even more impressive than a McLaren P1? Huang Hai asked Zhang Yuanliang. Brother Huang, I was wrong. Zhang Yuanliang repeatedly apologized to Huang Hai. He truly couldn't bear to part with his Lamborghini Aventador. Watching Zhang Yuanliang's pathetic demeanor, Huang Hai sneered coldly. This was the price to pay. Serves you right for being so arrogant and overbearing earlier. What goes around comes around. Alright, let's not talk about the Lamborghini. At least you should fulfill your other promise. Giving Chen Ge this car worth over 9 million is definitely unrealistic. Even if Zhang Yuanliang agreed, his family would surely have something to say about it. If that happens and causes any trouble, it wouldn't be good. But another promise, Zhang Yuanliang absolutely had to keep. Brother Huang, could I possibly? Zhang Yuanliang still wanted to negotiate terms, but Huang Hai's expression darkened. Alright then. Left with no choice, Zhang Yuanliang had no option but to agree. Better embarrassing than losing the car too. In the end, Zhang Yuanliang steeled himself and approached Yi Chen. Gulp. Zhang Yuanliang suddenly knelt before Yi Chen and spoke. Good morning, Brother Chen. Everyone was stunned by Zhang Yuanliang's gesture. Yi Chen was also taken aback. You're bowing for New Year's greetings now when I didn't bring any red envelopes. Yi Chen shrugged and said helplessly. It's fine, Brother Chen, I brought some. Huang Hai suddenly spoke up and walked over. He pulled out a yuan coin from somewhere and directly stuffed it into Zhang Yuanliang's hand. Here you go, Xialiangzi. Keep the change. Huang Hai said very generously. Zhang Yuanliang had no choice but to helplessly take the money. Morning, Brother Chen. Brother Chen, your Koenigsegg is insanely cool. The crowd that had just been surrounding Fang Hongxiu now completely abandoned him, flocking instead to kneel and grovel before Yi Chen. The next second, something utterly unexpected by everyone occurred. Fang Hongxiu, the heir apparent of the Fang group, was seen walking straight toward Yi Chen. Stopping just 2 or 3 meters away from Yi Chen, Fang Hongxiu stood there with obvious reluctance, facing Yi Chen in opposition. The atmosphere instantly became charged with gunpowder. I challenge you. Fang Hongxiu suddenly issued a challenge to Yi Chen. Chapter 41, Mental Breakdown? Fang Hongxiu's words instantly shocked everyone around him. Challenge Yi Chen? To what? I admit, your Koenigsegg Agera is superior to my McLaren P1, but that doesn't mean my driving skills are inferior to yours. Fang Hongxiu said slowly. Let's each pick a car that's not too flashy and race them. If you can beat me, I'll acknowledge you. From then on, you'll be my superior, you'll be my boss. Whatever you say goes, I'll do anything you ask. Fang Hongxiu said with great reluctance. His car was indeed no match for Yi Chen's. Fang Hongxiu had complete confidence in his driving skills. If not for family reasons, he probably would have become a professional racer. After hearing Fang Hongxiu's words, the crowd grew excited. They were eager to see Yi Chen and Fang Hongxiu compete, to find out who was the better driver. No need to mention the cars, Yi Chen had already won hands down. But what about driving skills? That's hard to say. They had heard some rumors. The young heir of the Fang group was obsessed with racing and supposedly had exceptional driving skills. Zhang Yuanliang, who had just risen to his feet, froze momentarily before surging with excitement. Fang Xiao was the eminent figure he had invited. If Fang Xiao could defeat this Brother Chen, he'd effectively turn the tables in his favor. Yi Chen, you simply must agree to this. Zhang Yuanliang prayed silently in his heart. Beside Yi Chen, Huang Hai grew visibly tense upon hearing Fang Hongxiu's challenge. Brother Chen, Fang Hongxiu is exceptionally skilled among Jiangzhou's young masters. His driving absolutely ranks among the elite few. Huang Hai whispered this warning into Yi Chen's ear. Originally, Yi Chen wasn't particularly interested in competing with Fang Hongxiu in driving skills, but now that Huang Hai mentioned it this way, he found it somewhat intriguing. Previously, Yi Chen had acquired top-tier driving skills from the game but never had the chance to truly test what level he could reach when going all out. Now, with Fang Hongxiu, who ranks among Jiangzhou's strongest drivers, as a benchmark, it served as the perfect opportunity for him to test himself. Let's compare then. Yi Chen nodded in agreement. Seeing Yi Chen accept the challenge, the crowd instantly erupted in excitement. Brother Chen is magnificent. Race, race. The crowd cheered. A smile also appeared on Zhang Yuanliang's face. He knew young Master Fang's driving skills all too well. Previously, he'd witnessed him utterly crushing a professional racer. Now, compare Yi Chen with young Master Fang's greatest strength. Will young Master Fang lose? He was finally about to turn the tables. As long as young Master Fang wins, he wouldn't have to fear encountering Huang Hai anymore. Otherwise, I probably wouldn't even have the face to look up the next time I see Huang Hai. As one of Jiangzhou's young masters, racing is a frequent pastime for him. They have dedicated racing spots. At the scene, the young masters and heiresses mostly arrived in supercars. Yi Chen and Fang Hongxiu each chose a car. Yi Chen picked a Ferrari, while Fang Hongxiu chose a Lamborghini. These two cars had similar price points and configurations. Using these vehicles for their competition made it a fair contest. Half an hour later, the group arrived at a deserted and rugged highway. This was where these rich kids often held their street races. To keep a close eye on the competition, they had prepared several drones in advance for aerial filming. Every detail of this street race could be perfectly captured on camera. Yi Chen drove his Ferrari while Fang Hongxiu arrived at the starting point in a Lamborghini. Soon, the race began. The Ferrari and Lamborghini shot forward like arrows, speeding ahead side by side. Who do you think will win this time? Watching the two dash out, the remaining young masters and heiresses gathered at the spot began discussing excitedly out of curiosity. I think it's young Master Fang. I reckon it's young Master Yi. Young Master Yi is impressive after all, he owns a Koenigsegg, but whether his driving skills match up, we've yet to see. I think Fang Xiao might have the upper hand. Most people present believed Fang Hongxiu would win this time. After all, his exceptional driving skills were widely recognized. They didn't know Yi Chen. Only a very few thought Yi Chen would prevail, and among them was naturally Huang Hai. Old Huang, what do you think? Zheng Yuanliang walked up to Huang Hai and asked with a smile. Brother Chen will definitely win. Huang Hai said firmly. I don't think so. Zheng Yuanliang shook his head. What, are you doubting Brother Chen's ability? Huang Hai retorted. Zheng Yuanliang quickly shook his head and explained. No, Brother Chen's abilities are truly exceptional, that's evident to everyone. Although Zheng Yuanliang wanted to regain face in front of Huang Hai, he dared not show the slightest disrespect toward Yi Chen. After all, Yi Chen drove a Koenigsegg, his background was undoubtedly formidable and not someone Zheng could afford to provoke. Brother Chen's financial strength is indeed formidable, but his driving skills are questionable. Young Master Fong, however, is famously skilled. Zheng Yuanliang said with a meaningful tone. Brother Chen will definitely win. Huang Hai replied with unwavering determination. Let's wait and see then. Zheng Yuanliang spoke with equal confidence, fully trusting in young Master Fong's driving skills. At this moment, the drone footage also captured the ongoing race between Yi Chen and Fang Hongxiu. On the preceding stretch of level road, the gap between the two drivers remained negligible, but when the two passed a turn, the gap became apparent. Fang Hongxiu's skills were indeed formidable, his drift around the corner was nearly perfect, leaving these young masters in awe. Yet what had seemed nearly flawless paled in comparison to Yi Chen's performance. If Fang Hongxiu's was near perfection, Yi Chen's was truly flawless. All the young masters were dumbfounded. With this turn, Yi Chen directly left Fang Hongxiu behind. How could that be? Zheng Yuanliang couldn't believe what he was seeing, his face full of astonishment. Those who had believed Fang Hongxiu would win were utterly astonished. The small group who had bet on Yi Chen breathed sighs of relief, smiles spreading across their faces. Brother Chen is awesome. After this turn, Yi Chen left Fang Hongxiu far behind. Fang Hongxiu naturally refused to accept defeat. He made several attempts in a row, determined to catch up with Yi Chen. Yet none succeeded. As they rounded the next bend, the distance between their vehicles grew even wider. Fang Hongxiu was left far behind. The racecourse wasn't long, and when Yi Chen reached the finish line, Fang Hongxiu arrived about 20 to 30 seconds later. After seeing both racers finish, several young masters who had opted to wait directly at the finish line rather than going to the starting point quickly gathered around. Spotting Yi Chen stepping out of his car, these young masters immediately spoke up. Brother Chen, you're invincible. Brother Chen is too strong. On the other side, Fang Hongxiu also got out of the car. They had originally thought Fang Hongxiu would be extremely disappointed or even fly into a rage. Yet Fang Hongxiu's reaction completely surpassed their expectations. After getting out of the car, Fang Hongxiu showed no disappointment or anger, instead, his face was brimming with excitement and joy. What's gotten into young Master Fang? Could he have suffered some shock that's messed with his mind? The crowd exchanged baffled glances, utterly perplexed. Chapter 42, Entering Su Ningxuang's bedroom. While everyone was puzzled, Fang Hongxiu approached Yi Chen with an excited expression. Brother Chen, you're my idol. That drift was absolutely perfect. Fang Hongxiu grabbed Yi Chen's arm with the eager enthusiasm of a devoted fan. Indeed, when Yi Chen first overtook him, Fang Hongxiu had been furious and resentful. Along the way, he kept trying to catch up to Yi Chen, even surpass him. But in the end, Fang Hongxiu completely gave up. He realized that his driving skills were nowhere near Yi Chen's level. Fang Hongxiu was completely convinced. Especially when recalling Yi Chen's near-perfect drift, Fang Hongxiu became utterly awestruck, idolizing Yi Chen. And so, this scene unfolded. Seeing this, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. It's best that young Master Fang didn't have any mental issues. If something had gone wrong, they wouldn't have been able to take responsibility. Earlier, they had even discussed what they would do if young Master Fang lost and threw a tantrum. The competition is just for fun, play around. But if things get heated and lead to conflict, that wouldn't be good. What they fear most is Fang Xiao losing his temper after a defeat. This outcome is naturally the best. Brother Chen, from now on you're my big bro. Just give the word whenever you need anything done. Fang Hongxiu said to Yi Chen with undisguised admiration. All I ask is that you find time to give me some pointers on my driving skills. After the race concluded, everyone returned to the manor and began their evening meal. Since they all came by car, no one drank alcohol. At the dinner table, Fang Hongxiu kept toasting Yi Chen with tea instead of wine, constantly trying to curry favor with him. In the end, Fang Hongxiu finally got his wish and obtained Yi Chen's contact information. After the meal, Yi Chen stayed at the estate for a while longer before bidding his farewell. Fang Hongxiu took the lead in seeing Yi Chen off. The next day, Yi Chen drove to school. Since he only had one class today at noon, Yi Chen planned to return to the villa after the 10 o'clock lecture. Just then, Yi Chen suddenly received a WeChat call from his cousin Zhao Shuxian. Yi Chen, are you at school? Zhao Shuxian asked impatiently. I am. What's going on? Yi Chen inquired. It's like this, Ningxuan's USB flash drive is missing. Zhao Shuxian explained. There's an article she wrote on the flash drive, due to be submitted to the school in an hour for a competition. but now the USB is lost. We've searched the entire dorm, and it's nowhere to be found. Ningxuan thought she might have left it at home when she went back last time and wanted to return to look for it. If you have time, take Ningxuan home to look for it. Zhao Shuxian told Yechen about what had happened. Originally, Su Ningxuan intended to take a taxi back, but Zhao Shuxian stopped her. Yechen had a car, so why go through the hassle of taking a taxi? Besides, since time was of the essence, taking a taxi would definitely waste precious minutes. Yichen's car was a Ferrari, fast and capable of saving plenty of time. Not to mention, it could help foster a better relationship between Yichen and Ningxuan. At this thought, Zhao Shuxian hastily called Yichen. I'll drive the car to the girls' dormitory right away. Understanding the urgency of the situation, Yichen immediately agreed. Yichen left the classroom, got into his Koenigsegg, and drove straight to the girls' dormitory building. At this moment, Su Ningxuan was already waiting there. Seeing an unfamiliar sports car stop beside her, Su Ningxuan instinctively thought someone was trying to hit on her and took a few steps back. Senior Su, get in the car. Yichen rolled down the window and called out to Su Ningxuan. Yichen? Seeing that it was Yichen behind the wheel, Su Ningning froze in surprise. Has Yichen changed his car again? Just how many cars does he own? Though curious in her heart, Su Ningxuan didn't ask anything further and simply got into Yichen's car. Thank you, Junior Yi. Su Ningxuan expressed her gratitude. Having troubled Yichen once again, she was beginning to feel rather embarrassed. We're friends, why stand on ceremony? Yichen casually tossed out the remark before making straight for the school entrance. With Su Ningxuan leading the way, Yichen had no need for navigation. Under Su Ningxuan's guidance, Yichen arrived at another renowned villa district in Jiangzhou Century Riverside Villa Community. The prices of the villas here are no less extravagant than those in the Lingyun Tian Palace Villa district where Yichen resides. Yichen parked the car in front of villa number 3. Su Ningxuan's mother seemed to be absent today. She opened the villa door and led Yichen inside. Junior Yi, please make yourself comfortable first. I'll go to my room and look for it. Yichen waited in the living room while Su Ningxuan hurried to her bedroom. It was already 10:50. The submission deadline was at 11 o'clock, leaving Su Ningxuan with only 10 minutes. She had to find the USB drive, turn on her computer, and email the document to the school administrators within those 10 minutes. Time was pressing, and Su Ningxuan had to race against the clock. If she was late, all her efforts over the past few months would be in vain. Yichen sat on the sofa, glancing around. At that moment, a voice sounded. Junior Yi, come in as well. Su Ningxuan invited Yichen into her boudoir. Chen was taken aback. This didn't seem quite appropriate. It wasn't that he minded, but after all, it was Su Ningxuan's private chambers. Isn't it a bit awkward for a guy to go in alone? Junior Yi, come in and help look. We're short on time. Su Ningxuan called out again. Su Ningxuan searched the room but found nothing. There were only about 4 or 5 minutes left until 11 o'clock. If they couldn't find it in those few minutes, it would be troublesome. Her own strength was limited, so she invited Yichen inside to search together. Considering the incidents they'd experienced before, Su Ningxuan felt Yichen was a dependable man. That's why she'd asked. If it weren't Yichen in the living room now, but another guy. Even if she couldn't find it, Su Ningxuan would never have invited him in to search together. But after all, the person outside right now is Yichen. Su Ningxuan trusts Yichen. Since Su Ningxuan had already spoken thus, Yichen found it hard to refuse. Yichen also quickly went upstairs and entered Su Ningxuan's room. So pink. This was his first impression the moment he stepped inside. Whether it was the curtains, bedsheets, or anything else, everything was pink, brimming with girlish charm. One's bedroom reflects their inner self the most. It seems that despite Senior Su's aloof exterior, she still harbored a girlish heart. After a brief pause, Yichen also began helping Su Ningxuan search the room. After scanning his desk to no avail, Yichen opened Su Ningxuan's wardrobe. Muttering "see no evil" to himself, Yichen nevertheless searched through it meticulously. In the end, Yichen found the USB flash drive tucked inside one of Su Ningxuan's garments. Is this it? He wondered. Yichen held up the USB drive and asked. That's the one, that's it. Su Ningxuan nodded hastily. Wonderful, thank you. Su Ningxuan was so excited that she instinctively hugged Yichen. Caught off guard by Su Ningxuan's embrace, Yichen froze in shock. Su Ningxuan instantly came to her senses, her face flushing bright red. In her excitement, she had forgotten it was Yichen who entered her room, not her best girlfriend. Before, only her best friend had ever entered her room. Yichen was the first boy to step inside. In her happiness, Su Ningxuan completely forgot about this fact. She quickly let go of Yichen, her face flushed crimson and her head spinning. Chapter 43, Oh no, Yishuedi, my mom's back. Su Shuejia, time's almost up. Yichen glanced at the clock, it was nearly 10:59 already. Ha! Su Ningxuan came to her senses and hurriedly plugged the USB drive into the computer. Luckily, she had turned on her computer as soon as she entered the room. Su Ningxuang raced against time and finally managed to send the document to the school's leadership at 10:59 and 50-something seconds. Phew! Su Ningxuang breathed a sigh of relief. Just a little more, and all her efforts over the past few months would have been wasted. Fortunately, Yi Chen was there. Without his help in searching, she probably wouldn't have found it in time. Take a seat and rest for a while. Su Ningxuang wiped the glistening sweat from her forehead as she spoke to Yi Chen. In her earlier rush, Su Ningxuang had broken into a sweat. Yi Chen took a seat on the nearby chair. Thank you so much for today, Junior Yi, she said. Su Ningxuang spoke from the bottom of her heart. For a moment, she couldn't even think of how to repay Yi Chen. You're too kind, Senior Su. Yi Chen felt he hadn't done much, just helped with the search. It was nothing really. Ha! Suddenly, Su Ningxuang noticed the open wardrobe. The blush that had just begun to fade from her face returned in full force. All her clothes were inside. So embarrassing. Su Ningxuang quickly got up and quietly closed the wardrobe door. Just as Su Ningxuang was about to say something, the sound of the villa door opening echoed through. Su Ningxuang froze for a moment, then crept out the door to take a peek. It turns out Su Ningxuang's mother had returned. Su Ningxuang immediately hurried back to her room and anxiously said to Yi Chen, "This is bad, Junior Yi, my mother's back." Su Ningxuang hastily warned Yi Chen, "Junior Yi, please wait in my room for a while and don't go out. I'll step out first to take a look." "All right." Yi Chen nodded. Su Ningxuang's heart raced rapidly. Drawing a deep breath, Su Ningxuang tried hard to compose herself before opening the door. After stepping out, Su Ningxuang hurriedly closed the door behind her. Seeing the door close, Yi Chen suddenly understood. Wait a minute. This isn't right at all. He had only come here to help find something. He and Senior Su were completely innocent. They didn't do anything wrong. Why did he have to hide in Senior Su's boudoir like he'd done something shameful? There was originally nothing going on, but this act of hiding suddenly made it seem suspicious. It was as if both he and Senior Su had guilty consciences. If I had just stepped out earlier and greeted Su Ningxuang's mother, I wouldn't be in this mess now. But now that I've hidden, if her mother finds me in Su Ningxuang's bedroom, things would escalate beyond explanation. Yi Chen felt his head pounding. On the other side, Su Ningxuang had also realized. Wouldn't this make her look guilty with a thief's conscience? It was the first time she'd asked a boy into her room, and she was too nervous, too embarrassed. Her mind had simply stopped working properly. She should have had Yi Chen come out with her just now. Alas, it's too late now. Su Ningxuang felt regretful, but could only brace herself and greet her mother now. "Mom!" Su Ningxuang walked downstairs to greet her mother. "Ningxuang, you're back. What's wrong with you?" Watching the beads of sweat on Su Ningxuang's forehead, her mother asked curiously. "It's nothing, really nothing." Su Ningxuang hastily wiped away her sweat and explained to her mother. "Oh." Her mother nodded with a mixture of belief and doubt but didn't press further. "By the way, Mom, I just noticed one of the koi fish in the backyard seems sick. Could you go check on it?" Su Ningxuang spoke up. She wanted to send her mother away so Yi Chen could quickly come out of the bedroom and leave. If Yi Chen didn't leave immediately now, there wouldn't be another chance today. They'd have to wait until tomorrow when her mother went out again. This way, wouldn't Yi Chen have to stay in his bedroom all night? That would definitely be inappropriate. Ha! Hearing her daughter's words, Su Ningxuang's mother immediately grew tense. Su Ningxuang's mother kept a small group of koi fish in the backyard garden, which she adored. Now, hearing her daughter say this, Su Ningxuang's mother immediately stood up and headed for the backyard. Su Ningxuang hastily returned to the bedroom to let Yi Chen come out. "Yi, my junior, my mother went to the backyard. Hurry up and come out, then go home first. I really appreciate your help today," Su Ningxuang said to Yi Chen with great nervousness. Since Yi Chen had helped her, she definitely needed to properly express her gratitude to him. But today wasn't the right time. So Su Ningxuang wanted Yi Chen to leave first, planning to find another way to thank him later. Okay. Yi Chen understood Su Ningxuang's intention and didn't want her mother to misunderstand. So Yi Chen followed Su Ningxuang, the two of them sneaking toward the first floor like thieves, treading cautiously. Seeing how carefully both he and Su Ningxuang were moving, Yi Chen found the situation both laughable and exasperating. The harder you try to hide something, the more suspicious it becomes. Soon, Su Ningxuang led Yi Chen downstairs and carefully approached the villa door. Just as Yi Chen was about to step out of the villa, Su Ningxuang finally let out a sigh of relief. Creak! At that moment, the door leading to the backyard inside the villa swung open. Yi Chen instantly reacted, turning around to face away from the villa door of Su Ningxuang's home. "Ningxuang, I just checked. Those koi fish don't seem to have any problems." As she spoke, Su Ningxuang's mother walked in from the backyard. Upon seeing her mother, Su Ningxuang's heart leaped into her throat, wearing the guilty expression of a thief caught in the act. "Ha!" As Mother Su Ningxuang stepped into the villa, she immediately noticed Yi Chen and exclaimed in utter astonishment. "Isn't this classmate Xiaochen? What are you doing here?" Hearing her mother's question, Su Ningxuang grew even more nervous. This was bad, she'd been so careful. mother found out after all. Just as Su Ningxuan was about to explain, Yichen spoke first. Auntie, I came specifically to see Senior Su for some matters. I just knocked, and she was the one who opened the door for me. Now standing with his back to the villa door, Yichen perfectly played the part of someone who just arrived. I see. Su Ningxuan's mother seemed to have no doubts at all, promptly extending a warm invitation for Yichen to sit down. Please, have a seat. Thank you, Auntie. Yichen spoke. Phew. Su Ningxuan let out a sigh of relief, looking at Yichen with gratitude. At this moment, Su Ningxuan deeply admired Yichen's quick thinking. Her reaction time really isn't as good as Yichen's. If Yichen hadn't reacted quickly just now, the truth would have been exposed. Su Ningxuan cast a grateful glance at Yichen. Yichen and Su Ningxuan sat down together. Su Ningxuan's mother handed some fruits to Yichen to eat. Thank you, Auntie. Yichen took the banana and calmly began eating it. You two chat first if you have something to discuss. Su Ningxuan's mother didn't disturb the two, taking some fish food to feed the koi in the backyard instead. In the living room, only Yichen and Su Ningxuan remained. Chapter 44, Has Su Ningxuan's mother discovered the truth? Seeing her mother leave, Su Ningxuan collapsed onto the sofa. If you hadn't reacted quickly, Junior Yi, it would have been troublesome. Su Ningxuan said with deep emotion. Nothing important. Yichen sat for a while longer, finishing his banana before rising to bid farewell to Su Ningxuan. Su Ningxuan didn't press him to stay either. Today really wasn't the right time. Let's invite Yichen over to our house next time we have the chance. Yichen stood up, preparing to leave, when Su Ningqi's mother returned again. Oh, is our little Chen leaving already? Su Ningqi's mother said with surprise. Why don't we wait a bit more? It's almost noon, stay for lunch. Su Ningxuan's mother warmly invited Yichen to stay for a meal. No, maybe next time. Yichen shook his head. Next time I have the chance, I'll make a special trip to visit you, Auntie. Seeing that Yichen declined, Su Ningxuan's mother didn't press further. Ningxuan, why don't you see your classmate Xiaochen off? Alright. Su Ningxuan escorted Yichen out of the villa. After seeing her daughter and Yichen leave, Su Ningxuan's mother cast a meaningful glance at Su Ningxuan's room. These two little rascals. A faint smile appeared on Su Ningxuan's mother's face. Did they really think they could fool her? In fact, Su Ningxuan's mother had noticed from the very beginning. The moment she laid eyes on her daughter, the girl's behavior was clearly unnatural. As a mother, she naturally picked up on it. Though of course, this alone wasn't proof. The real reason Su Ningxuan's mother became certain was the supercar parked at the villa's entrance. Clearly, there were guests at the villa. When her daughter kept urging her to go to the backyard, Su Ningxuan's mother began to suspect something. So she deliberately played along with her daughter's act and headed to the backyard. When she thought it was about time, she returned from the backyard. Right then, she happened to see Yichen. In that instant, as someone who had been through it before, Su Ning's mother understood everything. However, she didn't expose her daughter's lie. She couldn't very well expose such a matter. After all, her daughter was already grown up. But weren't the two of them progressing rather too quickly? Young people these days. Su Ningxuan's mother had a headache. Perhaps it was time to have a serious talk with her daughter. Even if her daughter stayed with Yichen, at the very least, Yichen should visit them as her boyfriend and meet her and her husband properly. Su Ningxuan's mother fell into deep thought. On the other side, Yichen bid farewell to Su Ningxuan and drove off toward his own home. On his way back to the villa, several videos began circulating. Though the content of the videos differed, their themes were all the same. That was Ling Shir accusing Yilin Talent Agency and the company's new president, Yichun, with the intention of tarnishing Yilin Talent Agency's reputation and driving them out of Zhengzhou. Yanyan Talent Agency deliberately circulated these videos within the Zhengzhou social circle. Upon seeing these videos, the Zhengzhou social circle immediately erupted in a massive uproar. You should know that Yilin Talent Agency is considered one of the largest agencies in Zhengzhou. It's said that they just changed their CEO not long ago. Now, news has surfaced that this new CEO, Yichen, is not a good person, forcing female employees to accompany him for drinks, among other things. In no time, within the industry, the reputation of Yilin Talent Agency and Yichen himself has started to sour. Although people from Yilin Talent Agency came forward to defend Yichen and their company, thanks to the underhanded manipulations of Yuanyan Talent Agency behind the scenes, steering public opinion, these Yilin representatives were all dismissed as shills trying to whitewash their own company. No one believed the statements from Yilin Talent Agency. Moreover, because Yuanyan's CEO Yan Baimei sought help from that Zhengzhou tycoon she knew, someone worth billions, rumors about the Yilin Talent Agency spread like wildfire. The Yilin Talent Agency became a public enemy that everyone denounced. Faced with such overwhelming rumors, the agency's executives became like ants on a hot griddle. They began scrambling to find every possible solution to the crisis. A company executive suggested that Deputy General Manager Yang Xuemin inform General Manager Yi about the matter and let him handle it. However, Yang Xuemin temporarily rejected the idea. They couldn't trouble General Manager Yi with every little thing, it would make them appear incompetent. They decided to keep brainstorming solutions themselves first. Only if they truly couldn't resolve it would they seek General Manager Ye's intervention. The next day, Yi Chen received a call from Yang Xuemin, who informed him there would be a banquet tonight, attended by many company presidents and wealthy individuals from Jiangzhou. As the president of Yilin Talent Agency, Yi Chen was also among the invited guests. Since they didn't know Yi Chen personally, the invitation was sent directly to Yilin Talent Agency. Yi Chen agreed. That evening, Yi Chen drove to Yilin Talent Agency to pick up the invitation. Since Yang Xuemin had also been invited, Yi Chen and Yang Xuemin headed to the banquet together. On the way, Yang Xuemin told Yi Chen about the rumors spread by Ling Xier concerning both Yilin Talent Agency and Yi Chen himself. Yang Xuemin and the top executives of Yilin tried countless methods, but all to no avail. Left with no other choice, Yang Xuemin could only turn to Yi Chen for help. I see. Yi Chen fell deep into thought. Ling Xier has signed with Yuanyan Talent Agency. There's a good chance this whole thing was orchestrated by Yuanyan. Yang Xuemin said to Yi Chen with absolute certainty. Yuanyan Talent Agency. Yi Chen muttered the name to himself, making a mental note of this development. He planned to handle it after this banquet ended. Over 20 minutes later, Yi Chen and Yang Xuemin arrived at the villa hosting the banquet. When Yi Chen and Yang Xuemin arrived, they immediately drew attention. After all, the matter concerning Yi Chen and Yilin Talent Agency was now causing quite a stir in Jiangzhou's social circles. So when Yi Chen and Yang Xuemin arrived, few people came to greet them, and the atmosphere was rather cold. As for why they acted this way, it wasn't because they believed the rumors to be true. To them, the truth of these rumors simply didn't matter. Even if every rumor was completely true, it wouldn't have made any difference. For them, profit comes first. They also knew that this matter was essentially a power struggle between Yilin Talent Agency and Yuanyan Talent Agency. Whichever side held greater leverage, they would align themselves accordingly. Yuanyan Talent Agency seemed to have powerful backing behind the scenes, steadily maintaining the upper hand. Yilin Talent Agency simply couldn't hold their ground. Given time, they might not even survive in Jiangzhou. A company destined for ruin naturally made people want to steer clear of it. At the scene, only one middle-aged man took the initiative to approach Yi Chen and Yang Xuemin when he spotted them, greeting the pair warmly. You must be President Yi, remarkably accomplished at such a young age. The middle-aged man took the initiative to shake Yi Chen's hand. President Yi, this is President Li, who has been collaborating with our Yilin Talent Agency for a long time. Yang Xuemin introduced the middle-aged man's identity. Due to their long-term partnership, President Li maintained excellent relations with Yilin Talent Agency. Moreover, if Yilin Talent Agency encountered any trouble, Mr. Li's interests would also be affected. It was at this crucial moment that he finally stood on Yilin Talent Agency's side. Hello. Just as Yi Chen shook hands and got acquainted with this Mr. Li, two unexpected figures entered the banquet hall. Upon seeing these two individuals, the previously indifferent guests enthusiastically rushed forward to greet them. And these two people were none other than the boss of Yuanyan Talent Agency, Yan Baimei, and Ling Xier. Chapter 45, Shocking Words. Good to see you, President Yan. It's been a while, President Yan. You've become even more beautiful. Wishing you prosperity, President Yan. The guests greeted Yan Baimei with great enthusiasm, their voices carrying a hint of ingratiation. After all, they had all heard that Yan Baimei had befriended a powerful figure. Naturally, they had to express their stance this way. For a moment, the lively atmosphere at Yan Baimei's side formed a stark contrast to the desolate silence surrounding Yi Chen. Originally, Yan Baimei had planned to attend tonight's banquet alone, but she unexpectedly received a piece of news. It was said that tonight, the son of a prominent Jiangzhou magnate would also be attending. To befriend that young gentleman, Yan Baimei immediately thought of Ling Xier. When Yan Baimei explained the matter to Ling Xier, she naturally agreed without hesitation. She too wanted to get to know some important figures. After mingling with many guests for a while, Yan Baimei happened to spot Yi Chen and Yang Xuemin not far away. A mocking smirk flickered across Yan Baimei's face. Rumors about Yilin Talent Agency and its new president, Yi Chen, were spreading like wildfire. Yan Baimei felt utterly pleased with herself. Yan Baimei took the initiative to lead Ling Xier towards Yi Chen. The guests didn't follow Yan Baimei's lead but remained standing where they were. They were ready to watch the show. Things were bound to get explosive in a moment. Well, if it isn't Vice President Yang? Walking over, Yan Baimei greeted with a smiling face, President Yan. Although he felt quite repulsed by her, even detesting Yan Baimei in his heart, Yang Xuemin had no choice but to respond to her very politely in public. Who is this? Yan Baimei pretended not to know Yi Chen. This is our new CEO, Mr. Yi. Yang Xuemin introduced. Oh, so this is the famous Mr. Yi. Yan Baimei continued acting, putting on an expression of sudden realization. President Yi, I really must thank you for sending me such an outstanding employee like Sierra. If it weren't for you, our Yuanyan talent agency wouldn't be where it is today. Yan Baimei said with immense gratitude. Her words came straight from the heart. If it weren't for this Yi Chen firing Ling Xier, she wouldn't have found this perfect opportunity to suppress Yilan talent agency either. Really must thank President Yi. Ha ha ha. Come on, Sierra, why don't you thank President Yi quickly? After finishing her sentence, Yan Baimei then said to Ling Xier in a sarcastic tone. Thank you, President Yi. Ling Xier also spoke with great smugness. At this moment, she felt utterly triumphant. Serves you right for firing me. Regretting it now, aren't you? Both you and Yilan talent agency will collapse sooner or later. Ha ha ha. Yan Baimei burst into laughter, then left with Ling Xier to mingle with other guests. Boss Li thought of a solution and wanted to share it with Yi Chen. Given the other party's politeness, Yi Chen found it hard to refuse. So Yi Chen and Boss Li found a place to sit down. Suddenly, a Jiangzhou tycoon appeared, instantly causing quite a stir. Seeing this influential figure from Jiangzhou, Yan Baimei and Ling Xier immediately went over, greeting him with fawning flattery. This Jiangzhou big shot was named Ma Jiangwen. He was none other than the billionaire tycoon Yan Baimei had previously known. This time, Yuanyan Talent Agency's smooth suppression of Yilan Talent Agency was largely thanks to Ma Jiangwen's behind-the-scenes assistance. Yan Baimei and Ling Xier expressed their gratitude to Ma Jiangwen. This matter isn't important. How about the preparation for what I mentioned to you earlier? Ma Jiangwen asked. In Ma Jiangwen's mind, Yilan Talent Agency was just a small company. As for Yi Chen, the president of Yilan Talent Agency, he was nothing more than an insignificant nobody, utterly unworthy of his attention. Don't worry, Mr. Ma. The reason I called Xier here is precisely so she can befriend that young master. Yan Baimei explained. Ma Jiangwen carefully scrutinized Ling Xier and gave a satisfied nod. The young master who came tonight is no ordinary figure, we must find a way to befriend him. Mr. Ma, exactly who is this young master? Yan Baimei asked curiously. Ma Jiangwen was about to answer when suddenly, footsteps approached. A defiant young man strode into the room. Upon seeing the youth, Ma Jiangwen immediately exchanged a meaningful glance with Yan Baimei. Ma Jiangwen led the way toward the young man, with Yan Baimei and Ling Xier following closely behind. Young Master Fong. Ma Jiangwen walked over and greeted them very politely. Oh, so it's President Ma. Fong Xiao responded to Ma Jiangwen. Come, let me introduce you, this is young Master Fong. Ma Jiangwen introduced them to Yan Baimei and Ling Xier. Young Master Fong. Hello, young Master Fong. Yan Baimei and Ling Xier greeted him with cautious reverence. After exchanging a few words with young Master Fong, Ma Jiangwen and Yan Baimei tactfully excused themselves and stepped aside. They left the space for young Master Fong and Ling Xier. Being young people, they must have plenty of common topics, not to mention Ling Xier was quite beautiful. President Ma, could this young Master Fong be Fong Hongya's son? Coming to the side, Yan Baimei suddenly asked with great tension. Exactly. Ma Jiangwen nodded. What? Yan Baimei was utterly astonished, never expecting her guess had actually been correct. This young Mr. Fong turns out to be Fong Hongya's son. Fong Hongya is none other than the chairman of the Fong Group, a tycoon with a net worth of over 10 billion, approaching 20 billion. This young Mr. Fong is actually the son of Fong Hongya. At this moment, Yan Baimei finally understood why Director Ma showed such extreme deference to a mere socialite. I hope Xier can satisfy young Master Fong. Yan Baimei prayed. Though standing at a distance, Yan Baimei and Ma Jiangwen kept their eyes fixed on young Master Fong and Ling Xier. Young Master Fong, what do you like? Ling Xier tried her best to please Master Fong. Racing. Master Fong answered absent-mindedly, his reply utterly perfunctory. Racing? That's wonderful. I love racing too. Mr. Fong, would you have time to take me along sometime? Ling Xier asked. However, after waiting for a while without receiving a response from Mr. Fong, Ling Xier felt utterly disappointed. This Mr. Fong was so aloof she couldn't even find common ground to start a conversation. Just as Ling Xier was worrying, young Master Fong suddenly had a sparkle in his eyes, his face lighting up with joy. Noticing the sudden change in young Master Fong's expression, Ling Xier was completely bewildered. What's wrong with young Master Fong? The next moment, young Master Fong abruptly abandoned the carefully dressed Ling Xier and strode forward on his own. Where is young Master Fong going? Young Master Fong, please wait for me. Ling Xier hurriedly chased after him. Not far away, Ma Jiangwen and Yan Baimei quickly followed, unsure what had gotten into young Master Fong. Soon, young Master Fong stopped right in front of Yi Chen. Why is young Master Fong looking for Yi Chen? Following closely behind young Master Fong, Ling Xier was deeply bewildered. Could it be because young Master Fong also saw the news about Yi Chen and finds him so detestable that he's come to give him a scolding? Ling Xier guessed. But the next second, Fong Xiao said something shocking. Brother Chen, I didn't expect you to be here too. Chapter 46, The Phone Call from a Big Shot. Standing beside Yi Chen, young Master Fang greeted him with enthusiastic deference, as if he were a humble subordinate. Witnessing this scene, those words young Master Fang had just spoken echoed in their minds. Ling Xier, along with Yan Baimei and Ma Jiangwen who had approached, stood frozen in stunned silence. What? What had they just heard? Brother Chen, I didn't expect to see you here too. Did young Master Fang just call this Yi Chen Brother Chen? They must be hearing things. Ling Xier's eyes widened in complete disbelief, her face a picture of astonishment. Just a moment ago, Ling Xier was still guessing whether young Master Fang had also seen those videos where she falsely accused the Yilin Talent Agency and Yi Chen. Young Master Fang was furious and had come to teach Yi Chen a severe lesson. But now, the situation took a complete 180-degree turn. Not only was young Master Fang not here to reprimand Yi Chen, but he actually approached him with utmost flattery to greet him. Oh my god, is the world going mad? Who is young Master Fang? He's the scion that even billionaire Mr. Ma values immensely. Without a doubt, he's someone she, and countless others, must look up to with reverence. Yet such an incredibly formidable figure now stood beside Yi Chen almost like an underling, fawning with exaggerated deference. At this moment, Ling Xier felt her entire worldview crumbling. This was utterly inconceivable. And this wasn't just about ordinary internet celebrity Ling Xier. Even executives like Yan Baimei and Ma Jiangwen, who control entire companies, were completely stunned. Ling Xier didn't know young Master Fang's true identity, but they certainly did. Young Master Fang was a heavyweight figure in Jiangzhou, the son of Fang Hongye, the crown prince of the Fang group, holding an extraordinarily special status. Even Ma Jiangwen groveled when meeting him. But now, young Master Fang actually addressed this Yi Chen as Brother Chen. Why is this happening? Yan Baimei and Ma Jiangwen exchanged glances, momentarily at a loss for what to do. Standing beside Yi Chen, young Master Fang was visibly excited. He hadn't expected to run into Brother Chen so soon again. What an incredible coincidence. This young Master Fang was none other than Fang Hongxiu, who had idolized Yi Chen ever since witnessing his extraordinary driving skills. Though they'd parted ways that night, he'd been itching to reach out to Yi Chen and invite him out for some fun. He wanted his circle of friends to witness firsthand what a true driving god looked like. By the way, let's see if Brother Chen could teach me a few tricks. But Fang Hongxiu held back after all, thinking it wouldn't be appropriate to bother Brother Chen since they'd only just met. Now that we've crossed paths today, I must seize this opportunity to make a good impression and get familiar with Brother Chen. So it's young Master Fang. What a coincidence. Originally discussing matters with President Li, Yi Chen instinctively turned his head when someone suddenly called his name. It just so happened he caught sight of Fang Hongxiu. None of this young Master Fang business. Brother Chen can just call me Xiao Xiu. Fang Hongxiu dared not let Yi Chen address him as young Master Fang, so he replied with fearful deference, just call me Xiao Xiu? Fang Hongxiu's words struck Ling Xier and Yan Baimei's ears like a sudden clap of thunder on a clear day. It startled all three of them. Now, they weren't just shocked, they were terrified. Though they didn't understand why Fang Hongxiu addressed Yi Chen as Brother Chen. But for the son of Jiangzhou's influential figure to address him so respectfully, Yi Chen was evidently no ordinary man. Even if Yi Chen were merely the owner of a modest talent agency. But unexpectedly, he actually knew Fang Hongxiu, and they had a very good relationship. This was also utterly terrifying. Fang Hongxiu himself was nothing special, but Fang Hongxiu's father, Fang Hongye, was someone even Ma Jiangwen didn't dare provoke, a truly formidable figure. Yi Chen's connections are simply too extensive. At this thought, Yan Baimei drew a sharp breath. She was terrified. She genuinely began to regret it. She shouldn't have taken advantage of Yi Chen firing Ling Xier to stir up controversy and suppress both him and Yilin Talent Agency. She should have investigated Yi Chen thoroughly first. If she had known Yi Chen's connections were so intimidating, she wouldn't have dared to do this even with 100 times the courage. Damn, it's really over now. Yan Baimei completely panicked. She felt like an ant on a hot frying pan at this moment. Beside him, Ma Jiangwen wasn't doing much better either. In Ma Jiangwen's eyes, Yi Chen was originally just the boss of a small company, an ant he wouldn't even glance at. But now, reality was showing him how arrogant he had been. Who would have thought this guy had personal connections with the heir of the Fang Group? This meant that mobilizing his connections to help Yan Baimei suppress Yilin Talent Agency was absolutely a wrong decision, and a grave mistake at that. What to do? What to do? Ma Jiangwen's mind began spinning frantically as he scrambled to devise countermeasures. As for Ling Xier, watching the young Master Fang whom even CEO Ma had to fawn over now groveling before Yi Chen whom she had just mocked, Ling Xier's vision went black, nearly fainting from fright. Especially when remembering those fabricated videos she had recorded earlier due to Yan Baimei's demands and her own desire for revenge, falsely accusing Yi Chen and Yilin Talent Agency. Ling Xier was frightened half to death. Before, with Yan Baimei and Ma Jiangwen shielding her, Ling Xier hadn't felt any threat. But now, Yan Baimei and Ma Jiangwen were probably like clay idols crossing a river, barely able to save themselves. They couldn't even look after themselves, let alone take care of her. Without a doubt, she would be abandoned. The more she thought about it, the paler Ling Xier grew, trembling uncontrollably. Yan Baimei was at a loss, so she could only cast a pleading glance toward Ma Jiangwen. Unlike Yan Baimei, Ma Jiangwen, who was after all a billionaire, had already come up with a solution. He had only been stunned for a moment earlier but quickly regained his composure. Ma Jiangwen pulled Yan Baimei aside and began issuing instructions. Here's what we'll do: immediately send someone to delete those videos. Then quickly organize the team to stop suppressing Yilin Talent Agency. Ma Jiangwen told Yan Baimei to halt the operation, and he would soon instruct his own subordinates as well to cease targeting Yilin Talent Agency. Find some time to go apologize to that Yi Chen. That should about cover it. Ma Jiangwen thought that Yi Chen might merely be acquainted with Fang Hongxiu, and on good terms at that. Even if Yi Chen asked Fang Hongxiu for help, Fang was just a rich kid, he didn't have power to retaliate himself. Fang Hongxiu went to plead with his father, Fang Hongye. Fang Hongye wouldn't personally intervene over such a trivial matter against himself and Yan Baimei. After all, his status wouldn't allow it. At most, he'd send someone to give him a warning. Thus, the best way to handle this matter was to turn big issues into small ones and small issues into nothing at all. Have Yan Baimei go and apologize to Yi Chen, offering a small portion of benefits as a gesture of goodwill. As for himself, even though he's quite familiar with young Master Fang, that Yi Chen is merely the boss of a small company and isn't worth apologizing to. Yan Baimei alone should suffice. Ma Jiangwen shared his analysis with Yan Baimei. Okay. Yan Baimei let out a long sigh of relief. After Manager Ma's analysis, Yan Baimei wasn't so scared anymore. Just moments ago, she had thought she'd offended someone powerful, worried not just about the company, but that she herself might face consequences for spreading rumors. Now, after hearing Manager Ma's explanation, if she goes to apologize, everything should be fine. Just as Ma Jiangwen was about to give instructions to Yan Baimei, his phone suddenly rang. Ma Jiangwen picked up the phone, saw the caller ID, and his expression immediately changed. It was a call from a billionaire heavyweight. Ma Jiangwen dared not show the slightest delay and promptly answered the phone. Halfway through the call, Ma Jiangwen's expression drastically changed. As he looked at Yi Chen, his body couldn't help but tremble. Chapter 47, The Mysterious Figure. Witnessing Ma Jiangwen's unusual behavior, Yan Baimei was stunned. What's wrong with Mr. Ma? After hanging up the phone, Ma Jiangwen quickly took several deep breaths to calm himself down. Mr. Ma, what happened? Yan Baimei asked in surprise. I got a call from Director Zhang. Because of the incident involving Yilin Talent Agency, Director Zhang yelled at me and told me to personally go apologize to Yi Chen. Ma Jiangwen said with a trembling voice. Yan Baimei, who had just relaxed a little, immediately tensed up again. Director Zhang? That's a well-known billionaire from Jiangzhou. Why would he personally call CEO Ma to question him about the Yilin Talent Agency matter? Yan Baimei couldn't figure it out. Compared to Yan Baimei, Ma Jiangwen now truly realized the gravity of the situation. He had made a wrong estimation just now. Yi Chen's true identity is probably terrifying. It's not just a simple acquaintance with Fang Hongxiu. President Zhang and Ma Jiangwen have a very good relationship. To put it bluntly, he could almost be considered his backer. Having known Director Zhang for so many years, he had never seen him lose his temper so badly. Ma Jiangwen knew he'd made a huge mistake. Director Zhang had barely hung up when Ma Jiangwen's phone rang again. Ma Jiangwen stiffened as soon as he saw the caller ID. The caller ID showed it was Director Wang calling. Mr. Wang, also a billionaire from Jiangzhou, merely knew and had contact information for Mr. Wang but nothing more. The two had never actively reached out to each other. What's going on today? Does Boss Wang need something from me? Ma Jiangwen didn't dare to delay and immediately answered the call. President Wang, what can I do for you? Answering the phone, Ma Jiangwen asked very politely. The next second, upon hearing President Wang's words, Ma Jiangwen was dumbfounded once again. President Wang actually came to me because of Yi Chen's matter. On the other end of the line, President Wang didn't berate me like President Zhang had, but his tone carried a strong sense of threat and warning. After hanging up, Ma Jiangwen's face turned deathly pale. He was truly frightened. Since their relationship was merely ordinary, unlike President Zhang who, despite scolding him, still had his best interests at heart by urging him to quickly apologize in person, President Wang was different. President Wang's words were a genuine threat. If he didn't provide a satisfactory answer, he would face dire consequences. What kind of background did Yi Chen have to make two billionaire tycoons personally admonish him one after another? When Ma Jiangwen was taken aback, his phone rang again. This time, it was an unfamiliar number. Could it still be about Yi Chen? It couldn't be that much of a coincidence, could it? Ma Jiangwen muttered to himself before answering the phone. Hello, may I ask who's speaking? Ma Jiangwen inquired very politely. It's Xiao Ma, right? This is Tang Yu. A hoarse, aged voice came through the phone. Tang Yu? At the sound of that name, Ma Jiangwen nearly dropped his phone. Good heavens, could it be Elder Tang? It was actually Mr. Tang calling me. Ma Jiangwen was dumbfounded. Mr. Tang's status was extraordinarily special even combined. The previously mentioned Director Zhang and Director Wang probably couldn't compare to him. Hello, Mr. Tang, Ma Jiangwen replied in a trembling voice. After merely exchanging a few words with Ma Jiangwen, old Tang hung up the phone. Yet those brief sentences frightened Ma Jiangwen so much that his face was covered in cold sweat and his clothes were soaked through. Old Tang had also called to interrogate him about Yi Chen's matter. This time, what a massive hornet's nest had he actually stirred up. Not only Director Zhang and Director Wang, but even Elder Tang was now calling to question him. To think, before this he wasn't even worthy of receiving Elder Tang's calls. Yi Chen is truly an ultra VIP figure. Because of him, even old Tang got involved. President Ma, what's wrong now? Seeing Ma Jiangwen answering 2 phone calls in succession and now sweating profusely, Yan Baimei was puzzled. Ma Jiangwen briefly told Yan Baimei about the content of those 2 calls. Knowing Director Wang's phone number, Yan Baimei was shocked but still handled it. But learning that the last call was actually from old Tang himself, Yan Baimei's legs instantly gave way beneath her. Fortunately, Ma Jiangwen caught her just in time, otherwise, she might have collapsed to the ground in fright. What should we do? Yan Baimei asked with trembling fear. What should we do? What else can we do besides begging President Yi for forgiveness? Ma Jiangwen swore angrily. At this moment, he loathed Yan Baimei to the core. If it weren't for this damned woman, I wouldn't have targeted Yilin Talent Agency or Yi Chen in the first place. The surrounding guests suddenly heard Ma Jiangwen's loud shout and turned their heads in curiosity. What's going on? Everyone was utterly baffled. At this moment, even with all eyes on him, Ma Jiangwen didn't dare show the slightest hesitation. Ma Jiangwen brought Yan Baimei directly before Yi Chen. Thud. The next second, Yan Baimei knelt directly before Yi Chen. Ma Jiangwen also hastily bowed to Yi Chen. Mr. Yi, we were wrong. Both of them apologized to Yi Chen in unison. This scene completely stunned all the guests present. Why would Chairman Ma and Yan Baimei act like this? One bows an apology, the other kneels? What exactly happened? Seeing Ma Jiangwen and Yan Baimei suddenly come forward to apologize, Yang Xuemin and President Li were completely stunned. Yan Baimei was the least expected to do this. In their eyes, Ma Jiangwen was undoubtedly a big shot. Yet now, such a big shot was actually bowing and apologizing to President Yi with incredible humility. President Yi, it was my blindness that failed to recognize Mount Tai. I deliberately slandered you, please forgive me. Yan Baimei hurriedly apologized to Yi Chen as well. With that, Yan Baimei began viciously slapping her own face. Before long, Yan Baimei's face swelled up red and bruised. Witnessing this scene beside her, Ling Xie naturally didn't dare remain standing. Following Yan Baimei's example, she also knelt down, simultaneously apologizing while fiercely striking herself. What good is apologizing now? Yi Chen shot back. I'll have someone sue you for slander. Expect a court summons soon. Faced with someone like Yan Baimei and Ling Xie, Yi Chen naturally wouldn't let them off. Hearing this, Yan Baimei and Ling Xie froze in shock. Yan Baimei collapsed onto the floor as if she'd lost her soul. If this goes to court, falsely accusing someone could mean prison time, the most severe punishment possible. Her case absolutely qualifies as serious. Too late. It's really too late now. As for Ling Xie, she was even scared into passing out. Crack. Upon hearing Yi Chen's words, Ma Jiangwen beside them gritted his teeth and also slapped himself several times hard as a way to express his apology. President Yi, I understand that such matters can't be settled with mere apologies. Please rest assured, I will personally visit to make amends and give you a satisfactory resolution. Ma Jiangwen said with utmost humility. Ma Jiangwen was also extremely fearful. My lawyer will speak to you. Yi Chen had no patience to continue engaging with these people. He stood up and was the first to leave the banquet venue. After going out, Yi Chen took out his phone. Why would Yan Baimei and Ma Jiangwen grovel to apologize to him like this? There must have been a mysterious benefactor who helped him, someone influential enough to make Ma Jiangwen and Yan Baimei tremble with fear. Otherwise, they would never have acted this way. As for who this mysterious person was who had helped him, Yi Chen already had the answer. Chapter 48, Suning Xuan, Junior Yi, you left your jacket in my bedroom yesterday. After finishing the call, Yi Chen drove away. On the other side, changes had occurred at the banquet venue. Initially, when Yi Chen and Yang Xuemin arrived, apart from Mr. Li, all the guests kept their distance from them, showing obvious exclusion. But after the recent incident, the attitude of these guests underwent a complete turnaround. Since Yi Chen had left, they had no choice but to swarm around Yang Xuemin, constantly trying to ingratiate themselves with him. They hoped Yang Xuemin could convey their goodwill to Yi Chen on their behalf. Originally, they thought this showdown between Yilin Talent Agency and Yuanyan Talent Agency would result in Yilin's certain defeat due to Ma Jiangwen's involvement. Yet unexpectedly, in the end, even Yan Baimei and even Ma Jiangwen himself apologized to Yi Chen in the most humble manner. Thus, they swiftly abandoned Yan Baimei and Ma Jiangwen without hesitation. Facing these opportunistic turncoats, Yang Xuemin sneered inwardly, paying no heed to their words and merely offering a few perfunctory responses. Meanwhile, Yi Chen returned to the villa and immediately phoned Yang Xuemin. He had been thinking all the way and felt this was an opportunity. With Yuanyan Talent Agency now in trouble, they could seize this chance to take over its market share. Thus, Yilan Talent Agency could further develop and grow, and it wouldn't be impossible for it to become the largest agency in Jiangzhou in the future. I understand, President Yi. Yang Xuemin nodded. He had also considered this matter. Originally, Yan Baimei had intended to take this opportunity to crush their Yilan agency. In the end, they ended up shooting themselves in the foot, inadvertently giving Yilan an advantage. All thanks to President Ye's brilliance. Yang Xuemin couldn't help but feel deeply moved. Had it not been for President Yi, Yilan would likely have been finished. At midnight sharp, Yi Chen kept his eyes fixed on the game. When the time came, Yi Chen opened the store. Among the 3 items in the store, 2 appeared rather ordinary, but the new item caught Yi Chen's attention. Skill mystery box, priced at 0.9 yuan. Note, the box contains 99 different skills. From one box, you can draw 1 or 2 skills. What you get and how many depend entirely on luck. This skill mystery box piqued Yi Chen's interest. From a single box, you could draw up to 2 different skills? This was simply fantastic. Yi Chen didn't hesitate to buy it. Congratulations, you've successfully purchased the premium skill mystery box for 0.9 yen. Soon, a pop-up notification appeared in the game confirming the purchase. Would you like to open the mystery box? Yes. No. Yi Chen immediately clicked yes. Ding. Congratulations on obtaining advanced archery. Now achieving perfect accuracy is within your grasp. Congratulations on obtaining advanced fishing skills. The blind box revealed 2 rewards, advanced archery and advanced fishing skills. All in all, not bad at all. After all, from one blind box, he had drawn 2 skills. Yi Chen was very satisfied. Skills were something money couldn't buy. As the new day arrived, Yi Chen drove his Koenigsegg straight to school. When Yi Chen arrived at the classroom, most of his classmates were already there. After all, it was just the beginning of freshman year, and only a few dared to be late or skip class. Since there was still some time before class started, Yi Chen chatted with a few classmates. Knock, knock, knock. Suddenly, a knock sounded at the door. Everyone looked up to see an absolutely breathtaking face that could topple cities and bewitch nations come into view. The newcomer was none other than the cold and aloof campus belle, Su Ningxuan. The sudden appearance of Su Ningxuan left everyone stunned with amazement. Hello, Senior Su, they greeted. School belle Su. Someone in the class took the initiative to greet Su Ningxuan, while more people were whispering among themselves. Su Ningxuan nodded and responded to those who greeted her, then scanned the classroom before finally spotting Yi Chen. Junior Yi, could you come out for a moment? Su Ningxuan called out to Yi Chen, who wasn't far away. With that said, Su Ningxuan walked outside the classroom, waiting for Yi Chen to come out. In an instant, everyone turned their heads and looked at Yi Chen. Just as they had anticipated, the campus belle Su had indeed come looking for Yi Chen. At that moment, all the boys in the class were particularly envious of Yi Chen. This is the difference. While I still don't have a girlfriend, he's already got the unapproachable campus beauty seeking him out. Especially when they remembered Yi Chen even owns a Ferrari, that really made them weep. People really are born unequal. Old Ji, what are you standing there for? Class belle Su is calling you. Hurry up and go. Go on, Old Ji. Class belle Su was waiting to whisper sweet nothings to you. Yi Chen's friends eagerly urged him on. Yi Chen stood up and walked outside. As Yi Chen stepped out of the classroom, the previously noisy room instantly fell silent, so quiet you could hear a pin drop. Everyone held their breath and pricked up their ears, eager to find out why the school beauty Su came looking for Yi Chen and what secret message she wanted to whisper to him. Junior Yi, you left your coat in my bedroom yesterday. I came especially to return this to you. Outside the classroom, Su Ningxuan returned Yi Chen's jacket to him. Yesterday, while searching for something, Yi Chen had gotten somewhat warm and taken off his jacket, casually leaving it in Su Ningxuan's private room. But Su Ningxuan's mother suddenly returned, throwing everything into disarray. Originally, the two of them hadn't done anything, but Su Ningxuan's nervousness unnecessarily complicated the matter. For a moment, Yi Chen completely forgot about this coat. Last night, Yi Chen attended another banquet and still didn't remember about the coat. If Su Ningxuan hadn't brought it to him, he probably would have forgotten about it entirely. Junior Yi, you left your jacket in my bedroom yesterday. I came especially to return it to you. In the classroom, Su Ningxuan's 2 sentences were heard clearly by everyone. Instantly, the entire classroom erupted. Everyone was buzzing with excitement. Oh my goodness. Yesterday, Yi Chen went into the campus belle Su's bedroom and even left his jacket there? My goddess, she got snatched up by a pig so quickly. Wha? Their relationship is progressing way too fast. Various voices chimed in. As for why Yi Chen entered the campus belle Su's bedroom and even took off his jacket, do you even need to ask? At first, they thought there was nothing between Yi Chen and Su Ningxuang, that they might just be close friends. But when that picture of Yi Chen holding the school bell Su spread, they started to think the two might be dating. Now, hearing those words from the school belle Su herself, they were completely convinced. Not only are the two in a relationship, but they're also deeply in love. At this moment, every boy in the class is extremely jealous of Yi Chen, to the point where they even feel like ganging up to beat him. By all means, be in love if you must, but must you flaunt it like this? They couldn't take it anymore. Among those present, not just the single guys, but even some who already had girlfriends envied Yi Chen immensely. After all, Yi Chen's girlfriend was the campus belle. And what's more, she was his senior. This makes it even more exciting. Chapter 49, has Ningxuang really fallen for that Yi Chen? Even a few of Yi Chen's friends felt the urge to gang up on him, making them, a bunch of single dogs. Watch you showing off your affection with the campus belle Su, you deserve to pay the price. Because of the noisy voices in the classroom, no one heard the subsequent conversation between Yi Chen and Su Ningxuang. Thank you, senior. Taking the clothes from Su Ningxuang's hands, Yi Chen expressed his gratitude. By the way, Yi, do you have time tomorrow? After hesitating for a moment, Su Ningxuang suddenly asked. Tomorrow is Saturday, no classes. At this moment, although Su Ningxuang appeared perfectly calm on the surface, her heartbeat was rapidly accelerating, filled with tension. Senior Su, what's the matter if you have time? Yi Chen thought for a moment and realized he had no plans for tomorrow. That's wonderful. Hearing that Yi Chen was free, Su Ningxuang let out a slight sigh of relief. Let's go to Baiyun Holiday Villa for some fun tomorrow. Su Ning mustered up the courage to invite Yi Chen. Baiyun Holiday Villa, one of the famous holiday resorts in Jiangzhou. Although it has only been open for 2 or 3 years, it's already quite renowned. Not only locals from Jiangzhou, but even people from neighboring cities enjoy visiting. Su Ningxuang wanted to thank Yi Chen for helping her find her USB drive yesterday, as well as for previously assisting her when she sprained her ankle and taking her to the hospital. Su Ningxuang wanted to express her gratitude to Yi Chen. Initially, she had planned to treat him to a meal, but after some consideration, she dismissed the idea. Inviting someone to dinner feels too ordinary and somewhat lacking in sincerity, especially since Yi Chen has helped her so much. After careful consideration, Su Ningxuang decided to invite Yi Chen to go out together for some fun. Oh, I've already talked to Xu Xian about it, and she's happy to join us too. Su Ningxuang also invited Yi Chen's cousin Zhao Xu Xian. Would you like to go? Su Ningxuang asked. As she spoke, Su Ningxuang widened her eyes and stared nervously at Yi Chen. At this moment, her heart was filled with unease. This was her first time inviting a guy out, and she was terrified Yi Chen might refuse. No problem. Yi Chen nodded. Tomorrow was free for him anyway. That's really great. Seeing Yi Chen agree, Su Ningxuang finally eased her tension and exclaimed excitedly, see you tomorrow, Junior Yi. It was almost time for class, so Su Ningxuang didn't want to disturb Yi Chen any longer. After saying goodbye to Yi Chen, she left. Having parted ways with Su Ningxuang, Yi Chen carried his jacket and entered the classroom. The moment Yi Chen stepped into the classroom, all eyes turned toward him. To be more precise, it was the coat in Yi Chen's hand. Looking at the coat in Yi Chen's hand, everyone was certain. They definitely hadn't misheard earlier. When Yi Chen first went out, he hadn't taken any coat with him. This jacket must have been sent by Su Xiaohua. Being stared at by everyone, especially noticing the unfriendly gazes from the male classmates, Yi Chen startled. What's wrong with these people? So what if Senior Su came to deliver a jacket to me? What's the big deal? It's not like Senior Su came to confess to me? Why are they so envious? Yi Chen couldn't understand them and returned to his seat. After Yi Chen sat down, several friends who had previously been on good terms with him were also looking at him strangely. Yi Chen helplessly shrugged his shoulders, not understanding what was wrong with these people. Bored, Yi Chen took out his phone. As soon as he took out his phone, Yi Chen saw that the game, monthly salary of 3,000, I am the world's richest man, had a new notification. Yi Chen clicked in and immediately saw the game notification. Game challenge released. Visit Baiyun Resort Villa with Su Ningxuang. Challenge reward, 100% ownership of Roman International Hotel. Roman International Hotel? Yi Chen wasn't particularly surprised by the gaming challenge. At this moment, he was more curious about this Roman International Hotel. Out of curiosity, Yi Chen looked it up. The Roman International Hotel was one of Jiangzhou's top 5-star establishments, rumored to have rooms starting at over 1,000 yuan per night for their cheapest option. Their most expensive presidential suite cost a staggering 8,888 yuan. Most importantly, the total value of the Roman International Hotel is $270 million. Seeing the total value of the Roman International Hotel, Yi Chen was absolutely thrilled. Who would have thought that the reward for this challenge would exceed 200 million, approaching 300 million? Excellent. Looks like my worth is about to skyrocket again. Monthly salary of 3,000, I'm the richest man in the world, this game is forever the GOAT. Soon, the teacher arrived and class began. That night, another skill mystery box appeared in the game store, which Yi-chen promptly purchased. This time, Yi-chen unlocked top-tier culinary skills. Although only one skill was unlocked this time, it was far more practical. The next morning, after waking up and doing a quick wash-up, Yi-chen began packing his things, ready to go have some fun. Once packed, Yi-chen didn't drive his Ferrari or Koenigsegg. Today makes 3 of us, counting him. Supercars are great in every way, except for being limited to 2 seats, that's just annoying. Left with no choice, Yi-chen had to drive the more understated Bentley Continental to pick up Su Ningxuang and his cousin Zhao Shuxian from school. Meanwhile, in the girls' dormitory, Su Ningxuang was busy rummaging through her things. What are you looking for, Ningxuang? I see you've been searching for a long time? A roommate asked curiously. I'm picking out clothes. Su Ningxuang replied while searching. After picking out her outfit, Su Ningxuang sat down again and began applying light makeup with great care. Watching all this, Su Ningxuang's 2 roommates exchanged glances, both noticing the same mix of surprise and curiosity in each other's eyes. Why did this scene feel so familiar to them? Their first dates with their boyfriends probably felt exactly like Ning Shuang's current state. Is Ning Shuang seeing someone? At this thought, their previously sleepy-eyed roommates instantly perked up. Both immediately got out of bed and came to Su Ning Shuang's side. Have you found a boyfriend yet, Shuang? A roommate couldn't help but ask. Not yet. Su Ning Shuai shook her head. Are you going out today? Another roommate asked. That's right. Wan Shu and I are going to Baiyun Holiday Resort together. Su Ningfrost explained. Zhao Shuxian had just gone out to buy breakfast and wasn't in the dormitory. Just you and Shuxian? That can't be right, is there a boy involved? Another roommate pressed further. If she were just going out with Shuxian, Ning Shuang wouldn't have been so meticulous in choosing her outfit, much less applied light makeup. There is one, but he's Shushuan's cousin, Yi-chen. Su Ningxuang explained. Yi-chen? Su Ningxuang's 2 roommates were shocked. They had heard before that there were rumors about Ningxuang and Shushuan's cousin, Ye-chen. But after living together as roommates for over a year, they both knew Ningxuang's temperament well enough. With her personality, it was impossible she could fall in love so quickly. So subconsciously, they had dismissed it as mere gossip. Yet now, seeing Ningxuang's reaction, they couldn't believe it was just a rumor anymore. There seems to be something going on between Ningxuang and that Ye-chen. Could it be that Ningxuang actually has feelings for Ye-chen? Chapter 50, Su Linger, sis, is this brother-in-law? Su Ningxuang's 2 roommates exchanged glances, both harboring the same question in their hearts. Even if Ningxuang can't quite be said to like that Yi-chen yet, there's undoubtedly a faint trace of goodwill in her heart toward him. Otherwise, she wouldn't have gone out with him. At this thought, her 2 roommates sensibly stopped pressing the matter. The current situation is quite delicate. Ningxuang herself might not even have realized it yet. Such matters weren't appropriate for them to point out directly, it had to be Ningxuang who discovered it on her own. Before long, Zhao Shuxian returned carrying the breakfast she'd bought. Shuxian, since you prepared breakfast for your cousin and his wife, did you bring any for us? Seeing Zhao Shuxian return, her 2 roommates teased her. Sister-in-law? Hearing this address, Zhao Shuxian froze momentarily, but she quickly realized they were obviously talking about Ningxuang. I brought them. Zhao Shuxuan's face lit up with a radiant smile. She really liked this form of address, having her best friend become her sister-in-law. Just thinking about it gets me excited. With that, Zhao Shuxian handed part of the breakfast she brought to the other 2. Afterwards, Zhao Shuxian deliberately set aside one more portion of breakfast before eating with Su Ningxuang. Over 20 minutes later, Zhao Shuxian and Su Ningxuan walked out carrying their luggage. The Baiyun Holiday Villa is so large that it's impossible to tour it all in one day. If nothing unexpected happens, they might stay at the Baiyun Holiday Villa Hotel tonight. The 2 arrived at the school gate and waited for a few minutes before Yi-chen slowly pulled up in front of them with his Bentley Continental. Zhao Shuxian handed the prepared breakfast to Yi-chen. After putting away their luggage, the 2 prepared to get into the car. Before Su Ningxuang could react, Zhao Shuxian had already opened the passenger door for her. Zhao Shuxian gestured for Su Ningxuang to take the front passenger seat. I want to hog the back seat all to myself, Ningxuang, just bear with it and sit up front with Yi-chen. Zhao Shuxian spoke with domineering authority. Su Ningxuang was stunned for a moment but didn't refuse. Only afterward did Zhao Shuxian sit in the back. After Yi-chen finished breakfast, the 3 of them set out. After more than an hour, the 3 of them finally arrived at the famous White Cloud Resort Villa. After parking the car, the 3 began queuing to buy tickets. While they were waiting in line, a clamor of voices came from nearby. Not far away, a group of young men and women, about 17 or 18 years old, were approaching. Hearing the noisy commotion, everyone in line instinctively turned to look, including Yi-chen, Su Ningxuang, and the others. Oh, Linger? Among the group of young people, Su Ningxuang let out a surprised exclamation as her gaze landed on the prettiest girl. Linger? On the other side, hearing someone call her name, the most beautiful girl among that group looked forward in surprise. This pretty girl had also noticed Su Ning Shuang. Cousin, what are you doing here? Upon seeing Su Ning Shuang, the pretty girl excitedly ran over to greet her. It turned out that this beautiful girl, Linger, was Su Ning Shuang's cousin, Su Ling Er. I came here for fun during the weekend, Su Ning Shuang explained. Me too. We barely got any time off this weekend, so I came out to play with a few classmates. Su Linger spoke up. This year, Su Linger is in her second year of high school, and time is getting tight with few weekends off. Finally getting this rare chance, she made plans with a few classmates to come here and have fun together. Cousin, it's been ages, let's hang out together. It had been quite some time since Su Linger last saw her cousin, so she took the initiative to invite her to hang out together. Su Ningxuan asked Zhao Shuxian and Yi Chun for their opinions, and since neither objected, she agreed to the plan. Linger, let me introduce you to my roommate, Zhao Shuxian. Su Ningxuan began by introducing Zhao Shuxian. Sister Shuxian. Su Linger greeted politely. After introducing Zhao Shuxian, before Su Ningxuan could introduce Yi Chen, Su Linger had already spoken up. Cousin, this must be brother-in-law, right? As Su Ningxuan's cousin, she was naturally well aware of her elder cousin's aloof personality. From childhood till now, she had never seen her cousin go out with a guy before. This time, her cousin actually came to Baiyun Resort Villa with a man. Needless to say, that man's identity was obvious, he must be her brother-in-law. Su Linger carefully looked at Yi Chen. Not bad at all, brother-in-law is quite handsome. Hello brother-in-law, I'm Su Linger, you'll have to watch out for me from now on. Su Linger took the initiative to greet Yi Chen. Upon hearing Su Linger's words, Su Ningxuan's face immediately flushed crimson with embarrassment. Linger, don't speak nonsense. This is my friend, Yi Chen. Su Ningxuan corrected with reddened cheeks. It's fine if you're just friends now. Who knows, someday he might become my brother-in-law. I'll go first, no problem. Su Linger said casually. Anyway, she was absolutely certain that her cousin's relationship with this Yi Chen couldn't be simple. Otherwise, her cousin would never have gone out with him, not even in a group of three. Hello. Startled by Su Linger's call, Yi Chen froze for a moment. Out of politeness, Yi Chen still greeted them nonetheless. Meanwhile, several of Su Linger's classmates also approached. There were 2 boys and 2 girls, all quite good-looking. But compared to sisters Su Linger and Su Ningxuan, they still fell short. Let me introduce you, this is my cousin Su Ningxuan. Now it was Su Linger's turn to make introductions. Hearing Su Linger's words, several of her classmates were momentarily stunned. Linger's family genes are truly formidable. Linger's beauty is already remarkable, she's the kind who commands attention at their school. To think Linger's cousin would also be so strikingly beautiful, she could even be described as effortlessly stunning. This is my sister. No, this is my future brother-in-law. Su Linger was just about to introduce Yi Chen as her brother-in-law, but halfway through, under Su Ningxuan's sharp glance, she changed it to future brother-in-law. Hearing Su Linger introduce Yi Chen this way, her 2 male classmates couldn't help but envy him immensely. This guy's absolutely killing it. He actually managed to win over Linger's stunningly beautiful cousin. The more they thought about it, the more they envied and resented Yi Chen. After introducing each other, the group considered themselves acquainted. The others were fine, but one of Su Linger's classmates, a tall, well-built male student, remained vigilant when shaking hands with Yi Chen. After buying the tickets, everyone successfully entered Baiyun Resort Villa. Baiyun Resort Villa offers a variety of activities including horse riding, golf, bungee jumping, archery, and more. None of them were particularly interested in golf. They headed to the horse riding area first. After playing for over an hour, everyone was ready to move on to the next activity. What should we go do now? After riding horses for a while, Su Linger was in high spirits. Anything's fine with me, there's nothing I won't try except bungee jumping. I meant, except for bungee jumping. Most people didn't really care, they were up for anything. How about we go archery shooting instead? At that moment, Su Linger's tall male classmate took the initiative to suggest. His name was Sun Siyuan, and he had always wanted to pursue Su Linger. Archery was his forte. In front of these girls, especially Su Linger and her sisters, Sun Siyuan naturally wanted to show off his skills to impress her. Chapter 51, Brother-in-law is so amazing. Go archery? Hearing Sun Siyuan's suggestion, everyone was momentarily stunned, but no one objected. As long as it's not bungee jumping, any activity would be fine. Yi Chen didn't mind either. Seeing no objections, Sun Siyuan proactively led everyone to the archery area within the mountain villa. In the group, only 1 or 2 had tried it before, while the others were attempting it for the first time. Upon arriving at the archery range, specialized staff taught everyone how to shoot arrows. After the instruction, the staff stepped aside, allowing Yi Chen, Su Ning Shuang, and the others to practice on their own. Me first, me first. Su Linger was excited to be the first to try. She drew her bow and nocked an arrow. Whoosh! In the end, Su Linger's arrow stopped quite far from the target. Let me try, give me a shot. One of Su Linger's female classmates eagerly stepped up to attempt it as well. Drawing the bow and nocking an arrow, she ultimately achieved results similar to Su Linger's. Afterwards, others also took their turns trying. Among them, the one with the best performance was Su Linger's male classmate, but he only barely hit the target, without scoring any points. Zhao Shuxian also unfortunately missed the target. In the end, only Yi Chen, Su Ningxuan, and Sun Siyuan hadn't shot their arrows yet. Let me handle this. Sun Siyuan felt it was about time, so he stepped forward voluntarily. This was his moment to showcase his skills. Drawing the bow and nocking the arrow just from his movements alone, it was clear Sun Siyuan had received professional training. Whoosh! The arrow flew forward. Finally, it hit the 6th ring. Wow, 6th ring. Siyuan is just too amazing. Awesome, awesome. Su Linger's classmates immediately let out exclamations of astonishment, thoroughly amazed. None of them succeeded, but Sun Siyuan's arrow hit the 6th ring with a single shot. This is insanely awesome. Everyone looked at Sun Siyuan with envy and admiration. What's so great about this? Only 6 rings. Hearing the crowd's praises, though inwardly delighted, Sun Siyuan deliberately maintained an unaffected expression, pretending his achievement was nothing special. Let me try again. After that, Sun Siyuan attempted 4 or 5 more times, mostly hitting around the 6th and 7th rings. The most powerful shot among them missed the 8th ring by just a hair's breadth. Badass. Siyuan is too strong. You crushed us. Su Linger's classmates were once again amazed by Sun Siyuan's formidable archery skills. I must not have listened carefully enough to the staff's instructions earlier. That's why I missed the shot. Su Linger refused to accept defeat. Let me call the staff over to teach us again. With that, Su Linger was about to go call the staff over. But just as she turned around, Sun Siyuan stopped her. No need for such trouble, I can teach you guys myself. It's no problem. Sun Siyuan looked brimming with confidence. Thinking of Sun Siyuan's performance earlier, no one had any objections. They trusted in Sun Siyuan's abilities. Sun Siyuan was probably the best archer among their group. After Sun Siyuan carefully taught them once, sure enough, everyone's skills improved slightly on their second attempt. Brother-in-law, why don't you give it a try too? Noticing Yi Chun unintentionally, Su Linger took the initiative to speak up. Come to think of it, she hadn't seen her brother-in-law shoot arrows before? Me? Forget it. I've never tried this before. Yi Chen wanted to keep a low profile, even though it was his first time trying archery. But he was different from the others, after all, he had previously acquired advanced archery skills. Come on, brother-in-law. Su Linger eagerly pulled Yi Chen forward. It's fine, even if you don't hit the mark on your first shot. At this moment, Sun Siyuan, who had grown somewhat cocky from everyone's flattery, also spoke up. I'll teach you later. I'll make sure you hit the target. Sun Siyuan thumped his chest confidently, putting on a patronizing air as if lecturing Yi Chen. Since it had come to this, Yi Chen decided not to refuse. It was the perfect opportunity to test just how powerful the advanced archery skills the game had given him really were. Noticing Yi Chen preparing to shoot, Su Ningxuan curiously turned her gaze in his direction. He drew the bow and nocked an arrow. Whoosh! In the next instant, Yi Chen's arrow struck the target with unerring accuracy. 9 rings. Everyone stared blankly at the target, dumbstruck. What's going on? Everyone was utterly shocked. Wasn't Yi Chen also trying this for the first time? How did he hit the 9-ring target in one shot? Is this just luck? Everyone was dumbfounded. My brother-in-law is amazing. Su Linger froze for a moment before jumping with joy. Su Linger was thrilled beyond measure, even happier than when she'd hit the bullseye earlier. Her brother-in-law, just her brother-in-law, was simply incredible. Su Ningxuan and Zhao Shuxian both broke into proud smiles on their faces. As for Sun Siyuan, he looked as if he had seen a ghost, his mouth gaping wide enough to fit an entire apple. How was this possible? Utterly unbelievable. Sun Siyuan cursed inwardly. Hitting a 9-pointer on his first archery attempt, was this some kind of joke? Just moments ago, his own strongest shot had barely grazed the 8th ring and was ultimately judged as a 7-pointer. Yet this Yi Chen, who claimed it was his first time shooting, managed to nail a 9-pointer with a single arrow? Easily crushed yourself? Isn't this just a joke? No. It definitely isn't that my strength falls short of Yi Chen's, that Yi Chen must have just gotten lucky. After all, archery also depends on luck. Yeah, it's all because of luck. Sun Siyuan consoled himself in his heart. Yi Chen, why don't you try again? Sun Siyuan took the initiative to invite Yi Chen to try again. He refused to believe that on the second attempt, Yi Chen could still have such incredible luck and achieve another outstanding result. Yi Chen nodded in agreement. It was indeed his first time shooting arrows earlier. Being unfamiliar with the bow, he hadn't displayed his true capability. This time, with the experience from the first attempt, Yi Chen handled the bow with much greater ease. Whoosh! The second arrow was released. A direct hit on the bullseye. 10 points. The sight of Yi Chen's second shot left the entire venue in stunned silence. Everyone stared dumbfounded at the arrow embedded perfectly in the bullseye, their faces etched with astonishment. This was utterly unbelievable. Yi Chen's second arrow hit dead center, a perfect 10 points? Was I hallucinating? Oh, brother-in-law is so amazing. Su Linger screamed loudly, utterly excited. Brother-in-law is too strong. First arrow 9 rings, second arrow 10 rings. Getting more and more impressive. Su Linger's two female classmates were also gazing at Yi Chen with admiring eyes. Was Linger's brother-in-law really this capable? Sun Siyuan still wore an expression as if he'd seen a ghost, unable to believe it. 10 rings? 10 rings? Yi Chen scored 10 rings with his second arrow? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. He truly couldn't believe Yi Chen's skills were this formidable, completely capable of crushing him. It must still be luck this time. Sun Siyuan once again attributed Yi Chen's ability to mere luck. Give it a few more tries? Sun Siyuan suggested to Yi Chen. Yi Chen remained silent and picked up another arrow. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Yi Chen fired the third arrow, the fourth, then the fifth. Bullseye, bullseye, yet another bullseye. At this moment, the crowd stood petrified in shock. Chapter 52, Su Ningxuan's astonishment. Everyone stood rigid like stone statues, dumbstruck. All 10 rings? This is absolutely terrifying. Brother Chen is amazing. Brother Chen is invincible. After a brief stunned silence, several of Su Linger's classmates erupted in admiration, clearly becoming die-hard fans of Yi Chen. Earlier, when they saw Sun Siyuan hit the 6th ring with his first arrow and consistently score 6 or 7 rings with subsequent shots, they were utterly astonished, instinctively believing that Sun Siyuan must be the most skilled and exceptional archer among them. But after witnessing Yi Chen's archery performance, everyone suddenly understood. The most formidable and powerful one turned out to be the incredibly humble Yi Chen. Brother-in-law is too amazing. Su Linger shouted with immense excitement and pride. Though brother-in-law keeps an extremely low profile, when he strikes, he always makes a resounding impact. Truly worthy of being her future brother-in-law. So impressive. Zhao Shuxian nodded, equally proud. Su Ningxuan stood not far away, her heart filled with astonishment. She never imagined that Yi Chen's archery skills were so formidable. Yi Chen was like a treasure chest of surprises, always revealing new talents to be discovered. At the scene, everyone was delighted except for Sun Siyuan, who stood frozen in place, utterly stunned. What the hell is going on? If Yi Chen's first arrow hitting the 9 ring and the second arrow hitting the bullseye could be attributed to luck, but then the next 3 arrows in a row all hit dead center. There's no way that could just be luck anymore. At this moment, Sun Siyuan could no longer dismiss Yi Chen's perfect 10-ring shot as mere luck. This achievement was even far superior to that of many professionals. After standing dumbfounded for a long while, Sun Siyuan suddenly had an epiphany. He understood. Just now, Yi Chen claimed it was his first time shooting arrows. He was definitely lying. He must be an expert archer, just keeping a low profile. At this realization, Sun Siyuan's face instantly burned red. He had actually been showing off and boasting in front of an arrow shooting master. How utterly humiliating. The more he thought about it, the more Sun Siyuan felt embarrassed. Sun Siyuan hastily took a few steps back, distancing himself from the crowd's gaze. No matter what was said today, he absolutely wouldn't go back to archery. The best scenario here would be for him to be completely overlooked. Sun Siyuan's wish came true. After witnessing Yi Chen's extraordinary archery skills, everyone automatically ignored Sun Siyuan. Brother-in-law, teach me, please. Su Linger approached, her sparkling eyes pleading as she begged Yi Chen. Brother Chen, count me in too. Brother Chen, can you teach me too? 2 of Su Linger's female classmates also came over, speaking in unison, hoping Yi Chen would teach them archery. Yi Chen couldn't bring himself to refuse Su Linger and nodded in agreement. Of course, afterwards Yi Chen didn't forget to also teach Su Ningxuan and his cousin Zhao Shuxian. Time flew by quickly, and as noon arrived, everyone had to reluctantly leave the archery spot. Brother-in-law, you must teach me again when you have time. Archery is so cool. The lively Su Linger loved the dashing feeling she got when practicing archery. The only thing was, while her posture looked impressive, her actual performance wasn't. She barely managed to hit the target at all. All right. Yi Chen nodded. At noon, the group arrived at the Mountain Villa's restaurant for lunch. During the meal, they accidentally heard that the villa had a large lake where many people enjoyed fishing. The fish caught could be paid for to be gutted and descaled by the villa staff. After processing, the staff would deliver the fish back to them. Finally, they could personally grill fish, shrimp, and the like. Hearing this, Su Linger immediately grew interested. Not only Su Linger, but the others present were also quite keen on this activity. Grilling fish they'd caught themselves certainly promised a unique and delightful experience. Sis, brother-in-law, how about we go fishing this afternoon? After fishing, we can barbecue ourselves in the evening. Su Linger had already planned out everyone's afternoon and evening activities. What does everyone think? Su Linger asked the others. I think it's great. That's exactly what I was thinking. The others voiced their opinions, all in agreement with Su Linger. Seeing this, Yi Chen and Su Ningxuang nodded in approval as well. They thought it seemed good too. After lunch and a brief rest, the group headed straight for the lake within the mountain villa. Having rented fishing equipment at the designated spot and listened to the staff's instructions, everyone gathered by the lakeside. They found a shady spot and spread out slightly. Yi Chen and Su Ningxuang stayed close together. Everyone started fishing, and among the several people, only Sun Siyuan and another male classmate of Su Linger had experience with fishing. Although he had fished before, after the incident with archery in the morning, Sun Siyuan really wanted to show off and catch Su Linger's attention. But he didn't dare, fearing that Yi Chen might still be a hidden fishing expert. So from the start, he didn't boast about it. I hope the first fish today is the one I catch. After sitting down, Sun Siyuan glanced at Yi Chen and muttered under his breath. When it comes to fishing, while skill is important, luck plays an equally crucial role. Sun Siyuan naturally considered himself quite lucky. Having been discouraged in the morning, Sun Siyuan didn't dare hope to be the one who caught the most fish today. He only wished to be the first to reel in a fish today. That way, he could still show off a little in front of everyone and salvage some dignity. This time, his expectations weren't high. It should be achievable. Sun Siyuan comforted himself inwardly. Even if Yi Chen turns out to be a hidden expert angler, but that still doesn't guarantee he'll be the first to reel in a fish. He still had a fighting chance. Thinking this, Sun Siyuan began fishing earnestly. As time passed, Sun Siyuan suddenly noticed the float moving. A fish had bitten the hook. Sun Siyuan immediately grew excited, watching intently and ready to reel in the line at any moment. In the end, Sun Siyuan successfully caught the fish, a palm-sized one. Looking at the fish on his hook, Sun Siyuan was beyond excited. Looks like I'm the first one to catch a fish today. Glancing around smugly, Sun Siyuan muttered to himself. But his words trailed off as he stared at Yi Chen not far away, stunned. Yi Chen had already taken the fish off the hook. It was roughly estimated to be a fish weighing 2 or 3 pounds. Witnessing this, Sun Siyuan was dumbfounded. Sigh. Sun Siyuan let out a light sigh and began to question his entire existence. It seems today's first catch wasn't mine after all. Even if Yi Chen and I hooked our fish at the same moment, his weighed a good 2 or 3 pounds while mine was barely the size of a palm, likely not even half a pound. No comparison. Once again, I'd lost to Yi Chen. Though regretful, Sun Siyuan also felt fortunate. Thankfully, he hadn't boasted loudly or shown off after catching that fish earlier. Otherwise, he would have been mortified beyond measure. Sun Siyuan wanted to hide his catch away. With Yi Chen's giant fish present, he didn't want anyone to discover he'd caught such a tiny one. This is utterly humiliating. Hurry, hurry, hurry. Sun Siyuan quickened his pace. This time, he must maintain a low profile. Yet just as Sun Siyuan was pulling the fishhook out, preparing to quietly put the fish away, an exclamation of surprise rang out. Wow, Brother Chen and Siyuan both caught fish. Sun Siyuan's face immediately darkened. Chapter 53. What's it like having Yi Chen as a boyfriend? Ah, Sun Siyuan's heart roared with rage. This time he had genuinely wanted to lie low, to avoid being seen catching fish. So why did things turn out like this? At this moment, Sun Siyuan felt so aggrieved he could cry. Whoa, life is just too hard for me. All he wanted was to be a good person, to keep a low profile. Why is it so difficult? This time, he truly didn't want to show off or draw attention to himself. With just that one remark from someone, everything was ruined. He had been crushed by Yi Chen once again. At this moment, Sun Siyuan felt like strangling the person who had just spoken. Sun Siyuan turned his head, glaring ferociously at the male classmate who had spoken earlier. Siyuan, what's wrong? Are you feeling unwell? Noticing the strange expression on Sun Siyuan's face, the male classmate asked in confusion. It's nothing, really nothing. Sun Siyuan forcefully suppressed the urge to kick this male classmate into the lake, shaking his head instead. Meanwhile, none of the others had initially noticed that Yi Chen and Sun Siyuan had caught any fish. The shout from this male classmate made everyone turn to look. Their gazes landed on Yi Chen first. Wow, Brother Chen is awesome. Such a huge fish. Brother Chen is truly an all-around talented guy. That's amazing. Everyone marveled in awe as they spoke. Brother-in-law, you're my idol. You're invincible. Su Linger also shouted with immense pride. My cousin has such a good eye. Brother-in-law can do anything. He's amazing. Just passable. Yi Chen answered honestly, not entirely satisfied. After all, he had only just recently acquired advanced fishing skills. The fish I caught on my first day was only about 2 or 3 pounds, nothing special. Yet Yi Chen's words struck everyone's ears like a thunderclap. They caught such a huge fish and still call it nothing special? If they could catch a fish that big, they'd probably wake up laughing in their dreams. Brother Chen sets too high standards for himself. Brother Chen is too strong. After admiring and marveling at Yi Chen catching such a big fish, they turned their gaze to Sun Siyuan. They noticed the fish Sun Siyuan caught was only about the size of a palm. Everyone quieted down, deliberately ignoring Sun Siyuan before continuing to praise Yi Chen. At this moment, having been completely overlooked by everyone, Sun Siyuan truly didn't know whether to feel relieved or disheartened. Sigh. Sun Siyuan quietly put away his fishing rod. As time passed, what had begun as a group fishing activity gradually saw everyone lose their patience. Apart from Yi Chen and Sun Siyuan at the outset, only Zhao Shuxian was fortunate enough to reel in a fish weighing half a catty. No one else made it. By 4 in the afternoon, everyone gave up. They thought that if there wasn't enough to eat, they could simply buy some more. But when they saw the fish Yi Chen had caught, they all changed their minds. What should we do with all this fish we can't finish eating? Brother Chen is just unbeatable. How many fish did he even catch? Feeling it was about enough, Yi Chen stopped fishing. After paying some money, they handed the fish over to the staff for processing. They then went to the area specifically designated for grilling fish. After that, they bought some raw skewers of lamb, beef, chicken wings, and other items. They planned to grill everything together later. Half an hour later, the staff delivered the processed fish. Because there were too many people, they split into 2 groups. It would have been too slow to grill everything together. With exactly 8 people, they divided into 2 teams of 4 to barbecue separately. Yi Chen, Zhao Shuxian, and Su Ningxuang arrived together, so naturally they formed one team. Su Linger voluntarily joined Yi Chen's side as well. None of Su Linger's classmates objected. After all, her cousin and brother-in-law were both on that team. Neither Su Linger nor Su Ningxuang knew how to cook. Although Zhao Shuxian knew a little, she wasn't skilled at barbecuing. The task of grilling fell upon the only male present, Yi Chen. The other 3 assisted Yi Chen by preparing ingredients while he focused on the actual barbecuing. Soon, the aromatic scent of grilled food filled the air. My brother-in-law's cooking skills are amazing. Su Linger couldn't help but sigh as she inhaled the enticing aromas. He's truly an all-around talented person. At this moment, she finally understood how her brother-in-law had managed to win over her usually aloof cousin. Beside him, Su Ningxuan gazed at Yi Chen with admiration shining in her beautiful eyes. Yi Chen is so amazing. He excels at everything, not just superficially skilled, but truly masterful in all respects. I wonder what it would be like to have Yi Chen as a boyfriend. It must be so warm and secure. For a moment, Su Ningxuan couldn't help but let her imagination wander. Hey sis, what's wrong? Seeing her cousin lost in thought, Su Linger couldn't resist giving her a gentle poke. Ha! Su Ningxuang snapped back to reality when Su Linger called out to her like that. Oh my god, what on earth had she been thinking about just now? A flush instantly spread across Su Ningxuang's face as she looked at Yi Chen, overcome with sudden shyness. These are done grilling, come try some. Yi Chen handed the grilled food to Su Ningxuang, Zhao Shuxian, and Su Linger. The 3 of them took it and had a taste. Wow, this is heavenly delicious. Brother-in-law, your cooking is amazing. My sister is so lucky to have you in the future. Su Linger took a bite and exclaimed in admiration, saying this was simply the most delicious barbecue she'd ever tasted. Su Ningxuang, who was already extremely embarrassed by her earlier fantasies, now hearing Su Linger's words, lowered her head even further, growing even more bashful. Oh heavens, what on earth was Linger talking about? Unlike Yi Chen's side, the smell of burnt food wafted from Sun Siyuan's direction. Among the 4 of them, 3 had some basic cooking skills, yet the situation remained chaotic nonetheless. The tantalizing aroma of barbecue from Yi Chen's side proved too much for the 2 girls to resist. Without hesitation, they abandoned Sun Siyuan and their other male classmate, scampering eagerly to join Yi Chen instead. Chen Gu, it smells amazing. Can I have a little taste? 2 girls approached, pleading in a voice full of entreaty. Since they were Su Linger's classmates, Yi Chen naturally didn't hold back and shared a portion with them. At this moment, Su Linger's male classmate wanted to approach, but he was abruptly stopped by Sun Siyuan. This afternoon while fishing, it was this guy. He wanted to keep a low profile, but was betrayed by this fellow. He restrained himself from kicking this guy into the water. But tonight's charred barbecue, he won't escape that. In the end, the male classmate succumbed to Sun Siyuan's threats, and the 2 ended up eating charred barbecue together. After finishing dinner, it was time to prepare for the night's rest. Initially, they had planned to stay at the resort hotel, but Su Linger had her own ideas. I think with so many of us, why don't we book a vacation villa instead? Wouldn't that be much more awesome? Su Linger suggested. The White Cloud Resort not only has hotels, but also vacation villas, the kind with many rooms. The villas at White Cloud Resort are quite luxurious, and the surrounding scenery is incomparable to what the hotels can offer. The vacation villa even has a pool, a private theater, a gym, and more, making it extremely comfortable. The only downside is that it's a bit pricey, but with so many people, splitting the cost would make it cheap. No need to split it. I'll cover the cost of the vacation villa. At that moment, Sun Siyuan suddenly stepped forward. Having been completely crushed by Yi Chen all day, Sun Siyuan was deeply discouraged. Now, hearing Su Linger say this, Sun Siyuan instantly grew excited. so he immediately stepped forward and volunteered himself, saying, when it comes to abilities, he might not match Yi Chen, but in terms of financial power, he's definitely got the upper hand. His father is a CEO, owner of a large factory with substantial financial resources. Renting a vacation villa? How expensive could that possibly be? To showcase his capabilities in front of Su Linger and the others, he was willing to foot the bill. Before anyone could say anything, Sun Siyuan immediately called the White Cloud Resort Villa and successfully rented a villa. Soon, led by the staff, the group headed towards the resort's villa area. But just as they arrived, an unexpected incident occurred. To their surprise, someone had already moved into the villa Sun Siyuan had just rented. When Yi Chen and the others arrived, the people in the villa noticed them. A young man inside the villa pointed directly at Yi Chen and his group, shouting arrogantly, "Who let you in? Get the hell out!" Chapter 54, Special Incident. Get the hell away from me. Yi Chen and the others stood in front of the villa, looking bewildered. What on earth was going on? Wasn't this the villa Sun Siyuan had just rented? Why were they being cursed at by some young man emerging from the villa before they'd even stepped inside? You little punk! What did you just say? Sun Siyuan was the first to lose his patience. He stepped forward directly and confronted the young man head-on. After all, this was the villa he had just rented. By all accounts, he was temporarily the owner of this property. Being insulted in his own villa, and told to get out? Wasn't this some kind of joke? Even an ordinary person wouldn't tolerate such humiliation, let alone someone as young and spirited as Sun Siyuan. Ha! The young man scoffed coldly, not giving Sun Siyuan the slightest regard. Didn't you hear me say get lost? The arrogant young man repeated what he had just said once again. Sun Siyuan immediately grew angry, clenching his fist without hesitation. Oh ho ho, thinking of throwing punches, everyone come out quick. Seeing Sun Siyuan clench his fist, the arrogant young man smirked coldly and turned to shout toward the villa. Before long, about 11 or 12 men and women emerged from the villa, and more than half of them were men. Ding Xiao, who are these people? Among the arrogant young man's friends, a short-haired woman asked curiously. I don't know either. A bunch of idiots barged into my villa and even tried to throw punches at me. The arrogant young Master Ding scoffed disdainfully. What? Daring to throw punches? Who dares to raise a fist against our young Master Ding? Whoever throws the first punch, bring it on. We'll see this through to the end. Hearing the arrogant young man, young Master Ding, say this, 6 or 7 youths who had emerged from the villa immediately stepped forward. They moved to stand beside young Master Ding, locking eyes with Sun Siyuan, Yi Chen, and the others. Kid, was it you? One of the tall youths, standing a full 1.9 meters, confronted Sun Siyuan. No, what did you just say? Sun Siyuan wore an expression of confusion. What did I say? I told you to get lost. The arrogant young man sneered. You're saying this is your villa? Yeah, what about it? The arrogant young man nodded. Sun Siyuan was completely baffled. What on earth was happening? Hadn't he just rented this villa? When he rented the villa earlier, the staff had even congratulated him, saying it was the last available villa for the day. If Sun Siyuan had been any later, he probably wouldn't have gotten it. Had I come to the wrong place? Sun Siyuan turned his head and looked at the staff member who had brought them there. Did you take the wrong path? Is this the villa I rented? Sun Siyuan asked. At this moment, even the staff member looked bewildered. This should be the villa, he's worked here for many years. The resort only has about 20 villas. How could he possibly mistake one? But the current situation made him question his own judgment. Please wait a moment. The staff member spoke while pulling out their phone to check the reservation details Sun Siyuan had just made. Villa number 16. The staff confirmed that Sun Siyuan had indeed booked villa number 16, and the villa before them was unmistakably villa number 16. No mistake here. I've checked the information, and it's definitely this place. The staff member replied to Sun Siyuan. Don't you see, this villa was rented by me. How did it become yours? After receiving confirmation from the staff, Sun Siyuan felt emboldened and directly countered the arrogant young man. The staff also stepped forward to question the cocky young master, Ding Xiao. Sir, did you also book villa number 16? Faced with Sun Siyuan and the staff's inquiries, the arrogant youth replied with great impatience. This villa was assigned to me by your manager Yang. If you have any issues, go ask manager Yang. Also, stop wasting our time. I'll say this one last time, get out. Manager Yang? Hearing the name Manager Yang, the staff immediately tensed up. Manager Yang was the manager of their White Cloud Resort Villa. Could it be that Manager Yang had arranged for them to stay in this villa? Please wait a moment, I'll check with Manager Yang. The staff member walked aside and dialed Manager Yang's phone number. Oh, that villa? I just told young Master Ding to stay there directly. Manager Yang replied. Refund the money to that customer and let them leave. Don't disturb young Master Ding. Alright then. The staff member nodded, now understanding the situation. It appeared Mr. Sun Siyuan had reserved this villa first, so the booking was successful. But because of young Master Ding's arrival, Manager Yang, trying to curry favor with him, personally intervened to arrange Ding's accommodation there, which ultimately led to the current situation. Now, the unpleasant task of offending a guest had fallen to him to handle. "Sir, we apologize. How about we refund your payment, and you could stay at the resort's hotel instead?" A staff member came over and spoke to Sun Si-yuan. All the other villas in the mountain resort had already been rented out, with no vacancies left. "What exactly is going on here?" Sun Si-yuan asked angrily. The staff didn't want to take the blame for Manager Yang either, so they quietly told Sun Si-yuan what had happened. What? After hearing the story, Sun Si-yuan was furious. That so-called Manager Yang, in order to please that worthless young Master Ding, had actually given away the villa he'd booked and let this Ding fellow stay there instead, while making him go stay at a hotel instead. Although we can get the villa money back, the more I think about such things, the angrier I get. Si-yuan, maybe we should just let it go. That's right, I think they have powerful backing. Maybe we should just stay in a hotel. Su Linger's classmates tried to persuade Sun Si-yuan. That arrogant young man and his friends clearly came from unusual backgrounds, definitely not people you'd want to mess with. They'd better back off. Sun Si-yuan began to hesitate. Daring to barge into young Master Ding's villa, you people must have a death wish. Get lost already, don't disturb our party. A bunch of narrow-minded morons. Ding Xiao's friends all started berating Sun Si-yuan, Yi Chen, and the others with outrageous arrogance. "Kid, now you know whose villa this is. Scram the hell away." The arrogant young man, young Master Ding, spoke again, telling Sun Si-yuan, Yi Chen, and the others to get lost. "Don't dirty my eyes. Fuck, what bullshit, young Master Ding. Just you wait, asshole." Sun Si-yuan, who had been somewhat hesitant before, was now furious upon hearing this. Just moments ago, he was still hesitating about whether to lower his head. Now, he was determined to see this through with young Master Ding. This young Master Ding had an impressive background, but his own was anything but ordinary. Beside him, Yi Chen also furrowed his brows, clearly not in a good mood. "This Mr. Ding is so foul-mouthed. Today, I'm determined to kick you out of this villa." With that, Sun Si-yuan took out his phone and directly called his dad. When the call connected, Sun Si-yuan explained the situation to his father. "I got it. Let me make a phone call and ask about it." Sun Si-yuan's father nodded, realizing what had happened. With his father agreeing to step in, a smile surfaced on Sun Si-yuan's face after hanging up the phone. "Don't worry everyone, my dad has stepped in. They'll definitely be the ones forced out of this villa." Pointing at young Master Ding and his group, Sun Si-yuan confidently said to Su Linger and the others. Chapter 55. Why are these big shots acting so humble and respectful around Yi Chen? Hearing Sun Si-yuan's words, several of Su Linger's classmates visibly relaxed. They knew Sun Si-yuan also came from a well-connected family. Now that Sun Si-yuan's father has stepped in, everything should be resolved smoothly. Ha. Young Master Ding and his gang looked down on Sun Si-yuan with disdain. "Oh wow, how terrifying, we're so scared. Go ahead and have your daddy kick us out if you dare. We'll be right here waiting." Young Master Ding and his crew continued their mockery, showing absolutely no regard for Sun Si-yuan, Yi Chen, or anyone else present. "Just you wait and see." Sun Si-yuan shouted angrily at the crowd. With his father stepping in, he refused to believe he couldn't reclaim this villa. They're the ones who should get lost. A minute later, Sun Si-yuan received a call from his father. "See that? My dad's calling, so you better scram." Sun Si-yuan boasted with confidence. "Just you wait," he snorted. Si-yuan's father has stepped in. The ones who should leave are you. Several of Su Linger's classmates stepped forward one after another, scolding young Master Ding and his group. With Si-yuan's father involved, they gained confidence and no longer feared this so-called young Master Ding. They believed in Sun Si-yuan. On the other end, Sun Si-yuan picked up the phone. Yet the moment he heard his father's first sentence, the smile immediately froze on Sun Si-yuan's face. "You damn brat, do you know who that young Master Ding is? He's the son of Yuanli Corporation's chairman." Right from the start, Sun Si-yuan's father started berating him harshly. Yuanli Corporation is a massive company with total assets exceeding 3 billion. It's absolutely not something they can afford to mess with. Although Sun Si-yuan's father owns his own factory, it barely counts for anything when compared to Yuanli Corporation. "Go apologize to that young Master Ding right now, hurry up." Sun Si-yuan's father barked the command at his son before abruptly hanging up the phone. After listening to his father, Sun Si-yuan froze in shock, standing dumbfounded on the spot. Though he had no idea what kind of company Yuanli was, his father's tone made it clear it was definitely a behemoth they couldn't afford to provoke. In an instant, Sun Si-yuan seemed to age over a decade, looking utterly dispirited. "Ah!" Sun Si-yuan let out a soft sigh, completely helpless and utterly hopeless. Sun Si-yuan stepped forward. Seeing Sun Si-yuan approach, several classmates who had assumed his father would intervene to swiftly resolve the matter immediately gathered around him, their faces brimming with excitement. "Master Ding, I was wrong earlier, my apologies." But the next second, Sun Si-yuan dropped a bombshell. Hearing this, several of Su Linger's classmates were dumbfounded. What? Why is Si Yuan apologizing? Could Ding Xiao's background really be that terrifying? Even elder son Si Yuan intervened to no avail. We're done for. Heh, didn't you tell us to wait? Where's your arrogance now? You're nothing. Young Master Ding and his crew were acting outrageously insolent. Get lost. Young Master Ding waved them off dismissively. Sun Si Yuan turned his head and reluctantly addressed the group. Let's go. With that, Sun Si Yuan took the lead, ready to guide everyone away. Wait a minute. Suddenly, one of young Master Ding's lanky henchmen stopped Sun Si Yuan in his tracks. Men can leave, but the ladies stay. The skinny underling turned and said to young Master Ding, Young Master Ding, we're throwing a party and don't have enough girls. These guys can go. Let these girls stay, especially those two over there. As he said this, he deliberately pointed at Su Ningxuang and Su Linger, the two sisters. That makes sense. Young Master Ding paused for a moment, then gave his thin underling an appreciative look. The men can leave, but the girls stay. Young Master Ding commanded. On the other side, the few people who had originally been about to leave froze in place upon hearing this. Su Linger's two female classmates turned pale, their eyes filled with fear and terror. The sisters Su Ningxuang and Su Linger also changed expressions. What did you say? Yi Chen frowned deeply, stepped forward, and asked in an icy voice. Whether living in a villa or not, Yi Chen didn't care. But this young Master Ding actually asked Su Ningxuang and the others to stay, that was crossing the line. Yi Chen was truly furious this time. Oh, so now we've got another hero wannabe? Kid, didn't you hear me? I'll say it again, these girls are staying, got it? Ding Xiao's companion sneered coldly, looking down on Yi Chen with utter disdain. Even that last idiot backed down, you still want to play the tough guy? Young Master Ding threatened Yi Chen. Scram while you still can, or I'll make you pay. Upon young Master Ding's words, his lackeys immediately surrounded Yi Chen. The atmosphere became tense in an instant. Seeing this, Su Ningxuang immediately took out her phone, ready to call her father. What are you all doing? At that moment, a voice brimming with authority despite its calm tone rang out. Not far away, a stern-faced middle-aged man walked over, accompanied by a secretary in professional attire. Upon seeing this stern middle-aged man, the staff member nearby immediately turned pale and rushed over to him. President Tian, you're here. The staff member approached the middle-aged man and spoke with utmost respect. The middle-aged man's name was Tian Wu, none other than the owner of the White Cloud Resort Villa. Oh, Uncle Tian? The previously overbearing young Master Ding immediately put on a smile upon seeing Tian Wu and proactively came over to greet him. Oh, so it's Qingji. Tian Wu recognized the young man, this was Ding Qingji. Tian Wu and young Master Ding's father were acquainted, maintaining a decent relationship. What's going on here? Tian Wu inquired. He happened to be staying at the mountain villa today and had stepped out for an evening stroll when he noticed the large crowd gathered here, sensing an imminent confrontation. As the owner of the White Cloud Resort Manor, he naturally had to come and take a look. Uncle Tian, this kid actually dared to warn me just now. Ding Qingji pointed at Yi Chen, tattling to Tian Wu. Upon seeing this, Su Ningxuang prepared to dial her father's number. Su Linger's classmates also guessed that this middle-aged man's identity was terrifying, he was a big shot. Now, such a big shot had appeared, and he even knew this young Master Ding. They were doomed. At this thought, the faces of Su Linger's two female classmates turned deathly pale, and their bodies couldn't help but tremble. Ding Qingji's underlings grew even more arrogant and domineering, behaving as if they owned the place. Just as they thought Chairman Tian would side with Ding Qingji and teach Yi Chen a lesson. What happened next left everyone present utterly stunned. Tian Wu followed Ding Qingji's pointing finger, but before Ding could even finish speaking, Tian abruptly abandoned him and strode straight toward Yi Chen. President Yi, what brings you here? Tian Wu approached Yi Chen's side, speaking with utmost humility and ingratiation. Witnessing this scene, everyone present was utterly stunned. Oh my god. Everyone was shocked by Tian Wu's actions and words. Why was this big shot President Tian standing beside Yi Chen with such humility and reverence? Chapter 56, Do It Yourself. Everyone present watched this scene, utterly dumbfounded. At this moment, everyone's worldview was on the verge of collapse. A high-ranking and esteemed figure was actually being so deferential, even submissive, toward a young man. It felt like something out of a dream. Shouldn't it be the other way around, logically speaking? Su Linger's classmates were equally dumbfounded. Sun Si Yuan, who had been utterly despondent just moments ago, now stared wide-eyed, his face filled with astonishment. Su Ningxue and Su Linger, on the other hand, breathed a sigh of relief. Su Ningxuang also put down her phone. It seemed there was no need to call her father anymore. Indeed, with Yi Chen around, no matter what the situation, he could handle it effortlessly. She felt completely secure. As she looked at Yi Chen, a strange emotion welled up in Su Ningxuang's heart. At the scene, Ding Qingji and his underlings were the most unsettled group. At that moment, they stood there rigidly, as if they'd seen a ghost. How did it come to this? Isn't President Tian Uncle Ding's son? How could they, in the blink of an eye, grovel before Yi Chen whom they'd always looked down upon? They simply couldn't make sense of it. It wasn't just these people, even Ding Qingji was left in utter bewilderment. What the hell? Why on earth would Uncle Tian try to curry favor with that Yi Chen? Racking his brains, Ding Qingji couldn't come up with a reasonable answer. Do you know me? Looking at Tianwu, who suddenly approached him with extreme politeness and greeted him, Yi Chen asked, somewhat puzzled. He didn't know this Tianwu at all. Of course, at the banquet a few days ago, I had the honor of witnessing President Ye's remarkable demeanor, Tianwu said with utmost reverence. He had also attended that banquet a few days prior. At the time, he was among those fence-sitting guests. At that time, neither he nor the other executives had any faith in Yi Chen or his Yilin talent agency. Yet against all expectations, Yan Baimei and Ma Jiangwen ended up kneeling before Yi Chen, begging for forgiveness. The scene utterly shocked Tianwu and all the guests present. Even though Tianwu himself was a highly respectable billionaire with considerable status, but compared to Ma Jiangwen, he still fell a bit short. Seeing that even Ma Jiangwen bowed his head to Yi Chen, they immediately switched sides, eager to curry favor with Yi Chen. Unfortunately, Yi Chen had already left, and they didn't get a chance to speak with him. Originally, if things had just stopped there, Tianwu wouldn't have been so respectful, let alone humble, toward Yi Chen. The day before yesterday, Tianwu got wind of some inside information. Rumor has it that the reason Ma Jiangwen swallowed his pride that day and begged Yi Chen for forgiveness was because a heavyweight figure in Jiangzhou stepped in to pressure him. If even Ma Jiangwen couldn't afford to offend this big shot, let alone Tianwu. For such a prominent figure to intervene, Tianwu surmised that Yi Chen, Director Yi, must either have an incredibly powerful background himself or possess terrifyingly formidable connections. Whichever it was something he needed to look up to. Recently, his career had encountered some crises, and after considerable effort, he had discovered the influential figure, President Yi. Tianwu began to set his mind on befriending Yi Chen. These past few days, Tianwu had been contemplating how he could possibly arrange a meeting with President Yi. I never expected to encounter President Yi while taking an evening stroll through my own villa retreat tonight. Faced with such a rare opportunity that only comes once in 1,000 years, Tianwu naturally wouldn't let it slip by, hence the scene that just unfolded. President Yi, it's an honor. Allow me to introduce myself. I'm Tianwu, owner of the White Cloud Resort Villa. Tianwu introduced himself to Yi Chen with utmost respect. So it's President Tian. Since the other party was being so courteous, Yi Chen naturally responded in kind. Please, no need for President Tian, call me Tianwu. Tianwu spoke up. The owner of Baiyun Holiday Villa? This middle-aged man turned out to be the owner of this villa? Upon hearing Tianwu's self-introduction, everyone finally understood. Baiyun Holiday Villa isn't just notable in Jiangzhou City, it ranks among the finest resort villas in the entire province. This middle-aged man was truly a big shot. Yet even such a big shot behaved so reverently toward Yi Chen. How terrifying. Uncle Tian, who is he? Ding Qingji realized something was wrong. This kid named Yi Chen seemed to be a big shot. He had kicked an iron plate. This is Yi Chen, President Yi. After finishing his introduction, Tianwu asked curiously, by the way, what were you all doing with President Yi just now? Hearing this question, Ding Qingji's vision went dark, he nearly fainted from fright. He had no idea how to respond. There was no way he could mention that they'd nearly come to blows with President Yi. Noticing Ding Qingji's unusual behavior, Tianwu's expression changed instantly. Thinking back carefully, it seemed Ding Qingji and his group had surrounded President Yi earlier. Could it be? Tianwu was well aware of Ding Qingji's temperament, and his heart immediately tightened. You, tell me what just happened. Tianwu pointed at the nearby staff member and ordered. Facing his boss, the staff member naturally didn't dare withhold anything, and recounted the entire incident truthfully to Tianwu. After hearing this, Tianwu's face instantly turned ashen gray. Within his mountain villa, such a thing had actually occurred. Bastard! Tianwu was absolutely livid and couldn't help but kick Ding Qingji violently. Thud! Ding Qingji was directly kicked aside, crashing heavily to the ground. Uncle Tian, I was wrong. Ding Qingji also realized he had caused a major disaster and kept begging for mercy. What good is apologizing to me? Hurry up and apologize to President Yi. Tianwu reprimanded sharply. Ding Qingji hurried to Yi Chen's front and immediately knelt down, pleading incessantly for Yi Chen's forgiveness. Although he didn't know Yi Chen's exact identity, someone who could earn Tianwu's respectful congratulations must hold an extraordinarily terrifying status. This was a person he couldn't afford to provoke. Strictly speaking, Ding Qingji's father was slightly worse off than Tianwu. Seeing Ding Qingji kneeling, his followers quickly followed suit, dropping to their knees before Yi Chen and continuously begging for forgiveness. If apologies were effective, what would we need the police for? Yi Chen calmly countered. In an instant, Ding Qingji and his underlings grew even more terrified. Tianwu knew that this time, President Yi was truly furious. A simple apology would absolutely not suffice. Tianwu whispered something to his secretary, who hurried into the villa and retrieved an iron rod. Tianwu gave his secretary a look, signaling her to throw the iron rod to Ding Qingji. Last time, your father said if you caused trouble again, he'd break one of your legs. Tianwu spoke up, though he strongly wished to remain uninvolved. Since the incident had occurred within his own mountain retreat, he bore significant responsibility. Tianwu tried every means to calm Yi Chen's anger. Since you've angered President Yi today, you'd better deal with it yourself. Tianwu spoke. What? Ding Qingji's face drained of color in an instant, his body trembling uncontrollably with fear. From Uncle Tian's meaning, was he supposed to break one of his own legs? No. Ding Qingji instinctively shook his head. Don't want to? Then should I have your father do it instead? Tianwu demanded. No. Hearing this, Ding Qingji shook his head frantically. If his father came, both his legs would probably be broken. Ding Qingji turned his gaze to Yi Chen. I apologize, President Yi. I was blind to Mount Tai just now, it was entirely my fault. I'd willingly break one of my own legs to apologize to you. With that, Ding Qingji gritted his teeth and swung the iron rod down with all his might. Ah! A scream rang out as Ding Qingji broke his own right leg. And you lot too. Tianwu directly ordered Ding Qingji's underlings. Even Ding Qingji had ended up like this, of course his lackeys didn't dare refuse either, so they went ahead with it too. Especially that skinny guy who'd earlier suggested keeping Yi Chen's female companions here. I messed up because I was too scared, and ended up losing everything. Chapter 57, Things Only Couples Do. Ah, it hurts so much, it really hurts. The gaunt man screamed, sounding exceptionally wretched. From now on, he might have to remain single for the rest of his life. Girlfriends and wives would have nothing to do with him. Don't let me see you again. Yi Chen waved his hand dismissively. Meanwhile, the security guards from Baiyun Resort Villa had also arrived. They promptly carried away Ding Qingji and his men, rushing them to the hospital. Ding Qingji and his underlings would likely be bedridden for several months. After Ding Qingji and the others left, the scene finally quieted down. Watching as Ding Qingji and his group were carried away, everyone collectively let out a sigh of relief. Su Linger's two female classmates looked at Yi Chen with expressions full of admiration and gratitude. Sun Siyuan was also immensely grateful to Yi Chen. Director Yi, the issue with this villa is entirely due to Manager Yang under my supervision. I'll have him pack his things and get out immediately. An employee like this doesn't deserve to stay at Baiyun Resort. Tianwu stepped forward and repeatedly explained to Yi Chen. This villa should rightfully be your companion's accommodation tonight. As compensation, we'll waive all expenses for you and your companions during your stay at Baiyun Resort. Tianwu waved his hand grandly, directly exempting everyone present from all charges at Baiyun Resort. This served as compensation for Mr. Ye's companions and the others. Of course, just these wouldn't be enough. Today's incident happened right on his turf. Naturally, he had to ensure President Ye's satisfaction. President Yi, honoring my White Cloud Resort with your presence brings immense prestige to our humble establishment. Alright then, Mr. Yi, I have a villa here that's not on the market. I'd like to offer it to you as a gift. You can stay here directly whenever you come to the mountain resort for vacation or relaxation. To express his apology and curry favor with Yi Chen, Tianwu decided to gift Yi Chen a vacation villa. Before Yi Chen could speak, Tianwu pulled him toward the villa he had mentioned. The villa Tianwu mentioned wasn't part of the main cluster of villas. Instead, it was located on the mountain behind the villa area. The scenery there was even more beautiful, the air fresher, and since it wasn't open to the public, it essentially served as private property. When Tianwu arrived with Yi Chen and the others, the group finally noticed. There was actually a small cluster of villas here, about 5 or 6 in total. These villas were specially built by Tianwu, intended for high-profile figures to stay in during vacations. In terms of floor space, quality of materials, and so on, these villas were far superior to the ones they had seen earlier. Tianwu had already given away 4 of these villas, leaving only 2 remaining. Tianwu deliberately gifted the largest of the remaining 2 villas to Yi Chen. Tianwu led Yi Chen and the others into this particular villa. The group present gazed at the enormous villa, thoroughly awestruck by its expansive grounds. This is way too extravagant. The villa occupies 2 to 3 times the area of the one Sun Siyuan had previously rented. It boasts a sprawling private pool, an exceptionally well-equipped gym, a private cinema, and a personal wine cellar, among other luxurious amenities. In the end, Yi Chen only accepted it after Tianwu's insistent urging. Seeing Yi Chen accept it, Tianwu finally let out a sigh of relief. President Yi, it's getting late. I should take my leave now and not disturb you any further. Tianwu tactfully bid farewell to Yi Chen before leaving with his secretary. Only Yi Chen and his group remained on the spot. Brother Chen, thank you so much. Thank you. Su Linger's 2 female classmates quickly expressed their gratitude to Yi Chen. Brother Chen, thanks. Sun Siyuan also spoke up to thank Yi Chen. Nothing important. Yi Chen waved his hand. After staying for a while, Sun Si-yuan bid farewell to Yi Chen, since he had rented his own villa and couldn't stay here. Finally, Sun Si-yuan and several classmates of Su Linger left, agreeing to meet again the next morning. Inside the villa, apart from Yi Chen, only the sisters Su Ningfrost and Su Linger, along with Zhao Shu Xian, remained. Looking at the massive private pool, everyone was quite tempted. But unfortunately, nobody had brought swimsuits, so they could only leave it for next time with regret. The three girls went to the private cinema inside the villa to watch a movie. The movie the three girls were watching didn't interest Yi Chen much, so he stayed in the living room by himself. Coincidentally alone, Yi Chen took out his phone and opened the game titled, Monthly Salary of 3,000, Yet I Am the World's Richest Man. What movie could possibly be as enticing as a game? Especially one like this that can affect reality and help him become the ultimate tycoon. As soon as Yi Chen clicked into the game, a notification popped up. Ding! Challenge completed. Visiting White Cloud Resort Villa with Su Ningxuan. Congratulations on obtaining 100% ownership of Roman International Hotel, becoming the new owner of Roman International Hotel. The previous challenge issued by the game was completed, and Yi Chen successfully acquired ownership of Roman International Hotel, becoming the new owner of this 5-star hotel. This Roman International Hotel is worth 270 million yuan. After today, Yi Chen's net worth suddenly increased by more than 200 million. The monthly salary 3,000, I'm the richest, game is too powerful. A smile appeared on Yi Chen's face. This challenge was practically effortless, just a casual outing with Su Ningxuan. Yet I ended up receiving rewards worth over 200 million, nearly 300 million. Ah, the loneliness of being unmatched. Couldn't they at least present me with some truly difficult challenges? Making money was so easy that Yi Chen almost felt embarrassed. Ding! Player's thoughts detected, issuing difficulty challenge. Challenge issued, complete a couple's bungee jump with Su Ning Shuang. Reward, 20% shares in Longtong Group, making you the third largest stakeholder. Suddenly, the game, with a 3,000 yuan salary, I'm the richest man in the world, displayed new content. Looking at the game's new challenge, Yi Chen froze in shock. A truly difficult challenge has appeared? The game sure is considerate of human psychology. Looking at the new challenge, Yi Chen's expression froze slightly. He had barely zoned out for a moment. How did the game issue a new challenge already? And of all things, a difficult challenge at that? Bungee jumping? This challenge is truly extremely difficult. Bungee jumping can be categorized as either solo bungee jumping or tandem bungee jumping. Couples bungee jumping falls under the category of tandem bungee jumping. Couples bungee jumping is exclusively for romantic partners. It helps build trust between the two individuals and enhances their emotional connection. Couple bungee jumping was slightly more challenging than if Yi Chen were to jump alone. Long Tang Group? Yi Chen muttered to himself. He had never heard of this corporation before. Driven by curiosity, Yi Chen looked up some information. Looking at the documents, Yi Chen's eyes instantly widened with shock. Longtang Group, one of Jiangzhou's major corporations with a market value of 10 billion. A 20% stake in Longtang Group meant a reward worth 2 billion. 2 billion yuan. This is absolutely the biggest reward Yi Chen has received since getting the game, bar none. If he can obtain it, Yi Chen's net worth will skyrocket instantly. For a moment, Yi Chen fell deep into thought. It's just bungee jumping, challenge accepted. I'm definitely taking these 2 billion. With steel resolve, Yi Chen made up his mind. Chapter 58, Su Ningxuan's sense of security. Compared to 2 billion, bungee jumping was nothing. This was the most rewarding challenge Yi Chen had encountered since obtaining the game, monthly salary of 3,000, I am the world's richest man. Once obtained, Yi Chen's worth will skyrocket. Such a challenge is rare and hard to come by. After all, my current player level in the game is only LV1, and the rewards for ordinary challenges might merely range from 2 to 300 million. Like this, the reward is a 2 billion challenge. With his player level still at LV1 and not upgraded, it's highly likely to appear only once. Therefore, Yi Chen must seize the opportunity. Isn't it just bungee jumping? He accepts this challenge. Once he completes the challenge and secures 20% of Longtong Group's shares, what will significantly increase is not only Yi Chen's net worth but also his connections. After obtaining that 20% stake, Yi Chen will instantly become the third largest shareholder of Longtong Group. For a multi-billion-dollar corporation, being the third largest shareholder is an exceptionally impressive identity. Yi Chen's social network will also expand accordingly. How can I convince Senior Su to agree to go bungee jumping together? Yi Chen muttered to himself. Now, he had made up his mind. For the 20% stake in Longtong Group worth 2 billion, he was willing to attempt the lovers' bungee jump. But how could Yi Chen get Su Ningxuan to agree? Compared to men, women might be more afraid of challenges like bungee jumping. Yi Chen fell deep into thought. Meanwhile, Su Ningxuan and Su Linger had also finished watching their movie. Each selected their room and went to rest because they were too tired. The next day, around 10 in the morning, they gradually got out of bed. A little more than half an hour later, the four left Yi Chen's villa to meet up with Sun Siyuan and the others, ready for lunch. While waiting for lunch to be served, as it would take some time for the dishes to arrive, they were chatting as yesterday, they had already tried most of the entertainment activities at the mountain resort. Today, only a few remained. Anyone brave enough to try bungee jumping? Someone suddenly spoke up. Among all attractions at Baiyun Mountain Resort, bungee jumping undoubtedly ranks among the top 3, if not the absolute number 1. What makes Baiyun Mountain Resort particularly special is that it's one of the few locations in the entire province offering tandem bungee jumps for couples. This unique offering has drawn countless young couples to experience it together. Su Linger's heart began to flutter with excitement at the prospect. Bungee jumping, this thrilling game, Su Linger both wanted to try and was too scared to do so. Bungee jumping? Everyone present changed their expressions. I don't dare. One of Su Linger's female classmates shook her head, not daring to try. Since we're here to have fun, if we don't challenge ourselves with bungee jumping, we'll definitely regret it. Someone suggested. How about this? Let's play a little game, and whoever loses goes bungee jumping. What do you think? Sure, no problem at all. Sun Siyuan wore an expression that clearly said he couldn't possibly lose as he casually replied. Soon, the game began. This time, 2 people lost. One was a female classmate named Su Linger, and the other was Su Ningxuan. Seeing that the 2 who lost the game this time were both girls, including her own cousin, Su Linger immediately spoke up. How about we play another round? This one doesn't count. Originally, Su Linger had intended to trick Sun Siyuan and another male classmate. Neither of them ended up losing the game. I don't dare. I truly don't dare to bungee jump, the girl who lost the game said with a trembling voice, her face deathly pale from fear. The girl begged for mercy repeatedly. Su Ningxuan also hesitated a bit. To be honest, she was still somewhat afraid of bungee jumping, but Su Ningxuan had always been true to her word and didn't want to go against her principles. Gradually, Su Ningxuan's heart began to lean towards doing the bungee jump. She must keep her promise. In the end, Su Ningxuan nodded, agreeing to go bungee jumping. Yet it wasn't hard to see she still held some fear in her heart. How about this? I'll go with Senior Su, Yi Chen offered. This is a perfect opportunity. Not only can I help Senior Su by keeping her company and making her feel more at ease, but I can also complete the game challenge in passing, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Everyone was shocked by Yi Chen's words, looking at him with utter amazement. A brother-in-law is always a brother-in-law, willing to do anything for my sister. Su Linger looked at Yi Chen with great admiration. By the way, isn't there a couple's bungee jumping at White Cloud Resort? It just so happens that brother-in-law and my sister can try it, and it could help deepen their relationship, right? Su Linger suggested. Su Ningxuan, who was initially somewhat nervous, suddenly raised her head upon hearing Yi Chen's words. Su Ningxuan cast a grateful glance towards Yi Chen. For some reason, her originally uneasy and nervous heart had now become incredibly calm. With Yi Chen by her side, she seemed fearless of anything. A sense of inexplicable security welled up inside me. So when Su Linger suggested that Yi Chen and Su Ningxuan try tandem bungee jumping, Su Ningxuan didn't refuse. Did you 2 men see that? This is my brother-in-law, a responsible man, a real man. Su Linger said to the other 2 boys. Exactly. You're far inferior to Brother Chen. Another girl who wasn't chosen also spoke up, looking down on Sun Siyuan and the other completely. Naturally full of youthful vigor, being provoked like this only made Sun Siyuan determined to prove his manhood. He abruptly stood up. Damn it, it's just bungee jumping. Xiao Yuan, you don't need to go. I'll do it. With exaggerated heroism, Sun Siyuan stepped forward and declared passionately to the other chosen female classmate. Old Zhang, you coming too? Sun Siyuan suggested to another guy beside him. What's wrong, scared? Let's do it then. Provoked by Sun Siyuan's taunting tactics, the boys who were originally somewhat hesitant agreed to go bungee jumping to save face. Finally, the results were announced. Yi Chen and Su Ningxuan went together for the couple's bungee jump. Sun Siyuan partnered with another male student, Old Zhang, for the tandem bungee jump. Soon, the dishes were served. Yi Chen acted normally, eating his meal without fuss. Su Ningxuan also stopped worrying now that Yi Chen was present, and carried on as usual. The others who hadn't tried bungee jumping naturally continued eating without incident. Sun Siyuan and Old Zhang, despite their earlier impassioned outburst, now found they had little appetite. They barely ate much, with Old Zhang particularly managing just a single bite before pushing his food aside. He regretted it. After the meal and a short rest, the group headed straight for the bungee jumping site at Baiyun Holiday Villa. Reaching the mountaintop and seeing the bungee jumping spot nearby, Old Zhang's legs instantly started shaking. I can't do it, I surrender, I don't dare, I just don't dare. Without even stepping onto the bungee platform, Old Zhang chickened out, collapsing onto the ground while pleading incessantly he'd admitted defeat. Forget being a man, he'd rather not be one at all than attempt that bungee jump. Damn, what a loser. Sun Siyuan confidently tossed out a sarcastic remark. I'll go first. With that, Sun Si-yuan headed straight for the bungee jumping area. At first, Sun Si-yuan took big strides, but the further he walked, the smaller his steps became. Unable to resist, Sun Si-yuan glanced downward. Looking at the hundreds of meters high diving platform, Sun Si-yuan's vision went black, nearly fainting on the spot. By now, Sun Si-yuan's legs couldn't stop trembling. Seeing Sun Si-yuan, the staff member began to approach him. But before the staff could reach him, Sun Si-yuan abruptly turned his head and bolted out of the bungee jumping area like a startled rabbit. Nope, no way. Sun Si-yuan's face was deathly pale. I won't be a man anymore, I don't dare to, I really don't. Sun Si-yuan said to the crowd with a trembling voice. Sun Si-yuan had been extremely nervous from the start. Seeing old Zhang given earlier had already shaken his resolve. Just now, when he glanced downward, it completely shattered the last line of defense in Sun Si-yuan's heart. Sun Si-yuan also chickened out and didn't dare to bungee jump. Humph, you're one to talk. A girl said disdainfully to Sun Si-yuan. Both Sun Si-yuan and old Zhang backed down, preferring to forfeit their manhood rather than face the bungee jump. The gazes of those present fell upon Yi Chen. Chapter 59. Didn't we come for bungee jumping? Why are we getting fed dog food instead? Facing their gazes, Yi Chen remained completely unfazed. Having made his decision, he absolutely would not admit defeat. I'm fine. How about you, Senior Su? Yi Chen specifically asked about Su Ningxuang's condition. If Su Ningxuang was unwilling or too frightened, Yi Chen would never force her. I'm fine. Su Ningxuang also remained calm, speaking slowly. Witnessing this scene, everyone present admired Yi Chen and Su Ningxuang immensely. Did you see how brave Brother Chen was? Even Sister Ningxuang, a girl, was willing to try. You two guys aren't even 1/10, no, not even 1/100th of what Sister Ningxuang is. A girl spoke to Sun Si-yuan and old Zhang with extreme disdain. Hearing this, the two hung their heads in shame. They truly couldn't compare to Brother Chen and Senior Su Ningxuang. Sis, brother-in-law, go for it. You're the best. Su Linger declared with overflowing pride. Come on, be careful. Zhao Shuxian also spoke up, reminding both of them to prioritize safety. Yi Chen and Su Ningxuang stepped forward, approaching the bungee jumping platform. The staff gave Su Ningxuang and Yi Chen a brief introduction. Soon, another staff member came to fasten the safety harnesses for Yi Chen and Su Ningxuang. After securing them, the staff member double-checked for safety before leaving. As the previous visitors departed, Yi Chen and Su Ningxuang stepped forward. The staff member responsible for pushing visitors off once again inspected their safety harnesses carefully, ensuring everything was secure. Handsome guy and beautiful lady, you should embrace each other first, the staff member said to Su Ningxuang and Yi Chen. For couples bungee jumping, it's natural for them to hold each other while jumping. The staff wanted to guide Yi Chen and Su Ningxuang on how to embrace each other properly, ensuring everything goes perfectly and more safely. Ha! Hearing the staff's words, Su Ningxuang's face immediately flushed red, her heartbeat quickening. But now was not the time for shyness or timidity. Su Ningxuang spread her arms open. Yi Chen became even less shy. Likewise spreading his arms, he naturally scooped Su Ningxuang into his embrace. The two held each other tightly, so close they could hear each other's heartbeats. For a moment, it felt as if even the air had frozen. Su Ningxuang, being held so openly in a man's arms for the first time, felt somewhat embarrassed and closed her eyes. The staff seemed to notice that Yi Chen and Su Ningxuang didn't appear as intimate as the other couples. Perhaps they weren't officially together yet. Or it might be something else. Hold me tighter. The staff member spoke up, encouraging Su Ningxuang and Yi Chen to hold each other tighter, which would be both safer and might just bring the two of them together. Yi Chen and Su Ningxuang embraced even more tightly. Su Ningxuang secretly glanced downward, her heartbeat quickening momentarily as nervousness crept in. In the end, Su Ningxuang rested her head against Yi Chen's sturdy chest, and soon the tension melted away. Holding Su Ningxuang in his arms, Yi Chen could even catch a faint whiff of her delicate fragrance. Not far away, Su Ling'er and the others watched the scene with faces full of frustration. They had come to watch bungee jumping. How had it turned into witnessing public displays of affection and romantic indulgence? Romantic indulgence isn't tasty, they'd had enough of it. Ah, the pungent sourness of love, indeed. In broad daylight, under this clear sky, how dare you flaunt your affection like this? What are we single dogs supposed to do? We've suffered 10,000 points of damage. Who's going to take responsibility for this? Oh, my heart aches. Su Linger, Zhao Shuxian, and several other singles all clutched their chests simultaneously. They'd had enough of this dog food. Couples PDA. Could you two hurry up? Ready? After one final check, the staff member asked. There you go. Yi Chen and Su Ningxuang replied that they were all set. Alright then, off you go. The staff member gave Yi Chen and Su Ningxuang a forceful shove. Whoosh! Yi Chen and Su Ningxuang were sent flying. Startled by the push, Su Ningxuang clung even tighter to Yi Chen, pressing her entire body against him as if seeking safety in his embrace. The two of them fell rapidly downward together. Originally, Yi Chen had felt a trace of nervousness, but as he held Su Ningxuang in his arms and truly experienced the bungee jump, his heart became as calm as still water. After the bungee jump, there were two ways to conclude the experience. In professional terms, one method is called upward retrieval, where the person is pulled back to the jumping platform using equipment. The second type is called lower recovery, which involves using equipment to lower visitors to the bottom, or staff station below take charge. The bungee jumping at Baiyun Resort Villa follows the upper recovery method, using equipment to pull visitors back up. Soon, the bungee jumping was over. The staff pulled Yi Chen and Su Ningxuan back up. Phew! Having returned, Su Ningxuan let out a long sigh of relief. The staff removed the safety ropes and other equipment as Yi Chen and Su Ningxuan completed their bungee jump without incident. The pair walked away from the bungee jumping platform together. Brother Chen, you're truly mighty, the epitome of a real man. Sister Ningxuan is really amazing too. So powerful. Seeing Yi Chen and Su Ningxuan return, the others spoke with immense admiration. Looking at Yi Chen, Sun Siyuan and old Zhang lowered their heads, feeling genuinely embarrassed. They had to admit Brother Chen was simply too formidable. Compared to him, they fell short by more than just a little. After this incident, even that faint thought Sun Siyuan once had about pursuing Su Linger completely vanished from his mind. With a brother-in-law like Yi Chen serving as comparison, he simply wasn't worthy. He's really impressive, but this dog food is hard to swallow. Beside them, cousin Zhao Shuxian couldn't help but complain. Though she'd love to someday hear Su Ningxuan call her sis, being force-fed couples affection is genuinely unpleasant. Yeah. Su Linger also pouted her lips and grumbled along with them. Sis, bro-in-law, we know you two are very much in love, but could you please not flaunt your affection so casually in the future, or at least do it somewhere else? You really should be mindful of the impact. Us single folks are actually quite fragile. Hearing this, Su Ningxuan grew even more bashful. What are these people talking about? Just after bungee jumping, the group found a place to rest. While no one was paying attention, Chenyi took out his phone and opened the game titled on a 3,000 salary, I became the world's richest. As soon as Chenyi clicked on the game, a notification popped up. Ding! Completed challenge, couple bungee jumping with Su Ningxuan. Congratulations on acquiring 20% shares of Longting Group, making you the third largest shareholder. The equity transfer contract will be delivered to you within 24 hours. Please check your mail. For your courageous completion of this high difficulty challenge, special rewards ×3 have been triggered. 1 experience boost card, capable of increasing EXP by 30 points. A shopping mall points card, can increase 15 points. Seeing this, Yi Chen's face lit up with excitement. Never expected that completing this highly difficult challenge would actually trigger a special reward. Fantastic. The first 2 rewards were for increasing player level and shop level. Moreover, they were significant boosts, which was quite impressive. Just as Yi Chen was thoroughly satisfied with the first 2 rewards, he accidentally caught sight of what the third special reward was. In an instant, Yi Chen stood frozen like a wooden chicken. How could that be? Chapter 60, Brother-in-law, if I were you, my sister would probably already be starting her pregnancy rest. Reward, 1 indestructible gold pill. Indestructible gold pill? What the hell is this? Yi Chen looked at the third reward with a strange expression. Out of curiosity, Yi Chen tapped on the description of the indestructible pill. Indestructible pill, as the name suggests, once taken, it triples one's endurance. Made from 100% natural Chinese herbs with absolutely no side effects. Reading the description, Yi Chen's face immediately darkened. Damn it! With his robust physique and extraordinarily strong kidneys, how could he possibly need something like this? Clearly the game was deliberately targeting him. Sigh, when you're this handsome, even games discriminate against you. While Yi Chen was grumbling to himself, a small porcelain vial appeared in his pocket. The sudden change in weight caught Yi Chen's attention immediately, and he quickly retrieved it. It was a blue-on-white porcelain vial, no larger than a thumb, exquisitely crafted with an antique charm. Curious, Yi Chen opened it to find a tiny medicinal pill inside, about the size of a soybean. As soon as he opened it, Yi Chen caught a faint, delicate fragrance. Taking a deep breath, Yi Chen, who had been somewhat exhausted from bungee jumping, actually felt a bit refreshed. Say what you will, but this indestructible golden pill was quite effective. Brother-in-law, what's that in your hand? Noticing the exquisite little porcelain bottle in Yi Chen's hand out of the corner of her eye, Su Linger asked curiously. Nothing special, just a trivial little trinket. Yi Chen replied with meticulous precision. Oh, might I take a look at it? Su Linger was very curious, so she continued asking. What are you looking at? Go play with mud, kid. Yi Chen muttered a complaint, then carefully tucked the Vajra invincibility pill into his pocket. Who knows what side effects something like this might have? For the safety of others, it's better not to let anyone else see it, just keep it to myself. If there are any side effects, let him bear them. Who asked him to be such a self-sacrificing person? After going back, I'll store it in the villa's safe. Pfft, you're the kid here, your whole family are kids. Hearing Yi Chen's words, Su Linger immediately retorted without pressing for more details. Let's not mention this shameless pill anymore. The rewards given by this couple's bungee jumping challenge were exceptionally generous indeed. This counted as Yi Chen's most substantial harvest since obtaining this game. First, there's the 20% stake in Longtum Group, valued at 2 billion. Yi Chen successfully became the third largest shareholder of Longtum Group. With these 2 billion added to his previous assets, Yi Chen's net worth directly surged to 3 billion. In Jiangzhou, a second or third tier city, this makes him a genuine tycoon. Other than that, there were 2 more cards. Experience Boost card, which increases experience points by 30. Mole Points card, which increases points by 15. 30 experience points and 15 mole points, combined with what Yi Chen had previously accumulated. The upgrade shouldn't be too far away now. Currently, whether it's Yi Chen's player level or the store level, both are at level 1, completely ordinary. Yi Chen had been itching to level up for quite some time. These past few nights, Yi Chen had been keeping a close eye on the in-game store as well. Unfortunately, with his current financial status, nothing inside particularly caught his interest anymore. But once the in-game shop reaches 2 stars, the value of the items inside will increase tenfold. Yi Chen's player level rose to LV2, allowing him to purchase 2 items from the shop at once. It's nothing compared to what it could be. Let's go, Su Linger suggested. Having rested enough with no objections from the others, they packed up briefly and began descending the mountain. Several hours later, after dining together at the mountain villa, the group went their separate ways. Su Linger's classmates left together by taxi. As for Su Linger herself, she planned to hitch a ride with Yi Chen and have him drive her home. Su Linger's home was located not far from Yi Chen's Lingyun Tian Palace villa. Yi Chen first drove Su Ning Shuang and her cousin Zhao Shuxian back to campus, bidding them farewell. Then he took Su Linger and headed straight for her home. How did you meet my sister, brother-in-law? Seeing that Su Ningxuan was gone, Su Linger also loosened up. She had been holding back for quite a while, with many questions she wanted to ask Yi Chen. But with her cousin Su Ningxuan present, Su Linger was afraid of getting beaten up by her and hadn't dared to ask. Now that her cousin was gone and only Yi Chen remained, Su Linger naturally felt no fear. We met through my cousin, you could say. Yi Chen thought for a moment before answering. Is that so? Su Linger nodded. Having spent these past 2 days together, she already knew about Yi Chen's relationship with Zhao Shuxian. Brother-in-law, did you sleep in the same room with my sister last night, or separately? Su Linger widened her curious eyes and asked mysteriously. Last night, she was quite tired and went to rest early. Before she went to bed, Su Ning Shuang and Yi Chen were still chatting in the living room, so Su Linger didn't know what happened afterward. This morning, she slept in, and by the time she woke up, Yi Chen and Su Ning Shuang had already finished freshening up. This issue had troubled Su Linger all day. Earlier, because her cousin was present, Su Linger hadn't dared to ask more, for the sake of her own safety. Now that only her brother-in-law was nearby, she wasn't afraid anymore. Hearing Su Linger's question, Yi Chen turned his head to glance at her, noticing she looked like an overly curious child, and couldn't help but feel exasperated. What's this little girl thinking about? Last night, of course, Senior Su and I slept separately. Yi Chen told the plain truth. Initially, Yi Chen thought this answer might satisfy Su Linger's curiosity. To my surprise, after hearing my reply, Su Linger made a shocking statement. You're no good, brother-in-law. Su Linger wore an expression of utter disdain. You don't believe me, brother-in-law? Hearing Su Linger's words, Yi Chen nearly stumbled and stepped on the brakes. What did this little girl mean? Yesterday, you stayed in the same house as my sister, and you didn't make a move. Brother-in-law, you're a beast. No, you're worse than a beast. Su Linger looked at Yi Chen with disdain and continued her rant. Fortunately, there was a red light ahead, allowing Yi Chen to stop just in time. Otherwise, he feared he might give in to the urge to pull over right then and there and give Su Linger a good beating. Once the car stopped, Yi Chen immediately flicked Su Linger's forehead with a loud snap. Ah! Clutching her head in pain, Su Linger let out a pitiful cry. What are you doing, brother-in-law? Are you throwing a tantrum because I told the truth? You're the one who's incompetent, worse than an animal, and you still hit me. I'm wronged, Yi Chen explained earnestly. First of all, it's not that I can't, I'm a decent person. Secondly, you're the one who's worse than an animal. Thirdly, Senior Su and I are just friends right now, so of course we can't do anything. Hearing Yi Chen's words, Su Linger couldn't help but sigh. Brother-in-law, I was just joking at first, but it turns out you really can't perform. Even now, you still haven't won over my sister. Su Linger sighed with a look of pity for Yi Chen. Brother-in-law, if it were me, my sister would probably already be pregnant by now. Chapter 61, Brother-in-law, the road ahead is long and arduous. Su Linger continued to say shocking things. Go to hell. I've only known Senior Su for a week or two. Is that so? That certainly wouldn't be enough time for pregnancy. Su Linger contemplated seriously for a while. Brother-in-law, if I were you, I would have already moved in with my sister. Su Linger rephrased her words. Brother-in-law, your task is arduous and the road ahead is long, you need to keep pushing forward. Patting Yi Chen's shoulder, Su Linger spoke with deep earnestness. Along the way, Su Linger thoroughly sold out her cousin Su Ning Shuang. She spilled all the details about what her cousin liked, disliked, and so on, straight to Yi Chen. 20 minutes later, Yi Chen dropped Su Linger off at her home. Before getting out of the car, Su Linger didn't forget to give Yi Chen a final reminder. Go for it, brother-in-law, try to win my sister over sooner. I'm rooting for you. After everything that had happened over these past 2 days, Su Linger genuinely acknowledged Yi Chen as her brother-in-law. If she hadn't accepted Yi Chen, Su Linger wouldn't have joked with him like this, much less revealed all her cousin's preferences to him. Alright. Not wanting to continue arguing with Su Linger, Yi Chen nodded perfunctorily. Alright, brother-in-law, I'll take some time these next few days to come up with a few good methods to help you pursue my sister. Just as Su Linger was about to close the car door, she suddenly said to Yi Chen, Brother-in-law, see you next weekend. I'll tell you the ideas I've come up with by then. Su Linger specifically said to Yi Chen, I've helped you so much, don't forget you owe me a big meal. No problem. Yi Chen was quite helpless and casually agreed to Su Linger's request. He then proactively closed the car door for her and drove away. After returning home, Su Linger's mind began racing with ideas about how to help her brother-in-law win over her cousin. If Su Ning Shuang were to find out about Su Linger's thoughts, Su Linger would definitely get a thorough beating from Su Ning Shuang. Are you my cousin or Yi Chen's cousin? Why do you always try to sell out your own sister? Meanwhile, Yi Chen had also returned to his villa at Lingyun Heavenly Palace. Although he hadn't lived in this villa for long, it already felt like home to him. After returning, Yi Chen first went to his study and carefully placed the indestructible pill that the game had gifted him into the safe. He doesn't even need this thing, okay? After putting the stuff away, Yi Chen changed clothes and went to take a shower. After showering, Yi Chen was eating fruit in the living room when he suddenly received a call from an unknown number. Yi Chen picked up the phone, hearing a somewhat familiar voice on the other end. Is this President Yi? This is Tian Wu from Baiyun Resort. Right away, the person on the other end introduced himself. Turns out he was Tian Wu, the owner of Baiyun Resort. Oh, President Tian, what can I do for you? Having confirmed the other's identity, Yi Chen asked. Actually, Mr. Yi, about last night's incident, I'm truly sorry. I was wondering if you might be free tomorrow evening so I could invite you to dinner as an apology. Tian Wu asked nervously, terrified that Yi Chen might refuse. Though he hadn't exchanged contact information with Yi Chen last night, as owner of the White Cloud Mountain Resort, he'd easily found Yi Chen's phone number through the visitor ticket purchase records. Having finally gotten acquainted with such an important figure as President Yi, Tian Wu naturally wanted to strike while the iron was hot and build a solid connection with him. Tomorrow night? Sure. Yi Chen thought it over, he had no other plans tomorrow evening and thus agreed to Tian Wu's invitation. After all, he'd just accepted a vacation villa from the man, it wouldn't be right to refuse. Besides, it was just a meal. Got it, President Yi. See you tomorrow night. Seeing Yi Chen agree, Tian Wu said excitedly. After setting the time and location for the following evening, Tian Wu considerately ended the call without disturbing Yi Chen further. The next day, Yi Chen went to school as usual for his classes. While Yi Chen was in class, the Longting Group was holding a small executive meeting. Jiang Taiyuan, the president of Longting Group, was chatting with several executives in his office. As you should know by now, the third largest shareholder of our Longting Group has changed hands, Jiang Taiyuan said to the executives. Yeah, I just heard about it too. I learned about it not long ago either. Several executives nodded, they had only recently become aware of this news as well. This mysterious tycoon, Mr. Yi Chen, acquired 20% of our group's shares in a single transaction. His financial power is terrifying. Jiang Taiyuan said with emotion. Don't assume that just because Jiang Taiyuan is the CEO of Longting Group, he must be the largest shareholder, that's far from true. Jiang Taiyuan doesn't even rank among the top 5 shareholders. He only holds 6% of Longting Group's shares. This was perfectly normal. For example, the well-known Xiao Magu is not the largest shareholder of Ali, and he only holds a single-digit stake. Ma Tang of Penguin Group is not the largest shareholder of Penguin either. The largest shareholder of Longtung Group is a major conglomerate based in Hangzhou. However, this large conglomerate generally does not participate in Dragon Soar Group's decision-making processes. The second largest shareholder is a billionaire from Jiangzhou, holding 23% of Longting Group's shares. Yi Chen, being the third largest shareholder, held only a 3% difference in shares. Within Longting Group, the status difference between the second and third largest shareholders wasn't significant either. Now that the critically important third largest shareholder position had changed hands, Jiang Taiyuan, as the president of Longting Group, naturally had to take this matter with utmost seriousness. If he were to anger Chairman Yi, Yi certainly had the means to remove him from his position as president. Chapter 62, Shock. Jiang Taiyuan decided to personally deliver the company's equity transfer contract to President Yi. This way, he could not only leave a good impression on President Yi but also demonstrate how much he valued him. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, it was already afternoon. After class, Yi Chen drove straight to the place he had agreed to meet Tian Wu yesterday. It was a top-tier restaurant in Jiangzhou that Yi Chen had never visited before. Meanwhile, inside the restaurant, Tian Wu and several executives were quietly waiting in a private dining room. Old Tian, who exactly did you invite this time? Right, what big shot are we all waiting for? In the private room, someone spoke up, curious about who Tian Wu had invited today. Last night, Tian Wu had told them he'd invited a VIP to dinner and asked them to come along and make connections. So today, they had hurried over. I didn't expect everyone else to be here already while that important figure still hasn't arrived. Besides Tian Wu, the others in the private room were also CEOs of various companies in Jiangzhou, with net worths comparable to Tian's. Even the least wealthy among them had assets ranging from 1 to 2 billion. Normally, they were always the ones being waited for, now they actually had to wait here themselves. So, these people grew intensely curious about the identity of the big shot Tian Wu had invited. What big shot? A strange smile flickered across Tian Wu's face. Since you're all so eager to know, I'll tell you. Today, the distinguished guest I've invited is Mr. Yi Chen, President Yi. Tian Wu introduced. Yi Chen? Mr. Yi? The faces of those present bore expressions of bewilderment and surprise. None of them had heard of this CEO Yi Chen before. Who is this CEO Yi Chen? Tian Wu said. You must have heard about it, the incident a few days ago when Ma Jiangwen publicly kneeled to apologize to someone. Today, the CEO Yi I've invited is the very person to whom Ma Jiangwen kneeled and apologized. Tian Wu didn't conceal anything and directly told everyone. What? So the CEO Yi who came today is the one Ma Jiangwen kneeled to apologize? There were two people present who had heard about that incident. Upon learning that Tian Wu had invited none other than the very person before whom Ma Jiangwen had knelt to apologize, everyone was astonished. However, there were two others who had never heard of the matter at all, so they remained unfazed. Uncle Tian, just tell us directly who this Yi Chen really is. Among the two individuals unfamiliar with Yi Chen's name, one 28 or 29-year-old young man came straight to the point. His name was Yan Hanlin, the youngest among the present group. He had just taken over the company from his father a few months prior and was currently riding high. The other attendees were well acquainted with Yan Hanlin's father, which was why they had invited him along that day. Yi Zong is the boss of Yilin Talent Agency, Tian Wu explained. Yilin Talent Agency, I think I've heard of it before. Yan Hanlin fell into deep thought. A few seconds later, Yan Hanlin suddenly realized. So it's just a small company with total assets barely reaching 1 billion? What kind of big shot could the boss of such a minor company possibly be? Yan Hanlin's face was full of disdain. He simply couldn't believe that this Yi Chen could make the mighty Ma Jiangwen kneel and apologize. Who is Ma Jiangwen? A billionaire worth billions. Even if he met him, he'd have to politely call him Uncle Ma. That sounds like pure rumor. When President Yi arrives later, be polite. Got it. Yan Hanlin nodded in agreement, though inwardly he remained unconvinced. He would soon see for himself what made this so-called President Yi so special. Just as the group was discussing, the private room door swung open. Yi Chen strode inside. President Yi. Upon seeing Yi Chen, Tian Wu quickly stepped forward with a smile to greet him. President Yi? Hearing Tian Wu's address, the others in the private room guessed Yi Chen's identity. So this is that CEO Yi Chen. So young. Mr. Yi. Mr. Yi. The other few also stood up, extending their hands to greet Yi Chen with great courtesy. Everyone took their seats. May I ask where Mr. Yi is currently employed? Yan Hanlin went straight to the point. Others found Yan Hanlin somewhat impolite, yet no one intervened. To be honest, they were all quite curious about Yi Chen's true identity. I'm still in college, currently managing Yilin Talent Agency. Yi Chen answered casually. Although Yi Chen has just become the third largest shareholder of Longtum Group, he doesn't hold any specific position within the company. Strictly speaking, the only thing Yi Chen currently manages is Yilin Talent Agency. As for the hotels and restaurants under Yi Chen's name, they're merely small ventures not worth mentioning. Hearing this, Yan Hanlin's attitude toward Yi Chen became notably less reverential. Just a small boss of an art management company, nothing special at all. His company is worth 3 or 4 billion less than theirs? Welcome, President Yi. I propose we all raise a toast to President Yi. Tian Wu stood up and spoke with great enthusiasm. All right, good idea. The others raised their glasses and stood up. Of everyone present, only Yan Hanlin remained completely still, sitting there completely at ease. Xiao Yan. Tian Wu reminded him. Uncle Tian, he's just a mere boss of Yilin Talent Agency, not some big shot, nothing special about his background. Why should I toast him? Yan Hanlin retorted. Suddenly, there was a knock at the door. Knock, knock, knock. "Come in." Tianwu thought it was the waiter, so he called out. The next second, the private room door swung open, and an unexpected figure stepped inside. As the man walked in, everyone present was dumbfounded, their faces frozen in utter shock. Even the seemingly cynical Yan Hanlin, who had been lounging indifferently, jolted upright upon seeing the man enter. In the very next instant, without the slightest hesitation, Yan Hanlin scrambled to his feet with utmost deference. Astonishment roared through Yan Hanlin's mind. Nor was he alone, every other person present wore matching expressions of utter bewilderment. What's going on today? Why is this big shot here? Was he also invited by Tianwu? Thinking of this, several guests looked at Tianwu with great admiration. To think such distinguished guests could be invited, old Tian must have really made it big recently. Faced with their stares, Tianwu shrugged, equally confused and bewildered. How could someone like him possibly have gotten a heavyweight like this to come? Just as Tianwu was about to open his mouth and greet the VIP, what happened next left everyone present utterly stunned. The powerful figure they all recognized walked directly up to Yi Chen and greeted him with utmost deference. "Good day, President Yi. I am Zhang Taiyuan." As it turned out, this man was none other than Zhang Taiyuan, the president of Longteng Group. "Oh, so it's President Zhang." Yi Chen recognized the visitor and spoke up. Earlier this morning, this Zhang Taiyuan had actually called Yi Chen, but since Yi Chen was in class at the time, he hadn't answered. In the afternoon, Zhang Taiyuan called again. Upon answering the call, Zhang Taiyuan introduced himself and mentioned that he wanted to deliver the Longteng Group stock transfer contract to Yi Chen. He asked Yi Chen about his location and when he would be available. It was already quite late at that time, and Yi Chen still had plans with Tianwu, so Yi Chen directly had him come here to find him. Watching this scene, everyone present was dumbfounded. What was going on? Was President Zhang here to find Yi Chen? Although Zhang Taiyuan wasn't a major shareholder of Longteng Group, as the president of a billion-dollar conglomerate, this status alone was enough to make Tianwu, Yan Hanlin, and others look up to him with admiration. Yet now, such a big shot had actually come to seek out Yi Chen on his own initiative. "President Yi, here's your equity transfer agreement. Please keep it safe." On the other side, Zhang Taiyuan handed Yi Chen the equity transfer agreement for 20% of Longteng Group's shares. Seeing this scene, the few people present were even more confused. "President Zhang, what is this?" In the end, Yan Hanlin couldn't hold back anymore and asked. "President Yi has acquired 20% of our Longteng Group's shares and is now one of our major shareholders." Zhang Taiyuan didn't conceal anything and spoke directly. Zhang Taiyuan's words exploded in the ears of the group. Boom! What had they just heard? Zhang Taiyuan said that Yi Chen had acquired 20% of Longteng Corporation's shares and was now one of its major shareholders? 20% of Longteng Group's shares are worth approximately 2 billion. Everyone was deeply shocked. Someone who could casually produce 2 billion yuan to acquire shares must have an absolutely terrifying net worth and background. So they were all completely mistaken earlier. This Director Yi is indeed a big shot. Tianwu's face was full of pride, his judgment was spot on, Director Yi's status was truly formidable. The others let out a sigh of relief. They couldn't be more thankful they had just toasted to Director Yi. On the scene, only Yan Hanlin couldn't stop trembling uncontrollably, his forehead already covered in cold sweat. Oh no, he's in huge trouble. This Yi Chen isn't just simply the boss of Yilin Talent Agency after all. Could someone who can easily acquire 20% of Longteng Group's shares be an ordinary person? President Yi, I was blind not to recognize Mount Tai earlier, it was my lack of discernment. Please don't stoop to my level. Yan Hanlin immediately stood up to apologize to Yi Chen. Alright then, President Yi, I'll punish myself with 100 drinks as my apology. I sincerely hope you can forgive me. With that, Yan Hanlin began pouring the drinks. 1 cup, 2 cups, 3 cups. By the time he reached the 30s, Yan Hanlin couldn't take it anymore. He immediately rushed out to the restroom and vomited violently. But he dared not refuse to drink. To appease President Yi's anger, he couldn't back down. After vomiting, Yan Hanlin went back again. After countless rounds of to and fro, Yan Hanlin finally finished all 100 glasses. Once he was done, Yan Hanlin was immediately carried away by an ambulance and sent to the hospital. While Yan Hanlin was drinking, Yi Chen and Zhang Taiyuan were chatting. From Zhang Taiyuan, Yi Chen learned some general information about the Longteng Group. The next morning, since Yi Chen happened to have no classes, he made arrangements with Zhang Taiyuan to visit the Longteng Group. After all, no matter how you put it, he was now one of the major shareholders of this billion-dollar conglomerate. It was only right for him to take a look. After chatting with Yi Chen for a while, Zhang Taiyuan left to make arrangements for tomorrow's matters. Having finished his meal, Yi Chen departed under the respectful farewell of Tianwu and his companions. Meanwhile, in an expansive antique-style mansion, 2 middle-aged men were conversing when one of them, a slightly portly gentleman, suddenly received a phone call. What? He's only about 20 years old. Good, I understand now. After hanging up the phone, the slightly plump man wore an expression of deep emotion. Chapter 63, Beyond Imagination. The slightly stout man was named Wan Xiangyang, a billionaire from Jiangzhou. Besides being a billionaire, he held another special identity, the second largest shareholder of Longtung Group. Old Wan, what's going on? Another stern middle-aged man asked in surprise. It's like this, since I'm the second largest shareholder of Longtung Group. Yesterday someone acquired 20% of Longtung's shares and became the group's third largest shareholder. Wan Xiangyang explained. What? The stern middle-aged man was utterly astonished. Longtung Group's market value was around 10 billion, and acquiring 20% of its shares would amount to approximately 2 billion. Forking out 2 billion in one go, even many billionaires might not be able to manage that all at once. Someone in Jiangzhou actually has the means for such a grand move? That's not even the most shocking part. What truly astonishes me is that the person who acquired 20% of Longtung Group's shares is said to be a young man around 20 years old. Wan Xiangyang revealed the reason for his astonishment. What? Hearing this, even the usually composed middle-aged man could no longer remain seated. A young man in his 20s? A young man pulled out 2 billion to acquire 20% of Longtung Group's shares? Are you joking? Does Jiangzhou have a young man with such immense financial resources? If he could easily produce 2 billion to acquire shares of Longtung Group, how much was this young man actually worth? 100 billion? 200 billion? Or even more? The stern middle-aged man dared not think any further. Zhang Taiyuan just met this young man who acquired 20% of Longtung Group's shares. He's going to Longtung Group tomorrow. Wan Xiangyang pondered. At this moment, Wan Xiangyang felt an intense curiosity about this financially formidable young man. Such a person, if one could befriend him, all the better. Soon, Wan Xiangyang came up with an idea. It had also been a long time since he last visited the Longtung Group, so he decided to go there tomorrow as well. Along the way, he could get acquainted with the young man who had acquired 20% of the Longtung Group. Such a young man was worth making the effort to befriend. Having made his decision, Wan Xiangyang contacted Zhang Taiyuan and informed him that he would also be going to Longtung Group. As soon as Wan Xiangyang hung up the phone, the stern-faced middle-aged man beside him couldn't help but speak up. Old Wan, if there's a chance, introduce me to this young man. He was quite curious about this remarkably wealthy and capable young man. When did Jiangzhou produce such a remarkable figure? Rest assured, old Su, leave this matter to me. Wan Xiangyang thumped his chest in assurance it wasn't anything particularly difficult anyway. Thanks a lot then. The stern middle-aged man, old Su, expressed his gratitude. Don't be so formal, Lao Su. Between you and me, is this really necessary? Wan Xiangyang laughed heartily. He had never been one to stand on ceremony when getting things done. As the new day dawned, Yichen opted for a more low-key approach and drove his Ferrari straight to Longtung Group. By the time he arrived at Longtung Group, Zhang Taiyuan and a group of company executives were already standing there waiting for him. Standing beside Zhang Taiyuan was a slightly overweight middle-aged man. Upon seeing Yichen get out of the car, everyone except this slightly overweight man took the initiative to approach. President Yi, President Yi, President Yi. A group of senior executives from Longtung Group stood at the company entrance, greeting Yichen with utmost courtesy. Yichen nodded slightly in acknowledgement. President Yi, let me introduce you. Standing before Yichen, Zhang Taiyuan pointed at the slightly plump middle-aged man and said to him, "This gentleman is the second largest shareholder of our Longtung Group, President Wan." Whom? The second largest shareholder of Longtung Group? Upon learning the identity of the slightly plump middle-aged man, Yichen wasn't particularly surprised. He could roughly guess the reason. Just now, even Zhang Taiyuan had taken the initiative to approach, yet this slightly plump middle-aged man hadn't moved at all. It was obvious his status was special. After Zhang Taiyuan finished speaking, Wan Xiangyang stepped forward proactively and extended his hand. Yichen shook hands with Wan Xiangyang. CEO Yi is indeed young and promising, truly a man of striking appearance. Wan Xiangyang said from the bottom of his heart. Although he knew Yichen was young and had mentally prepared himself, he couldn't help feeling shocked after seeing Yichen in person. This President Yi probably isn't even 20 years old yet. Under 20, yet effortlessly acquired 20% of Longtung Group's shares. It's simply terrifying. You're too kind, Mr. Wan, Yichen replied. I felt an instant connection when I first met you, Mr. Yi. Since I'm a few years older, may I call you Brother Yi? As fellow shareholders of Longtung Group, they were essentially on the same team. Wanting to foster goodwill with Yichen, Wan Xiangyang deliberately adjusted his form of address to something more familiar. If Wan Xiangyang's words were to get out, they would likely cause a massive earthquake in Jiangzhou. A formidable Jiangzhou heavyweight like Wan Xiangyang, worth billions, actually reaching out to establish a connection with a young man on his own initiative. It's simply unimaginable. Young Master Yi, please don't stand on ceremony. Since the other party was being so polite, Yichen couldn't very well refuse. In that case, I'll call you Elder Brother Wan. Afterwards, surrounded by a group of Dragon Sword Group executives, Yichen and Wan Xiangyang entered the company together. Wan Shangyang and Zhang Taiyuan served as Yi Chen's guides, giving him a general tour of Dragon Soar Group before finally arriving at the company's conference room. Hosted by Zhang Taiyuan, the first speaker was Wan Shangyang, the group's second-largest shareholder. Wan Shangyang only said a few words, mainly to welcome Yi Chen. Then it was Yi Chen's turn, and he also made a few perfunctory remarks. After the meeting, Wan Shangyang and Yi Chen stayed behind in the office to chat. During this time, Wan Shangyang proactively invited Yi Chen to come over to his place in the afternoon for some tea. Wan Shangyang was so enthusiastic that Yi Chen found it difficult to refuse and had no choice but to agree. After settling on the time, Yi Chen and Wan Shangyang went their separate ways. As soon as Wan Shangyang returned to his villa, he immediately called Old Su on the phone. "Lao Su, do you have time this afternoon? I've taken care of that matter you entrusted to me. I'm inviting Brother Yi to come to my place for some tea this afternoon." On the other end of the line, Lao Su thought for a moment. "I'll reschedule the afternoon matters, I'll be there in the afternoon." Old Su was quite curious about this President Yi, so he immediately said he would definitely come in the afternoon. In the afternoon, Old Su arrived early at Wan Shangyang's villa and waited. More than 10 minutes later, there was a knock at the door. Wan Shangyang personally went to open the door. As the villa door opened, the first sight that greeted them was none other than Yi Chen. "Brother Yi is here, come right in." Wan Shangyang warmly invited Yi Chen to enter. Hearing this, Old Su also stood up. "Old Su, let me introduce you, this is the Mr. Yi I've mentioned, Brother Yi." Wan Shangyang introduced Yi Chen to Old Su. "Brother Yi, this is my friend, Old Su." "Mr. Yi." Old Su was just about to speak when Wan Shangyang cut him off abruptly. Chapter 64, Yi Chen plans to take school beauty Su to a hotel. Calling him President Yi sounds too distant. Wan Shangyang spoke. President Yi is young and promising, with exceptional talent and striking demeanor. Impressive indeed. Old Su spoke up with utmost courtesy. "In that case, if President Yi doesn't mind, let's consider ourselves peers." "Right, that would be best." Beside him, Wan Shangyang chimed in. Yi Chen had initially hesitated, but this President Su was excessively courteous, making it hard to politely decline, so Yi Chen could hardly refuse. "Brother Yi." Old Su warmly shook Yi Chen's hand. "Brother Su." Wan Shangyang invited the two guests to take a seat. "This is a rare and exquisite De Hong Pao tea that I went through great lengths to obtain. If it weren't for Brother Yi's visit today, I wouldn't have been willing to bring it out." Wan Shangyang took the initiative to pour tea for Yi Chen. "That's right. Today I'm fortunate to enjoy Old Wan's treasured tea leaves thanks to young Brother Yi," Old Su said with great emotion. As they sipped tea, the three chatted for a while, gradually bringing them closer. "Ah, young Brother Yi is so accomplished at such a young age. My daughter must be around your age, but her achievements pale in comparison to yours." As he spoke, old Brother Su sighed deeply with emotion. "Niece is also outstanding, but someone like Brother Yi comes once in 100 years, Wan Shangyang said with profound emotion. Back in the day, when he was about the same age as Brother Yi, with family funding and connections, he barely managed to start a small company with 5 or 6 employees. But now, Brother Yi can easily acquire shares of the Dragon Soar Group. This is the difference. You flatter me, Brother Wan." Even Yi Chen felt somewhat embarrassed after Wan Shangyang's remark. "Ah, young Yi is indeed outstanding." Brother Su also chimed in, showering Yi Chen with praise. "By the way, Old Su, your niece's birthday must be coming up soon, right?" Suddenly remembering something, Wan Shangyang asked curiously. "Almost there." Old Brother Su nodded. "Last time for my niece's birthday, I was out of town. This time I'll definitely make it up to her with a big gift." Wan Shangyang spoke. Wan Shangyang and Old Su were old friends. If both of them hadn't had daughters, they would have arranged a marriage alliance long ago. "You said it yourself." Old Su spoke up. "Of course, how could I, as her uncle, miss my niece's birthday party?" Wan Shangyang affirmed confidently. "By the way, Brother Yi, why don't you come along then?" Brother Su invited Yi Chen. "When the time comes, I'll introduce you to each other properly. As Uncle Yi, you'll need to look after your niece more in the future." Brother Su made a point of saying, remarked the old man. To broaden his daughter's social circle, Old Su thought of introducing her to this Uncle Yi. When Old Su mentioned his daughter, at Jianzhou University, Su Ningxuang couldn't help but sneeze several times. "Ningxuang, what's wrong with you?" Zhao Shuxian nearby asked in surprise. "Are you sick? Do you have a cold?" "It's nothing, I don't know what happened either." Su Ningxuang shrugged, not knowing why she suddenly sneezed. At Wan Shangyang's villa, being put on the spot by Elder Su like this, Yi Chen couldn't very well refuse. "Alright, when my niece's birthday comes, this uncle will definitely be there. Then I'll thank Brother Yi on my daughter's behalf." Elder Brother Su raised a cup of tea instead of wine to toast Yi Chen. As time was running short, Yi Chen stood up to bid farewell to Wan Shangyang and Elder Brother Su. Wan Shangyang and Elder Brother Su made a point of seeing Yi Chen out. "By the way, Brother Yi, what's your WeChat ID? Let me add you." Just as Yi Chen was about to leave, Wan Shangyang suddenly asked. Yi Chen took out his phone and added Wan Xiangyang on WeChat. Nearby, old Su didn't take the initiative to add him after seeing Wan Xiangyang do so, planning to have Wan introduce him later. Only after adding Wan Xiangyang on WeChat did Yi Chen finally drive away. Wan Xiangyang and old brother Su entered the villa. Old Wan, don't forget to share young brother Ye's WeChat with me. Old brother Su said casually. What? What did you say? Wan Xiangyang wore an expression as if he hadn't heard anything. I said you should forward brother Ye's WeChat contact to me later. Brother Su repeated carefully. What did you say? I didn't hear you, must be some problem with my ears. Wan Xiangyang wore an expression as if he still couldn't hear, looking like his ears had failed him. At Wan Xiangyang's words, old Su's expression changed slightly. There's something off about this old Wan. Was he pretending not to hear just now? What is he up to? Old Wan, what are you scheming? Knowing Wan Xiangyang all too well, brother Su cut straight to the point. Ha. Wan Xiangyang smirked mysteriously without hiding his intentions. I plan to share my daughter's WeChat and have her take the initiative to add brother Yi. Old brother Su said ruefully. Brother Yi treats you as an elder brother, yet you want to play father-in-law? I had no other choice. My daughter hasn't dated anyone throughout her 4 years at university, and she's about to graduate soon. How can I not be anxious? Wan Xiangyang said helplessly. Even a billionaire would find himself at a loss when faced with such matters. Old Su, you better not try to compete with me. The next second, Wan Xiangyang immediately looked at old Su with vigilance. My niece is only in her 2nd year of college, still young. My daughter is about to graduate soon, and I think brother Yi is exceptionally outstanding. He'd be a perfect match for her. Wan Xiangyang asked. By the way, when you invited young Yi to your niece's birthday banquet, did you have the same idea? TCH, not everyone overcomplicates things like you do. Old Su helplessly shrugged his shoulders. I genuinely regard young Yi as a friend across generations. I simply wanted my daughter to get acquainted with this Uncle Yi. How can young Yi possibly become my son-in-law? I'm not that kind of person. Trust me, Lao Su said with conviction. That's good. Brother Ye's WeChat, I won't push to you anymore. If there's anything, come to me, and I'll contact brother Yi. Wan Xiangyang said very cautiously. Seeing Wan Xiangyang's stance, old Su didn't press the matter further. He genuinely regarded brother Yi as a younger brother, without a single thought of turning him into a son-in-law. This old Wan, On the other side, Yi Chen returned to school in the afternoon. Around 4 o'clock in the afternoon, he still had one more class to attend. He just managed to make it back in time. This weekend, besides Longtung Group, Yi Chen also acquired a 5-star hotel, Roman International Hotel. Tonight would be the perfect opportunity to check it out and grab a meal there. According to the information he'd researched earlier, Roman International Hotel's restaurant was quite impressive. Don't assume 5-star hotels are just for sleeping and relaxing. Many renowned 5-star hotels in China also host famous restaurants, such as the Peninsula in Shanghai and Four Seasons in Beijing, among others. The restaurant at the Roman International Hotel is quite good. Well, it's decided then. Today's dinner will be at the Roman International Hotel. Yi Chen finished class and prepared to leave. By chance, Yi Chen encountered Su Ningxuan walking towards him. What should we eat tonight? Su Ningxuan muttered quietly, seemingly agonizing over this daily predicament. Senior Su seems worried about dinner decisions, would you like to join me? Running into Su Ningxuan by chance, Yi Chen extended this casual invitation. At this moment, Su Ningxuan noticed Yi Chen not far ahead. Sounds good. Su Ningxuan nodded. Coincidentally, she had been worrying about what to eat, but since her Junior Yi suggested it, she no longer needed to agonize over the decision. Junior Yi, where shall we go this evening? Su Ningxuan asked curiously. Tonight we're going to the Roman International Hotel. Yi Chen spoke up. Beside him, Yi Chen's classmates had just finished packing up and were walking out of the classroom. They happened to overhear his words. When they realized whom Yi Chen was speaking to, these people were instantly dumbfounded. What? What had they just heard? Yi Chen actually wanted to take the school beauty Su to a hotel? Chapter 65. Is this something a cold and aloof school beauty should say? Several classmates stood frozen in place as if struck by lightning. They were all profoundly stunned. There had been talk that Ye Chen and the campus belle Su might have an unusual relationship, possibly even becoming a couple. Who would have thought things had already progressed this far? Is Yi Chen always this blunt? They thought Yi Chen's comment would be the end of it, but never did they expect Su Ningxuan's next words would leave them utterly dumbfounded. Romaine International Hotel? Hearing what Yi Chen said, Su Ningxuan replied, that place is quite nice, we can go there a few more times. As the daughter of a wealthy family, Su Ningxuan had naturally been to the restaurant at Roman International Hotel several times with friends. It said that the chef at Roman International Hotel was specially invited from Shanghai, with top-notch culinary skills. Su Ningxuan found the taste quite delightful. That's why she told Yi Chen that if they had the chance, they should go there more often. However, when Su Ningxuan's words reached the ears of the people nearby, they took on a different meaning. Oh my god. Yi Chen's classmates found their perceptions being completely overturned once again. What exactly had they just heard? The famously aloof campus beauty, Senior Sue, had actually told Yi Chen that a particular hotel was quite nice, and even suggested they could visit it multiple times? SSSSS, sharp intake of breath through teeth. They gasped in disbelief, feeling as if their entire worldview had crumbled. Is this really something the aloof campus belle should be saying? Why does the aloof campus belle who stands before them behave like a lovesick teenage girl in front of Yi Chen? Could this be the taste of love, the power to make an ice-cold campus belle burn with passion, albeit for just one person alone? Admiration, pure admiration. At this moment, everyone was utterly in awe of Yi Chen. They were all freshmen, having just started university not long ago. While they hadn't even memorized all the girls' names in their class, this guy had already won over the aloof campus belle. Why is the gap between people so vast? Sigh. Yi Chen is truly formidable. Without paying attention to these few individuals, Yi Chen and Su Ningshuang continued walking and chatting along the way. Junior Yi, wait for me a moment. I'll go to the dormitory to change clothes first, Su Ningshuang said to Yi Chen. Alright. Yi Chen nodded. Watching Yi Chen and Su Ningshuang disappear into the distance, several of Yi Chen's classmates were filled with envy. Almighty One, I bow before you. Please teach me the secret to wooing the campus belle. On the other side, after parting ways with Yi Chen, Su Ningshuang arrived at her dormitory. She hurriedly opened the door and rushed inside, immediately starting to rummage through her clothes. Zhao Shuxian had also just returned and was putting her things away. Watching Su Ningshuang's anxious movements, Zhao Shuxian grew very curious. Wasn't Ningshuang perfectly fine during class just now? What happened in such a short time? Ningshuang, what's wrong with you? Zhao Shuxian asked with concern. Nothing, I'm just looking for that outfit I bought earlier to wear when I go out later, Su Ningshuang explained. Not long ago, she had bought a gorgeous outfit but hadn't worn it yet. On her way back to the dorm, Su Ningshuang had thought long and hard about what to wear later, hesitating for quite a while before finally choosing this one. Who are you going out with later? Zhao Shuxian was a little curious. I'll go out with Yi Chen in a while. While I'm looking for clothes, replied Su Ningshuang. With Yi Chen? Zhao Shuxian's interest was instantly piqued, with gossipy flames burning fiercely within her. These two people used to be so shy when meeting each other that she had to mediate between them, and now they've actually gone on a date together without even including her. Ah, men. Sure enough, once they get a girlfriend, they forget about their own family, forget about their dear cousin. After all the effort I put in introducing Ningshuang to him, back then, he promised to treat me to a feast. Now, being with Ningshuang, he completely forgot what he had promised her cousin. Ah, indeed a grown man cannot be kept at home. What are you two planning to do? Though somewhat resentful of Yi Chen for forgetting to take her out for a feast, after learning that Yi Chen and Su Ningshuang were going out alone, Zhao Shuxian was still happy. She was very much looking forward to the day Ningshuang would call her cousin. We're going to the Roman International Hotel, Su Ningshuang casually replied while searching for clothes. Put. Zhao Shuxian, who had just taken a sip of water, sprayed it out instantly. What? What did she just hear? Yi Chen, that rascal, is taking Ningshuang to the Roman International Hotel? These two are progressing way too fast. Ningshuang, what's wrong? Are you feeling unwell? Noticing Zhao Shuxian had suddenly spat out her water, Su Ningshuang quickly asked, worried that Zhao Shuxian might be sick. Nothing, it's nothing. Zhao Shuxian hastily shook her head, fearing she might ruin the good thing between them. Ningshuang, you should also be careful. That guy Yi Chen is quite the troublemaker, Zhao Shuxian said with implicit meaning. Although Yi Chen was her cousin, Ningshuang was also her close friend. Hasn't Yi Chen won over Ningshuang too quickly? Though she also hoped Yi Chen and Ningshuang could end up together, they've only known each other for half a month. Hearing Zhao Shuxian say this, Su Ningshuang showed a look of surprise. Is Yi Shui a bad guy? I think he's pretty decent, Su Ningshuang retorted. Having known Yi for some time now, she thought he had excellent character, someone both responsible and decisive. Alright then, Zhao Shuxian shrugged. Since Ningshuang put it that way, she couldn't very well continue the argument. By the way, Shuxian, do you want to come along? Suddenly, Su Ningshuang extended the invitation. Shuxian was Yi Chen's younger cousin, and she probably hadn't eaten either, so it made sense for her to join them for the meal. What? Upon hearing Su Ningshuang's invitation, Zhao Shuxian nearly jumped with excitement. What the hell? What was Ningshuang going to the hotel with Yi Chen for? To be the third wheel and feast on their PDA? She's already had enough of that over the weekend. Besides, going alone would be inappropriate. I'm not going. Zhao Shuxian hastily shook her head. Alright then, Su Ningshuang said with some regret. After changing clothes, Su Ningshuang said goodbye to Zhao Shuxian and left. Watching Ningshuang leave, Zhao Shuxian hesitated for a moment before dialing Yi Chen's number. What's up, sis? Yi Chen's voice came through as the call connected. You little rascal, I'm warning you, don't you dare bully Ningxuan later, Zhao Shuxian specially reminded. How could that be? I'm a proper gentleman, Yi Chen retorted. A proper gentleman, huh? Zhao Shuxian sneered. She didn't believe a word of Yi Chen's nonsense. If Yi Chen was a decent man, then there were no indecent men left in this world. Finally, steeling herself, Zhao Shuxian specifically warned Yi Chen. Be careful. Don't worry, sis, I'm pretty good at driving. After all, he'd mastered top-tier driving skills from video games, there was no way anything could go wrong. Safe and sound, no need to fret. And you claim to be a decent person? Goodbye. With that complaint, Zhao Shuxian hung up the phone. On the other end, Yi Chen was left utterly bewildered. What was up with his sister? Chapter 66, such frustration. Besides Yi Chen, how many others could possibly understand? He honestly waited for Senior Su to go eat. How does that make him not a proper person? Could it be because he didn't invite her to join the meal? Was she blaming him? Yi Chen couldn't figure it out. Forget it this time. Next time I'll invite her out and treat her to a proper feast as compensation. Yi Chen muttered to himself. It's too late to invite my sister now. I'll have to make it a special invite next time. Before long, Su Ningxuang arrived. With Su Ningxuang in tow, Yi Chen headed straight for the Roman International Hotel. Upon arriving at the hotel, Yi Chen, the owner, seemed like a complete stranger. It was only under Su Ningxuan's guidance that he found his way to the hotel restaurant. After the meal, Yi Chen left with Su Ningxuan without meeting the hotel manager. This wasn't a work inspection visit, he had simply come out of curiosity after newly acquiring this 5-star hotel. Let's grab a bite to eat and see how it tastes. Not bad. Yi Chen was still quite satisfied. After sending Su Ningxuan back to school, Yi Chen returned to his own villa. The next afternoon, with no classes scheduled, Yi Chen headed straight to Yilan Talent Agency after leaving campus. It's been a while since I last checked in. I wonder how Yilan is doing now. Having absorbed some interests from the rival Yuanyan agency, Yilan should be thriving by now. Moreover, Yi Chen had another reason for going to Yilan Entertainment. He wanted to check on his employee, Bai Hanyan. Yi Chen still remembers that long-term challenge worth 15 billion. By nurturing Bai Hanyan into a top-tier singer, he would acquire a 51% stake in Shanghai Entertainment Group, one of the nation's top 10 entertainment companies. This 51% stake is roughly equivalent to 15 billion. If Yi Chen could secure these 15 billion, even if he couldn't become Jiangzhou's wealthiest, he would undoubtedly rank among the city's top-tier magnates and most influential figures. Arriving at the company, Yi Chen headed straight for the general manager's office. President Yi, what brings you here? Upon seeing Yi Chen, Yang Xuemin, who had been working at his desk, immediately stood up. Nothing special, I just came to see how the company's been doing lately? Yi Chen asked. President Yi, the company has been doing well lately, thanks to Yuanyan Talent Agency, our Yilan. Yang Xuemin reported to Yi Chen. Yang Xuemin said a lot, but the most important point was that Yilan Talent Agency's total assets had now increased, approaching 1.1 billion. This is what Yi Chen truly cared about. Yi Chen nodded with relative satisfaction. By the way, how has Bai Hanyan been lately? Yi Chen inquired curiously. Bai Hanyan is doing quite well, having successfully become one of the top streamers on SharkLive. Currently, we're preparing and managing her Douyin account next. Yang Xuemin spoke up. This kind of matter was better left to the professionals in the company, so Yi Chen didn't press for further details. After the discussion, Yi Chen left. On the other side, Yi Chen took a look at Bai Hanyan. It wasn't live broadcast time now as Bai Hanyan was attending class. The Yilan Talent Agency had specially hired professionals to teach Bai Hanyan singing techniques. Upon seeing Yi Chen approaching, Bai Hanyan immediately greeted him excitedly. President Yi. Bai Hanqing had always been grateful to Yi Chen. If President Yi hadn't given her this opportunity, she would never have been able to realize her dream. After chatting with Bai Hanqing for a while, she invited Yi Chen to join her for coffee the next day. Yi Chen agreed to the invitation. Bai Hanyan still had classes to attend, so Yi Chen didn't continue the conversation. After parting ways with Bai Hanyan, Yi Chen left Yilan Talent Agency and returned to the villa. He had previously completed numerous challenges from the monthly salary of 3,000, I am the world's richest game, some big and some small. After completing these challenges, apart from the rewards, Yi Chen also gained various experience points and bonus credits. Yi Chen hadn't deliberately checked. Now that some time had passed, Yi Chen grew curious about exactly how much experience points and credits he'd accrued. His player level and shop level should be upgrading soon. Currently, though the in-game store refreshed daily, given Yi Chen's current wealth, the items in a one-star mall could hardly catch his attention anymore. Sitting on the couch, Yi Chen studied the game. First, he checked the player level profile and opened it. Player level, LV1, 91 out of 100. Yi Chen has already accumulated 91 experience points, just 9 points short of leveling up to become the esteemed LV2 player. By then, he could purchase 2 products at once in the mall. Yi Chen found the mall level again and opened it. Mall level, 1-star mall, 47/50ths. Yi Chen's store level is slightly higher than his player level. Now, just 3 more points are needed to upgrade to a 2-star store. Once upgraded to a 2-star store, not only will the number of items in the store increase to 5, more importantly, the value of the goods in the store will multiply several times over. This is what matters most. Yi Chen was extremely curious about what the upgraded 2-star store might offer. Right now, what Yi Chen anticipated most was quickly raising both the store level and his player level. Just as Yi Chen was about to close the game, a pop-up window suddenly appeared. A new challenge has emerged. Chapter 67, Unbelievable. Challenge issued, an agency attempts to poach Bai Hanyan. Although Bai Hanyan refuses, they persistently harass her. Defend your employee and protect your 15 billion. Reward, 1 high-end residential building. EXP plus 9. Shop points plus 3. Seeing this challenge, Yi Chen instantly perked up. To think there was a company trying to poach his employees, and it was Bai Hanyan no less. This is unbearable. It concerns his long-term challenge worth 15 billion. Ha! After seeing what this challenge entailed, Yi Chen suddenly noticed the reward. A residential building isn't much, probably worth just a few hundred million at most. Yi Chen didn't place too much importance on this. What he truly valued were the other rewards from this challenge. 9 experience points, 3 mall points. With these 9 experience points, Yi Chen's player level would rise from LV1 to the prestigious LV2. And with 3 mall points, Yi Chen's mall would also upgrade to a 2-star mall. The value of these items could increase nearly tenfold. Compared to a residential building, this is far more important. I'll have to question Bai Hanyan properly tomorrow. Yi Chen muttered to himself. Tomorrow, Bai Hanyan invited me for coffee to chat about recent happenings, and Yi Chen could use this opportunity to ask for more details. Even without the 15 billion reward, if another company tried to poach Bai Hanyan and she refused, yet they continued to pester her, Yi Chen wouldn't stand by and do nothing. After all, Bai Hanyan was an employee he had personally promoted. After the incident with Ling Xier, Yi Chen believed Bai Hanyan was a kind and principled person, exactly the type of employee worth nurturing. The next afternoon, Yi Chen drove his Koenigsegg straight to the coffee shop where he had arranged to meet Bai Hanyan. Meanwhile, Bai Hanyan had already arrived at the cafe. Without a car of her own and fearing she might be late, she had come much earlier than necessary. There was no way she could let President Yi wait for her, after all. To express her esteem and gratitude towards President Yi, Bai Hanyan specially chose an upscale cafe she normally wouldn't dare to enter. Not long after Bai Hanyan took her seat, a rather plump middle-aged woman approached. Miss Bai, we meet again, what a coincidence. Feigning perfect serendipity, the middle-aged woman initiated the greeting with Bai Hanyan. Upon seeing this middle-aged woman, Bai Hanyan's expression changed. Why is it her again? Is she following me? Bai Hanyan refused to believe this was just a chance encounter. The middle-aged woman was named Zhang Xiaoran, a director at Bayan Talent Agency. A few days ago, Zhang Xiaoran suddenly approached her, saying that Bayan Talent Agency highly valued her and wanted to poach her. To this end, Zhang Xiaoran even offered generous terms. Although Zhang Xiaoran's offer was lucrative, Bai Hanxian still turned her down. Even now, she is considered one of the major streamers on Shark Live, with a sizable fan following. But she knows that everything she has now is due to President Yi's recognition. Without President Yi, she wouldn't have achieved her current success. Without President Yi, she might have already been fired by the company for offending Ling Xier, and would still be running around desperately searching for a job. She is someone who repays kindness with gratitude. From the bottom of her heart, she is thankful to President Yi Chen. Since Yi Chen helped her so much, she is willing to repay him tenfold. No matter what conditions the other party proposed, she would never agree. Originally, Bai Hanyan thought that by rejecting Zhang Xiaoran, she would give up. But to her complete surprise, Zhang Xiaoran not only didn't back down but became even more enthusiastic, actively reaching out to her every day. Even after being blocked, she would still contact Bai Hanyan using different numbers. Zhang Xiaoran seemed to cling to her persistently, impossible to shake off no matter how hard she tried. Director Zhang, I've already told you, I won't leave Yilin Talent Agency. Bai Hanyan sighed with resignation as she repeated herself to Zhang Xiaoran once more. Don't rush to reject me, Ms. Bai. At least hear out what I have to offer first. Zhang Xiaoran sat down directly across from him. Firstly, the conditions I mentioned earlier will be doubled. As long as you're willing, our Bayan Talent Agency can offer you a 30 million contract for just 3 years. That's equivalent to 10 million a year, already very high. And if you endorse games or similar projects, we'll only take 30%. You keep 70% of the endorsement fees. Our BNR Talent Agency will focus on nurturing you, molding you into Shark Live's top streamer, the platform's queen bee. Breaking into the mainstream entertainment industry to become a big star isn't out of the question either. To sway Bai Hanyan, Zhang Xiaoran painted her an impossibly grandiose future. Sorry, I'm not interested. Bai Hanyan rejected the offer without hesitation. You must be worried that if you leave Yilin Talent Agency, they'll make you pay a huge penalty for breach of contract. Zhang Xiaoran spoke again. Our Bayan Talent Agency can cover that penalty for you. Plus, you don't need to worry about retaliation from Yilin's boss. We know that Yi Zong or whatever his name is has connections, but our Bayan Talent Agency also has powerful backing. Zhang Xiaoran declared with conviction. Director Zhang, I have absolutely no intention of leaving Yilin. Bai Hanxian continued to refuse. Right after Bai Hanxian finished speaking, Yi Chen happened to walk over. President Yi. Upon seeing Yi Chen, Bai Hansan immediately stood up to greet him. Yi Chen nodded, then suddenly noticed the middle-aged woman across from Bai Hansan and asked curiously, "Who is this?" Bai Hansan walked over to Yi Chen and quietly explained the situation to him. After listening to Bai Hanyan, Yi Chen understood. It turned out that this middle-aged woman was the one from the talent agency who, as mentioned in the game, wanted to poach Yi Chen's corner, trying to lure Bai Hanyan away. Seeing that Bai Hanyan and Yi Chen had finished speaking, Zhang Xiaoran also stood up. So you must be President Yi, pleasure to meet you. Zhang Xiaoran greeted Yi Chen without any trace of fear. Her company's boss, President Dai, was a heavyweight in Jiangzhou, the brother-in-law of Pan Tianwen, President Pan himself. As for Pan Tianwen, now that was a man of real influence, with a personal fortune approaching 8 billion. President Yi, I'd like to poach Bai Hanyan from you. Zhang Xiaoran suddenly spoke. Really? What's Bai Hanyan thinking? President Yi, I don't want to leave Yilin. Bai Hanyan immediately responded. Hearing this, Zhang Xiaoran's expression changed. President Yi, this matter is Director Dai's intention. Zhang Xiaoran directly invoked their boss, as well as Pan Tianwen behind the other shore brokerage company, to intimidate Yi Chen. Director Dai did this precisely because of Pan Tianwen, President Pan's idea. Brother Yi? Zhang Xiaoran's words were cut short when a surprised voice suddenly came from behind them. The group turned their heads to look. There, standing behind them, was a slightly plump middle-aged man grinning cheerfully. Upon seeing this middle-aged man, Zhang Xiaoran stood frozen like a wooden chicken. Oh my god, why is this big shot here? Zhang Xiaoran covered her mouth, looking utterly incredulous. Such a big shot even their CEO Dai wouldn't have a chance to meet, let alone someone like himself. Yet now, this titan was standing right before him in the flesh. Zhang Xiaoran was completely dumbstruck. Brother Yi, what brings you here? The slightly portly middle-aged man stepped forward and greeted Yi Chen with great enthusiasm. This middle-aged man was none other than Wan Xiangyang, the second largest shareholder of Longtong Group. Yi, bro, though? Zhang Xiaoran, who was already shocked upon seeing Wan Xiangyang, was now utterly astonished upon hearing how Wan Xiangyang addressed Yi Chen. What? What did she just hear? The mighty influential figure of Jiangzhou, Wan Xiangyang, actually called Yi Chen Brother Yi? How could this be possible? Originally, Zhang Xiaoran thought it was already unbelievable enough that Wan Xiangyang addressed Yi Chen this way. But the next second, Yi Chen's words nearly made Zhang Xiaoran lose his balance. So it's elder brother Wan. Yi Chen also stepped forward to greet Wan Xiangyang. Elder brother Wan? This Yi Chen actually calls Wan Xiangyang brother Wan? What's more, Wan Xiangyang didn't show the slightest annoyance, on the contrary, he seemed delighted. Yi Chen and Wan Xiangyang are actually treating each other as peers. Zhang Xiaoran looked as if he'd seen a ghost. Shocked beyond belief. One is an ultra-important figure, a tycoon worth over 10 billion. The other is a young man around 20, just a small business owner. Yet these two men from completely different worlds actually interact as peers? This is absolutely terrifying. You should know, forget about their president Dai, even Pan Tianwen, the chairman behind their Bayan Talent Agency, would have to respectfully address Wan Xiangyang as President Wan. Being on equal footing with Wan Xiangyang is something even Pan Tianwen isn't worthy of. Yet now, this Yi Chen has managed to do just that. If this matter were to spread, it would likely trigger a massive earthquake in Jiangzhou. Gulp, gulp. Zhang Xiaoran swallowed hard in fear. To be able to interact with the esteemed Wan Xiangyang as equals, doesn't that mean this CEO Yi Chen's status is probably on par with Wan Xiangyang's? At this thought, Zhang Xiaoran nearly had a heart attack, almost passing out on the spot. To possess a status comparable to Wan Xiangyang at such a young age, just how terrifying must President Ye's background be? Zhang Xiaoran didn't dare to imagine any further. Absolutely horrifying. How terrifying. She had actually shown disrespect to such a distinguished person just now. Zhang Xiaoran's body couldn't stop trembling as cold sweat broke out. Originally, Wan Xiangyang had some matters to attend to here today, but he unexpectedly spotted Yi Chen the moment he entered. Thus, Wan Xiangyang took the initiative to greet Yi Chen. After chatting with Yi Chen for a while, Wan Xiangyang turned his attention to Bai Hansan and Zhang Xiaoran. Who are these two? Wan Xiangyang asked curiously. This is my employee, and this person is from Bayan Talent Agency. Yi Chen gave Wan Xiangyang a brief introduction. Upon learning by Hanyan's identity, Wan Xiangyang nodded slightly, then turned to look at Zhang Xiaoran. By the way, I think I overheard you mention Pan Tianwen just now from afar. What about Pan Tianwen? Thud. At this point, Zhang Xiaoran's heart leaped into his throat. President Pan Tianwen has long heard of President Ye's reputation and holds him in high esteem. He wishes to pay him a visit. Zhang Xiaoran's mind worked quickly, and he immediately changed his tune. Really? Wan Xiangyang wasn't entirely convinced. I don't care what Pan Tianwen plans to do, dare to target Brother Yi, and you're making an enemy of old Wan. I'll see this through to the end. Be careful, Wan Xiangyang warned. I wouldn't dare. Zhang Xiaoran was so frightened she could barely stand. Her mind was completely blank at this moment. All thoughts of undermining by Hanyan and suppressing Yilan Talent Agency were forgotten. Right now, Zhang Xiaoran could only think about leaving quickly to inform President Dai and President Pan. She would have them prepare to offer their sincere apologies to this Mr. Yi Chen, groveling with utmost contrition while bringing their own rods for punishment. Otherwise, we're really finished. Once President Yi loses his temper, the consequences would be unimaginable. They wouldn't even need President Yi to get angry, just a single word from Wan Xiangyang would make them regret their actions. Let's go. Wan Xiangyang didn't want to see Zhang Xiaoran and waved his hand dismissively. Thank you, President Wan. Zhang Xiaoran felt as if she'd been granted amnesty. However, before leaving, she specifically bowed in apology to Yi Chen and Bai Hanxian. Director Yi, Miss Bai, I apologize for failing to recognize your esteemed status earlier. Please forgive my ignorance. From now on, I will never appear before you again to avoid staining your noble sight. With that, Zhang Xiaoran hastily departed. Watching Zhang Xiaoran leave, Bai Hanxian also breathed a sigh of relief. It seems I won't have to worry about Zhang Xiaoran bothering me anymore. This time, it's all thanks to President Yi. I owe President Yi so much. How can I ever repay him? Bai Hanyan felt even more grateful to Yi Chen in her heart. By the way, Brother Yi, has anyone added you on WeChat recently? Suddenly, Wan Xiangyang asked curiously. Added me on WeChat? Yi Chen thought for a moment and shook his head. I see. Wan Xiangyang nodded. That daughter of his. He'd already forwarded Brother Ye's WeChat info to his daughter, telling her to take the initiative and add him. At the very least, it would be good for them to get acquainted. It seems my daughter hasn't made a move yet. I must urge her after going back. Wan Xiangyang thought to himself. Brother Yi, keep working. I'll take my leave now. Having matters to attend to, Wan Xiangyang chatted briefly with Yi Chen before taking his leave. Old brother Wan, take care on your way. Yi Chen bid a polite farewell to Wan Xiangyang. After Wan Xiangyang left, Yi Chen sat down again. At that moment, Yi Chen's phone suddenly rang. Yi Chen opened his phone and saw a message from monthly salary of 3,000. I am the world's richest man. Chapter 68, Level Up. Ding. Challenge completed. Help Bai Hanyan resolve harassment, retain your employee, and secure your 15 billion. Congratulations on obtaining a modern garden residential complex, building number 18. Congratulations on earning 9 experience points. Congratulations on receiving 3 mall points. Yi Chen had barely launched the game when this series of notifications came flooding in. Yi Chen's challenge was completed. First, Yi Chen obtained a building in the Modern Garden residential community. Yi Chen was familiar with Modern Garden. Modern Garden was a renowned high-end residential area in Jiangzhou, with property prices reaching over 20,000 yuan per square meter. In a second or third-tier city, a housing price of over 20,000 is considered quite high. A building in Modern Garden, reportedly with 28 floors and 6 units per floor, amounts to 168 apartments in total. This means Yi Chen acquired more than 160 apartments in one go this time. A rough estimate puts the value of a single building in Modern Garden at around 3 to 400 million. This building was secondary. The most important thing was that Yi Chen instantly gained 9 experience points and 3 points for the points mall. With these experience points and points, Yi Chen could finally level up. Yi Chen first checked his player level. Player level, LV1, 100. You have met the upgrade conditions. Would you like to upgrade? Indeed, Yi Chen's experience points had just reached 100, making him eligible for an upgrade. Upgrade. Yi Chen immediately tapped yes. Ding. Upgrade successful. Congratulations on becoming an esteemed LV2 player. The game notification popped up as Yi Chen successfully leveled up, attaining the status of an esteemed LV2 player. Yi Chen glanced once more at his current player level. Player level, LV2, 0/300. To upgrade from LV2 to LV3 requires 300 experience points. Yi Chen was quite pleased. Originally, he thought leveling up to LV3 might take 500 experience points. He hadn't expected it would only require 300 experience points. The game truly caters to players thoughtfully. Now, as an esteemed level 2 player, Yi Chen can purchase 2 items daily from the in-game store. Excellent. With the player level upgraded, next comes the store level. Mall level, 1-star mall, 50-50. Just like before, Yi-Chen started the upgrade. Ding! Mall upgraded to 2 stars, number of items in the mall increased to 5. Soon, the game notification arrived. Yi-Chen's game store successfully upgraded to a 2-star store. After reaching 2 stars, the number of available items increased from 3 to 5. Moreover, their value increased nearly tenfold. Mall level, 2-star mall, 0/150. Yi-Chen checked the mall level. To upgrade to a 3-star mall, Yi-Chen needed 150 points, similar to the player level requirement. For now, all Yi-Chen could do is wait. Waiting for the early hours when the mall refreshes. I can purchase 2 items from the mall in one go now. I wonder what goodies will appear this time after upgrading to a 2-star mall. It probably won't disappoint me. Yi-Chen was filled with anticipation. After watching the game, Yi-Chen continued chatting with Bai Hanyan. Recently, Bai Hanyan had been doing quite well, having gained a considerable number of loyal fans. Moreover, after professional training from the company, Bai Hanyan's singing skills had improved significantly. Yi-Chen was quite pleased with the progress. I'll have Yang Xuemin arrange it as soon as possible to sign a new contract with you. The compensation will surely rival that of any other company. Yi-Chen spoke up, and Bai Hanyan resolutely turned down the tempting offer from Beyond Talent Agency without hesitation. What's more, once Bai Hanyan is successfully nurtured, he himself could also receive a substantial reward. Yi-Chen isn't a stingy person by nature, so it's only natural to improve Bai Hanyan's treatment. Currently, Bai Hanyan's contract still follows that of an ordinary employee. From now on, Bai Hanyan's contract will definitely not be inferior to that of the Beyond Talent Agency, on the contrary, it will be even better. Thank you, CEO Yi. Bai Hanyan expressed her gratitude. When Yi-Chen learned that Bai Hanyan didn't have a car yet, and he happened to have time, he decided to give her a ride home. Where do you live? Yi-Chen and Bai Hanxin walked out of the cafe, and he casually asked. Modern Garden. What? Hearing Bai Hanxin's answer, Yi-Chen was stunned. He hadn't expected her to live in Modern Garden as well. What a coincidence. He had just acquired an entire building in Modern Garden. This would be the perfect opportunity to take Bai Hanyan home and check out the Modern Garden's development. With a monthly salary of 3,000, I'm the world's richest, truly the goat of games. It just gifted me over 160 properties at once, an entire building. This was something Yi-Chen could never have imagined before. About 20 minutes later, Yi-Chen and Bai Hanxian arrived at Building 19 of Modern Garden. Bai Hanxian lived here, and right next to it was his own Building 18. President Yi, would you like to come to my place for a while? Bai Hanxian suddenly extended the invitation. Mr. Yi, please don't misunderstand, I was just chatting with you earlier, and when she found out you were the one who brought me back, she wanted to invite you upstairs for a brief visit. She wanted to personally thank President Yi for helping her rent the store at Xintai Shopping Center last time. Bai Hanyan explained carefully. Yuer is Bai Hanyan's best friend, and the two of them share this apartment together. Yuer had long wanted to rent a shop in Xintai Shopping Center to start a business, but the opportunity never came. Last time, thanks to a single phone call from Yi-Chen, she effortlessly secured a storefront. Yuer had been wanting to thank Yi-Chen in person for some time, but afraid he might be too busy, she didn't dare disturb him. Now, having just learned that Yi-Chen brought Bai Hanyan back, they wanted to express their gratitude to him in person. Alright then. Yi-Chen nodded. After all, it would only take a moment. After parking the car, Yi-Chen and Bai Hanyan went upstairs together. As Bai Hanyan opened the door, she froze momentarily. At this moment, apart from her close friend Yuer being at home, there was also a 34-year-old woman in the house. This woman was none other than their landlady, Madame Qian. Noticing Yi-Chen and Bai Hanxue entering, Madame Qian glanced at them but didn't bother to acknowledge them. Instead, she immediately turned to Yuer and said, I know you're running a business in the Xintai shopping mall, which is one of the busiest commercial centers in Jiangzhou. You must be making good money. I'm not asking for much, just a 3,000 yuan rent increase every month. Their monthly rent was already close to 5,000 yuan, which was quite steep to begin with. This time, Mrs. Qian had the audacity to raise it by more than half, utterly outrageous. A rent of around 5,000 is considered normal in Modern Garden. For 8,000, you could probably rent a decent 200 square meter duplex. What's more, Mrs. Qian's reason for raising the rent is completely unreasonable. What kind of logic is it to raise the rent just because you think others are making more money? And they said it so matter-of-factly, as if it were perfectly reasonable. Impossible. Yuer outright refused Madame Qian's unreasonable demand. For one, she had just rented the shop, her business was just starting, and she had already sunk a lot of money into it with no returns yet. Besides, even if she were making money, why should she pay extra rent? What does earning my own money have to do with Madame Qian? If the entire neighborhood raised rents together, that would be one thing, but raising hers alone, she would absolutely refuse to accept it. Madame Qian, 5,000 is the standard rent for Modern Garden. 8,000 is just outrageous. Bai Hanyan also spoke up. The monthly rent was already somewhat expensive, and Bai Hanyan was struggling to afford it. However, because Modern Garden had excellent security, and safety was more important for two girls living together, Bai Hanyan ultimately chose not to move out. Now, Mrs. Qian was going even further by unreasonably raising the rent that was simply unacceptable. Ha! Madam Chen sneered coldly. Fine, if you don't agree, you can move out immediately. Chapter 69, I bought a building and unexpected new product. I won't rent to you anymore anyway, the contract is about to expire. Madam Qian put on a defiant look. I'm only giving you 1 day to take all your things away, otherwise, I'll have someone throw them out. Upon hearing this, Bai Hanyan and Yuer both became anxious. How could they possibly move all their belongings in just 1 day? And they hadn't even looked at other houses yet. Even if they could move out, they could stay in a hotel temporarily. But what about all this luggage and furniture? Where would they put it? The two grew extremely anxious, at a complete loss. Don't worry, you can stay at my place. At that moment, a sudden voice rang out. Ha! All three people present turned to look at Yi Chen. Even moving all this furniture, 1 day is more than enough time. Yi Chen said confidently. It's already past 3 in the afternoon. Finish moving everything in 1 day? Yeah, right. Madam Chen didn't believe Yi Chen's words at all. President Yi, Bai Hanyan exclaimed in surprise. Don't worry, 1 day is enough. My house is right across the street in building 18. Yi Chen replied. You'll be free to choose whichever unit you like, whatever style or size you prefer when the time comes. Yi Chen spoke. They could freely choose any one of the buildings. Hearing Yi Chen's words, several people were momentarily stunned, not understanding what he meant. President Ji, did you buy several apartments in building 18? Bai Hanyan was the first to react and asked curiously. With President Ye's capabilities, buying a few apartments in one building is perfectly normal. You bought several apartments? Madam Qian and Yuer, unaware of Yi Chen's identity, couldn't help but show surprised expressions upon hearing Bai Hanyan's words. Is this young man really that capable, buying several apartments in Modern Garden? You should know, a single apartment in Modern Garden costs nearly over 2 million. Several apartments? That's downright terrifying. No. Yi Chen shook his head. Seeing this, Mrs. Chen let out a sigh of relief that made sense. Buying a few houses? How could that be possible? Just as Mrs. Chen thought Yi Chen would say he only bought one apartment, his next sentence left her utterly stunned. I bought an entire building. Yi Chen replied impassively. What? What had she just heard? At this moment, the room became so quiet one could hear a pin drop. Did they just mishear what was said? Did he just say he bought an entire building? Not just a unit or a single floor? What, did you say, you bought an entire building? Madam Qian's voice trembled as she asked. Yes, I bought all 18 buildings in Xiandai Garden. Yi Chen nodded. You bought building 18? Good heavens, are they hallucinating? Buying a building in Modern Garden? How is that even possible? To purchase a whole building in Modern Garden would likely require hundreds of millions. Is this young man's financial power truly so terrifying? Can he casually produce hundreds of millions just like that? Madam Qian was utterly speechless with shock. Previously, she had thought owning 2 apartments in Modern Gardens made her quite impressive. But now, she had actually encountered someone who bought an entire building in Modern Gardens. This was simply unbelievable. Are you Mr. Yi? Yuer spoke, realizing at this moment that she had guessed Yi Chen's identity correctly. Yes, I am Yi Chen. Yi Chen nodded. Let's go. I have time now, so we can take a look at the house together. Yi Chen proposed. Thank you, President Yi. Yuer quickly expressed her gratitude to Yi Chen. Mrs. Qian, since we haven't moved out yet, we're temporarily still the owners of this house. We're leaving now, please step aside. Yuer said directly to Madam Qian. Finally, Yi Chen, Bai Hanxiang, and Yuer stepped into the elevator and headed downstairs. Outside the room door, Madam Qian stood there dumbfounded, still unable to process what had just happened. What kind of being had she encountered? Buying an entire building outright, even TV dramas wouldn't dare write such a plot. Meanwhile, just after stepping downstairs, Yi Chen dialed the number for Tonghuan Property Management. Previously, this building had been managed by Tonghuan Property Company. Now the owner of this building has changed to Yi Chen, who naturally became the #1 client of this property management company. Soon, personnel from Tonghuan Property Management Company arrived, including a manager. Part of the apartments in Building 18 have already been rented out. After getting acquainted with Yi Chen, the staff from Tonghuan Property Management briefed him on the specific situation. It's alright, just take us to see those houses that haven't been rented out yet. Yi Chen spoke up. Oh, and let's check out the bigger ones first. Very well, Mr. Yi, ladies, please follow me. The staff from Tonghuan Property nodded respectfully and escorted Yi Chen, Bai Hansan, and the others to view the properties. After examining several units, Yi Chen finally helped the two settle on a spacious duplex, which they loved. There was even no need to hire a moving company for this relocation. Facing a super VIP client like Yi Chen, Tongwon Property Company spared no effort in trying to please him. After learning about the situation, the personnel from Tongwon Property Management Company assured them that they would handle this matter. Tonight, they will absolutely move all the furniture to Building 18 and get everything settled. The property staff left, and Bai Hanyan hurriedly thanked Yi Chen. Thank you so much, President Yi, for helping us with such a big favor again. Bai Hanyan felt extremely embarrassed. All she could do was work even harder, putting in her utmost effort to repay President Yi. Thank you, President Yi. Yuera was also moved with gratitude. She was deeply thankful to Yi Chen for what happened last time as well as this occasion. The two were busy packing for their move, so Yi Chen didn't stay long and left. Yi Chen returned to the villa. After dinner that evening, while taking a stroll through the villa complex, Yi Chen coincidentally ran into his stunningly beautiful neighbor, Mo Mingfei. Mo Mingfei seemed to have just returned from work. Spotting Yi Chen, she proactively greeted him. Yi Chen chatted with Mo Mingfei for a while before returning to the villa. Time passed slowly until it was finally midnight. Without hesitation, Yi Chen opened the game, monthly salary of 3,000, I'm the richest man. At this moment, he was filled with anticipation, wondering what new products would appear in the store after the upgrade. Yi Chen opened the 2-star mall and gave it a quick glance. Just as expected, with the mall's upgrade, the quantity of items inside had increased from 3 to 5. Yi Chen began examining them carefully. Looking at these 5 items, a radiant smile spread across Yi Chen's face. The goods inside didn't disappoint Yi Chen in the slightest. In fact, they were even better than he had anticipated. After this upgrade, the very first item instantly caught Yi Chen's fancy. As for that first item, it was Chapter 70 Unexpected Surprise. A top-tier Bugatti Veyron, priced at 2 yen. After upgrading to 2 stars, the first available item turned out to be a top-tier Bugatti Veyron. As one of the most renowned hypercars, Yi Chen was naturally familiar with the Bugatti Veyron. The Bugatti Veyron is equipped with an 8.0 LW16 quad-turbo engine, with top speeds reaching an astonishing 434 km per hour. It's unquestionably a top-tier supercar, and Bugatti Veyrons are exceptionally rare throughout the entire country. Even the most basic Bugatti Veyron costs between 20 to 30 million yuan, while the fully loaded version likely carries a price tag of 40 to 50 million yuan. Back when Yi Chen received his first supercar from 1-star mall, it was a 5 million yuan Ferrari. Now, after upgrading to the 2-star mall, the value has indeed increased tenfold. When he first entered university, Yi Chen, like many young people, had a passion for supercars. But while others could only admire them on their phones, Yi Chen not only admired them, he could actually obtain and own them. Collecting supercars, this was one of Yi Chen's minor hobbies. Now, with just $2, Yi Chen could acquire the Bugatti Veyron that others would normally need to spend 40 or 50 million to purchase. Moreover, sometimes even having money doesn't guarantee you can smoothly buy the limited edition Bugatti Veyron. The first item in the 2-star mall has already stirred Yi Chen's desire. Not bad at all. Then Yi Chen turned his gaze to the second item. 3% shares of Shark Live Streaming, price, 3 yuan. To his surprise, the second product in the store turned out to be shares of the renowned Shark Live Streaming platform. Even though it was just 3%, it remained incredibly enticing. This is none other than the renowned Shark Live Streaming platform, where the moment Yi Chen purchases this second product, Yi Chen would officially become one of the shareholders of Shark Live Streaming. At its peak, Shark Live's market value exceeded 10 billion yuan, and even now after the decline, it still stands at around 7 to 8 billion. These 3% shares are roughly equivalent to over 200 million yuan. If Shark Live's market value rises in the future, Yi Chen's 3% stake would be worth even more. Moreover, if Yi Chen acquires it, it would significantly benefit the future development of Yulin Talent Agency. Now, Yi Chen only needs 3 yuan to purchase a 3% stake in Shark Live Streaming worth over 200 million. Isn't that simply irresistible? Sure enough, after the game upgrade, the items are becoming increasingly tempting to Yi Chen. The third item, a top-tier manor in Jiangzhou, valued at 100 million, priced at 2 yuan. The third product is a top-tier estate in Jiangzhou. In reality, this estate is worth 100 million, but now Yi Chen can acquire it for just 2 yuan. Many wealthy families and influential figures enjoy constructing large estates for vacations, family gatherings, and similar occasions. The estate featured in the marketplace is one of Jiangzhou's most luxurious, with expansive grounds that resemble a palace. For such a top-tier estate, Chen Yi was also extremely fond of it. And it only costs 2 yuan to get it, so why not? Masterclass vocals, priced at 1.5 yuan. The fourth product seems slightly more ordinary in comparison to the other 3, but it's actually a pretty great skill. What's more, this master-level vocal technique only costs $1.50, dirt cheap. When Yi Chen saw the last item, his eyes instantly widened. Though the other items were quite impressive and valuable, they paled in comparison when measured against this final product. Jiangzhou Financial Center, Tianheng Tower Block A, selling for 8 yuan. Looking at this fifth item, also the final one, Yichen couldn't help but widen his eyes. Tianheng Tower, located in Jiangzhou's financial center, boasts the most expensive property prices in the entire city. It houses countless financial firms, commercial banks, and more. The Tianheng Tower is one of the tallest buildings in Jiangzhou's financial center. The Tianheng Tower houses several medium and large-sized companies, as well as branches of some major corporations. To put it bluntly, the current total value of Tianheng Tower stands at around 600 million. Moreover, due to its extremely strategic location, the value of Tianheng Tower is steadily increasing. Not to mention anything else, the annual rental income from Tianheng Plaza alone is a staggering sum, enough to secure an ordinary person's livelihood for a lifetime. Now, this financial center worth 600 million has appeared in the game's marketplace. What's more, in the game, Yichen only needs $8 to acquire Tianheng Plaza. It couldn't be any more satisfying. After carefully examining these new products, to be honest, Yichen was quite tempted and found himself hesitating for a moment. Children make choices, adults take everything. Yichen decided to take all 5 items, but he needed a few days to complete the purchase. Now, as a level 2 player, he could buy 2 products from the store at once. In just 3 days, all these commodities will belong to Yichen. After some deliberation, Yichen finally made his decision. Today, Yichen plans to first purchase Tianheng Tower in Jiangzhou Financial Center, along with a Bugatti Veyron. 24 hours later, he'll acquire the top-tier manor and 3% of Shark Live's shares. Finally, he added master-level vocal skills to his collection. Top-spec Bugatti Veyron, priced at 2 yuan. Yichen tapped on the Bugatti Veyron. Purchase. Payment completed. Ding. Purchase successful. Congratulations on winning a top-of-the-line Bugatti Veyron, now parked in your garage. Please check and confirm receipt. The game notification popped up. Yichen had successfully purchased a Bugatti Veyron. This Bugatti Veyron is Yichen's third supercar. Level 2 players can purchase 2 items from the mall per day. You have already purchased 1 item and can still purchase 1 more. Please take note. The game reminded Yichen that he could still make 1 more purchase. Tianheng Tower 1, Jiangzhou Financial Center, priced at 8 yuan. Yichen chose the last item without hesitation. Ding! Purchase successful. Congratulations on acquiring ownership of Tianheng Tower at Jiangzhou Financial Center. The acquisition contract has been placed in your study. Please check and confirm receipt. The game notification arrived. Tianheng Tower now officially belongs to Yichen. This time, Yichen spent just $10 to purchase goods worth 650 million. What an amazing shopping experience this was. All the effort put into leveling up truly paid off. The benefits afterward were immense. The 2-star store already has so many great items. I wonder what a 3-star store would be like. At this thought, Yichen couldn't help but feel eager. To upgrade the store to 3-star status, 150 points are needed, not too much. Yichen needed to pick up the pace and earn more points. While Yichen was purchasing items, the door to Su Ningxuan's family villa opened. Su Ningxuan's father slowly walked into the house. There had been an urgent matter to handle at the company today. As the chairman, he couldn't leave, which was why he returned so late. They saw Su Ningxuan's father had come back. In the living room, Su Ningxuan's mother hurried over to help her husband change out of his coat. Ningxuan, go to the kitchen and fetch a bowl of lotus seed soup for your father. Su Ningxuan's mother spoke. All right. Su Ningxuan stood up, ready to head to the kitchen. Wait a moment, Ningxuan, tell me the truth, are you dating someone? Do you have a boyfriend now? Su Ningxuan had just woken up when her father abruptly asked the question. Chapter 71, Inviting Yichen Over? As Su Ningxuan's father finished speaking, the entire villa suddenly fell into complete silence. The atmosphere instantly grew tense. Su Ningxuan's father stared sternly at his daughter, as if he had uncovered something. Beside them, Su Ningxuan's mother, who'd just taken her husband's coat, froze upon hearing his words. What's going on? How did he know about Ningxuan and Yichen's affair? Su Ningxuan's mother was utterly astonished in her heart. Didn't only she know about Ningxuan and Yichen's affair? Because her husband was rather stern and somewhat old-fashioned, even though Su Ningxuan's mother knew about Ningxuan and Yichen's relationship, she had never mentioned it to her husband. She wanted to find the right moment to tell her husband about this matter. After all, this was their daughter's first relationship, her first boyfriend. As parents, they naturally wanted to vet him carefully. After all, their family wasn't an ordinary one. What if the other party was after their money? Therefore, anyone wanting to become Ningxuan's boyfriend must first pass their approval. Having met Yichen twice before, Su Ningxuan's mother had a rather favorable impression of him and didn't oppose the relationship for the time being. But that was all. She hadn't yet had a thorough conversation with Yichen, so everything remained uncertain. Su Ningxuan's mother had originally planned it this way. Wait for a suitable opportunity to tell her husband about the relationship between Ningxuan and Yichen. Then have Yichen pick an appropriate time to visit their home, where both she and her husband could have a detailed discussion with him. See what kind of person Yi Chen really is, whether he genuinely treats Ning Xuan well. But now, with just one sentence from her husband, all her plans were thrown into disarray. How exactly did her husband find out? Su Ningxuan's mother wore an expression full of bewilderment and confusion. On the other side, Su Ningxuan was also stunned upon hearing her father's words. For some reason, as soon as her father spoke, Su Ningxuan instinctively tensed up, and the figure of her junior Yi involuntarily surfaced in her mind. After a moment of daze, Su Ningxuan finally regained her composure. No, what am I thinking? After the incident last time when Junior Yi came to her place and she panicked, making him hide and complicating everything. This time, Su Ningxuan was much calmer. She and Junior Yi didn't have any special relationship for now, they were good friends, or perhaps a bit closer than good friends, but still not quite boyfriend and girlfriend yet. With that thought, Su Ningxuan no longer felt nervous and settled down. At this moment, Su Ningxuan was also very curious about why her father suddenly asked such a question. Could it be about mother? Su Ningxuan couldn't figure it out. No. Su Ningxuan flatly denied it without changing her expression. Not to mention that she and Yi Xuedi aren't actually dating yet. Even if they really were a couple, she wouldn't dare tell her father about it. Really? Su Ningxuang's father pressed for answers, his tone implying he already knew the truth and was simply waiting for his daughter to confess. Really? Su Ningxuang replied with conviction. That's good. Su Ningxuang's father nodded contentedly. Just now, he had been bluffing her, he didn't actually know anything. Lately, he'd noticed his daughter behaving unusually, somewhat like how someone acts when they found a boyfriend and started dating. But he wasn't entirely sure, so on his way back, he thought of this trick. Test his daughter. If she showed any guilty signs and confessed, he could continue questioning. If she denied it, that would be even better. Ningxuan, I don't oppose you dating, but if you find a boyfriend, you must bring him home first so I can evaluate him. Su Ningxuan's father said with deep emotion. He feared his daughter would suffer. Su Ningxuan nodded. Afterwards, she went to the kitchen and served her father a bowl of lotus seed porridge. By the way, Ningxuan, I recently met a young fellow, quite capable for his age. He's already acquired shares in a billion-dollar corporation. His future is limitless. Suddenly remembering something, Su Ningxuan's father nodded approvingly. Even Su Ningxuan's father held Mr. Yi in high regard. I'll invite him over for your birthday, and we can introduce you to this uncle. Su Ningxuan nodded perfunctorily, brushing it off. What interest could she possibly have in meeting yet another of her father's acquaintances? She knew her father meant well, wanting to expand her social circle, but she simply wasn't interested in such things. But father's remark reminded Ning Shuang now. Her birthday was coming up soon. Perhaps she could invite Junior Yi to celebrate then. After finishing the lotus seed soup, Su Ningxuan's father returned to his room. Seeing her husband leave, Su Ningxuang's mother quickly called her daughter aside. Ningxuang, when you get the chance, discuss with Yi Chen and come over for dinner. Su Ningxuang's mother whispered to her daughter. She wanted to tell her husband about their daughter and Yi Chen's situation as soon as possible. Then let Yi Chen come, let my husband test him. Of course, she couldn't tell her daughter that inviting Yi Chen was actually to assess and understand him, to see if he could qualify as their future son-in-law. Therefore, she had to use an excuse like having dinner together. But clever people would understand the underlying meaning without needing any explicit explanation. Su Ningxuan's mother thought Yi Chen was a smart person. Hearing her mother say this, Su Ningxuan was somewhat surprised. Alright. Su Ningxuan didn't think too much about it, assuming her mother simply wanted to invite Yi Chen over for dinner, so she nodded in agreement. By the way, when inviting Yi Chen for dinner, be sure to choose a time when your father is in a good mood. Mother reminded Su Ningxuang. Since her daughter liked Yi Chen, she naturally supported her. When her husband was in a good mood, he would be more accepting of Yi Chen. Mei Chen, I understand. Su Ningfrost nodded. While Su Ningxuang and her mother were chatting, at Yi Chen's villa, after Yi Chen had purchased the 2 items for the day, Yi Chen was the first to arrive at the study. On the study desk at this moment, a Tianheng building acquisition contract was neatly placed. Yi Chen skimmed through the contract briefly before putting it away. When he had time, he could visit the financial center to check out his Tianheng tower. But compared to that, what Yi Chen was most eagerly anticipating right now was seeing his newly acquired Bugatti Veyron. Arriving at the garage, the first thing Yi Chen laid eyes on was his very own Bugatti Veyron. It resembles a piece of art. Bugatti places great emphasis on the fusion of aesthetics and motion. This Veyron is the perfect marriage of ultimate beauty and top-tier speed. The presence of the Bugatti Veyron here instantly overshadows all other luxury cars. Truly a top-tier supercar worthy of its 40 to 50 million yuan price tag. Yi Chen took one glance and immediately fell in love with it. After sitting in it for a brief test, Yi Chen stepped out with satisfaction. Just as Yi Chen was about to leave, a sudden and serious problem occurred to him. Chapter 72, Never heard of it. Yi Chen realized his garage was running out of space. Currently, his garage housed 4 luxury cars, a Bentley, a Ferrari, a Koenigsegg, and a Bugatti Veyron. But there were only 5 parking spots in total. Just one more luxury car, and the garage would be completely full. This is somewhat troublesome. How could 5 luxury cars satisfy Yi-chun? He wanted them all. The top-tier estate in the game arrived just in time. Yi-chun sighed with emotion. Tomorrow I must buy this premium manor first. Being a premium manor, I imagine it shouldn't have any problem accommodating at least a dozen cars. After checking on his Bugatti Veyron, Yi-chun returned to the villa to rest. The next day, Yi-chun drove to the university. On the other side, Dai Qing, the president of Beyond Talent Agency, was pacing anxiously back and forth. Yesterday, Zhang Xiaoran had informed him that the plan to poach by Hanyan had failed. Not only had it failed, but it had also stirred up an enormous disaster. The owner of Yilan Talent Agency was actually on equal footing with the illustrious billionaire Wan Xiangyang. When he heard the news, Dai Qing instantly leaped up from his seat. Who was Wan Xiangyang? He was none other than the renowned billionaire of Jiangzhou, a towering figure even someone like Dai Qing had to look up to. Yet here was such a prominent figure treating Yi-chan as an equal. If Wan Xiangyang acted this way, need anyone say more about Yi-chan's status? If Yi-chan's background wasn't powerful, why would Wan Xiangyang act that way? Did he accidentally offend someone as influential as Yi-chan? Not only that, but he also tried to poach this big shot's employees. Is he tired of living or what? Ever since hearing the news yesterday, Dai Qing has been restless, unable to eat or sleep properly. He's been racking his brains for a solution. Yet as the day passed, Dai Qing remained at his wit's end. Out of options, he could only make the call to his brother-in-law, Pan Tianwen. Brother-in-law, there's been a bit of trouble, Dai Qing said with immense fear. Then, Dai Qing recounted everything that had happened yesterday to Pan Tianwen exactly as it occurred. What? After hearing this, Pan Tianwen completely exploded. Idiot! Moron! How could you hire such a brain-dead employee? Pan Tianwen roared in fury. His own brother-in-law's employee had actually dared to use him to threaten someone who was an equal of Wan Xiangyang, a true heavyweight. Isn't this just setting him up for failure? And to make matters worse, General Manager Wan Xiangyang specifically called him out. Pan Tianwen was furious. Brother-in-law, what should we do now? Dai Qing asked helplessly. What should we do? How the hell should I know what to do? Upon hearing his brother-in-law's plea, Pan Tianwen couldn't help but swear. It took quite a while before Pan Tianwen finally calmed down. Now, no matter how angry I am, it's useless. The most important thing is how to resolve this matter and how to keep President Yi from getting upset. Brother-in-law? Dai Qing asked again. Quickly find something presentable, and we'll go make a formal apology in person. Pan Tianwen issued the command. After hanging up the phone, Pan Tianwen opened the safe and reluctantly took out an embroidered box. This was a treasure he had cherished for a long time. Originally, Pan Tianwen had wanted to keep it forever, refusing even when friends asked to see it. There was no other way now. To prevent Manager Yi from getting angry, he had no choice but to reluctantly part with this treasure and offer it as an apology. Once he had selected the gift, Pan Tianwen drove straight to Dai Qing's company. He intended to discuss the process of apologizing with his brother-in-law carefully. Time passed quickly. That afternoon, Yi-chan only had one class, and after it ended, he drove his Bugatti Veyron back to the villa. Yi-chan had just taken a seat and hadn't even had time to pick up his phone when a series of urgent knocks came at the door. Knock, knock, knock. Hearing the knocking, Yi-chan raised his eyebrows in surprise. After all, few people knew he lived here. Who could be looking for him? Curious, Yi-chan opened the door to find 2 people standing at the entrance of his villa. One had a sharp mouth and monkey-like cheeks, looking every bit the part of a lackey. The other was a lean young man with pale skin. Are you the owner of this villa? Seeing Yi-chan open the door, the lean young man remained silent while the lackey-like one was the first to challenge Yi-chan. Yeah, what's up? Here's the thing. Our young master Su has taken a liking to this property and hopes you'll sell the villa to him. The underling explained to Yi-chan. Want to buy my villa? Why? Yi-chan casually inquired. There's no need for you to know that. Just tell me whether you're selling or not. The underling didn't want to answer Yi-chan and just impatiently asked. Not selling. Yi-chan flatly refused. Having lived here for a while, Yi-chan had grown quite fond of the place, and it had begun to feel like home. Naturally, he wouldn't sell the villa. Besides, with the game, monthly salary of 3,000, I'm the richest man in the world, in his possession, would he ever be short of money in the future? Ha! Seeing Yi-chan shake his head so resolutely, the gaunt young man's face was full of disdain. There's nothing in this world that can't be negotiated, it's just a matter of price. The slender young man said with complete confidence. This villa is worth 50 million. Tell you what, I'll give you 55 million. The lanky young man spoke up, raising the offer by 5 million. He already considered himself quite generous. If it weren't for Mo Mengfei living next door, whom he was trying to pursue, he'd never spend so extravagantly to buy this villa. He'd been pursuing Mo Mengfei for some time now. Though she'd rejected him multiple times, the thin young man refused to give up. Now whenever Mo Mengfei sees him, she keeps her distance. To increase the chances of meeting Mo Mengfei and improve his favorability, the lean young man came up with this idea: he would buy the house next to Mo Mengfei's villa. After becoming neighbors, even if Mo Mengfei didn't want to see him, she'd have no choice. That's how we got to the scene just now. Not for sale. Yi Chen shook his head. 60 million. Not selling. 65 million. Finally, the slender young man stated his maximum acceptable limit. Kid, don't get too greedy. 65 million is already a fortune. The lanky young man snapped at Yi Chen. Not selling. Yi Chen shook his head calmly. Kid, do you even know who you're standing before right now? This is the crown prince of Yuantai Group, Su Yanghua's son, young Master Su. Beside them, the lackey couldn't take it anymore and directly threatened Yi Chen. Yuantai Group is a well-known enterprise in Jiangzhou, with a market value of several billion. Su Yanhua, the founder and chairman of Yuantai Group, is a prominent figure in Jiangzhou. After speaking, the lackey stared at Yi Chen with a look that seemed to say, let's see if you're scared now. Yuantai Group, Su Yanhua? Never heard of it. Yi Chen shook his head, he genuinely hadn't heard of it. With so many companies in Jiangzhou, how could he possibly know them all? As for Su Yanhua, Yi Chen hadn't even heard that name before. When Yi Chen said this, the lanky young man was so enraged that he trembled uncontrollably. You little. Just as the lanky youth was about to hurl threats, a luxury car slowly pulled up in front of Yi Chen's villa. Chapter 73, Brother-in-law, I need to discuss something serious with you. This is a Bentley Mulsanne worth over 6 million, appearing extremely luxurious and majestic. The sudden stop of this Bentley immediately caught the attention of several people. After parking, the driver quickly got out and opened the car door with great deference. The first to step out of the car was a middle-aged man in his 40s, followed closely by another man around 35 or 36 years old. As they stepped out of the car, the first thing the two noticed was Yi Chen. Without the slightest hesitation, they immediately approached Yi Chen with utmost courtesy. Who were these two people? Couldn't they see he was in the middle of something? Beside them, the slim-faced man looked displeased, but before he could speak, the two men had already begun. Bayan Talent Agency CEO Dai Qing, here to apologize to President Yi. The man in his 30s spoke proactively. He was indeed Bayan's founder, Dai Qing. At these words, the slim-faced man froze in astonishment. Bayan Talent Agency? Isn't that a quite successful company? A company CEO actually came to apologize to this punk? What's going on? Just as the gaunt man was stunned, another voice sounded, nearly scaring him to death. I'm Pan Tianwen, here to apologize to President Yi as well. Beside him, Pan Tianwen also spoke up, stating his purpose for coming. Pan Tian, what? The gaunt man gazed at Pan Tianwen in stunned disbelief, his face full of incredulity. As for the skinny man's underling, he was trembling with fear. This arrogant man is actually the infamous boss, Pan Tianwen? The skinny man was truly shocked. For such a big-shot boss to come and apologize to Yi Chen? Oh my god. You must understand, not just him, but even his father would have to treat Pan Tianwen with the utmost respect. And now, such a prominent figure was actually coming to apologize to this Yi Chen? How could this be possible? Thud. Instantly, the lean man's heart leaped into his throat. At this moment, even if he were the biggest fool, he would realize Yi Chen's identity must be terrifyingly formidable. Otherwise, why would Pan Tianwen, the illustrious overlord of Jiangzhou, personally come to apologize? The more he thought about it, the more terrified the gaunt man became. Just moments ago, he had actually threatened this President Yi. At this realization, the gaunt man's vision darkened, nearly fainting from fright. Fortunately, one of his subordinates caught him in time, otherwise, he would have already collapsed on the ground. I'll deal with something first. After speaking to Pan Tianwen and Dai Cheng, Yi Chen turned his gaze toward the gaunt man. Thud! Under the intensity of Yi Chen's sharp stare, the gaunt man's legs gave way in fright, collapsing before him. Beside him, the younger brother had also turned deathly pale, scared out of his wits. Still want to buy my villa? Yi Chen asked. And no, Boss Yi. I didn't know my place. Someone of your stature shouldn't lower themselves to my level. The gaunt man collapsed to the ground and hurriedly begged for mercy. Now, no matter how much courage you lent him, he wouldn't dare anymore. President Yi, I was wrong. His subordinate also hastily apologized to Yi Chen. Don't let me see you in Jiangzhou again. Yi Chen said with pointed meaning. Understood, understood. I'll leave Jiangzhou tonight and will absolutely not appear again to sully your sight, the gaunt man hurriedly assured. At this moment, any thoughts of chasing after Ink Dream Fei were long since tossed to the back of his mind. When faced with life itself, anything could be abandoned. Seeing that Yi Chen was no longer paying him any attention, the gaunt man heaved a sigh of relief. Supported by his underlings, he offered continuous apologies as he made his retreat. He would leave Jiangzhou tonight and never return. That was terrifying. It felt like I'd just walked through the gates of the underworld. Yi Chen, Pan Tianwen, and Dai Chang arrived at the villa. As soon as they entered, Pan Tianwen immediately apologized to Yi Chen. President Yi, this kid actually dared to poach your employees. He's practically asking for death. While speaking, Pan Tianwen viciously kicked Dai Chang several times. Please don't stoop to his level. We've long heard of President Yi's formidable reputation but never had the chance to meet you before. Now that we've met President Yi, you truly live up to your reputation, a handsome talent who's achieved remarkable success at such a young age. Pan Tianwen began flattering Yi Chen, constantly trying to please him. President Yi, I was wrong. Dai Chang also quickly bowed to apologize to Yi Chen. President Yi, this is my small token of apology, please do accept it. Pan Tianwen placed the gift he had prepared next to Yi Chen. President Yi, there's also one from me. Seeing this, Dai Chang also hurriedly presented his gift. In the future, President Yi, whatever you might need from Pan Tianwen, just say the word. Pan Tianwen fawned over Yi Chen. Don't let it happen again. Yi Chen replied indifferently. Never again, never again. Dai Chang quickly shook his head. Pan Tianwen also said there would absolutely not be a next time. Both men had come to apologize in person, so Yi Chen didn't dwell on the matter further. After the apologies, they exchanged a few more words with Yi Chen before tactfully taking their leave. After leaving, Pan Tianwen and Dai Chang were filled with deep emotions. Perhaps this is what a true master looks like. Yi's magnanimity left both of them utterly impressed. As the two walked away, Yi Chen opened their gifts. Dai Chang's gift was a package of tea, the finest Taiping Hokue. Taiping Hokue was once honored as a national gift tea. A decade ago, just 100 grams of it sold for an astonishing 200,000 yuan. And that was 10 years ago. Now, the price must be outrageously high. Nowadays, even with money, it's incredibly difficult to get your hands on such premium Taiping Hokue. This gift is quite good. When others invited Yi Chen for tea before, and if Yi Chen wants to invite someone for tea in the future, he now has respectable tea leaves to offer. Compared to Dai Chang's gift, Pan Tianwen's gift is even more precious. It is a calligraphy piece by Wen Zhangming. Wen Zhangming, also known as Wen Zhenming, is grouped together with Tang Yin, Tang Bowu, and others as one of the four great talents. His calligraphy and paintings have now been inflated to extremely high prices. Yi Chen had previously seen news reports that one of Wen Zhangming's works sold for a staggering over 80 million yuan at auction. Even some of his more ordinary works fetch prices around 50 to 60 million yuan. Given this particular piece of Wen Zhangming's calligraphy must be worth tens of millions as well. I never expected Pan Tianwen to give such a gift. The value of this calligraphy artwork was nearly equivalent to Yi Chen's villa. Yi Chen casually hung it up as decoration. After that, Yi Chen went about his other business. In the evening, Yi Chen had just finished dinner when he suddenly received a call from Su Linger. Brother-in-law, did you miss me? As the call connected, Su Linger's crisp voice came through. Who are you? I can't seem to remember. Yi Chen replied directly. Brother-in-law, how could you do this? I'm so upset. I've been thinking about you all this time. Su Linger's slightly resentful voice came through the phone. Really? Yi Chen didn't believe a word Su Linger said. Enough joking, brother-in-law, I have serious business to discuss with you. Suddenly, Su Linger's tone shifted as she spoke with utmost seriousness. Chapter 74, Resolved with Ease. Serious business? Does Su Linger even have serious business? Yi Chen was skeptical. Hey, what do you mean by that, brother-in-law? Why can't I have serious business? Su Linger said very discontentedly. What's serious matter? Yi Chen asked curiously. What's serious matter? Of course it's the serious matter of helping you chase after my sister. Su Linger answered with a straight face. Last time when parting with Yi Chen, Su Linger promised she would definitely help him think of ways to pursue her cousin. Although several days had passed, she hadn't forgotten about this matter. Is this what you call serious business? Hearing this, Yi Chen momentarily couldn't decide whether he should praise Su Linger or tease her about it. What, isn't pursuing my sister a proper matter? There's nothing more important or proper than this. Su Linger replied with righteous solemnity. Brother-in-law, I've thought of a brilliant plan for you, guaranteed to bring unexpected rewards. Su Linger whispered mysteriously. What? Hee, I can't tell you now. Su Linger remained mysterious, refusing to tell Yi Chen the answer just yet. Let's meet this weekend, I'll tell you then. The brilliant idea I painstakingly came up with, I couldn't just reveal it to my brother-in-law like that. As a cousin, how could she possibly betray her own elder cousin? No, Su Linger was absolutely not that kind of person. Unless, her cousin's husband offered her some benefits and bribed her. This was a perfect opportunity. She was going to ruthlessly fleece her cousin's husband for all he was worth. On the weekend? Yi Chen thought for a moment. He really didn't have any plans for the weekend. Alright, it's settled then. See you later, brother-in-law. Before Yi Chen could reply, Su Linger had already hung up first. Time passed bit by bit until it finally struck midnight. Yi Chen immediately logged into the world's richest with a 3K monthly salaried game. After entering the two-star mall, Yi Chen located his target. Premium Riverside Manor in Jiangzhou valued at 100 million, priced at 2 yuan. This was the first item Yi Chen intended to purchase today, a premium riverside manor in Jiangzhou. Owning this estate would effortlessly resolve the previous issue of insufficient garage space. A manor worth 100 million, attainable for just 2 yuan, what an incredible bargain. Yi Chen immediately clicked to purchase. Ding! Purchase successful. Congratulations on acquiring Jiangzhou's top-tier estate. Estate transfer contract and estate keys have been placed in the study. Please check accordingly. The game notification confirmed Yi Chen's successful purchase, detailing even the location of his estate. This premium estate Yi Chen just acquired was situated in a picturesque area outside Jiangzhou. Perfect, I've got time tomorrow to check it out. Yi Chen muttered to himself. He was also very curious about what this top-tier manor in Jiangzhou actually looked like. After purchasing the first item, Yi Chen could still buy the second one. The second item was none other than the Shark Live streaming shares that Yi Chen had been eyeing earlier. 3% stake in Shark Live, priced at 3 yuan. Shares worth over 200 million, available for just 3 yuan. Purchase. Ding! Purchase successful. Congratulations on acquiring 3% shares of Shark Live. Shark Live stock purchase agreement. Shark Live executives will deliver the documents within 5 days. Please check for receipt. Yi Chen's purchase was successful. This time, however, the stock acquisition contract didn't appear directly. It would take a few more days before Shark Live's executives delivered it in person. A few days don't matter. Yi Chen wasn't particularly concerned about that. What truly mattered to him was that from now on, he would be a shareholder of Shark Live Broadcasting, effectively becoming one of its owners. With this new status, it would greatly benefit the development of Yulin Talent Agency. Yi Chen was very satisfied. Entering his study, Yi Chen carefully stored away the estate transfer contract. The next day, grabbing the keys, Yi Chen drove his Bugatti Veyron straight toward the newly acquired top-tier estate. After roughly half an hour, Yi Chen arrived at his destination. This area was Jiangzhou's renowned affluent district, where many of the city's wealthiest tycoons owned their estates. The estate Yi Chen had just purchased was the largest in the entire area, without equal. Yi Chen parked his car outside the estate and looked at the vast property, feeling quite satisfied. To say the least, the sheer size of this estate was 5 or 6 times larger than his villa, perhaps even more. As for the architectural style and other aspects, Yi Chen found it quite to his liking. Just as Yi Chen was about to enter the estate, a passing black Audi slowly came to a stop beside him. Hearing the voice, Yi Chen turned his head to look. The car seemed faintly familiar, but he couldn't quite recall where he'd seen it before. The black Audi stopped, and an elegant middle-aged man stepped out. Xiao Chen. After getting out of the car, the middle-aged man greeted him familiarly. He never expected to see Yi Chen here. Oh, so it's Uncle M.O. Upon seeing the refined middle-aged man, Yi Chen suddenly understood. He always felt this car looked familiar, and sure enough, he had seen it before. This refined middle-aged man was none other than M.O. Mengfei's father, M.O. Hongru, who lived next door to Yi Chen. Yi Chen had seen it when M.O. Mengfei invited him for dinner at her house. At that time, Yi Chen had chatted with M.O. Hongru for a while, and M.O. Hongru took a great liking to him, admiring Yi Chen very much. Last time, there was a conflict between Yi Chen's Yulin Talent Agency and Yuanyan Talent Agency. It was M.O. Hongru who helped, persuading Ma Jiangwen behind Yuanyan Talent Agency to proactively apologize to Yi Chen. Thank you for your help with the last incident, Uncle M.O. Yi Chen spoke up. It's nothing, just a small matter. M.O. Hongru waved his hand, dismissing it entirely from his mind. During their last meeting, after chatting for a while with Yi Chen, M.O. Hongru had taken quite a liking to the young man. They had hit it off so well that it felt like they had missed the chance to become friends earlier in life. Once, he too had been a spirited young man, eager to make his mark on the world. But in the end, freeloading tasted pretty sweet. He was practically a live-in son-in-law. Upon learning that Yi Chen had started his own business as a college freshman, M.O. Hongru developed a deep admiration for him. When M.O. Hongru accidentally heard someone was deliberately slandering Yi Chen, he casually made a few phone calls to some old friends. It was just a minor issue resolved with a few calls, no need for thanks at all. By the way, Xiao Chen, what are you doing here? Pointing at the manor in front of them, M.O. Hongru asked curiously, do you know Mr. Lin? This manor previously belonged to a prominent figure, Mr. Lin. Even when M.O. Hongru met this illustrious personage, he had to mind his words carefully. I don't recognize you. I just bought this manor yesterday. Yi Chen explained. I see. M.O. Hongru nodded. Since we've already met, Yi Chen invited M.O. Hongru to go in and take a look together. M.O. Hongru was also very curious about this famous estate. After touring the estate together, even M.O. Hongru was awestruck by its grandeur and luxury. By the way, Xiaochen, do you have time now? Suddenly, M.O. Hongru asked mysteriously, as if he had something important to say. Chapter 75, speechless with a single sentence. I have time. Yi Chen nodded, he had nothing to do today. Alright, come with me, Mo Hongru explained to Yi Chen. I'll introduce you to an old friend of mine. Mo Hongru's visit here today wasn't by chance, he had come specifically to visit an old friend. I never expected to run into Yi Chen by chance. Yi Chen is currently starting his own business, and getting to know more people to expand his network would definitely benefit his career. That's why Mo Hongru said this to Yi Chen. Old friend? Yi Chen muttered to himself. Don't worry, just an old friend. Very easy to get along with, not some big shot or anything. Mo Hongru explained. Yet Yi Chen remained skeptical. Last time, just a few casual phone calls from Elder Mo's old friend had Ma Jiangwen trembling in fear. Now, is this old friend ordinary? By the way, this old friend of mine actually has a connection with you too. Mo Hongru continued. What does it matter? Yi Chen was baffled. He's your neighbor, lives right over in that estate next door. As he spoke, Mo Hongru began walking out with Yi Chen. Yi Chen got into the car, and Mo Hongru drove them to a nearby estate. Although the two estates were adjacent, their sizes differed greatly. This estate was probably only two-thirds the size of Yi Chen's. Led by Mo Hongru, the two entered the estate. Old Chen. As soon as he entered, Mo Hongru spoke. Hearing the voice, a plump middle-aged man came out. Old Mo, you finally made it. Tonight, we're drinking till we drop. The chubby Lao Chen said excitedly upon seeing Mo Hongru. Old Chen, I heard you recently swallowed up another company. What's the deal? Must have skyrocketed your net worth, huh? Mo Hongru chimed in. Come on now, it's just a measly 20 billion altogether. Can't hold a candle to your fortune. Old Chen wore a self-deprecating grin. Don't mention net worth to me, it's heartbreaking. The old friends often teased each other, and he had many ways to poke fun at others. But when it came to teasing him, there was only one line that worked. Your net worth is just 20 billion. That single remark would instantly shut him down. Who is this? Old Chen changed the subject and asked inquisitively. The two were old friends, familiar with each other's younger generations, but Yi Chen, this was his first time meeting him. This is your neighbor. Mo Hongru introduced Yi Chen. Neighbor? Old Chen furrowed his brow. He knew all the neighboring estate owners, but this young man was someone he'd never seen before. Next to it, the manor that once belonged to Mr. Lin. Mo Hongru reminded. What, Mr. Lin's manor estate? Hearing this, Old Chen was utterly shocked. After learning about this matter, Old Chen's gaze toward Yi Chen completely changed. Mo Hongru introduced the two men to each other. Old Chen, whose full name is Qin Jinzong, describes himself in his own words as just an ordinary person with a net worth of only 20 billion. CEO Chen. Yi Chen greeted him. President Yi, you're too kind. Knowing that Yi Chen had actually purchased that estate from Mr. Lin, Qin Jinzong treated Yi Chen with great courtesy. Please have a seat. Qin Jinzong invited the group to sit down. While the three were chatting, the distinct roar of a supercar engine suddenly sounded from outside. Moments later, a young man in his early 20s walked in. Dad, I'm having trouble with the company's location selection. The young man spoke as soon as he entered. It was none other than Chen Jinzong's son, Chen Hongba. Chen Hongba stopped mid-sentence when he noticed there were guests in the house. Uncle Mo, you're here. Chen Hongba greeted Mo Hongru. Long time no see, Hongba. Mo Hongru nodded. This is President Yi Chen, just call him Brother Chen. Chen Jinzong introduced Yi Chen to his son. Upon hearing his father's words, Chen Hongba's expression immediately changed. This guy looked even younger than him. I actually have to call him brother? Chen Hongba was deeply dissatisfied, but due to his father's stern look, he had no choice but to reluctantly greet Yi Chen. Brother Chen. Yi Chen nodded slightly in acknowledgement. Chen Hongba sat down while Yi Chen and the others continued chatting. Watching Yi Chen, Chen Hongba began calculating in his heart. A kid around 20 years old making him call him brother? Was he even worthy of being addressed like that? Chen Hongba was seething inside. This matter absolutely couldn't just be left like this. He had to find a way to make this Yi Chen call him brother. Chen Hongba began thinking hard. By the way, Hongba, what were you talking about when you came in earlier? Did something happen? Chen Jinzong asked his son. Dad, here's the thing. We're having trouble choosing a location for our company. Chen Hongba let out a light sigh and spoke rather helplessly. Chen Hongba hadn't long graduated from university. Unwilling to join the family business, he wanted to make his own way in the world by starting his own company. After much deliberation, Chen Jinzong gave his son a startup fund of 50 million. Everything had been carefully planned, but unexpectedly, an issue arose regarding the company's location. The place we originally had our eyes on, that Chiwan guy also wants it. Chen Jinzong was at his wit's end. Chiwan, also a rich second-generation heir, came from a powerful family, roughly on par with the Chen family. Their family has connections. Rumor has it they secured floors 12 and 13 of Tianhong Commercial Plaza in advance. Chiwan had already reserved them. Chen Hongba explained. Were there no other available floors in Tianhong? Chen Jinzong asked. There are none left. Tianhong's location is extremely special, with countless people eyeing it. If that company leasing the 12th and 13th floors of Tianheng hadn't gone bankrupt, there wouldn't have been any vacancies either. Hearing this, Chen Jinzong fell silent. Originally, he and his son had agreed that the location for his son's new company would be the 12th and 13th floors of Tianheng Tower in Jiangzhou Financial Center. But now, the Chis have also set their sights on that place, and what's more, they have connections. They know the owner of Tianheng Tower. He didn't know the owner of Tianheng Tower, so even if he wanted to leverage connections to compete, there was nothing he could do. Old Mo, do you know the owner of Tianheng? Chen Jinzong turned his head and asked Mo Hongru. No, we didn't. Mo Hongru also shook his head, indicating he was at his wit's end. At this point, even Chen Jinzong felt a headache coming on. It's fine, I'll pull some strings and see if I can get through. Mo Hongru spoke up. It'll just take a little time. Time was precious for the Chen family now. They might not be able to wait much longer. Father and son from the Chen household grew visibly anxious. Just then, an unexpected voice interrupted. Is it Tianheng you're talking about? Tianheng Plaza? In an instant, all eyes in the room turned toward Yichen. That's right, it's Tianheng Plaza. Chen Jinzong replied. Do you know the owner of Tianheng Tower, Brother Chen? Chen Hongba asked excitedly. I do. Yi Chen nodded. I just acquired Tianheng Tower yesterday. Yi Chen replied indifferently. Boom. Yi Chen's words struck their ears like thunderbolts. Chapter 76, Just a So-So. Did you acquire Tianheng Tower? Yi Chen's words left everyone present utterly dumbfounded. Although the $6 billion Tianheng Tower wasn't considered substantial property to them, had Yi Chen acquired any other place, they might not have been this shocked. But that's Tianheng Tower with an exceptionally strategic location. Located at Jiangzhou Financial Center, Tianheng Tower stands as one of the 3 tallest buildings in the financial hub. The other 2 towers are controlled by 2 of Jiangzhou's most powerful tycoons. Even Chen Jinzong and Mo Hongru would likely find it impossible to acquire Tianheng Tower. But now, a young man around 20 years old had effortlessly acquired Tianheng Tower. Isn't this utterly astonishing? Looking at Yi Chen, Mo Hongru felt a surge of complex emotions. In the past, he thought Yi Chen somewhat resembled his younger self, full of ambition and vigor. But now he realized that Yi Chen was far more formidable than he had been in his youth. Beside him, Chen Jinzong's emotions still hadn't settled. He truly hadn't expected that the owner of Tianheng Tower, whom even he and Mo Hongru couldn't contact, was standing right before his eyes. Young and accomplished. This new neighbor of mine is truly extraordinary. I had just courteously addressed him as President Yi, which turned out to be the correct title. What? At the scene, Chen Hongba was the most astonished. Who would have thought this brother Chen was actually the owner of Tianheng Tower? Holy crap, that's amazing. Just moments ago, both me and my father were worrying. It seemed we wouldn't be able to outbid the Qi family this time. Our plan to lease 2 floors in Tianheng Tower for our company seemed doomed to fail. Never in our wildest dreams did we imagine that Brother Chen was actually the owner of Tianheng Tower. Now the tables have turned. Brother Chen, what do you think about me renting 2 floors in Tianheng Plaza to start a company? Chen Hongba asked timidly. Just moments ago, he still felt unfamiliar calling him Brother Chen, but now, addressing him as such rolled off his tongue with surprising ease, as if he had long grown accustomed to it. No problem. Yi Chen nodded. They're neighbors, and Chen Jinzong is also an old friend of Uncle Mo's who's always been very courteous to him. He had no reason to refuse either. From what Chen Hongba had said earlier, the Qi family had already made arrangements and secured the reservation. He hadn't known anything about it at all. It seems the Qi family must have made this agreement with the former owner of Tianheng Tower, but he hadn't agreed to anything. Brother Chen is mighty. Thank you, Brother Chen. Seeing Yi Chen's approval, Chen Hongba immediately thanked him repeatedly like a devoted underling. As for his previous thought about saving face by making Yi Chen call him brother, Chen Hongba had long forgotten about it. Whoever said those words had nothing to do with him. He was Yi Chen's loyal subordinate. Whoever opposed Yi Chen was opposing Chen Hongba himself. Thank you so much, President Yi. Chen Jinzong also spoke up, expressing his gratitude to Yi Chen. Luckily Mr. Yi was here today, otherwise things would have gotten messy. Not getting the floor lease is fine, but we absolutely can't lose to the Qi family. Now, he's definitely going to win. Old Chen, I owe Director Yi a huge favor. In the future, if Director Yi needs anything, just say the word. To express his gratitude to Yi Chen and to strengthen their relationship, Chen Jinzong made his stance clear. From now on, Yi Chen only needed to ask for whatever he needed. Although he was merely an ordinary person with assets of only 20 billion, he still wielded some influence in Jiangzhou. "Co Chen, you're too kind." Since Chen Jinzong had put it that way, Yi Chen politely replied, "I hadn't made the wrong decision just now when I chose to rent the floor to the Chen family. All's well that ends well." Mo Hongru spoke. Originally, he had brought Yi Chen along to introduce him to Chen Jinzong and expand his network. In the end, it turned out that Yi Chen was the one who helped Chen Jinzong. That way, it'll be even better. Absolutely. Today was all thanks to old Mo. If you hadn't introduced me to CEO Yi, things wouldn't have been resolved so smoothly. Chen Jinzong remarked with emotion. Old Mo, CEO Yi, I'll bring out the fine liquor I've been saving for years. Tonight, we drink until we drop. Chen Jinzong was in high spirits, so he resolved to open a bottle of fine wine he'd been treasuring for years, the kind he'd always been reluctant to uncork, to celebrate the occasion. Partly because his son's affairs were settled, and partly to celebrate making Mr. Ye's acquaintance. Absolutely, we won't leave until we're thoroughly drunk, he declared. Mo Hongru nodded. After chatting for a while, Yichen stood up, ready to return to his own manner. It had all happened too suddenly earlier. Yichen had left his phone in the car. Brother Chen, let me go with you. Seeing this, Chen Hongba stood up with obsequious flattery. Yichen and Chen Hongba walked out of the Chen family estate. Brother Chen, which estate is yours? No sooner had they stepped outside than Chen Hongba asked curiously. During their earlier conversation, Chen Hongba only knew that Brother Chen was his neighbor, but he had no idea which estate he actually lived in. That one. Yichen casually pointed. Following Yi Chen's gesture, Chen Hongba froze in astonishment. Is that one? Chen Hongba was astonished. This was unexpected for him. That manor happened to be the most spacious and luxurious estate in the entire area. That estate seemed to belong to some big shot, someone like Mr. Lin. Never expected it would now belong to Brother Chen. After standing in shock for a while, Chen Hongba felt a flood of emotions. Brother Chen is indeed Brother Chen, fucking impressive. At this moment, Chen Hongba admired Yi Chen even more. Following Yi Chen, Chen Hongba headed towards the manor. While chatting with Yi Chen along the way, Chen Hongba was trying hard to find common topics. When he learned that Yi Chen also loved luxury cars and supercars, Chen Hongba's eyes lit up. Chen Ge, let me tell you, I recently got my hands on an insanely impressive car. Chen Hongba said with a show-off tone. What kind of car? A Pagani Huayra worth 30 million. I had to pull out all the stops and go through hell and high water to get it. At this point, Chen Hongba couldn't help but feel a bit smug. The Pagani Huayra, with a 0-100 acceleration of 3.2 seconds and a top speed of 363 km per hour, is truly a top-tier supercar. He had exerted tremendous effort to acquire this Pagani Huayra. Of course, driving it himself was only part of the reason. What mattered most was that Chen Hongba wanted to show off with this Pagani Huayra and flaunt his status. Now, it has indeed proven its worth. Brother Chen's social connections and extravagant mansion are impressive, but when it comes to supercars, this little brother of his is no slouch either. My Pagani Huayra will be shipped from abroad to Jiangzhou in just over half a month. When it arrives, Brother Chen, you're welcome to drive it any time. In order to please Yi Chen, Chen Hongba spoke up. By the way, Brother Chen, what kind of car do you drive? Chen Hongba asked curiously. Me, just an average car. Yi Chen replied casually, appearing quite modest. I see, no problem, Brother Chen. When my Pagani Huayra arrives, you can drive it any time. Chen Hongba nodded eagerly and assured him. Though he greatly admired Brother Chen, learning that his car was just an ordinary one gave Chen Hongba a slight sense of smug satisfaction. Before long, Chen Hongba followed Yi Chen to his estate. No sooner had he stepped inside than he saw the car parked in the estate. Chen Hongba was completely stunned. Chapter 77, Brother Chen is truly low-key. Chen Hongba's eyes widened to their limits, staring unblinkingly straight ahead. Am I hallucinating? After a long silence, Chen Hongba swallowed hard, his voice trembling with overwhelming excitement. Is this, the legendary Bugatti Veyron? Chen Hongba could hardly believe his own judgment and muttered under his breath in disbelief. Yes, this is a Bugatti Veyron. Beside him, Yi Chen nodded in agreement. Is this really the legendary supercar Bugatti Veyron? Chen Hongba was utterly astonished. This was something he never expected. Today he actually had the privilege of seeing a legendary Bugatti Veyron. What incredible luck! Unable to contain his excitement, Chen Hongba dashed straight toward the Bugatti Veyron. As he approached the Bugatti, Chen Hongba reached out and excitedly ran his hand over the car's sleek body. A Bugatti Veyron. Never thought I'd see such a mythical car here in Jiangzhou. As he circled the Bugatti Veyron with admiration, Chen Hongba exclaimed in amazement. Wait a minute, this estate seems to belong to Brother Chen. Having only walked halfway around the Bugatti Veyron, Chen Hongba suddenly stopped in his tracks. His thoughts wandered to other matters. Having just encountered the legendary Bugatti Veyron, he'd been so exhilarated that his mind went completely blank, making him forget everything. Now it occurred to him, he seemed to be at Brother Chen's estate. Since this Bugatti Veyron was parked at Brother Chen's estate, didn't that mean this supercar belonged to Brother Chen himself? Brother Chen is insanely strong. Wait, hold on, what did Brother Chen just say? He mentioned having an average car. Could it be that what Brother Chen called an average car is actually this Bugatti Veyron? Holy heavens! Chen Hongba gasped, his heart filled with astonishment. This was the legendary supercar, the Bugatti Veyron. Just average? Brother Chen, this is the average car you mentioned? Chen Hongba asked with a trembling voice. That's right. As he spoke, Yi Chen opened the car door and took out his phone from the Bugatti Veyron. Seeing this scene, Chen Hongba was completely convinced. This Bugatti Veyron actually belonged to Brother Chen. This is absolutely insane. Brother Chen even managed to get his hands on a beast like the Bugatti Veyron. Absolutely terrifying. What's more, Brother Chen remains incredibly down-to-earth despite owning such a top-tier supercar. He had just acquired a 30 million yuan Pagani Huayra and was already showing off with pompous pride. In comparison, Chen Hongba felt utterly inadequate. Brother Chen truly lives up to his reputation in every aspect. He's someone I must learn from. At this moment, Chen Hongba admired Yi Chen to the highest degree. From now on, he would emulate Brother Chen's example and conduct himself with utmost humility. Let's go. Having retrieved his phone, Yi Chen prepared to head back. Understood, Brother Chen. Chen Hongba cast one last lingering glance at the Bugatti Veyron. Want to take a photo? Seeing right through Chen Hongba's little scheme, Yi Chen spoke up. Really? Brother Chen, can I really take a photo? Chen Hongba asked with overwhelming excitement. Of course. Yi Chen nodded, since it was just a small favor like taking photos, it didn't matter to him. Thank you, Brother Chen. I'll be quick. Chen Hongba excitedly bowed to Yi Chen, then immediately took out his phone and started snapping pictures. Although he had never owned a divine car like the Bugatti Veyron himself, but having an older brother who owns one would give him serious bragging rights. After quickly snapping a few photos, Chen Hongba left with Yi Chen. That evening, Chen Jinzong indeed brought out his treasured vintage wine. During the banquet, Chen Hongba repeatedly toasted Yi Chen as a gesture of his admiration. Even Chen Jinzong raised a toast to Yi Chen, thanking him for resolving the Tianheng building incident. After the meal, the group strolled through the manor grounds, chatting as they walked. Seizing a moment when the Chen family father and son weren't paying attention, Mo Hongru quietly drew Yi Chen aside. Xiao Chen, there's something I'd like to speak with you about, Mo Hongru began. Mo Hongru spoke very seriously to Yi Chen. What is it? Yi Chen was somewhat curious. Did something unexpected happen? It's nothing major. Seeing how well you and old Chen hit it off today, I thought when the opportunity arises, I'd introduce you to a few more of my old friends. Mo Hongru stated. He was growing more appreciative of Yi Chen and wanted to introduce him to a few more of his old acquaintances to broaden Yi Chen's network. After all, it's always beneficial to know more people. Alright, thank you then, Uncle Mo. Yi Chen replied. Thanks to the help of a few old friends of Uncle Mo last time, the issue with Yuanyin Talent Agency was easily resolved. It's only right that I get to know them myself. Alright, it's settled then. I'll reach out to you when the opportunity arises. Mo Hongru gave a satisfied nod. It was already quite late after the walk. Yi Chen returned to stay at his own estate. The vast estate now had only Yi Chen in it, which felt somewhat lonely. The next morning, having no classes, Yi Chen received a call from Ding He, the vice president of Shark Life Streaming. Ding He said he came to Jiangzhou on behalf of the president to sign a contract with Yi Chen. Ding He would arrive in Jiangzhou soon. Yi Chen and Ding He agreed to meet at Yilin Talent Agency to sign the contract. After hanging up the phone, Yi Chen drove his Bugatti Veyron straight to Yilin Talent Agency. On the other side, at Yilin Talent Agency, Yang Xuemin was discussing matters with a company executive. The cooperation deal is settled then. Yang Xuemin spoke. It's settled. Our two companies working together will surely make a fortune. Mr. Shi from Yilin Talent Agency nodded in agreement. Then let's prepare and sign the contract. Yang Xuemin suggested. We can sign the contract today, but there's one minor issue I think we need to discuss carefully. Mr. Shi seemed to have something to say. Oh, please go ahead, Mr. Shi. It's about the profit sharing. For our collaboration, a 50-50 split doesn't seem quite appropriate to me. Mr. Shi remarked with implied meaning. Hearing Manager Shi say this, Yang Xuemin immediately became serious. Other matters could be overlooked, but when it came to matters of interest, caution was necessary. What does Manager Shi mean by that? Yang Xuemin asked with meticulous attention to detail. I think this time, we should split it 70-30, we take 70, and your Yilin gets 30. The next second, to Yang Xuemin's utter astonishment, Director Shi suddenly made an outrageous demand. What? Yang Xuemin exploded instantly, demanding an explanation. Don't be hasty, Director Yang. Let me explain. Mr. Shi replied calmly. In fact, when he proposed a 70-30 split, he was merely testing Yilin's stance. His actual target was a 60-40 split, with him taking 60 and Yilin getting 40. But initially, Mr. Shi deliberately suggested the 70-30 split. If it succeeded, well and good, that would be even better. Even if it failed, they could still negotiate for the 60-40 split. To tell you the truth, during my recent trip out of town, I happened to meet someone very important. With this big shot's help, our profits will increase. But I'm the only one who can get this influential figure involved. That's why I'm saying my 70% cut isn't too much. Mr. Shi said with an air of mystery. What big shot? What big shot are you talking about? Yang Xuemin grew curious after hearing Director Shi's remark. Chapter 78, What status? That big shot is Manager Lu, the operations director of Shark Live Streaming, President Shi said proudly. This Manager Lu is a senior executive at Shark Live, overseeing the most crucial operations department and controlling various resources. Manager Lu could be considered the second most influential figure at Shark Live, ranking just below the CEO and vice presidents. For Yang Xuemin and President Shi, this was indeed someone of great importance. By then, I'll figure out a way to have Manager Lu step in and allocate more resources to our two companies. Our profits are bound to increase significantly, President Shi explained. Since I'm the one stepping in, I certainly can't do it for free. How about a 70-30 split? Mr. Shi's words seem to make some sense, but a 70-30 split is outrageous. That's practically daylight robbery. With a 70-30 split, Yilin Arts might not only fail to profit but could even end up losing money. President Shi, isn't the 70-30 split excessively unfair? Even if Director Shi says so, a 70-30 split is still something Yang Xuemin can't agree to. Heh, so you don't agree? Fine then. Director Shi said with extreme arrogance. I can always go collaborate with another company. When that happens, don't come crawling on your knees begging me, Yilin Talent Agency. Yang Xuemin fell into deep thought upon hearing this. Yilin Talent Agency had begun preparations for this collaboration quite early, investing considerable manpower and resources. If the collaboration failed to proceed smoothly, Yilin Talent Agency would suffer significant financial losses. Noticing the subtle change in Yang Xuemin's expression, Director Shi was quite satisfied. This was exactly the effect he wanted. Yang Xuemin hesitated. Alright, I'll compromise. Let's split it 60-40. Knowing when to quit, Director Shi spoke up again. The 70-30 split was just talk. 60-40 had been Director Shi's real intention all along. Now that a 70-30 split is out of the question, a 60-40 split isn't bad either. To be honest, if they don't cooperate with Yilin Talent Agency, not only Yilin but even his own company would be affected, losing money. No, I can't make this decision alone. I need to discuss it with President Yi. A 60-40 split still puts Yilin at a slight disadvantage. This isn't something he can decide on his own. It's up to President Yi to make the final call. Alright, but I can't wait too long. I'll give you half an hour. Director Shi nodded in agreement. Yang Xuemin was just about to call Yi Chen when a sudden knock came at the door. Enter. Yang Xuemin spoke up. The office door opened, and Yang Xuemin's secretary walked in. Director Yang, I just saw Director Yi arrive at the company. She had just seen Yi Chen come into the building on the first floor. Director Yi is here? Where is he? Yang Xuemin stood up and asked. President Yi has gone to the karaoke lounge to check on Bai Hanyan's situation. He asked you to wait for him in the meeting room first. The secretary stated her purpose for coming. Alright, I understand. I'll go right away. As he spoke, Yang Xuemin began preparing to leave. Since your CEO Yi has arrived, I'll go and talk with him directly. Seeing this, CEO Shi also stood up, ready to head to the meeting room together to discuss matters with Yi Chen. Yang Xuemin didn't stop him either, and the two proceeded toward the meeting room together. Just as the two arrived on the third floor where the meeting room was located, they unexpectedly found three others already waiting in front of the meeting room. The three were led by a man in his late 30s, with the other two appearing to be subordinates. Upon seeing this man, Yang Xuemin showed no reaction, but the Shi General beside him froze in astonishment. Standing rigidly at the elevator entrance, Shi General stared wide-eyed at the 30-something-year-old man not far away. How could this be? Is there something wrong with my eyes? Chairman Shi was completely dumbfounded, barely able to believe what he was seeing. Ding He, Vice President Ding, why is he at Yilin Talent Agency? Mr. Shi recognized the identity of this man in his 30s. He was none other than Ding He, one of the vice presidents of Shark Live Streaming. Mr. Shi, what's wrong? Yang Xuemin also noticed Mr. Shi's unusual behavior and asked with confusion. Without responding to Yang Xuemin, Mr. Shi briskly walked up to Ding He. Hello, Vice President Ding. Mr. Shi greeted Ding He with great respect. Oh, you know me? Ding He looked surprised, not expecting anyone in this company to recognize him. Vice President Ding must have a busy schedule to forget such things. We had the pleasure of meeting briefly at the cocktail party half a month ago. Mr. Shi explained. Hearing Mr. Shi's words, Ding He pondered for a moment before suddenly remembering. Indeed, at that cocktail party 2 weeks prior, the owner of a talent agency had deliberately approached him. Ding had merely nodded in acknowledgement before brushing him aside. Didn't expect to bump into you here. Vice President Ding finally remembered. President Shi wore an obsequious smile. At the last cocktail party, several executives from Shark Live had attended, with Ding He being the most influential among them. Originally, President Shi had wanted to befriend Ding He, but the latter simply gave him no opportunity. Left with no choice, President Sher had to settle for befriending Manager Lu, who was in charge of operations. Unexpectedly, Deputy General Manager Ding, whom he had failed to befriend previously, actually showed up at Yilin Talent Agency. Deputy General Manager Ding, may I ask what you're doing here? President Sher asked with an incomparably fawning tone. What on earth was the Vice President of Shark Live doing at an ordinary talent agency? However, before President Sher could finish speaking, Ding He suddenly spotted something at the elevator entrance in the distance, his face lighting up with joy. In the next second, Ding He outright abandoned President Sher and strode forward briskly. Hello, President Yi, I'm Ding He, representing the chairman. Seeing Yi Chen step out of the elevator, Ding He immediately approached and greeted him with excessive flattery. Witnessing this scene as he turned around, President Sher was completely dumbfounded. Why did he see his own reflection from just moments ago in the current Deputy President Ding? Just now, when I saw Vice President Ding, he was acting exactly like this, all respectful and deferential. Who is this young man? What kind of status does he have that makes the Vice President of Shark Life treat him with such reverence and fawning? Vice President Ding's earlier words, President Sher only caught half of what was said. President Yi, you're here. Upon seeing Yi Chen, Yang Xuemin also spoke. This time, Sher clearly heard Yang Xuemin's words. After hearing this, Director Sher stood dumbstruck like a wooden chicken. What? President Yi? This young man is actually the boss of Yilin Talent Agency? How could that be? President Sher was dumbfounded. Hello. Noticing Ding He taking the initiative to greet him, Yi Chen responded accordingly. Just now he wanted to check on Bai Hanyan's situation, but found her fully immersed in vocal practice, so Yi Chen chose not to disturb her. Yi Chen was quite satisfied. Bai Hanyan hadn't disappointed him. Bai Hanyan had been diligently working hard, wasting none of the training invested in her. With sufficient resources being poured into her in the future, it wouldn't be impossible for Bai Hanyan to become a top-tier diva. After seeing Bai Hanyan, Yi Chen took the elevator toward the conference room. As soon as he stepped out of the elevator, Ding He greeted him. President Yi, truly a man of striking appearance and extraordinary bearing. While shaking Yi Chen's hand, Ding He continuously flattered him. How should I put it? Although he's the vice president of Shark Live, strictly speaking, he's just a corporate tool working for the company's shareholders. He doesn't own any shares in Shark Live at all. Given the chance to meet Yi Chen, wouldn't anyone try to curry favor? Watching Ding He fawning over Yi Chen, General Manager Sher was completely dumbfounded, standing there in stunned silence. How could this happen? Chapter 79, let me show you how it's done. After greeting each other, Yi Chen and Ding He walked into the conference room together. At that moment, Yang Xuemin also learned Ding He's true identity. Yang Xuemin deliberately glanced at Manager Sher and couldn't help shaking his head. Just now, this Manager Sher was still showing off because he knew the operations manager of Shark Live. And now, even the vice president of Shark Live is treating their President Yi with utmost respect. Ah, President Yi is simply the best. President Yi, forever the legend. Yang Xuemin held an exceptional admiration for Yi Chen. After reminiscing for a while, Yang Xuemin also stepped into the office. At that moment, only the stone-still Chairman Sher remained in the empty corridor. Chairman Sher still hadn't recovered from the shock. After standing dazed for dozens of seconds, gulp, gulp, President Sher swallowed hard several times before finally regaining some composure. So President Yi from Yilin Talent Agency is truly formidable. Even someone of Ding He's stature would behave with utmost deference before Yi Chen. At this moment, Manager Sher didn't know whether to consider himself fortunate or unfortunate. The fortunate part was that he got to meet Ding He, which indirectly revealed how formidable Yi Chen's status must be, hence he didn't spout nonsense or overstep his bounds in Yi Chen's presence. This meant there was still room for things to be salvaged. Unfortunately, he had already made unreasonable demands to Yang Xuemin in the office moments ago. What to do? What should he do? Manager Sher's mind raced as he frantically searched for a solution. In the end, Manager Sher gritted his teeth. At worst, they could split it 60-40, he'd settle for just 40%. If even that didn't work, he settled for the 30% share in the 70-30 split. A little financial loss didn't matter, as long as they didn't offend this President Yi, everything would work out. President Sher made his decision. Inside the conference room, the contract with Ding He was signed. 3% of Shark Live shares now belong to Yi Chen. Yi Chen has also successfully become a director of Shark Live. Don't underestimate this 3% stake, it's actually quite substantial. Consider this, Chen, the founder of Shark Live and currently its second largest shareholder, holds only 14.7% of the shares. Mr. Zhang, the co-founder of Shark Live and the company's most senior veteran, holds only a 2% or 3% stake. Even with just a 3% stake, Yi Chen wields significant influence at Shark Live. Otherwise, why would Ding Yi go to such lengths to curry favor with Yi Chen? As for who holds the largest stake in Shark Live, heck, it's Tencent Group. Penguin Group is the largest shareholder of Shark Live, holding more than 40% of the shares. Out of curiosity, Yi Chen had looked up this information before. After reading it, he was filled with awe. Truly worthy of its reputation as the legendary Penguin Empire, it seems to have a presence in countless industries. If one day his own ventures could reach the heights of Penguin Group, he wondered how that would feel. For Yi Chen, who now possesses the game, with a monthly salary of 3,000, I am the world's richest, this is not just a dream. One day, Yi Chen's business empire will catch up to and even surpass the Tencent Group. Yi Chen's net worth will also exceed that of Ma, the founder of Tencent Group. And that day will not be far away. Yi Chen was looking forward to this day. After signing the contract, Yi Chen left. As for hosting Ding He for dinner, the task fell to Yang Xuemin. Yang Xuemin was more than happy to handle such matters. On the way back to the villa, Yi Chen called the management of Tianheng Building and mentioned what he had promised to the Chen father and son. The matter was handled quickly. That evening, Yi Chen received a call from Chen Jinzong. Chen Jinzong expressed his deep gratitude to Yi Chen and invited him to attend the company's opening ceremony when the time came. Yi Chen agreed. There's one thing Yi Chen has been putting off for a long time without getting it done. Tomorrow he'll have time, so it's the perfect opportunity to take care of it. His cousin Zhao Xuxian has always treated him so well, going so far as to constantly play matchmaker between him and her best friend Su Ning Shuang just to keep him from staying single. Yi Chen had wanted to buy a gift for her for quite some time, but because of other commitments, it got postponed. Luckily, I have time tomorrow to take care of it, so I won't have to delay any further when things get busy again. The next morning, Yi Chen drove out to personally pick out a small gift for his cousin. At noon, Yi Chen called Zhao Xuxian and invited her out for lunch. Of course, Yi Chen hadn't forgotten about the big meal his cousin had been eagerly mentioning all along. Tonight, all expenses are on young Master Yi. Eat whatever you want. Great. It's just a pity Ning Shuang has to go home tonight, otherwise I'd invite her along, Zhao Xuxian said with some regret. Even now, she still hasn't forgotten her mission to matchmake her younger brother Yi Chen and Ning Shuang. It's alright, next time, there will be plenty of opportunities. Yi Chen spoke. Alright. The two made their agreement. In the evening, Yi Chen drove his Bugatti Veyron to pick up Zhao Xuxian and arrived at a top-tier restaurant in the city center. Knowing that Yi Chen was now doing well, Zhao Xuxian was also quite polite, ordering only some lobster, king crab, black truffle, and the like. She had been dreaming of this meal for a long time. Her younger brother didn't disappoint her, he finally took the initiative to treat her to a lavish feast. Since things have come to this, I can't just stand by without doing anything. I should keep trying to find ways to bring Yi Chen and Ning Shuang together. She truly believes they're perfect for each other. After the meal, Yi Chen wasn't in a hurry to leave, so the two of them strolled around downtown together. As the two walked along the road, a young woman suddenly exclaimed in surprise. Zhao Xuxian? Zhao Xuxian turned her head to look and was equally stunned. Kong Qi? Zhao Xuxian was also surprised. Zhao Xuxian and Kong Qi had met in high school due to certain circumstances, but their relationship was far from good. Being of similar age, Kong Qi constantly compared herself to Zhao Xuxian in every aspect. Academics, artistic talents, even looks or physique, every little thing. But unfortunately, Kong Qi fell slightly short of Zhao Xuxian in every aspect. Since starting university, Kong Qi hadn't seen Zhao Xuxian again. Who would have thought they'd bump into each other while shopping this time? Is this your cousin? What's his name? Yi. Noticing Yi Chen beside Zhao Xuxian, Kong Qi asked. Yi Chen. Zhao Xuxian spoke up. Oh right, it's Yi Chen. Kong Qi suddenly remembered. Your cousin should still be in college now, right? Kong Qi asked suggestively. That's right. What about it? Isn't your cousin also in college? Are you really going? Countered Zhao Xuxian. Zhao Xuxian and Yi Chen were just a year apart, whereas Kong Qi and her cousin appeared to be merely months apart in age. They all attended the same high school, though not particularly close, most of them knew each other. Really? Going to school? Kong Qi let out a cold laugh. What's the point of going to school? My cousin dropped out last year, and now he's a top live streamer on Kuaishou. Speaking of her cousin, Kong Qi brimmed with pride and began to boast. My cousin now has countless fans. Every day he does live commerce and makes millions in income each month. Passers-by nearby overheard Kong Qi's words and stopped in their tracks. $1 million a month, utterly terrifying. It was beyond the imagination of many. Today's my birthday, and my cousin deliberately prepared a grand gift for me, asked me to wait right here. Kong Qi continued to show off. Since we've met today, let's take a look together and broaden your horizons. Chapter 80, Small Gift. Kong Qi was excessively smug. Today is her birthday, and her cousin has become a big live streamer earning millions monthly. He said he specially prepared a grand gift for her. Her cousin asked her to wait right here. She never expected to run into Zhao Xuxian and her brother. Since they've finally crossed paths, she must seize this opportunity. Back in high school, I couldn't compare to Zhao Xuxian in any aspect. But now it's different. When it comes to having an outstanding younger brother, Zhao Xuxian definitely can't compete with her. Her cousin is a big-time streamer with millions of followers who used to earn hundreds of thousands each month. Now that he's started participating in the popular live stream shopping sector, his income has even reached 7 figures. As the saying goes, when a man gains the Tao, even his pets ascend to heaven. Naturally, she was extremely proud of her exceptionally capable cousin. Kong Chi's words had just faded when a tall, young man approached from not far away. Cousin. Upon seeing this tall young man, Kong Chi greeted him warmly. This young man was none other than Kong Chi's cousin, a top streamer on a certain platform, Han Gaojia. Sis, wait a moment. The birthday gift I prepared for you is about to be delivered. Han Gaojia declared confidently right off the bat. Hearing Han Gaojia's words, Kong Chi grew even more curious. What kind of gift is it? Kong Chi asked. Nothing much, just a luxury car. Han Gaojia wore an enigmatic expression. A luxury car? Damn. Was her cousin really about to give her such an extravagant gift? Truly worthy of being her cousin, so impressive, undoubtedly far superior to Zhao Shushuan's cousin. The bystanders nearby also wore looks of astonishment on their faces upon hearing this. Gifting a luxury car as a birthday present is just absurd. A luxury car, at the very least, would cost several 100,000 yuan. This young man casually drives luxury cars, how impressive is that? After glancing around smugly, Kong Chi's gaze finally settled on Zhao Shuxian. Oh, my cousin is still the most impressive after all. Kong Chi looked at Zhao Shuxian with an arrogant expression, thoroughly pleased with herself. Isn't this Zhao Shuxian and Yichen? Han Gaojia also noticed Zhao Shuxian and Yichen nearby. Of course, Han Gaojia knew about the strained relationship between his cousin Kong Chi and Zhao Shuxian. Right from the start, Han Gaojia didn't hold back. By the way, Yichen is still in school, isn't he? Han Gaojia asked. Yes, what's wrong? Zhao Shuxian retorted. Education doesn't lead to much future prospects. After graduation, you won't find any decent jobs anyway. Han Gaojia assumed a mentor-like demeanor toward Yichen. Yichen still needs to keep working hard. Strive to earn $1 million a month like me in the future. Heh, cousin, you're overthinking it. Kong Chi sneered and remarked sarcastically. Do you think everyone can be as outstanding as you? Others struggle for 10 years just to achieve a fraction of your excellence. While the two were gloating, a tow truck slowly pulled over by the roadside not far away. On the tow truck sat a brand new pink Ferrari. Instantly, the attention of everyone present was completely drawn to this pink Ferrari. That's so stylish. A pink Ferrari, I'm totally in love with it. Bystanders gazed at the pink Ferrari with undisguised envy. Wow. By the roadside, Kong Chi let out an exclamation of astonishment, overwhelmed with excitement. Brother, is this the luxury car you're giving me? Kong Chi couldn't help tremble with excitement. A Ferrari. Never had she imagined that the luxury car her brother would give her would be a Ferrari. A Ferrari must cost at least several million, right? Little brother actually gave it to me. This is incredible. Clearly, my cousin is far superior to Zhao Shushuan's cousin in every way. He was far more generous with his spending, nothing like that Yichen fellow could ever compare. When Kong Chi spoke, everyone present couldn't help but turn their gaze towards Han Gaoji. Impressive. Now that's what I call generosity. If only I had such a wonderful younger brother. The crowd chattered away, each person voicing their admiration. Ha! Caught under so many watchful gazes, Han Gaojia froze, momentarily at a loss for how to respond. When Han Gaojia remained silent, Kong Chi felt even more certain of her suspicions. This pink Ferrari is mine. See, my cousin gave me a Ferrari for my birthday present. Kong Chi turned around and boasted to Zhao Shuxian. What could your cousin possibly give you for your birthday? A bicycle, or maybe an electric scooter? Kong Chi's tone was dripping with disdain. Meanwhile, a staff member in a black suit stepped down from the tow truck. Hand over the keys. I'm about to become the proud owner of this Ferrari. Kong Chi quickened her pace, already itching to take a seat in the Ferrari. Oh, are you Miss Zhao? Hearing Kong Chi say this, the staff member asked with extreme politeness. Miss Zhao? What Miss Zhao? What do you mean Miss Zhao? My surname is Kong, I'm Miss Kong. Kong Chi corrected, then said urgently. Hurry and give me the key. Your surname is Kong? The staff member frowned, then shook his head and refused. Sorry, this Ferrari is for Miss Zhao, not for you. I can't give you the keys. Hearing this, Kong Chi froze. Not only her, but even the bystanders were baffled. What's going on? Cao Jia, isn't this Ferrari the one you bought and gave to me? Kong Chi turned her head in puzzlement to ask her cousin. This. Han Gaojia stammered, avoiding a direct answer. I bought this Ferrari. Yichen spoke up, saying calmly. This was the little gift Yichen had prepared for his cousin, Zhao Shuxian. Whoosh! Instantly, all eyes in the room focused on Yichen. Did Yichen buy this car? This came as a surprise to everyone. After freezing for a few seconds, Kong Chi let out a cold laugh, completely disbelieving Yichen's words. You bought this Ferrari? Ha, why don't you just say? Kong Chi hadn't finished speaking when the Ferrari staff member interrupted. Oh, Mr. Yi is here too. The staff member greeted Yi Chen with utmost deference. As per your instructions, we've delivered the car. Hearing the staff's words, Kong Chi was stunned. As per your instructions? Doesn't this indirectly prove that Yi Chen was the one who bought this Ferrari? Kong Chi's expression froze completely. Beside him, Han Gaojie, who had been acting smug just moments ago, was now staring at Yi Chen with utter shock. This was something he had never anticipated. Yi Chen, whom he had looked down on earlier, had just casually gifted a Ferrari worth millions? How was that even possible? It's just a Ferrari. My cousin gave me a luxury car that definitely won't be worse than your Ferrari, Kong Chi said stubbornly. Before her words had even faded, another tow truck came driving up. On this tow truck was a white BMW 3 Series worth over 300,000 yuan. Chapter 81. What exactly is Yi Chen's identity? The tow truck also pulled over nearby, with BMW staff members similarly stepping out. Mr. Han, we've delivered the BMW 3 Series you ordered. After getting out, the staff member scanned the surroundings before finally settling his gaze on Han Gaojie. The BMW 3 Series? Kong Chi, who had just been putting on a tough front, was instantly dumbfounded. The so-called luxury car her cousin had bought for her was just a 300,000 yuan BMW 3 Series? How could this happen? In an instant, Kong Chi's face turned red as a monkey's butt. So embarrassing. She had just been stubborn and boastful, claiming that the luxury car gifted by her cousin would definitely not be worse than the Ferrari Yi Chen had given her. But now, the car her cousin gave her turned out to be just a BMW 3 Series. A BMW 3 Series worth over 300,000 yuan, compared to a Ferrari worth millions. How can these two even be compared? How many tiers apart are BMW and Ferrari anyway? It turns out the real badass is Yi Chen. Just now, I noticed this young man hadn't said a word. Turns out he's the real big shot. Coming out swinging with a Ferrari, now that's impressive. Several passers-by gazed at Yi Chen with undisguised admiration, sighing in awe. Too powerful. So the true heavyweight was this unassuming Yi Chen all along. Sis, go sign the papers, Yi Chen said to Zhao Shuxian. In the eyes of ordinary people, a Ferrari is already considered a luxury car, something they can only dream of. But to the current Yi Chen, it meant nothing at all, not even a drop in the bucket. His cousin had always been very kind to him, even introducing him to her best friend, Senior Su, right after school started. Gifting yourself a Ferrari is pretty ordinary. Yi Chen gifted the car to make it more convenient for Zhao Shuxian to get around in the future. As for the price, Yi Chen didn't give it a second thought. Ha! Hearing Yi Chen say this, Zhao Shuxian was momentarily stunned. The staff member was quite perceptive and immediately walked over, respectfully handing the contract to Zhao Shuxian. Just sign here, and it'll be done. Taking the contract and pen from the staff member, Zhao Shuxian signed her name in a daze. To this moment, she still hadn't fully processed what had happened. During dinner, my younger brother mentioned giving me a small gift. At the time, Zhao Shuxian didn't pay much attention, thinking it might be something like a necklace or a watch. After all, it was just supposed to be a small gift. But she never could have imagined that the small gift Yi Chen was talking about would turn out to be a Ferrari. This is a Ferrari we're talking about. Is this supposed to be a small gift? Zhao Shuxian was completely stunned. After signing the documents, the staff tactfully withdrew. On the other side, Kong Chi also signed the documents in a daze. She should have been happy. After all, a BMW was something she never dared to dream of before. But now, with Zhao Shuxian as a comparison, she couldn't muster any joy. Her own cousin had gifted her a BMW 3 Series. Zhao Shuxian's cousin gifted her a Ferrari. Have I failed again? Not only can I not compare to Zhao Shuxian, even my own younger brother falls short compared to hers. A wave of defeat washed over me. How did this happen? Han Gaojie looked at Yi Chen with overwhelming emotions. He thought gifting a BMW was already incredibly generous. Who would have imagined that punk Yi Chen would directly gift a Ferrari instead? Compared like this, it's so embarrassing. Especially after bragging so shamelessly just now, the humiliation was absolutely unbearable. It's okay, my cousin is actually a big-time streamer with millions of followers. Kong Chi muttered to herself. It was the only way she could console herself. My cousin earns millions every month, what's a Ferrari to him? He could buy one every 6 months. Yi Chen is still just an ordinary student, they're not even in the same league. Right now, Kong Chi could only boost her confidence a little by comparing their social status, her younger cousin being a top-tier streamer while Yi Chen remained an average student. After all, her cousin was a famous live streamer, whereas Yi Chen was merely an ordinary student. Hearing Kong Chi's words, Han Gaojie straightened his back, regaining his confidence. He was still better than Yi Chen. At that moment, the sound of hurried footsteps approached. An middle-aged man, accompanied by his female secretary, was seen walking briskly towards them from a Bentley parked by the roadside. President Sure? Seeing this middle-aged man, Han Gaojie's eyes immediately widened. This middle-aged man was none other than his boss, President Sure. He was a contracted streamer under President Sure's company. although my cousin thinks she's really awesome. But in the company, being an influencer with millions of followers means absolutely nothing. In the eyes of top management, he's just another worker, a money-making machine at best. Even someone like him rarely gets to see President Shi on normal days. Why is President Shi here? Cousin, who is he? Seeing Han Gaojie's astonishment, Kong Qi asked quietly. This is the chairman of our company, a billionaire worth tens of billions. Han Gaojie explained softly. What? Kong Qi covered her mouth in utter shock. This middle-aged man was actually her younger brother's boss, a billionaire worth tens of billions? Someone of his stature was truly a figure she could only look up to in awe. I'll go say hi to President Shi. Han Gaojie muttered under his breath as he prepared to step forward and greet President Shi. After all, he was one of the major streamers cultivated by the company. President Shi ought to recognize him. Straightening his clothes, Han Gaojie readied himself to make his move. But before Han Gaojie could make a move, President Shi had already taken action. Good day, President Yi. President Shi quickly strode to Yi Chen's side and greeted him with utmost humility. He had just passed by this spot when he inadvertently spotted Yi Chen by the roadside, so he quickly ordered the driver to stop the car. Seeing President Yi, he naturally came over to greet him, hoping to make a good impression in front of the boss. Witnessing President Shi treating Yi Chen with such humble respect, Han Gaojie and Kong Qi were utterly dumbfounded. Wasn't this his cousin's boss, a billionaire tycoon worth tens of billions? Why did he seem like a mere subordinate in front of Yi Chen? This doesn't make sense. Kong Qi wore a look of utter bewilderment, unable to comprehend the situation. Even Han Gaojie was completely shocked. In his impression, President Shi had always been an omnipotent, lofty figure beyond reproach. But now, why is such an exalted figure acting so humble and reverent before Yi Chen? Ah, President Shi. Yi Chen acknowledged President Shi. President Yi, you're too polite. You can just call me Little Shi. Mr. Shi said with fear and trepidation. Just call me Little Shi? Hearing the chairman say this, Han Gaojie nearly spat out blood in shock. Was this still the same aloof and stern chairman he remembered? How could this happen? Kong Qi also looked horrified. Her younger brother's boss actually asked Yi Chen to call him Little Stone? This is too absurd. What exactly is Yi Chen's identity? How could President Shi be brought to such a state? Overcome with curiosity, Han Gaojie couldn't hold back anymore and stepped forward. Hello, Director Shi. Han Gaojie took the initiative to greet Manager Shi. Who are you? However, what Han Gaojie didn't expect was that Manager Shi actually didn't recognize him. Han Gaojie suffered another devastating blow. Director Shi, I'm Han Gaojie, assigned streamer under your company. Han Gaojie explained. Oh, I see. Director Shi nodded. But Manager Shi's next words nearly knocked Han Gaojie off his feet. Let me introduce you, this is President Yi of Yilin Talent Agency. What? The President of Yilin Talent Agency? Chapter 82. A brilliant idea. The President of Yilin Talent Agency? Yi Chen is actually the boss of the renowned Yilin Talent Agency? After hearing President Shi's words, Han Gaojie was utterly astonished. He had heard of Yilin Talent Agency and even knew a few of their signed streamers personally. Among all the talent agencies in Jiangzhou, Yilin Talent Agency ranked at the top. Could Yi Chen really be the boss of Yilin Talent Agency? How is this even possible? Not far away, Kong Qi heard every word of the conversation between Han Gaojie and President Shi. At this moment, her face was filled with disbelief. She couldn't believe any of this was real, though she had no idea exactly what Yilin Talent Agency was like. But if the boss showed such deference to Yi Chen, could Yilin Talent Agency really be ordinary? It must be a major company. In her subconscious, Yi Chen was merely an ordinary student or perhaps a rich second-generation heir. Yet now, her cousin's boss claimed Yi Chen was actually the owner of a major corporation? This was vastly different from what she had imagined. Kong Qi stood there rigidly, her face ashen. She had lost again. Lost once more. With a faint sigh, Kong Qi suddenly seemed drained of all energy. She had lost count of how many times she'd been defeated. Previously it hadn't mattered much, but today she'd thought, with her cousin's help, she might finally outplay Zhao Shuxian. Never did she expect things to turn out this way. At first, she was bragging about how expensive the gift her cousin gave her was. Turns out her cousin gave her a BMW 3 Series, but Zhao Shuxuan's cousin gave her a Ferrari. 300,000 versus several million. Instantly, she was overshadowed. Just now, she was bragging about her cousin being a big-time streamer, making $1 million a month. But turns out Zhao Shuxuan's cousin is actually the president of a major corporation? Her cousin was just a high-earning wage worker at best. Yet his cousin is a company boss. There's no comparing the difference between them. Being crushed by Zhao Shuxian was bad enough. Now even her cousin had been mercilessly trampled by Zhao Shuxuan's cousin. Such is fate. This time, she had thoroughly admitted defeat. After listening to CEO Shi's introduction and glancing at Yi Chen, Han Gaojie's face turned deathly pale. He had actually been so insolent in front of Yi Chen just now. He was done for. Han Gaojia was trembling with extreme nervousness and fear. After introducing Yi Chen, President Shi was about to have Han Gaojia greet him. However, before he could speak, he suddenly noticed Han Gaojia's expression had changed. Having navigated the business world for over 20 years, President Shi had encountered all sorts of situations. He only hesitated for a brief moment. Soon enough, he had pieced together most of what had just happened. That anchor from our company must have gotten too unbridled in front of President Yi just now. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been this terrified after learning President Ye's identity. Bastard! President Shi cursed furiously in his heart. Right now, he could practically strangle Han Gaojia with his bare hands. After all my efforts to please President Yi, this bastard actually dared to disrespect him. Are you looking for death? Pack your things and get out. You're no longer a host at our company. Though President Shi wanted to curse loudly or even beat Han Gaojia up, he restrained himself in front of Yi Chen. Please don't, Director Shi. Han Gaojia panicked instantly. After all, his streamer account belonged to the company. If he got fired, his live stream channel would be gone, and so would his income. Without the channel and the ability to stream, he'd be completely finished. Not to mention earning $1 million per month, I probably couldn't even make $10,000 a month. Han Gaojia quickly begged for mercy, pleading with President Shi to let him off. Yi Chen didn't want to waste any more time here. After bidding farewell to President Shi, he left with his cousin. Yi Chen and Zhao Shuxian went to a shop and bought some drinks. At this moment, Zhao Shuxian finally regained her composure. It's too valuable, you should keep it. Zhao Shuxian returned the Ferrari keys to Yi Chen. It was all too sudden. Zhao Shuxian wasn't mentally prepared. She had thought before that if Yi Chen gave her a watch or a necklace, she would just accept it. After all, Yi Chen had said it was just a small gift. But she never expected that Yi Chen would give her a Ferrari. It cost millions, far too extravagant for a gift. What's all this politeness? Think of me as an outsider? Yi Chen returned the car keys to Zhao Shuxian. To the current Yi Chen, a Ferrari was truly just a drop in the bucket, nothing to fuss about. With a car, you'll have it much easier getting around in the future. It's just an ordinary Ferrari, not expensive at all. In the end, Zhao Shuxian accepted the Ferrari. She knew Yi Chen was different now. The Ferrari truly meant nothing to him. There was nothing she could give in return to her younger brother. All she could do was work faster to bring him and Ningxuan together from now on. After finishing their drinks, Yi Chen and Zhao Shuxian went their separate ways. Yi Chen drove his Bugatti Veyron back to his villa. Zhao Shuxian also had a driver's license, though perhaps being her first time driving a supercar, she drove relatively slowly but without any major issues. As usual, Yi Chen waited until midnight. For the past 2 days, the game store hadn't refreshed anything that particularly caught Yi Chen's interest. Looking at today's refreshed items in the 2-star store, Yi Chen's eyes lit up. He spotted a rather intriguing product. Jiangzhou Sky Amusement Park, value, 300 million, price, 4 yuan. Feitian Amusement Park is one of the most popular amusement parks in Jiangzhou, covering an expansive area. It boasts numerous attractions such as roller coasters, Ferris wheels, giant pendulum rides, haunted houses, and drop towers, popular among young people. The monthly profits of Feitian Amusement Park are quite substantial. After seeing Feitian Amusement Park, Yi Chen instantly knew what he would purchase today. At the same time, the Flying Sky Amusement Park stands as the most valuable item in today's 2-star mall. Purchase. Yi Chen clicked to buy and proceeded with the payment. Ding! Congratulations on your successful purchase of Jiangzhou Sky Amusement Park, making you the new owner of Sky Amusement Park. The game notified Yi Chen that the purchase was successful. $4 for something worth 300 million, what a bargain. Yi Chen smiled with satisfaction. Apart from the Sky Amusement Park, the other products were quite average. For the second item, Yi Chen bought the most valuable one among them. After making the purchase, Yi Chen went on to attend to other matters. The next morning, Yi Chen headed straight to the milk tea shop where he had arranged to meet Su Linger. It was Saturday, and they had made plans a few days earlier. At that time, Su Linger mysteriously said she had come up with an excellent opportunity for Yi Chen to pursue Su Ningxuan. Before Yi Chen could even respond, Su Linger had already hung up the phone. Yesterday, Su Linger called again, and the two discussed a meeting location. Meanwhile, at a milk tea shop in the city center, Su Linger and her two besties were sipping bubble tea. Brother-in-law should be arriving soon. Su Linger glanced at her phone and muttered, "Linger, is your brother-in-law really as handsome as you say?" Her short-haired best friend next to her asked curiously. Of course. Su Linger nodded confidently. Even more handsome than Huang Xifeng, another long straight-haired best friend chimed in. Huang Xifeng was a recently risen heartthrob idol who had captured the hearts of countless young women. Absolutely, my brother-in-law is the most handsome, Su Linger said proudly. Hearing Su Linger's words, her two best friends exchanged a glance. Clearly, neither of them quite believed what Su Linger had said. How could Su Linger's brother-in-law possibly be that handsome? Chapter 83 Simple, just buy it. Seeing Linger so confident, her two best friends decided not to argue further and changed the subject. By the way Linger, where shall we go play later? The short-haired best friend asked. Linger just said to hang out on Saturday, but didn't mention where. Hee, it's a secret. Su Linger smiled mysteriously. Where to go today is actually related to helping my brother-in-law pursue my older sister. With my brother-in-law absent, there's no way she'll spill the beans now. Today, aside from my brother-in-law, she conveniently invited my older sister out too. Sigh, I really have it tough always planning everything out for my brother-in-law. Su Linger sighed inwardly. After being so good to my brother-in-law, it's not too much to take advantage of him a little, right? As the three chatted, a handsome young man slowly pushed open the shop door. Brother-in-law, we're over here. When she saw this handsome guy, Su Linger excitedly waved at him. This handsome dude was naturally Yi Chen. Seeing Linger wave, her two best friends also turned to look. In an instant, both of their eyes went wide with astonishment. At this moment, they completely believed Linger's words from earlier. Linger's brother-in-law is indeed very handsome. Yi Chen walked over and sat down. Brother-in-law, I was afraid you wouldn't be able to ask her out, so I've already invited my elder sister for you. How about that? Thoughtful, right? Su Linger came to Yi Chen seeking praise for her efforts. You're such a good person, Yi Chen said. Ding, a nice guy card issued. Hearing Yi Chen's words, Su Linger froze in surprise. Is my brother-in-law praising me? Why does it sound so awkward to my ears? But she couldn't argue with Yi Chen either. There was no way she could claim she wasn't a good person. Brother-in-law, I'll tell you today's plan as long as you agree to one small request of mine. Su Linger spoke. What request? I haven't thought of it yet. Don't worry, it won't be unreasonable. Su Linger couldn't immediately think of how to benefit from her brother-in-law just yet, so she decided to save this request for later to consider more carefully. Alright then. Yi Chen nodded. Brother-in-law, I'm going to the amusement park today. Su Linger went straight to the point. Amusement park? Hearing this, Yi Chen raised an eyebrow. I checked a few amusement parks in Zhangzhou. Let's go to Skyland Amusement Park today. Su Linger asked mysteriously. This is your grand plan? Yi Chen had thought Su Linger would propose something astonishing, never expecting it to be just visiting an amusement park. Brother-in-law, let me tell you something. My big sister is terrified of ghosts, and the haunted house at Feitian Amusement Park is famous throughout Zhangzhou. Su Linger explained her reason for wanting to visit Feitian Amusement Park. When we enter the haunted house later, once my sister gets scared, won't you have the perfect chance to showcase your heroic charm, sweep her into your arms, and deepen your bond? Su Linger gave Yi Chen a knowing look. You're truly your sister's good little sister. Yi Chen praised Su Linger. With a sister like this, Senior Su has nothing to worry about. She'll definitely get sold out. So, brother-in-law, was I clever or what? Su Linger raised her chin haughtily and spoke with pride. I have no problem with it, but are you scared of haunted houses? Yi Chen asked curiously. Me? How could I possibly be scared? I'm fearless when it comes to haunted houses, none of them scare me. Su Linger declared confidently. Seeing that neither he nor Su Linger had any objections, Yi Chen turned his gaze to Su Linger's two friends. Of course I'm not afraid either. Seeing Yi Chen glance at her, the bob-cut best friend declared with full confidence. What haunted house? The word fear doesn't even exist in my dictionary. The long straight-haired best friend thumped her chest in assurance. Now that it's settled, let's go. I told my sister we'd meet directly at the entrance of Sky Amusement Park. Su Linger suggested. She deliberately arranged for her brother-in-law and older sister to meet at separate locations. This way, it would be easier for her to conspire with her brother-in-law. Otherwise, she and her brother-in-law would be discussing how to trick her own elder sister while the sister listens right beside them. She wouldn't get away without a beating from her elder sister. Alright. Several rose to their feet. Oh no, something's wrong with Linger. Suddenly, my long-haired, dark-haired best friend looked at her phone in surprise and said, What's wrong? Linger, I checked online, Fly Sky Amusement Park isn't open today. My long-haired best friend said helplessly. Apparently, Fly Sky Amusement Park is undergoing maintenance on some rides today, so it's closed. What? Hearing this, Su Linger was stunned. Feitian Amusement Park is closed? After all the planning and effort she'd put in, Feitian Amusement Park wasn't operating? How embarrassing was this? Alas, it's all over. Damn it. Su Linger instantly lost her spirit, utterly disappointed. Her two best friends were also filled with regret. They barely managed to come out together for some fun, only to find the amusement park unexpectedly closed. What a disappointment. No worries, follow me. Yi Chen spoke up. Hearing Yi Chen's words, Su Linger and her two best friends were completely bewildered. What did you say, brother-in-law? The Sky Amusement Park isn't operational. Su Linger asked in confusion. Just follow me. With that, Yi Chen took the lead and walked outside. Su Linger and her two close friends were extremely curious about what Yi Chen was taking them to do. Let's go. Su Linger spoke up. Since her brother-in-law had said so, of course she chose to trust him. Su Linger and her two best friends followed closely behind. Fortunately, anticipating that Su Linger might not be alone today, Yi Chen had driven the Bentley. Otherwise, the Bugatti Veyron wouldn't have been able to accommodate so many people. Wow! Looking at Yi Chen's Bentley, Su Linger's two best friends were utterly astonished. Linger's brother-in-law is simply too outstanding. Not only is he handsome, but he's also wealthy? With all three of them on board, Yi Chen drove away. On the way, Su Linger and her two companions were guessing whether Yi Chen was taking them to a different amusement park. Half an hour later, they arrived at their destination. After getting out of the car, everyone froze in place. They found themselves standing before the Flying Heaven amusement park's entrance. Brother-in-law didn't take them to another amusement park. Though some distance from the entrance, the notice was clearly visible. Today, Sky Amusement Park is closed for business. Su Linger wanted to ask Yi Chen, since Sky Amusement Park wasn't open, what had brother-in-law brought them here for? But before she could speak, a car pulled up beside them. It was her cousin Su Ningxuang. Ha! Spotting Yi Chen unexpectedly present, Su Ningxuang froze momentarily before revealing a faint smile. The group exchanged courteous greetings. Not open today. Should we go somewhere else? Upon learning that the place was closed, Su Ningxuang suggested changing locations too. If they're not open, how could she possibly get in? Don't worry, follow me. With that, Yi Chen took the lead and walked toward the entrance of Flying Heaven amusement park. Under the astonished gazes of the others, Yi Chen merely said one word to the staff at the entrance and effortlessly walked in. He didn't even buy a ticket. Witnessing this, Su Linger and the others were completely dumbfounded. What's going on? Come in, Yi Chen said to them. The group walked over nervously. In the end, they also passed through the entrance smoothly and entered the soaring amusement park. Not a single staff member even attempted to stop them. Su Linger and the others were completely baffled. Why is this happening? Brother-in-law, how did you do it? Su Linger asked with great confusion. The Fly Sky amusement park wasn't open for business, yet brother-in-law actually led them straight through the main entrance. They didn't even need to buy tickets. Su Linger and the others were utterly bewildered. It's simple, just buy the place, Yi Chen replied calmly. Chapter 84 Social Suicide. Why not just buy it? Yi Chen's words thoroughly shocked everyone present. Buy it? Buy what? Buy Fly Sky amusement park? Shocked expressions appeared on their faces. You must be joking. Brother-in-law, did you really buy Soaring Sky amusement park? Su Linger's little face was full of disbelief. Of course. Yi Chen nodded. They had absolutely no idea about the formidable power of money. Watching Yi Chen's calm and indifferent demeanor, everyone's hearts trembled once more. If the amusement park won't open, just buy it? Listen to what you're saying? Is this the legendary display of shameless extravagance? Su Linger's two best friends were utterly astonished inwardly. Linger's brother-in-law is truly a man of many talents, and billions. Brother-in-law, you know I've really taken a liking to Thompson Riverside in Shanghai, but I don't have property there. Do you think you could buy Thompson Riverside for me too? Su Linger asked Yi Chen with a beaming smile. Do you think selling you off would be worth one apartment in Thompson Riverside? Yi Chen retorted. As one of the most famous luxury estates in Shanghai, the average price per square meter at Thompson Riviera reaches 200,000 to 300,000 yuan. Even an ordinary unit there would cost tens of millions, not to mention purchasing the entire Thompson Riviera complex. Not to mention Yi Chen's current state, even the richest person in Jiangzhou wouldn't have that kind of financial capacity. If you can't buy Thompson Riverside, that's fine. I think the Atlantis Hotel in Sanya is quite nice too. Brother-in-law, why don't you buy that instead? Su Linger played the role of a self-styled strategist, giving Yi Chen suggestions with great enthusiasm. The Atlantis Hotel, a 7-star establishment, epitomizes unparalleled luxury. The most famous feature of the Atlantis Hotel is its luxurious underwater suite costing 100,000 per night. Purchasing it probably isn't much easier than buying a unit in Thompson Riviera. Go play somewhere else. Yi Chen waved dismissively at the daydreaming Su Linger before leading the rest of the group into the amusement park. Due to maintenance checks on some attractions, only about half of the rides at Feitian Amusement Park are operational today. Before coming, Yi Chen had already contacted the park's manager. Upon learning that the new owner was coming to visit, the manager immediately made arrangements, and staff quickly took their positions. With no need to queue, the overall experience improved significantly. After playing a few small attractions, the group arrived at the main event of their visit, the haunted house at Feitian Amusement Park. The haunted house at Feitian Amusement Park is notoriously difficult among all the amusement parks in Jiangzhou. As soon as they approached the haunted house, the first things that caught their eyes were a skull-adorned flag and the pitch-black entrance behind it. Just as Su Linger had said, seeing this sight made Su Ningxuang's heart race uncontrollably, and she began to feel nervous. But in front of Yi Chen, Su Ningxuang refused to admit she was afraid. So Su Ningxuang moved a bit closer to Yi Chen, almost pressing against him. Facing the pitch-black entrance, Su Linger and her short-haired friend were momentarily stunned but handled it relatively well. However, Su Linger's raven-haired friend who had boasted what haunted house? The word fear doesn't even exist in my dictionary immediately turned pale and began trembling uncontrollably. The word fear nearly showed plainly on his face. Any questions, everyone? If not, we're going in. Yi Chen asked. Of course, no problem. Su Linger declared confidently. I'm fine. The short-haired best friend froze for a moment before finally speaking. No problem. After a long pause, the girl with straight black hair slowly opened her mouth to speak. Meanwhile, Su Ningshuang, who was pressed right next to Yi Chen, felt completely secure and remained entirely unaffected. Under Yi Chen's lead, the group headed toward the haunted house. Yi Chen and the others walked ahead, while Su Linger's raven-haired best friend moved as slowly as a snail, as if weighted down by iron chains on her feet. Just as they reached the entrance, the long-haired girl in black couldn't take another step. I drank too much water and need to use the restroom. You guys go in first, no need to wait for me. Suddenly, the girl with long black hair spoke. With that, the girl with long black hair immediately turned around and quickly ran outside without looking back. In the blink of an eye, the girl with long black hair, who usually couldn't even twist open a mineral water bottle cap, vanished with a speed comparable to that of a sprint champion. No sooner had she entered than someone ran away. Su Linger and her short-haired best friend exchanged glances. I wonder who just said the word fear doesn't exist in their dictionary. Su Linger said disdainfully, casting a contemptuous look at her long straight-haired friend. She had always been fearless to the point of defying heaven, afraid of absolutely nothing. This wasn't her first time visiting a haunted house, she was brimming with confidence. Exactly. Beside her, her short-haired best friend hesitated for a few seconds before chiming in. We too are the truly brave ones. Seeing how the long straight-haired girl had obviously fled in terror, the group didn't wait and pressed forward into the haunted house's depths. But after walking just half a minute, at a pitch-black intersection where they had just turned, a ghostly mask-wearing mannequin suddenly appeared. Though Yi Chen and Su Ningshuang were walking ahead, the sight still made Su Linger and her bob-haired best friend walking behind scream instantly. The two terrified girls clung to each other in fright. Although Su Ningshuang was somewhat frightened, she merely instinctively grabbed Yi Chen's arm, appearing much calmer compared to the two girls behind her. Su Linger recovered relatively quickly, regaining her composure after just a short while. But the next moment, the short-haired girl abruptly turned around and sprinted back toward the entrance they'd come from. In no time, she had vanished completely. You said you weren't scared, but look who's tougher now. Another close friend had fled in fright, stirring an inexplicable sense of superiority in Su Linger's heart. Just moments ago, this short-haired girl had confidently guaranteed that no haunted house could possibly scare her. Yet barely 30 seconds inside, she was already running away in terror. Coward! Su Linger grumbled as she followed Yi Chen and Su Ningshuang deeper inside again. Though her words were defiant, her expression visibly changed, and her steps involuntarily slowed. After about a minute of walking normally, a skeleton suddenly fell from above right in front of the trio. Su Linger was so frightened her face turned pale. Last time at least she'd had her best friend to cling onto. This time, with no best friend around, Su Linger grabbed Yi Chen's arm from the right side in sheer panic. Meanwhile, Su Ningshuang was walking on Yi Chen's left. Su Linger was nearly scared to tears. Brother-in-law, sis, my best friend went to the bathroom earlier and hasn't come back yet. I'm worried about her, I'll go check and come right back. Though trembling on the verge of tears, Su Linger still managed to find herself an excuse to leave. With that, before Yi Chen and Su Ningshuang could speak, Su Linger released Yi Chen and turned to run toward the entrance. In the end, only Yi Chen and Su Ningshuang remained there. Su Ningshuang held onto Yi Chen's arm as they continued forward. Meanwhile, having quickly made her way out of the haunted house, Su Linger gasped for air, trying to calm her racing heart. That scared me to death, that scared me to death. Su Linger patted her chest and muttered under her breath. At this moment, Su Linger's two best friends were also at the entrance. How did the two of you end up here? Su Linger saw her two best friends and asked in surprise. We thought you'd definitely be scared enough to run out too, so we waited here together for you. The long straight-haired girl replied. Su Linger instantly froze in embarrassment. How could that be? I'm not scared at all. I just wanted to give my sister and brother-in-law some alone time to strengthen their relationship. Pfft, what do you little girls know? Su Linger wore an inscrutable expression. Oh, really? My long-haired, raven-locked bestie walked over and showed me the short video she'd just taken. Scared me to death, scared me to death. Soon afterwards, Su Linger's voice came through the phone. Chapter 85. As for Su Ningshuang, naturally she was in Yi Chen's arms. Su Linger died of embarrassment instantly. Aha, I'm going to kill you. Su Linger screamed. Someone's trying to silence a witness in cold blood, run for your lives. The long straight black-haired girl reacted swiftly, grabbing her phone and running out at once. Naturally, Su Linger wasn't about to let her best friend off that easily, so she immediately gave chase. Scared me to death, scared me to death. Before Su Linger could catch up to her long-haired best friend, from the other side, the short-haired girl's phone also transmitted Su Linger's voice. She had just recorded the video too. Aha! Su Linger exploded, nearly going insane. Why did everyone record her embarrassing moment just now? This is so embarrassing. Su Linger has her pride to maintain. The short-haired girl clearly didn't react as quickly as the girl with long black hair earlier. While she was still playing the video, Su Linger had already rushed towards her. The short-haired girl only ran a few steps before Su Linger grabbed her. In the end, under Su Linger's threat, the short-haired girl had no choice but to reluctantly delete the video she had just taken. With the first one dealt with, Su Linger turned her attention to the second. Unfortunately, despite her efforts, Su Linger never managed to catch up to the long-haired girl with dark locks. In the end, the girl with long black hair promised she would never share the video, and the two finally reconciled. After more than 10 minutes of commotion, there was still no sign of Yi Chen and Su Ninghuang coming out. Su Linger concluded that with her brother-in-law around, even if her sister was afraid of ghosts, she wouldn't quit. Let's go, we'll wait for them at the exit. Su Linger arrived at the haunted house exit with her two best friends, waiting for Yi Chen and Su Ninghuang to come out. I wonder how brother-in-law and the others will come out later. Standing at the exit, Su Linger and her two best friends were burning with curiosity. They couldn't wait to see what state Yi Chen and Su Ninghuang would be in when they emerged. I'm so excited. After waiting for 10 or 20 minutes, footsteps finally approached. But upon closer listening, the footsteps seemed somewhat heavy, and there appeared to be only one person walking. What's going on? With intense curiosity, the three of them fixed their gaze unblinkingly on the entrance. A few seconds later, under everyone's gaze, Yi Chen emerged on his own. As for Su Ninghuang, she was in Yi Chen's arms. Midway, despite Yi Chen's presence, Su Ninghuang, who had feared ghosts since childhood, still grew frightened. Ultimately, Yi Chen lifted Su Ninghuang in a princess carry. At this moment, Su Ninghuang was nestled in Yi Chen's embrace, her eyes closed and head resting on his shoulder. Witnessing this scene, Su Linger and the other two girls stood frozen in astonishment. They had only intended to watch some entertainment. How did they end up being force-fed this display of affection? Public displays of affection really aren't appetizing to bystanders. This scene right now is like taking 1,000,000 points of critical hit for these single ladies. Their hearts ache so badly. They came here to have fun, so why are they always the ones getting hurt? They've had enough of this couple's public affection. They don't want to eat this dog food anymore. It's unbearable. Single dogs bear too much pain. On the other hand, realizing they were out, Su Ninghuang also detached herself from Yi Chen's embrace. Standing back on the ground, Su Ninghuang adjusted her hair. At this moment, Su Ninghuang's face was red all the way to her ears, and her heartbeat was frighteningly fast. Thank you, Junior Yi. Taking a deep breath, Su Ninghuang spoke somewhat shyly to Yi Chen. She had gotten scared halfway through. If it weren't for Junior Yi being there, she truly wouldn't have known what to do. Junior Yi must be tired after carrying me halfway. I'm fine. Yi Chen waved his hand and stretched his waist. To be honest, I'm really a bit tired. After all, it's been quite a while. Of course, it's just a tiny bit, really nothing much. Seems I'm a bit out of shape lately, need to exercise more going forward. Otherwise, there might be problems in certain situations. Yi Chen and Su Ninghuang walked toward Su Linger and the others who weren't far away. While Su Ninghuang wasn't looking, Su Linger gave Yi Chen a brother-in-law, "You're amazing" glance. Big bro-in-law really came through. Things were unfolding even better than she'd imagined. Of course, Su Linger didn't forget to claim credit from Yi Chen. Since I came up with such a brilliant idea and put in so much effort, my brother-in-law better bribe me properly. Otherwise, there won't be a next time. Her role as a double agent is still quite important. After resting for a while, the group went to enjoy other attractions. While Su Linger wasn't paying attention, the girl with long straight black hair suddenly approached Yi Chen. "Senior Yi, may I add you on WeChat? There's something I'd like to share with you." The black-haired girl suddenly asked to add Yi Chen on WeChat. Yi Chen couldn't very well refuse, and truth be told he was curious about what she wanted to share, so they ended up adding each other on WeChat. After adding WeChat, Yi Chen soon received a video from the girl with long black straight hair. Yi Chen instinctively clicked on the video without muting it or anything. "It scared me to death, it scared me to death." The next second, Su Linger's slightly trembling voice came through the phone. Su Linger, who had been contemplating what to play next, suddenly froze in embarrassment. Another social nightmare strikes. Ha ha ha. Watching Su Linger's flustered expression in the video, recalling her earlier confident declarations and contemptuous looks, both Yi Chen and Su Ninghuang burst into uncontrollable laughter. "Don't look, stop looking." Su Linger quickly stopped Yi Chen. "Wenwen, what did you promise me?" Another social death moment. Su Linger angrily confronted her long-haired best friend. Wenwen actually showed that video to her brother-in-law. Her lifelong reputation was ruined just like that. "Didn't you promise never to share that video in the future?" Su Linger asked. Correct, I said in the future, but that doesn't include today. The straight-haired girl with black hair explained. The words just now were spoken by the previous one. If you want someone to take responsibility, go find that one from before. Linger's brother-in-law had invited them to enjoy the exclusive venue treatment without spending a single cent. She felt somewhat uncomfortable about it. To express her gratitude to Yi Chen, she specially gave him the video as a token of appreciation. Don't you dare run away. Though the straight-haired girl managed to dash off, she was eventually caught by Su Linger, and the video in her phone was deleted. Now, the video that Yi Chen had just saved remained as the sole survivor. Knowing she couldn't force things with her brother-in-law, breaking from her usual demeanor, Su Linger approached Yi Chen with a sweet smile and playful coquetry. Brother-in-law? Su Linger fawned over Yi Chen coquettishly. Yi Chen wasn't buying it. In the end, Su Linger didn't make Yi Chen delete the video, and like a pufferfish puffing up with anger, she huffed the entire way. After that, the group played a few more attractions before leaving. Some rides in the amusement park were under maintenance for safety reasons, so Yi Chen didn't take them there. Though it wasn't fully satisfying, today was extremely joyful except for Su Linger. The group agreed to come together again next time. Su Linger and her two close girlfriends took a taxi back by themselves. Meanwhile, Yi Chen drove Su Ningxuang home. 20 minutes later, Yi Chen arrived at the villa where Su Ningxuang lived. Junior Yi, you must be tired. Come in and rest for a while. Su Ningxuang invited Yi Chen to her home. Chapter 86, 2 Special Items. Next time. Today I didn't prepare anything. Today is the weekend. Senior sister Su's parents are very likely to be at home. Recalling the way Senior Su's mother had looked at him like a prospective son-in-law last time, Yi Chen tactfully declined. What if Senior Su's parents are both home? That would be awkward for me. Alright then. Su Ningxuang said with some regret. By the way, Junior Yi, the day after tomorrow is my birthday. I'm hosting a party at home in the evening, you must come. Su Ningxuang invited Yi Chen again. No problem. Yi Chen nodded, it was a trivial matter. As long as I don't have to face Su Ningxuang's parents alone, it's fine. Okay, got it. See you later, Junior Yi. Stay safe. Su Ningxuang bid farewell to Yi Chen. Yi Chen slowly drove away in his car. As Yi Chen exited the villa district, a black Mercedes-Benz with a standing emblem passed right by him. Yi Chen didn't pay attention, but the owner of the black Mercedes was momentarily stunned. This car looks somewhat familiar. The owner of the black Mercedes-Benz muttered softly to himself he might have seen it once before, but couldn't quite remember. Perhaps it was a newly bought car by one of his neighbors. The Mercedes owner speculated. And this Mercedes owner was none other than Su Ningxuang's father. After that, Yi Chen returned to his villa. Time flew by, and midnight arrived. Having just acquired the flying amusement park, Yi Chen didn't initially hold much hope for this round of game refreshes either. But when Yi Chen saw the newly refreshed items, his eyes lit up. I never expected such a pleasant surprise. Among the items in this 2-star mall, 2 actually caught Yi Chen's keen interest. The first was, Stamina Boost Capsule, permanently increases stamina by 3 points upon consumption, absolutely no side effects, 100% natural and pollution-free. Price, 12 yuan. Staring at this Stamina Boost Capsule, Yi Chen froze momentarily. This morning, Yi Chen was still complaining that he'd been lacking exercise recently and his stamina had declined a bit. Who would have thought that by evening, the game would actually refresh and drop stamina boosting capsules? What a delightful surprise. The game is really considerate. This, physical enhancement capsule, actually costs a staggering 12 yuan, making Yi Chen take it even more seriously. In the real world, 12 yuan would be considered quite cheap. But in the game store, 12 yuan feels very expensive. After all, even the most valuable item in the store previously, the Jiangzhou Financial Center building, was nowhere near this price. After some time of exploration, Yi Chen came to a conclusion. That is, the higher the value of an item, the higher its price in the game store. Capsules that can enhance physical strength without any side effects, purely natural and pollution-free. Such things simply cannot be bought in the real world. Even if it existed, it would likely trigger a frenzied bidding war among the world's top billionaires, an absolutely terrifying, sky-high price. But now, he only needed to spend 12 bucks to get it. Incredible. Purchase. Ding. Successful purchase of Stamina Boost Capsule, placed on your desk, please check. Through recharge purchase, Yi Chen successfully acquired the Stamina Boost Capsule. This feeling was absolutely incredible. Stamina Enhancement Capsule was just the first item Yi Chen had his eyes on. The second item that caught Yi Chen's attention was a luxury car. Aston Martin 1-77, 1 unit, limited to 77 worldwide, price, 9 yuan. The Aston Martin 1-77, a renowned top-tier supercar, is every bit as prestigious as the Bugatti Veyron Yi Chen had previously obtained. The Aston Martin 1-77 is a limited edition supercar, with only 77 units produced worldwide, making it extraordinarily rare. It is powered by a naturally aspirated 7.3L V12 engine, capable of accelerating from 0 to 100 km per hour in 3.5 seconds, with a maximum torque of 750 Nm and a peak power output of 760 horsepower. Initially, the on-road price of an Aston Martin 1-77 was around 50 to 60 million yuan. However, due to its global limited production, its value has skyrocketed in recent years. I never expected the two-star mall to refresh with such a top-tier, globally limited edition supercar this time. If he didn't secure this legendary Aston Martin 1-77, Yi Chen would be endlessly regretful. Top up and purchase. Ding! Congratulations on your successful purchase of an Aston Martin 1-77. It is now parked in your garage. Please check and confirm receipt. The game notification confirmed Yi Chen's successful purchase. The Aston Martin 1-77 was already parked in the garage. Now, all 5 parking spaces in Yi Chen's villa garage were finally occupied. Yi Chen first headed to the study and retrieved the stamina enhancement capsule he had just purchased from the game store. The capsule didn't seem much different from an ordinary one, since it was completely natural, pollution-free, and had no side effects. After examining it briefly, Yi Chen swallowed it directly. Right after taking it, before the medicine could take effect, Yi Chen felt absolutely nothing. Afterwards, Yi Chen arrived at the garage and sought his Aston Martin 1-77. Unlike other supercars with their striking lines and sense of power, Yi Chen's Aston Martin 1-77 stood out distinctly, exuding an indescribable aura of nobility, truly befitting a globally limited edition supercar, each with its own unique style. Yi Chen was very satisfied with this Aston Martin 1-77. Just a few days after his upgrade, Yi Chen had successively acquired 2 top-tier supercars, the Bugatti Veyron and the Aston Martin 1-77. It seemed the physical boost capsule was taking effect. Despite having spent the entire day playing and feeling somewhat tired and drowsy, Yi Chen suddenly felt invigorated, his entire body brimming with energy. Yi Chen went to the villa's gym to test his strength. Indeed, his stamina had improved significantly compared to before, completely surpassing his previous level. Yi Chen was in high spirits. If only there could be more of such goods in the future. With a monthly salary of 3,000, I'm the world's richest. Damn, this game is awesome. Beyond real-world items, it offers all sorts of top-tier skills and even boosts players' physical stamina. This is absolutely incredible. After working out for a while, Yi Chen went to rest. The next afternoon, Yi Chen received a call from Chen Hongba, the young master of the Chen family. Chen Hongba invited Yi Chen out to hang out. Ever since meeting Yi Chen at the manor last time, Chen Hongba had become his devoted follower, utterly in awe of him. I can. Coincidentally, Yi Chen had nothing else to do, so he agreed. Driving his Aston Martin 1-77, Yi Chen headed straight to the location where he had agreed to meet Chen Hongba. Meanwhile, Chen Hongba was busy showing off some photos to a few friends. Let me show you something. This is my big brother Yi Chen's Bugatti Veyron. These photos were taken last time when Chen Hongba saw Yi Chen's Bugatti Veyron. Bugatti Veyron? Hearing this phrase, both men and women immediately crowded around. The name Bugatti Veyron was practically ringing in the ears of these young masters and wealthy heiresses. After all, this is one of the most famous top-tier supercars. Yet among all those present, everyone had only heard of it, but never laid eyes on it.